Would you rather burn the history books to offer a white veil for the old world, or dance with the rotting truth at the celebration of the new? When the world bleeds in its collapse, when oracles echo amidst civilization, where should you go? Chapter 1. The Non-Existent Father. The night the world collapsed into sand. From the embers of the great collapse, the sprouts of a new world grew. Year 1. The Heavenfall. Survivors lit the first sparks of fire on the sores of the old world. Year 840 of Heavenfall. Federation, Old Prefecture, Hong City. Hong City was a small town with a population of no more than 80,000. On an early summer morning on Sparrow Street, the steam for breakfast stalls mingled with the cacophony of quarreling voices. Fong Bai squatted by the fried dough stick shop. In the broken bowl before him lay 3 coins and half a greasy stick covered in dust. He was wrapped in a patched linen robe, his collarbones faintly visible at the collar, a dirty face hidden beneath disheveled hair. Xiao Bai working so early? An Annie passing by with a vegetable basket casually tossed a rotten cabbage leaf into his bowl, making the coins inside clink. All for a living. Fong Bai grinned, a blade of grass between his teeth, his calves gently swaying beneath his tattered trousers. Thank for the cabbage, Auntie Goose. Holding the other hand of Auntie Goose was a little girl with her hair in double buns. Her big eyes blinked as she looked at the auntie beside her. Mom, are you familiar with that beggar? Auntie Goose grabbed the back of the girl's collar and pulled her forward a few steps. Silly girl, what do you know? That kid is the only son of Fong Dachui, the bully from the south side. We can't afford to offend him. Don't you hang around with him. After Auntie Goose walked away, Fong Bai picked up his broken bowl and moved a little closer to the tofu stall next door. Seeing this, the young woman selling tofu instinctively threw a coin into Fong Bai's bowl. When she came to her senses, she felt a bit helpless, but said nothing. He grinned, nimbly took his bowl, and walked towards the nearby bun shop. He plopped down at the entrance of the bun shop, looking somewhat timidly at the proprietress. There weren't many people on this street who could make Fong Bai act timid. This bun shop proprietress was one of them. Here, Auntie Li leaned closer to Fong Bai. She looked only a little over 30. Although already a mother of 3, she retained her charm. Want a meat bun? She asked. He nodded vigorously. Tell me, among the ones who peeked at Widow Wong bathing, was my old man there? Fong Bai held up 2 fingers. 2 meat buns. Deal. But if you dare fool me. Her other hand made a motion as if to twist the boy's ear, but she didn't dare actually do it. He was there. The boy said immediately. Last month, the 17th, 8:13 p.m. and 27 seconds to 17 minutes and 20 seconds. Uncle Wong was prying at the 3rd brick on Widow Wong's west wall. He was wearing an indigo blue jacket. Hearing this, Auntie Li's rolling pin slammed onto the chopping board with a bang, several fine cracks spreading across its surface. She turned and walked back into shop. Before long, the sounds of a man screaming like a stuck pig came from inside. Outside the bun shop, Fong Bai was already running away, munching on a bun. After 2 warm meat buns settled in his stomach, Fong Bai rubbed his belly contentedly. He pulled a piece of paper covered in neat handwriting from his pocket. Fong Bai Survival Guide. Version 2.8.8. 7 to 11 o'clock. Itinerary. Breakfast battle. Raise charity fund. 11 to 12:30. Itinerary. Homemade nutritional lunch. 12:30 to 1800 hours. Itinerary. Blacksmith shop apprenticeship chronicles. After 1800 hours. Itinerary. Optional the panhandler. You chase I run. Apprenticeship continues. Staring at the words version 2.8.8, Fong Bai seemed lost in thought. He still remembered that in the initial 1.0 version, his daily itinerary consisted solely of surviving the wild gifts from the trash can. Speaking of this seemingly glamorous but actually miserable schedule, one must mention Fong Bai's legendary father, Fong Dachui. In this world, it seemed only he himself knew that Fong Dachui did not exist. He, Fong Bai, was an orphan, raised on the kindness of neighbors, sour rice balls, rotten leaves. Long ago, these were delicacies for Fong Bai. Ever since he could remember, he had been scraping by in Hong City. Truly a petty thief, getting beaten up all the time. He had no choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. That dark period lasted a long time, until he was 10 years old, when a non-existent father materialized out of thin air. The neighbors began to fear him, or rather, they feared his infamous, notorious father. This virtual father, who lived only in the neighborhood gossip, was the ultimate scapegoat. From Widow Zhang's missing clothesline on E Street to the burn account book at the West Market pork stall, whenever moral condemnation was needed, this ethereal father would punctually appear on the lips of the townsfolk. The good thing was, Fong Bai found he could be a little more assertive. From that day on, his life improved slightly. He was no longer bullied by ordinary thugs, and he never again experienced a whole week surviving on boiled tree leaves. With a background, the desires hidden deep within his heart were also unleashed. This was directly reflected in the rapid version updates of the Fong by Survival Guide, from 1.0 to 2.8.8 in just 7 years. Although he still went hungry occasionally, thinking of what was hidden under his bed gave him hope for the future. Fongbai looked up at the sun in the sky, confirming the time was around 9:30. Enough time to sweep through the entire Sparrow Street before lunch. He swaggered towards the next stall. Wherever he went, everyone gave way. Even stray dogs passing by would drop their bones and detour, afraid of offending Fongbai and thus incurring the wrath of the villainous Fong Dachui. Chapter 2. Facing Death. Due to the enthusiastic response from masses, the charity fundraising activity continued until lunchtime. In the broken bowl, coins completely covered the bottom, even stacking several layers high. The rain suddenly came crashing down. One moment it was sunny, the next, dark clouds scurried across the sky like stray dogs with their tails stepped on. Fongbai's expression changed slowly. Joy, excitement. These emotions gradually faded from his face, replaced by a look of bewilderment. He stared at the raindrop hitting the tip of his nose for a full 3 seconds, wanting to curse the heavens, but fearing their wrath. He could only mutter, "Damned sky." Thunder easily crushed his ineffectual curse. In the curtain of rain, the boy looked like a drowned rat kicked into a river. Knowing he was no match for the heavens, he tightened his linen robe, tucked his neck in, and sprinted through the rain. His home was in the outskirts near Sparrow Street, the suburbs. Only in the suburbs could you build freely. The planned street plots in Hong City cost money, and quite a bit at that. He ran wildly, sniffling. Suddenly, strange footsteps sounded behind him. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, a lightning bolt split the sky, its blinding white light instantly illuminating the entire curtain of rain. Fongbai slammed on the brakes and whipped his head around, but only saw an empty expanse of rain. Auditory hallucination? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, slipped, and fell sitting in the rain. Not a single coin spilled from the broken bowl, firmly welded to the bottom. Ignoring the sound, Fongbai quickly got up and continued running. Shadows in the rain shattered into countless pieces, dancing wildly, as if mocking his cowardice and incompetence. In the distance, Fongbai could already see that lonely wooden villa. 3 years ago, after finding civil engineering, from entry to burial in a garbage dump, he had started building this legendary cabin, crowned a #1 architectural wonder of Hong City. Of course, this honor hasn't been recognized by anyone else yet. The moment he pushed open the wooden door, Fongbai breathed a long sigh of relief. "I'm back," he yelled, even though he knew no one would answer. It gave him a feeling of coming home. Today's rain is kind of creepy. Out of habit, Fongbai counted the furniture in the house, confirming whether any thieves had broken in. Bed, table, 2 chairs, water bucket, hay, firewood, iron pot, salt bowl. Originally, there was only 1 chair. The iron chair he had borrowed from Old Manly. Seeing it rusting away in the storage shed, Fongbai thought he might as well put it to use. The iron chair had an adjustable height and was fireproof, often used by Fongbai as a stand for cooking. Except for the packet of salt, which was bought, all other furniture and utensils were taken from nature, handmade by Fongbai himself. There was also a small vegetable patch behind the house, but since his panhandling skills became proficient, that plot had been abandoned. The rain grew heavier, pounding the roof with dense pattering, like countless little hammers striking the roof. Fongbai huddled in the corner, shivering as he dug out his treasured flint, carefully striking it a few times to ignite a pinch of dry grass beneath. The dry grass ignited with a whoosh, the flames licking the twigs above, gradually growing stronger. A wave of warmth rose, dispelling the cold. Fongbai placed the iron pot on the fire. Cabbage leaves and other miscellaneous greens softened as the water temperature rose. He sprinkled a little salt into the pot and put the lid on. Rubbing his hands together, he looked expectant. While waiting, he took off his soaked clothes and held them over the fire to dry. Raindrops pattered on the roof. The damp night wind, carrying moisture, seeped through the cracks in the door. Fongbai was curled up on the chair, dozing, half asleep, half awake, when he suddenly heard a strange sound outside the door. The sound was very light, yet piercingly sharp, like a dead branch scraping across a stone slab, or like some sharp, hard object repeatedly scratching on the wooden door. Scratch, scratch. The rhythm was slow and steady, unusually clear amidst the sound of rain. Fongbai's eyelashes fluttered, his drowsiness largely dissipating. He instinctively sniffed, and an indescribable stench immediately filled his nostrils. The smell was like a rotting corpse, yet carried an indescribable sweetish, bloody scent. He sensed something was wrong. Quietly, he approached the door and peered through the crack. The sound outside suddenly stopped, but the stench grew stronger, as if something was breathing at him through the door panel. Fong Bai stumbled back 2 steps, his lower back striking the corner of the table. At that moment, the old door hinge slowly turned, as if gently pushed open a crack by something. Fong Bai stared fixedly at that pitch-black crack. The crack gradually widened. Outside the door, there was no one. Only on the ground were 2 bloody red marks left behind, oddly shaped, not like human feet, but more like the claw prints of some kind of beast. The edges of the blood prints still emitted faint wisps of steam, giving off a pungent stench. Fong Bai's face turned pale. At that moment, another faint scratch sound came from behind him. His whole body stiffened as he slowly turned his head. On the only dining table in his home, a bloody, gory thing had inexplicably appeared. The thing looked like a skinned dog, its surface covered in writhing blood vessels, slowly looking towards him. Its face had no eyes, only 2 pitch-black holes. Its mouth was a slit, revealing densely packed sharp teeth, emitting a low clucking sound from its throat. The expressions on Fong Bai's face changed rapidly, from terror to daze, finally settling on a simple, polite smile. "Excuse me." With a bang, he slammed the door shut and bolted into the curtain of rain. "Damn it, there's a monster." Fong Bai found he couldn't speak anymore. The stench, thick like a lump of viscous liquid, clogged his mouth and nose. He tried to breathe, but could only inhale that nauseating stench. The feeling of suffocation surged like a tide, his throat as if tightly gripped by an invisible hand. His legs were too heavy to move an inch. His body tipped straight forward. His face made intimate contact with the ground, yet he felt no pain at all. The endless suffocation robbed him of all perception except sight. He could only watch helplessly as the monster slowly approached, its bloody, gory body dragging a long trail of blood through the muddy rain. Fong Bai's vision began to blur, the world before him gradually covered by a blood-red veil. He could hear his own heartbeat, thundering in his ears like a war drum, each beat seemingly about to shatter his chest. Cold, an unprecedented cold, shot straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Am I going to die? This thought flashed through his mind, despair surging out like a tide. In his dying moment, Fong Bai's last vestige of peripheral vision glanced towards his home. Under the mattress, an admission letter was pressed. To A Guang, Sheng Tang University. The New Realm was a place countless people in the old prefecture could only dream of. That letter was the hope, the ticket he had struggled so hard to obtain. Until even now, he was still rushing about for the sky-high tuition fees. That was his hope in recent years. The starting point where life began to taste meaningful. It wasn't that he truly wanted to attend some university. He just wanted to get out of Hong City, get out of the old prefecture, go and see what the New Realm looked like. Go and see why, clearly living in the same world, they still had to divide it into new and old. He also wanted to eat, just once, the food from those gourmet magazines that came from the New Realm, even if it cost a lot of money. I'm still young. His voice caught in his throat. The hardships of the past suddenly became incredibly clear. Those nights spent alone, curled up, and the days spent forcing a smile. Now they all turned into fine needles, stabbing his trembling heart. He had always thought that as long as he gritted his teeth, he could get through it. But now, facing death so close, those forced pretenses of strength suddenly crumbled. Warm tears welled up, carving hot trails down his cheeks, instantly swallowed by the icy rain. I had already decided to go to the New Realm. The twisted monster slowly approached, its rotting body dragging sticky traces. What is this thing? With his last strength, he tilted his head up, looking at the monster now nearly upon him. The next second, a hoarse cry tore through the rain curtain. If you really exist, come out and save me. A lightning bolt split the gloomy sky, illuminating his shadow, now covered in cracks. Instantly, all sound ceased. Even the pouring rain froze midair. The humid air was filled with a suffocating oppression. Fong Bai's shadow suddenly twisted violently, thick darkness bursting from the cracks, something struggling to break free. The ground began to tremble slightly. The rainwater in the air slowly flowed backward, forming a bizarre water curtain. A tall, dark figure slowly walked out from Fong Bai's shattered shadow. Its stature was erect and majestic. Fong Bai stared blankly at the dark figure. The next second, he fainted directly. The dark figure did not turn back, only silently standing before him, like an insurmountable mountain. Its fist slowly raised, thick darkness gathering on its fist, a low hum resonating in the air. The monster seemed to sense the threat, emitting a piercing shriek. Its bloody, gory surface splitting into countless ferocious mouths, each spewing foul black mist. But the dark figure merely punched lightly. Boom! This single punch instantly pierced through the monster's body. The monster's shriek abruptly ceased, its bloody body instantly disintegrating, turning into a pool of foul blood, evaporating into nothingness before it could even hit the ground. Everything returned to calm. The dark figure withdrew its fist, slowly turned, and picked up the unconscious Fong Bai, carrying him towards the wooden house. Its steps were firm, like a loyal guardian warrior, and like a father. The watery curtain in the sky grew heavier and heavier. Inside the wooden house, after placing Fong Bai on the ground, the dark figure suddenly dispersed. Pattering. On the roof, the torrential rain poured down. Chapter 3. Fong Bai's dream in the outskirts of Yanjie. Twilight enveloped the sky like molten lead. Lao Li's blacksmith shop floated amidst steam and sparks. A white sedan, an unwelcome sight in Hongcheng, roared into view. The engine's thunder shattered the delicate raindrops, startling the birds sheltering beneath the eaves. The car's wheels crushed the newly sprouted moss in the crevices of the bluestone pavement before it came to a steady halt at the entrance of the blacksmith shop. Lao Li thrust a glowing iron block into the quenching pool, a hissing sound rising with thick white mist. Without lifting his gaze, he remarked, "The last time we met was at old Zhang's funeral. The tungsten steel urn you gifted was rather impressive." A tall woman leaned against the car door, observing Lao Li as he busily worked in the shop. The belt of her trench coat accentuated her slender waist, her long hair casually cascading over her shoulders, and a pair of sunglasses shielded most of her face, revealing only a finely sculpted chin and a hint of a smile at the corners of her lips. Her presence introduced an air of elegance and mystery that seemed out of place in this muddy land. The woman nodded slightly, as if lost in a memory. "I put a great deal of thought into it." Lowry set down his hammer, wiped his brow, and stepped out of the blacksmith shop. "Is that your reason for digging up graves and swapping boxes?" The woman flicked her hair back, and two mechanical hands emerged from her waist, one foaming and the other diligently wiping the mud from the hem of her coat. "Why send out must not be in vain," she added with a cheerful smile. "While I wish to reminisce, I am here on business. This small town has pollution." Leaning against the wall, Lowry casually retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and exhaling a puff of smoke. "ISNT at the sword bearers who tackle pollution? What does it have to do with Tiangongfang?" The woman made a shushing gesture, indicating secrecy. She pointed behind her. "The transmission turbine is blocked. It always feels off during assimilation. Please assist me in clearing it." Lowry squinted at the muddy white car behind her. "Are you faring worse than this blacksmith? Driving out this antique? Even the traffic police would hesitate to issue a fine, I presume." "Retro style is in vogue," the woman responded, patting the engine hood. "Have you been gambling again?" Lowry scoffed, already grasping the entirety of the situation. How familiar this script felt. After losing his entire fortune, he would scavenge for unwanted gear in a dilapidated market, following sword bearers on missions to earn money, only to gamble it again once he had won. Lowry turned and rummaged through the shop. "Where's the jack? I distinctly remember placing it here. Why hasn't Fong Bai shown up for work today? He is usually quite punctual." "Your apprentice?" The woman raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. "Not an apprentice," Lowry waved dismissively. "The lad has some potential, but he has his quirks. Poor jack of mine is likely lost." The woman did not press further, but pressed her hand against the front of the car. In an instant, her hand melded with the vehicle, becoming part of it. With a gentle lift, she effortlessly raised the several-ton sedan. "No need for a jack," she stated calmly. Lowry, accustomed to the peculiarities of his surroundings, reluctantly crawled beneath the car, clutching an iron pipe and muttering cautionary words to himself. "Be careful, don't crush me." From beneath the vehicle, his voice carried, "Look at these casting marks. This retro style is likely older than I am. What level of pollution are we dealing with?" The woman in the trench coat replied nonchalantly, "A source of pollution." "What?" Lowry abruptly sat up, entirely oblivious to his position beneath the car. A resounding thud echoed as his head collided firmly with the chassis. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, clutching his head, wincing in pain. "Source of pollution? Do you have the leisure to chat with me about this?" The woman remained casually leaning against the car, her tone light. "That is the work of the sword-bearer. I am merely the driver on this journey." Rubbing his head, Lowry grumbled and crawled back under the vehicle. The woman in the trench coat furrowed her brow slightly. as countless tiny mechanical components danced beneath her skin, severing their connection to the sedan. In a dreamlike state, time stretched infinitely. A solitary little boy, clad in tattered clothing and barefoot, wandered down a bustling street. The thoroughfare was ablaze with lights, teeming with people, laughter and joyous chatter filling the air. Children, hand in hand with their parents, radiated happiness, clutching curious toys. Their laughter rang like silver bells, echoing incessantly, piercing the boy's eardrums. He walked forward with his head bowed, treading carefully, fearful of disturbing the revelry that did not belong to him. Occasionally, he would glance up at the jubilant figures, only to quickly lower his gaze once more. A profound emptiness enveloped his heart, as though a piece had been hollowed out, with cold winds seeping through the void, leaving him shivering. The scenes of the street swirled rapidly before his eyes, as if fast-forwarded. Countless joyful silhouettes flashed by, fathers lifting their children high, mothers gently soothing their little ones. These images cut into his heart like sharp knives, again and again. He often pondered how he had come to this world so suddenly. Everyone else had parents. Surely he must have them too. In his dreams, he had seen their faces countless times. His father, tall and imposing, and his mother, gentle and beautiful. They would hold his hand and assure him, "With us, you shall not go hungry nor feel the cold." Yet, each time he awoke, he was met only with the harsh reality. He had no parents, never had. Until the age of 10, everyone told him he had a father, a man of ill repute, yet capable of protecting him. This was a belief held by all, firm and unwavering, except for him. He had never encountered this so-called father, only piecing together a vague shadow from the fears and whispers of others. The villain spoken of by people, even a bully, materialized in his mind as a simplistic figure, tall and reassuring. He slept deeply, enveloped in a warm embrace, a sense of security he had never experienced before, akin to a ship long adrift, finally finding its harbor. His breathing steadied and his brow relaxed. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that night had fallen. Realizing he was sleeping on the ground, it appears that nothing has truly changed. Alas, Fong Bai abruptly sprang from the ground, filled with a sense of regret, for he had lost the opportunity to claim the full attendance reward from the blacksmith shop, a sum of 100 naili. Chapter 4. The Hall of Transcendence. At Shengtang University, the remnants of a candle wept amber tears into the copper lamp, casting the slender figure of the youth upon the wooden wall. Fong Bai sat upon his bed, his brow furrowed deeply. The cold sweat beating at his temple shimmered like fragmented silver under the flickering candlelight. The memories in his mind turned with the laboriousness of rusted gears. Images of fleeing through a curtain of rain, grotesque, skinless creatures writhing like decaying flesh, and the sudden emergence of a towering shadow filled his thoughts. This was how the memories should unfold. Yet, at this moment, as he surveyed the room, aside from the remnants of the broth boiled dry in the iron pot, no traces or scents remained. His keen nose could not be deceived. There were other aromas lingering in the air. This scene led him to question whether everything that transpired during the day had merely been a dream. Determined to investigate, Fong Bai first opened the door and peered outside. The claw marks from his memory had vanished without a trace. He then leaned closer to the table to inspect and even crouched on the floor to sniff, ultimately detecting only the faint essence of cabbage soup. Moments later, seated on the floor, he suddenly shouted, "Come forth." The dim candlelight illuminated a nondescript shadow. What did I say? It truly was a dream. Fong Bai sighed in relief, tinged with regret. How could a shadow possibly move? Yet as he stood, that shadow did not rise with him. Instead, it slowly shifted onto the wall and knelt before him. The scene was eerily silent, yet it exuded an unsettling strangeness. Fong Bai's smile froze upon his face as he rubbed his eyes, seemingly recalling something. His voice trembled slightly. "Rise." The shadow gradually stood, its movements stiff and awkward. Fong Bai gazed at his own hands, then at the shadow that remained motionless, and suddenly felt a sharp pain piercing through his head. His vision blurred, and scarcely had he regained consciousness than he succumbed to darkness once more. In the deep of night, Fong Bai opened his eyes, feeling as though his head might burst. With the last vestiges of his strength, he climbed onto his bed, lying there as his mind whirred like an overloaded machine, racing with thoughts. Amidst the haze of confusion, he began to unravel certain truths. He seemed to have inexplicably acquired the ability to manipulate shadows. Perhaps manipulate was not the right term. Merely causing the shadow to stir resulted in excruciating pain in his head. It appeared that moving the shadow consumed some form of special energy, of which he evidently possessed very little, if any at all. The ability of the shadow to move had been confirmed. Thus, the existence of the creatures could not be mere illusions. He had always been aware that this world harbored extraordinary powers. Not just he, but many in Hongcheng were cognizant of this reality. Approximately 5 years ago, when he was 12, several missionaries visited Hongcheng. They showcased the power of the divine to the townsfolk and preached the doctrine of the Ouroboros prophet. However, they departed shortly thereafter. The information that Fong Bai possessed came from the lips of a small girl. She arrived accompanied by those missionaries. Fong Bai observed her resplendent attire and speculated that she must be affluent, having committed a few misdeeds, ultimately leading to her capture. However, this circumstance allowed them to strike up a conversation. She shared with Fong Bai various matters from the outside world, as well as the purpose of their visit to Hongcheng. A significant portion of Fong Bai's yearning for the new world stemmed from her few simple, yet profound utterances. What seemed utterly mundane to her unfolded as a novel realm in Fong Bai's ears. Sensing his aspirations, she revealed a shortcut from Jiuzhou to the new world for participating in the college entrance examination. Jiuzhou also requires development, yet its educational standards are subpar. Thus, some universities in the New World accept candidates from Jiuzhou, enabling them to acquire advanced knowledge to contribute to its reconstruction. Pursuing this path necessitates not only exceptionally high scores, but also the passage of a special assessment. At that time, Fong Bai grasped only a fragment of the conversation, only to comprehend the significance of the college entrance examination as he matured. There were no melodramatic developments thereafter. Their encounter was merely a fleeting one. She aspired to enlighten Fong Bai, while he harbored thoughts of her wealth, leading to a few more exchanges driven by their disparate motives. Ultimately, Fong Bai was propelled several meters away by a glowing orb launched by a missionary, leaving him bedridden for several days, nearly starving in his state of confinement. Was it the power of the divine? Fong Bai turned onto his side and lifted a corner of the mattress, beneath which lay a notification embossed with a lightning seal. To the left of the seal was a yellow lightning bolt, and to the right, a triangular shape composed of lines, interwoven with enigmatic patterns. The notification was exquisitely crafted, its texture akin to caressing soft fur. He had scrutinized the words countless times. Approximately 10 days prior, this notification had materialized before him, inscribed with his name, Fong Bai. In light of your outstanding academic performance, you have been admitted to the 2A Guang Sheng Tang University College of Urban Management as a freshman. The program lasts for 2 years, after which you shall return to Jiuzhou. Please cherish your time studying. Founded in the year 256 of the Tianqing era, the institution boasts a history of 6 centuries and is one of the 33 key universities in the Federation. Jointly established by the 2A Guang Church and the Tianqing Federation, with a robust faculty and advanced teaching facilities dedicated to cultivating future elite leaders. The university's address is 121 Shengling Street, Tianqi City. The enrollment fee is 100,000 Nali. The only link between the new world and the old world is education. However, education is not devoid of inequities. The stipulation of a 2-year duration, after which one would be returned to Jiuzhou, stands out prominently, as if deliberately serving as a reminder. What weighed most heavily on Fong Bai's mind was the tuition fee of 100,000 Nali, which undeniably cast a colossal burden upon him. At the age of 15, after addressing his fundamental needs, Fong Bai began to navigate around the vicinity of Hongcheng Wei's high school, with a singular aim, to audit classes. With his father's assistance, the process went relatively smoothly, albeit with some physical exhaustion. At 17, in June of this year, he finally acquired the opportunity to partake in the college entrance examination, which encompassed 5 fundamental subjects: Chinese, mathematics, modern federal history, ancient federal history, and moral education. After the examination concluded, Fong Bai was unable to view his scores, as accessing results required the use of school equipment. He believed that the questions across all subjects were rather simple, merely consisting of items that necessitated memorization. Ultimately, the results confirmed that he had performed commendably. Extinguishing the candle on his bedside, Fong Bai embraced the soft notification letter and drifted back into slumber. The room was enveloped in tranquility, with ethereal moonlight filtering through the dilapidated window panes, casting a gentle glow upon the faint, satisfied smile gracing his lips. However, this serenity did not endure for long. As dawn approached, an eerie sound emanated from outside the door. The rustling noise was unsettling, reminiscent of someone dragging a damp mop across the floor, or perhaps a certain indescribable, soft-bodied creature writhing. The sound lingered nearby, hovering just outside the door. Fong Bai's eyelids fluttered, and a torrent of curses surged within him. Did he really have to confront this being today? Countless expletives raced through his mind, yet he dared not utter them aloud. The air was thick with a pungent, nauseating stench, nearly causing Fong Bai to regurgitate the 2 buns he had consumed the previous day. His eyes quivered from strain, reflecting the dark crimson liquid that continued to ooze beneath the door. It was not blood. Rather, it resembled some viscous secretion from a living entity, glistening ominously as it meandered across the wooden floor like the roots of a tree. Then, he beheld 3 humanoid silhouettes rising slowly from the viscous substance. Their skin was riddled with irregular holes, and beneath the exposed muscle tissue, pulsating lumps the size of knuckles occasionally bulged. Fong Bai's gaze was fixated on the 3 similar heads, their decaying eye sockets leaking gelatinous pus. And when their jaws moved, gurgling sounds reminiscent of drowning emerged from their throats. The monsters that approached were not dogs. They had transformed into flayed humans. The shadow that had previously slain the skinless dog had now returned for vengeance, bringing 3 of its masters. Fong Bai's nails dug deeply into the mattress, his mind screaming for salvation. Cold sweat trickled down his back, pooling at his lower back, while his throat constricted painfully. His eyes darted to the only potential weapon in the room, an iron chair he had repurposed as a grill. The 3 dog masters began to crawl towards Fong Bai's bed. Their movements were slow and rigid, leaving bloody handprints on the floor with each advance, as the foul liquid dripped from their bodies, producing a chilling, rhythmic sound. Was it possible they were sluggish? Fong Bai seized upon a glimmer of hope, calculating rapidly. What were the chances of successfully rising, pushing open the door, and fleeing? His gaze swept over the crimson liquid blocking the door's gap, and his heart sank. He then shifted his attention to the sole window in the house, only to find that the crack was also sealed by the red liquid. Under such circumstances, it was unlikely even a fly could escape. Fong Bai gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve. He decided that securing a weapon was paramount before contemplating his next move. Yet, while the plan was promising, reality proved to be harsh. He sprang up suddenly, but before he could take a step, a wave of intense dizziness engulfed him. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed onto the floor. Since yesterday, he has consumed only 2 beizai, and coupled with the lingering exhaustion from manipulating shadows, his condition has worsened considerably. Fong Bai's sudden actions seemed to ignite a fuse. The 3 bloodied figures let out hoarse howls, exuding a suffocating sense of menace as they crawled onto Fong Bai's bed. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Fong Bai kicked out, his bare toes striking the neck of one dog owner, producing a dull thud. The dog owner showed no reaction, merely pausing for a moment. However, Fong Bai's foot emitted a sharp crack. Cold sweat immediately trickled down his forehead. Iron neck. He rolled off the bed and scrambled to the side of an iron chair. The 3 dog owners missed their mark, tearing apart Fong Bai's bed instead. The scant cotton stuffing from the mattress scattered across the floor like a blanket of pristine snow. Grasping the iron chair, Fong Bai brought it down forcefully onto the head of one dog owner, creating a resounding clang reminiscent of clashing metal. Indeed, it was iron. Fong Bai's eyes widened in shock, a chill enveloping his heart. The struck dog owner abruptly turned around, his bloodied face splitting into a grotesque grin, revealing a multitude of sharp teeth. Fong Bai quickly discarded the iron chair, forcing a nervous laugh as he exclaimed, "Not me." He then seized an iron bucket from his other hand and slammed it onto the opponent's head, shouting, "Get lost." He lifted his foot and delivered a fierce kick to the opponent's abdomen. Yet, the dog owner remained unmoved, and Fong Bai felt as if he had kicked a steel plate, sending him hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. As he flew through the air, his peripheral vision caught sight of the admission notice that had fallen to the floor when the bed was dismantled, causing his pupils to constrict and his eyes to redden. With a burst of determination, he sprinted, darting beneath the 3 dog owners, fiercely protecting the admission notice. "Get out!" Fong Bai roared, his voice echoing within the cramped room. Suddenly, the shadows behind him began to twist, as if being torn by an invisible force. The edges of the shadows fissured, resembling a shattered mirror, each fragment trembling slightly. Soon after, those fragments began to fall away, akin to peeling wallpaper, revealing a profound darkness behind. A tall, dark figure slowly emerged from the crevice. Its stature was imposing and dignified, as if it could consume the very light itself. Success. Fong Bai stared intently at the shadow, feeling both fear and exhilaration. The shadow gradually raised its hand. With a straightforward punch, it obliterated one dog owner. Yet, in the next moment, the towering shadow flickered momentarily, followed by rapid, vanishing flashes. Becoming increasingly transparent and leisurely dissipating, Fong Bai lay on the ground, his complexion pale, gasping for breath, feeling as if his very essence was being drained. Without the protection of a shadow, he could only watch helplessly as the remaining two dog owners crawled closer, despair flooding his heart. He had no strength left, and there was no way to summon the shadow again. What to do? Fong Bai's consciousness began to blur, yet he clutched the soft paper tightly, murmuring, "A new prosperous era." The dog owner's sharp hand was already reaching for Fong Bai's neck. In this critical moment, the emblem on the admission letter suddenly radiated with light. A burst of brilliance erupted, and countless streaks of electric sparks surged forth from the seal. The sparks danced through the air like silver serpents, emitting a crackling sound that instantly illuminated the entire room as if it were daylight. Chapter 6. The Quartet. Fong Bai lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a turtle turned on its back, limbs splayed out in an exceedingly ungraceful manner. A white line traced his outline, unmistakably marking the scene of an incident. Fong Bai appeared to be at peace, sleeping soundly. It would have been even more delightful had it not been for the cacophony surrounding him. Three individuals encircled Fong Bai. The once modest room had never felt so cramped. A lively girl with twin ponytails squatted beside him, clutching a lollipop, her sparkling eyes fixated on the admission letter clenched in his hand. She leaned closer to Fong Bai and exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow. It seems like the admission letter is from to a Guang Sheng Tang University. Sister Lung Xuang. Come and take a look." The girl turned to a woman clad in silver armor, her helmet obscuring much of her face, revealing only a pair of icy, piercing eyes. Leaning against the door, she stood with her arms crossed, exuding an air of coldness. Lung Xuang cast a glance at the seemingly 18 or 19-year-old girl, her tone indifferent. "Su Xiaotang, your observation skills have diminished. You should have noticed that letter the moment you walked in." "Huh?" Su Xiaotang gaped, suddenly feeling the sweetness of her candy dissipate. She slid forward, wrapping her arms around Lung Xuang's thigh, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked up. "Please, Sister Lung Xuang, if I lose any more points, I will fail. I won't call you an ice block anymore, nor will I say you are an emotionless robot, and I certainly won't mention your snoring. I beg you, grant me another chance." Lung Xuang looked down at her, furrowing her brow. "When did you hear me snoring?" Su Xiaotang paused, then sheepishly replied, In my dreams?" "Lung Xuang, Uncle Lin, please intercede for me," Su Xiaotang implored, glancing at the young man beside her wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was intently focused on a palm-sized device, scrutinizing the intricate stream of data flickering on the screen. Lin Mo bore an expression of resigned amusement. "Xiaotang, your examiner is Lung Xuang. I dare not interfere." He adjusted his glasses, concentrating on the numbers displayed on the device. "However, let us postpone the discussion on deductions for now. The results are in. The entity that attacked this young man is indeed a contaminated being, and the source of pollution has been here before." Su Xiaotang blinked, her clever mind swiftly shifting the topic. "Yes, let us discuss that later. Eliminating the pollution is paramount. Sister Lung Xuang, why do you think this contamination is targeting him?" Lung Xuang, aware of her intentions but choosing not to expose them, continued along her line of thought. "The actions of contaminated beings often lack predictability. It is possible that he possesses something unique that attracts them." "Something unique?" Su Xiaotang tilted her head, glancing at the admission letter in Fong Bai's grasp. "Could it be this admission letter?" "Unlikely." Lin Mo slowly shook his head. The admission letter bore the emblem of Sheng Tang University. Such energy fluctuations would only instill fear in ordinary polluted entities, and it was likely that the boy himself was the source of the attraction. To receive an admission notice from Shangtang University in such a small place, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. This lad must be the top scholar from the 36 cities of Lingzing's. Top scholar. Su Xiaotang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she jumped up. Yes, even a junior from the same school as I am. Long Shuang cast a sidelong glance at her, her tone devoid of warmth. According to past customs, he would only be allowed to study for 2 years at Shangtang University and would not be in the same department as you. Hence, he cannot be considered your junior. Oh, come on, Sister Ling Shuang, don't be so serious. The girl cheerfully leaned closer to Fong Bai. A junior is a junior. Who cares what he studies? Besides, what if he is exceptionally gifted and skips straight to our department? Lung Shuang furrowed her brow slightly. Don't think about finding him in school. That would only put him in danger. I have an idea. Su Xiaotang suddenly sprang to her feet, her eyes shining like stars. Since our junior can attract polluted entities, let us use him as bait to catch the polluted entities and then trace the source of pollution through them. What do you think? She glanced at Lung Shuang as if seeking approval. Lung Shuang nodded slightly. It was indeed a feasible plan. Extra points for that? Su Xiaotang's eyes widened. Those points go to your head. Lung Shuang delivered a playful tap on Su Xiaotang's head, causing her to yelp in pain. With his ordinary body, if he encounters pollution a few more times, he will become a polluted entity himself. Bait, indeed, is a stretch. Have you really been attending your foundational classes? This scene evoked a chuckle from Lin Mo, who dusted off his hands. Let's take him back first. We'll see if we can extract any clues about the pollution source once he awakens. Lung Shuang approached Fong Bai, bending down to scoop him up. Her movements were swift and decisive. In her arms, Fong Bai felt as light as a feather. The trio departed from the dilapidated house. A white sedan had been waiting outside for quite some time. A woman with long hair clad in a black trench coat leaned against the car door, arms crossed. Her face obscured by sunglasses, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Another miss? She inquired. Yes, this one is a survivor. Lung Shuang affirmed with a nod. Shall we get in? Chao Fiwei looked at the group. Lin Mo glanced at the instrument in his hand, indicating that further investigation in the vicinity was necessary. Chao Fiwei made an O sign with her hand. Just as Lung Shuang was about to leave, she wore a puzzled expression. Just keep an eye on a boy in your arms. He carries a heavy load of pollution. Lung Shuang replied succinctly. I was wondering why you were carrying him instead of Uncle Lin, Su Xiaotang remarked, her expression shifting to one of realization. Because the Yongheng Shenjiao can purify pollution more rapidly. I remember that chapter well. Noticing that the two ahead were already quite far, Su Xiaotang skipped along behind them, humming a tune. Uncle Lin, do you think our junior will wake up and think he has been kidnapped? Lin Mo adjusted his glasses. If he awakens to find himself in Lung Shuang's embrace, he might just think he has died and gone to heaven. Su Xiaotang burst into laughter. Uncle Lin, you actually have a sense of humor. Without looking back, Lung Shuang tossed over her shoulder. Lin Mo, you have also been influenced by Su Xiaotang. Lin Mo shrugged, remaining silent. How noisy it is. Is this hell? Fong Bai's consciousness still felt hazy, yet he vaguely sensed that someone had lifted him. He wished to open his eyes, but discovered he lacked the strength even to lift his eyelids. All he could hear was a cacophony of voices. Uncle Lin, do you think the junior might be a genius? After all, he was the top scholar. Glancing back at the wooden cabin behind him, Lin Mo smiled and replied, even if he is not a genius, he will surely accomplish something in this old state. Oh, why is that? Su Xiaotang asked with curiosity. There is a saying in my hometown, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it first torments their mind, labors their muscles, and starves their body. Huh? What does that mean? Your hometown sayings are quite peculiar. Chapter 7. Here for the monsters, how warm. Fong Bai opened his eyes and found himself staring into a pair of bright, sparkling eyes, resembling two glistening grapes, fixated on him without blinking. He's awake. The owner of those eyes suddenly jumped up, exclaiming with excitement, Sister Lung Shuang, the junior has awakened. What sister? What junior? Fong Bai felt somewhat confused. His mind muddled as if filled with thick paste. Strangely, he sensed an unusual surge of strength coursing through his body. Following the girl's gaze, Fong Bai saw a figure clad in silver armor. The armor enveloped a woman completely, revealing only half of her face and a pair of cold, icy eyes. Now that you're awake, do not linger. Share what you encountered last night. The chilling voice emanating from the armor felt like a winter breeze, sending a shiver down Fong Bai's spine. Is this woman made of ice? Fong Bai mused, yet he obediently rose from the bed. Seated on the edge, Fong Bai glanced down and was momentarily stunned. His tattered beggar's clothing had vanished, replaced by a brand-new outfit. The fabric was soft and comfortable, impeccably tailored, and even carried a faint fragrance. Countless thoughts flashed through Fong Bai's mind. Suddenly, he hugged himself, panic-stricken. Am I dirty? The girl widened her eyes, as if she had seen some extraordinary creature. She realized that this junior might not be as innocent as he seemed. Noticing Fong Bai's vividly expressive face, she contemptuously remarked, "How naive. It was Uncle Lin who helped you change your clothes. He has gone out to gather supplies." Uncle? Fong Bai's complexion paled dramatically, as if he had heard something terrifying. A black line appeared on the girl's forehead. Your previous ragged clothes had your backside exposed. You could run around in split trousers and not be afraid of being seen. A fleeting glimmer of doubt crossed Fong Bai's eyes. He quickly reached a conclusion. This seemingly adorable girl, in fact, was not from Hongcheng. He had fainted at home, and no one would come for him. Therefore, they had come for those monsters. They defeated those monsters and saved him. Yet, that didn't quite add up. If that were the case, they wouldn't be asking him what happened last night. Just as Fong Bai's mind raced, the girl stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority. What are you dawdling for? Sister Lung Shuang is calling you. Fong Bai finally regained his composure and slowly approached Lung Shuang, resolved to take the initiative. Who are you? Where's this place? In response to Fong Bai's inquiries, Lung Shuang straightforwardly asked, Do you remember what happened last night? Of course I remember. Fong Bai's temper flared at the mention, gesticulating animatedly. 3 monstrous dog owners burst into my home through the crack in the door, their bodies as solid as iron, and they even dismantled my bed. Dog owners? Lung Shuang furrowed her brow, evidently puzzled by the term. They are monsters. I coined that name for them. As he delved deeper into his thoughts, Fong Bai felt a twinge of unease, recalling their blood-soaked forms, devoid of skin, and their audacious demeanor. Why do you call them that? Lung Shuang inquired further. Because a dog appeared the night before last, Fong Bai replied earnestly. Lung Shuang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped his implication. You mean to say you've been attacked twice? Yes. Fong Bai nodded vigorously. From his fragmented recollections, he was already certain that these individuals had come for those creatures. Were they benevolent or malevolent? Fong Bai felt uncertain and resolved to observe them first. You survived 2 assaults? A hint of astonishment laced Lung Shuang's tone. The second time was due to the activation of the Ku-in. How did you manage to survive the first? Ku-in? What is that? Fong Bai was equally curious about how he had survived the second encounter. He vaguely remembered the acceptance letter glowing before everything went dark. By the way, where's the acceptance letter? Fong Bai abruptly stood up, scanning the room until he spotted the letter resting beside the bed, which brought him some relief. Phew, still here. What are you doing? You startled me. Su Xiaotang, who stood behind Fong Bai, clutched her chest. Initially, she harbored a small, pleasant fantasy about this top student. But now that illusion shattered, replaced by a swell of frustration. How could this person be so different from her expectations? We can discuss the Ku-in later. First, tell me about the events of the night before last. Lung Shuang directed her gaze towards Fong Bai. He felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He obediently recounted the harrowing events of the previous night. The dog was blood-soaked like jelly. I wrestled with it, and just as I was on the verge of a narrow victory, a shadow burst in from outside and smashed the dog's head with a single punch. Fong Bai embellished his account slightly, omitting the fact that the shadow was summoned by him. Revealing his secrets before understanding the intentions of these individuals could be perilous. Fong Bai was, after all, a scholar of both courage and cunning. Narrow victory? Su Xiaotang leaned in, her face full of skepticism. You're lying. Were you not terrified? Enough of that. Lung Shuang shot a glance at Su Xiaotang, who promptly covered her mouth. A shadow? Lung Shuang fell into contemplation. Could it be the source of pollution? She continued to probe. Is there anything else to add? Think carefully. Have you overlooked anything? Fong Bai pondered for a moment and then slapped his forehead. There's one more thing. Upon hearing this, both pairs of eyes were riveted upon him. Fong Bai gazed at Lung Shuang with a look of earnest desire, imploring, Could you perhaps speak to Lao Li on my behalf? My absence for 2 days was due to an encounter with a monster. Please, persuade him not to deduct my attendance bonus. The sound of grinding teeth emanated from Su Xiaotang behind him, who nearly crushed her own molars. Lung Shuang maintained her composure, inquiring, Who is Lao Li? At that moment, the door swung open. "Are you the apprentice that Lally mentioned? What a fortunate lad you are." Fong Bai looked up to see a young man wearing gold-rimmed spectacles enter, burdened with bags of various sizes. Following him was a tall woman, twirling a pair of sunglasses in her hand, observing him with a bemused expression. Fong Bai instinctively shifted his chair back, sensing that this woman exuded an intimidating aura, reminiscent of Aunt Lee from the Beizai shop. "Awake, are we?" The young man greeted him with enthusiasm. "Are you hungry?" He opened his bags, revealing an abundance of provisions. There were biscuits, bread, and several large packages of seal jerky. Fong Bai swallowed hard. It seemed he had not eaten for 2 days. The sensation of hunger, so intense it felt like his stomach was pressed against his back, was both familiar and foreign. "It's merely some rations. Don't be picky," the young man said, offering a piece of bread to Fong Bai. Fong Bai accepted it, inhaled its aroma, and immediately devoured it with great gusto. "What rations? This is indeed a culinary delight." Observing his voracious appetite, Su Xiaotang whispered, "Why eat so quickly? Be careful not to choke." Lin Mo chuckled softly, approaching to pat Fong Bai on the back. "Take your time, eat your fill." "Wow, Uncle Lin, you're not this gentle with me." Su Xiaotang pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Lin Mo smiled without a word, adjusting his glasses as he turned to Long Shuang. "So, have you gathered sufficient information?" He was attacked twice. The first time he received assistance from Shadowy Figure, and the second time he was rescued by a mark. This batch of contamination likely possesses latent abilities, capable of slipping through door cracks. Beyond that, we have no further leads, Lung Shuang replied. "Interestingly, we did uncover some clues while we were out shopping." Lin Mo leaned against the doorframe, continuing, "2 households were also attacked last night. The bodies are missing, likely transformed into contaminated entities. Does this imply latent abilities?" "That makes sense." He retrieved a pen from his pocket, sketching in the air, leaving behind a vivid trail of ink. "This represents the boy's home, and these are the 2 attacked households." He circled the 2 homes, theorizing that these contaminated entities may not have ventured far, but rather are lying in wait, possibly beneath a large rock. Assuming they move at night, there happen to be several traffic arteries nearby. He marked 4 red crosses near the 2 households. Though these entities possess unique abilities, they cannot vanish without a trace. Whether relocating or attacking, they must use their legs. We merely need to guard these 4 street corners and wait for them to come, as contaminated entities lack intelligence and will instinctively converge towards the source of pollution. "What rabbit?" Su Xiaotang interjected at an inopportune moment, her face perplexed. "Wait for the rabbit?" Fong Bai cast a scornful glance at the ill-informed individual beside him. "Shouju Dai too," a phrase steeped in antiquity, conveys the essence of waiting in a singular location to capture prey. Although Lin Mo had not formally studied it, he possessed an innate understanding of its implication. However, one must be adequately prepared. He disregarded Su Xiaodang and spoke with gravity, asserting that, according to the information received, the pollution source had been in formation for many years. It had not aggressively attacked the citizens of Hongcheng, suggesting a possible accumulation of strength, preparing for a catastrophic assault on the city. Such occurrences were not entirely unprecedented. A massacre? Fong Bai listened intently, suddenly struck by fear at the notion. Were those creatures truly so merciless? "Indeed," Lung Shuang replied, her expression turning serious. "We must act swiftly." Everywhere, Chao Fiwei glanced at the scattered red crosses, her fingers tapping the table gently, producing a rhythmic sound as if to voice her dissent. "Everywhere," Lin Mo confirmed. "Didn't you say you would only serve as the driver?" Chao Fiwei fixed her gaze upon Lin Mo, leaning slightly forward as though demanding a reasonable explanation from him. Instinctively, Lin Mo adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze behind the lenses remaining as tranquil as a still pond. "In light of special circumstances, I shall treat you to a meal later." Chapter 8. Survived again, these individuals had appeared abruptly and departed just as suddenly, leaving behind a singular admonition: do not wander. Beware of contamination. Then they exited the room in unison. Fong Bai stood there, stupefied, his mind a blank slate. He hurried to the window, flinging it open to peer below. This was the commercial district of Yanjie, and he was positioned on the 2nd floor of the Yuklai Yuzan, not far from Old Lee's blacksmith shop. A flicker of indecision crossed Fong Bai's eyes as he pondered whether to visit the blacksmith. Ultimately, he reasoned that his life was of paramount importance. He had a more expedient method of earning money, and his lingering thoughts of the blacksmith were due to it being his first legitimate job. Although the pay from the blacksmith was meager, it was at the very least honest work. He pressed the notification letter, which lay beside his bed, under the mattress, and swiftly descended the stairs, seeking potential targets on the street. How could one squander such a splendid opportunity? Barely seated, Fong Bai spotted a horse-drawn carriage approaching leisurely. Business was about to arrive. He promptly rose, feigning ignorance of the carriage, and ambled forward. Just as the carriage was on the verge of colliding with him, Fong Bai was propelled backwards, akin to a kickball, gracefully tracing an arc through the air. In that moment, he let out a piercing scream, a sound so harrowing it could evoke tears from the listener and shatter the hearts of those who heard it. Even the passing dogs paused, casting sympathetic glances. Yet, to Fong Bai's astonishment, he seemed to have exerted himself too forcefully this time. What was intended as a gentle brush turned into an astonishing flight, landing several meters away with a resounding crash against the wall of the inn. Ouch! My waist. I think it's broken. Fong Bai lay on the ground, clutching his back. This time, he was not merely performing. The pain was excruciatingly real. What on earth had just happened? Fong Bai's mind was reeling. How had he been propelled so far? Bystanders gathered around, pointing and murmuring in a flurry of commotion. "Isn't that Fong Bai, the son of Fong Dachui?" exclaimed an elderly woman, covering her mouth in astonishment. "I have consistently heard whispers of this lad engaging in deception, yet this is no mere trickery. He has genuinely collided with reality." At this moment, one fears he may have truly injured his back. An elderly gentleman nearby shook his head with a sigh, as if he could already envision Fong Bai's tragic existence, confined to a bed for the remainder of his life. From a carriage emerged a seemingly affluent gentleman, who, upon seeing Fong Bai, slapped his forehead in exasperation. "Fong Bai, I concede defeat. Tell me, how much do you demand?" Fong Bai, with a pitiful expression, extended 2 fingers, which quickly transformed into 3. 20 nali, he declared. "No, 30. 30 nali." The gentleman was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, extracting a banknote from his pocket and carelessly tossing it to the ground. "Have you ever encountered such a high denomination of currency?" Unperturbed by the gentleman's scorn, Fong Bai disregarded the pain in his back, swiftly picked up the money, stuffed it into his pocket, and contentedly sat by the wall, surveying for his next target while ignoring the gentleman's presence. "How dare he disregard me?" The gentleman fumed, stamping his foot in anger, poised to retaliate. But a bystander hastily restrained him. "Do not act impulsively, shopkeeper. Beware of Fong Dazui's retribution." Upon hearing Fong Dazui, the gentleman's expression shifted instantly. He huffed in annoyance and boarded his carriage, departing in haste. Fong Bai toiled from dawn until dusk, vigilantly stationed near the Euclid Inn. As night descended, the flow of pedestrians dwindled, and the carriages became scarce. Only when the street lay deserted did Fong Bai finally close his operations. Where had everyone gone? Why had they not returned at such a late hour? Were they out hunting monsters? Rubbing his sore back and seeing no sign of the others, he ascended to his room. Unceremoniously, he retrieved a flatbread from his supply bag and sat by the window, devouring it with gusto. Earning money by day and enjoying a ready-made dinner by night. What a splendid existence. He emptied his pockets, meticulously counting the coins. A total of 302 nali. Fong Bai's gaze lingered on a 50 nali note, distinguished by a delicate golden inscription encircled by a hexagram, flanked by the depiction of a building, and graced by the portrait of a woman. Having studied the history of the Federation, Fong Bai recognized her name, Nalai, one of the founders of the new era. As he stored away his earnings, Fong Bai could not help but reflect. Indeed, trickery yields the quickest fortune. Should he resign from a blacksmith's forge? He pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating that since deception was so lucrative, why toil with a heavy hammer? However, before making any decisions regarding his employment, he felt compelled to verify a particular matter. He approached his bed, inhaled deeply, grasped the edge, and exerted force to lift it. Lo and behold, the bed rose effortlessly, though it felt slightly heavier than usual. Goodness! Fong Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. This bed was made of hardwood. In the past, he would have struggled immensely to shift it even slightly, yet now it was so effortless. He set the bed down, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Earlier, during his escapades, He had noticed that he seemed to leap farther than before. Now, it appeared that his strength had also increased. Why was that? Did it relate to that shadowy figure? Yet, he soon abandoned his musings. Whatever the reason, increased strength was undoubtedly a benefit. He was reveling in his thoughts when, suddenly, an eerie howl echoed from the adjacent room. The sound, though faint through the wall, was crystal clear to Fong Bai. Could it be? Again? His smile instantly faded, replaced by a look of dread. He stealthily approached, locking the door and securing the window. Then, he held his breath and concealed himself beside the door. He contemplated fleeing downstairs, but the commotion would undoubtedly attract the creature. Moreover, there might be more than one monster, and from past experience, he knew it was futile to outrun them. The noise from next door diminished gradually, only for the monster to begin thumping against the door beside Fong Bai. The suddenness of it all left him momentarily paralyzed. It was coming for him, having merely snacked on the neighbor. Was he the main course? Thud, thud. Each impact quickened his heartbeat, leaving him little time to react. With a resounding crash, the door burst open. Fong Bai's eyes widened in horror at the sight of the creature before him. A skinless being with two heads. Both heads bared their teeth at him, exuding a foul stench. A shiver ran down Fong Bai's spine, but the memory of his newfound strength emboldened him. This was intolerable. It had been tormenting him every night. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to confront the creature head-on. He seized a nearby chair and swung it fiercely at the monster. Bang! The chair struck the creature's head with a dull thud. Yet it merely swayed, unharmed. In contrast, the chair shattered upon impact, splintering into fragments, one leg striking Fong Bai's head. He looked at the remaining leg in his hand, steeling himself, and thrust it into the creature's mouth. With a crunch, the wooden limb splintered. Seizing the moment, Fong Bai leaped with extraordinary height and force, crashing through the window and landing on the ground below. After rolling to absorb the impact, he regained his footing. "Help!" he shouted desperately as he fled. A passerby heard his cries and peeked out the window. After a brief glance, they hastily shut the window. Shortly thereafter, all the lights and candles on the street extinguished. The creature pursued Fong Bai relentlessly, its putrid scent lingering in the air. Suddenly, a silver flash sliced through the darkness, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound. Whoosh! A silver arrow accurately pierced the creature's two heads, and the chill emanating from the arrow erupted, cloaking the air in a veil of frost. The monster's movements halted abruptly as a thick layer of ice rapidly encased its body, producing a chilling, cracking sound. Within moments, the creature was entirely encased in a massive block of ice, its two heads still contorted in a grotesque snarl. "Are you all right?" Su Xiaotang rushed over from a distance. Upon seeing her, Fong Bai felt as if he had encountered savior. He hid behind her, panting heavily, and replied, "It's nothing serious, just almost met my end again." Su Xiaotang placed her hands on her hips and let out a couple of huffs, relieved that all was well. Lin Mo emerged from the shadows, approaching the frozen monster, which was a mutated being. Hearing this, Su Xiaotang glanced incredulously at Fong Bai. "You can't possibly have a polluted physique, can you? Even the mutated beings are targeting you? The source of pollution is nearby." Lin Mo glanced at the soaring readings on his instrument and instructed, "Xiaotang, protect him." With that, his figure vanished in a few swift leaps. Fong Bai slumped to the ground, panting heavily, wearing a smile that was a mixture of joy and sorrow. He had survived once more. Chapter 9. No anomalies, don't worry. Su Xiaotang said, having somehow popped a lollipop into her mouth, her words somewhat muffled. "With me around, a few trifling pollutants 1T enter your body." Fong Bai lay sprawled on the ground, his expression one of utter despair. "Who are you people? And what are those monsters?" Su Xiaotang licked the sugary residue from the corner of her mouth and replied, "Have you heard of investigators? You certainly haven't. But once you enroll into a Guang Shengtang University, you'll know everything. I am your senior, so you ought to show me some respect." "Senior? You are a student at a Guang Shengtang University?" Fong Bai exclaimed, springing up from the ground, his eyes sparkling like two light bulbs. "Yes, I just started my second year." Su Xiaotang proudly lifted her chin, as if to say, "Compliment me." Fong Bai was so excited he nearly jumped. "Then you must know where a Guang Shengtang University is, right?" For him, the greatest challenge of attending university was not the tuition fees, but the fact that he had no idea where the school was located. The admission letter only bore the name of a city, nothing more. "There's no need to worry. Once school starts, someone will come and pick you up. Su Xiaodang waved her hand dismissively, wearing an expression that suggested he should not be so anxious. The Shengtang University is not an ordinary school. Is that so? Fong Bai sighed in relief. A heavy weight finally lifted from his heart. He no longer had to worry about finding the school. Just then, Su Xiaodang suddenly covered her ears, her expression turning serious. Huh, all right, let us go. Keep up with me. She waved her hand to Fong Bai. Fong Bai looked bewildered. What are you doing? Hey, wait for me. Su Xiaodang sprinted away, and Fong Bai found himself shouting the same words repeatedly. Wait for me. They dashed through the outskirts, and Su Xiaodang led them up the mountain. Fong Bai was breathless, and had it not been for his slightly improved physique, he would have collapsed long ago. Where are we going? He lamented as he ran. Just keep up. Hurry, the pollution is closing in. Su Xiaodang replied without turning back. Pollution? Those monsters? Fong Bai's face paled, and his pace involuntarily quickened. Finally, they reached the mountain summit. A white sedan was parked there, having awaited their arrival for some time. Chao Fiwei leaned against the car door, smiling at them. Lung Shuang stood straight, wielding a sword forged from ice, her gaze as cold as the blade itself. Lin Mo, with his hands in his pockets and the hem of his trench coat billowing in the wind, remarked, as expected, everyone is here. He pushed up his glasses. His tone calm. Exhausted me to death. Su Xiaodang gasped for breath as she glanced at Lin Mo. Is what you just said true? The junior is the source of pollution? Fong Bai's mind went blank. He is the source of pollution? These individuals are here to deal with the source of pollution. So they are here to confront him? He immediately halted in his tracks and swiftly retreated. You must be mistaken. I do not resemble them at all. He is not the source of pollution, yet the source of pollution is of his own making. Lin Mo looked at Fong Bai reassuringly. We will not act against you. The situation is quite complex in relation to you. For now, observe your surroundings. Fong Bai surveyed the area and gasped. At the foot of the hill, a horde of various skinless dogs and skinless humans crowded together. Among them several two-headed dogs and two-headed humans. Even more terrifying were the grotesque monsters, some of which had glowing hearts and deformed bodies. That is the source of pollution. Su Xiaodang pointed into the distance. Behind the multitude of monsters loomed a tall, dark silhouette. Upon seeing that shadow, Fong Bai's pupils constricted. How can this be? That shadow is identical to the one I summoned from the darkness. Why? Is it the source of pollution? Why am I able to summon it? Fong Bai's mind was in disarray. No matter how he racked his brain, he could not comprehend what was unfolding. Lin Mo turned to Fong Bai and inquired, Is the shadow that saved you the same as this one? Fong Bai numbly nodded in agreement. Lin Mo adjusted his glasses, his tone grave. The human heart attracts pollutants like iron filings to a magnet. They manifest in forms that you desire, nurturing malice with hope and using fear to build cracks. These obsessions, steeped in delusion, echo desires and reflect expectations. The source of pollution is a creation of Fong Bai. Pollution is a creation of the source of pollution. Therefore, wherever Fong Bai is, the source of pollution will also be. Wherever the source of pollution resides, these pollutants will follow, though they typically remain concealed. Fong Bai listened, bewildered. What does this mean? Lin Mo looked at Fong Bai. That shadow was born from your obsessions, a response to your goodwill. It came into existence long ago, but due to your kindness, this source of pollution has remained non-aggressive. However, in recent months, it seems to have been tainted by malice, beginning to detach from you, and thus started attacking humans. Su Xiaodang widened her eyes and took out a pink notebook, jotting down notes. Uncle Lin, how did you deduce this? Lin Mo lightly pushed up his glasses and replied calmly. When we first brought Fong Bai back to the post station, many people in Hongcheng recognized him. Fong Bai is quite renowned in Hongcheng due to his notorious father, Fong Dachui. The citizens speak of Fong Dachui as a villain, feared by all. But do you remember what we saw when we first visited Fong Bai's home? Su Xiaodang pondered for a moment before answering. We didn't see Fong Dachui. At this, Lung Shuang beside them clenched her fists, sighed, and then relaxed her grip. It is a house stripped bare, Lin Mo stated. If Fong Dachui truly existed, Fong Bai's home could not possibly be in such a state. Fong Bai's life was undeniably peculiar. Despite the protection offered by Fong Dachui, he resorted to begging, engaging in deceitful schemes, and was met with disdain. The most reprehensible act he committed was stealthily taking a child's Tang Hulu. With Fong Dachui by his side, he could have brazenly stolen it, yet he refrained, as an innate sense of kindness suppressed the source of pollution within him. This very source, adhering to Fong Bai's aspirations, shielded him like a father, wielding its corruptive influence to alter the memories of all citizens in Hongcheng, ensuring that the figure of Fong Decue lingered in the recollections of nearly every inhabitant. Perhaps troubled by matters pertaining to university, Fong Bai inadvertently harbored some malevolent thoughts aimed at quick financial gain. These dark notions bestowed the source of pollution with the capacity for autonomous action. Its foremost intention was to eliminate Fong Bai. Only with his demise could it attain absolute freedom. However, as it was birthed from Fong Bai's own thoughts, it remained subject to his control. Thus, when Fong Bai found himself in peril and in need of rescue, it would still come to his aid. The current instability of the source of pollution was a reflection of Fong Bai's own instability. While Fong Bai could suppress the malicious thoughts that arose unbidden, the source, once it absorbed even the slightest hint of malevolence, would spiral out of control and soon turn lethal, severing all ties to its creator. Fong Bai stood there, dazed like a lifeless piece of wood. Is this truly the case? He murmured, yearning for a father figure. He had manifested one, yet this paternal figure, tainted by his own wicked thoughts, had transformed into a genuine villain, potentially capable of wreaking havoc upon the city. Fong Bai stared blankly at the towering shadow before him, which suddenly sparked a flicker of doubt within his eyes. This shadow was unlike any he had previously encountered, evoking no sense of comfort. Turning to glance at his own shadow, he found it utterly unremarkable beneath the moonlight. Chapter 10. Departure from Hongcheng. A series of roars emanating from the mountains jolted Fong Bai back to reality. He gazed at the approaching swarm of dark figures, a shiver running down his spine. His legs began to tremble, and just as he felt he could no longer stand, a petite figure stepped protectively in front of him. "Fear not, I am your senior, and it is my duty to safeguard you," Su Xiaotang declared, one hand on her hip and the other gripping a lollipop, her tone brimming with confidence. Without consideration for anything else, Fong Bai nodded vigorously in agreement. "Xiaotang, I entrust my life to you. Just call me Su Xiaotang," she replied with a hint of disdain, stepping forward. Lin Mo removed his glasses and stated coolly, "Let's go." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had already dashed out, his black coat billowing in the wind. Lung Shuang followed closely, her icy sword radiating a chilling aura. "Ah, this guy is making me work for free again," Zhao Fei Wei sighed softly, shaking her head. She placed her hand on the white car behind her, and in an instant, the vehicle began to transform, morphing into a towering automaton. "Is that a transformer?" Fong Bai exclaimed, his eyes wide, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. The automaton lifted Zhao Fei Wei onto its shoulder and strode boldly into the throng of monsters. Its fists descended upon the monster like hammers, each blow capable of reducing several skinless hounds to mere pulp. Witnessing this spectacle, Fong Bai felt a mixture of shock and envy. Lin Mo, ensnared in the pollution swarm, had one hand tucked in his pocket and the other firmly grasping a pistol, each shot finding its mark with unerring precision, slaying multi-headed beasts with singular strikes. Lung Shuang, resembling a moving iceberg, wielded her frost greatsword, freezing surrounding monsters into solid blocks of ice that shattered with a crisp crack. Standing beside Fong Bai, Su Xiaoting occasionally waved her hand, conjuring strands of light that ensnared the approaching monsters with unyielding strength. Fong Bai licked his lips, unable to resist asking, "Could you teach me that technique?" Su Xiaodang raised her chin, replying with pride, "The resonance talent is one of a kind. It cannot be taught." Just as Fong Bai intended to lavish more praise upon this formidable senior, he suddenly spotted a two-headed dog breaching their defenses, lunging toward them. He promptly took a step back, hiding behind Su Xiaodang, exclaiming, "Senior, help." Unfazed, Su Xiaodang waved her hand lightly, and a barrier woven from light appeared before them. The creature collided with the barrier, rebounding violently. Fong Bai breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously peering out to survey the main battlefield below. Lin Mo and Lung Shuang had approached the towering shadow, resembling two blades piercing through the enemy ranks. The colossal shadow roared incessantly, inciting the surrounding monsters into a frenzy. In a fleeting moment, Lin Mo's figure became indistinct, as the pollution's attacks passed through him as if striking naught but air, leaving no ripples in their wake. He charged forward, his steps measured and unhurried, as though strolling in his own backyard, swiftly maneuvering to the shadow's rear. Meanwhile, Long Shuang remained encircled by a throng of monsters, yet her frost greatsword cleaved through them like the scythe of death, each swing creating a frigid breach. Ice shards scattered. The cold, air oppressive. Has being an investigator for too long made you forget how a swordsman fights? Chao Fiwei observed from atop the shoulder of a mechanical giant, her tone light and teasing. Her body swayed slightly with the giant's movements. The automaton raised its enormous fist, the metallic joints grinding as it struck down upon the towering shadow with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the shadow staggered back several steps, the ground beneath it cracking. Yet it remained steadfast, like an immovable mountain. Lin Mo, adjusting his glasses, glanced sideways at Long Shuang. Shall you join? The trio regarded the shadow with indifference, as if it were merely an inconsequential backdrop. All right, came Long Shuang's succinct reply, devoid of any extraneous emotion. She raised her frost greatsword once more, the ice crystals on the blade beginning to wildly reconfigure and spread, emitting a series of sharp cracks. The initially 1.5-meter-long greatsword surged to 3 meters in an instant, radiating a bone-chilling aura that froze the very air into fine shards of ice. She gripped the sword with both hands, readying a straightforward downward strike. The shadow instinctively raised its fist to meet the oncoming force. However, at the very moment of their contact, ice crystals spread from the blade with a visibly swift motion, rapidly crawling up the shadow's arm, then its shoulder, torso, and ultimately enveloping its entire being. The shadow's movements came to an abrupt halt. With a soft thud, the figure encased in ice began to disintegrate, transforming into countless tiny shards that danced away with the wind. Simultaneously, the monsters that roamed the mountains seemed to be extracted from existence by some invisible force. The skinned dogs, skinned humans, two-headed beasts, and the grotesque aberrations all ceased their actions in an instant. Their bodies grew transparent, akin to smoke dissipating in the breeze, gradually vanishing into the air. Fong Bai stood there like a statue, his gaze fixated on the desolate hillside, his mind tumultuous and chaotic. He thought he might finally comprehend the distinction between the new world and the old state. Su Xiaotang, observing his dazed expression, could not help but lean closer, her small face nearly brushing against his nose, cheerfully inquiring, "So what do you think, Junior? Quite shocking, isn't it?" Fong Bai nodded honestly, still somewhat disoriented. "Ha ha ha ha!" Su Xiaotang exclaimed, erupting into a fit of boisterous laughter upon Fong Bai's acknowledgement, her mirth causing her to double over in glee. "I haven't even shown my true talents yet." In the next moment, a sudden slap struck the top of her head. "Ouch!" Su Xiaotang cried out, tears welling in her eyes as she looked up at the now approaching Long Shuang, a pitiful expression on her face. "Sister Long Shuang, why did you hit me again?" With an impassive expression, Long Shuang withdrew her hand, stating, "Power is not something to be flaunted." Su Xiaotang rubbed her head, instantly compliant. "Got it." Fong Bai watched this scene, unable to suppress his laughter. He suddenly felt that, despite their overwhelming strength, this group appeared far more amiable than the monsters. "Why are you laughing?" Su Xiaotang shot him a glare. Fong Bai quickly composed himself and asked the question that had been on his mind. "Can I become like you all?" He mimicked a fist-pumping motion, unashamedly expressing his yearning for great power. Neither Su Xiaotang nor Long Shuang responded, but it was Lin Mo who answered Fong Bai's inquiry with seriousness. Due to the limitations of being born in the old state, reaching the level of me and Long Shuang is theoretically unfeasible. However, attaining the level of Xiaotang is quite achievable, provided you are willing to put in the effort. "What do you mean by quite achievable?" "I'm a genius too, you know." Su Xiaotang pouted, glaring at Lin Mo. "Did you not say so yourself? This junior of yours is also a genius. How can an ordinary person's mental threshold possibly create a source of pollution?" Lin Mo winked at her. Su Xiaotang blinked, her mind quickly grasping the implication. She immediately began reciting textbook knowledge. Being able to create a source of pollution proves that the junior possesses at least a distortion-level mental threshold. He can learn the stigmata matrix, alchemical mapping, harmonized fusion, and deconstruction techniques, as well as the 9 great secret structures. She counted on her fingers, muttering to herself, and then looked at Long Shuang with eager eyes. "Am I right?" "Yes." "Does that add to his score?" In Long Shuang's icy gaze, There was a hint of fatigue. Theoretical practice, plus 1 point. Su Xiaoding jubilantly leaped into the air, exclaiming in delight, "Hooray! I can learn so much," regardless of any potential points gained or lost. Fong Bai could not conceal the longing in his gaze as he fixated intently on the enchanting senior before him. "Can you teach me? Why are you staring at me like that?" Su Xiaoding felt a tad uncomfortable under Fong Bai's unwavering gaze, diverting her attention and feigning the adjustment of the folds in her skirt. "Once we finish dealing with the pollution source, we must leave. There is no time to teach you. You'll have to learn on your own at school." Fong Bai's expression fell, disappointment evident. Lin Mo adjusted his glasses, the lenses shimmering with an unusual hue as he turned to Lung Shuang. "What is the next investigative task?" With a stoic expression, Lung Shuang delivered the longest statement Fong Bai had heard from her since their first encounter. "Onkea's who, in the city of Huishi, has been struck by a widespread plague. Our mission is to investigate whether the plague is related to the pollution. If it is, we will cleanse it. If not, we will report to the sword bearer. If it bears no relation, we will directly contact the Pharmacist Bureau." "Understood." Lin Mo nodded, his gaze shifting back to Fong Bai. "Su Xiaoding has 2 months until school starts. And coincidentally, Fong Bai is also heading to Shangtang University. We should take him along." "Reason?" Lung Shuang's icy eyes fixed on Lin Mo as she uttered but 2 words. Lin Mo met her gaze and spoke softly. "Fong Bai possesses a high mental threshold. Although we have only cleansed the pollution source, it does not guarantee that new pollution will not arise. Keeping him close will allow us to teach him how to control his mental energy, thus averting potential troubles." According to Investigator Regulation Number 77, when encountering a human with a high mental threshold, one must observe closely and either suppress or instruct them in controlling their mental energy. They should not be left unchecked. Lung Shuang turned her head slightly, a tacit agreement. Lin Mo's attention returned to Fong Bai. "So what do you say? Fong Bai, are you willing to join us? This is not a coercion. It is merely an inquiry. If you wish to stay here a little longer, you may do so until the school summons you. However, if you choose to accompany us, along the way, Xiaodang can teach you some knowledge of secret structures, giving you an advantage over your peers at school." Upon hearing that he could learn about secret structures, Fong Bai's heart swelled with joy. Yet, the thought of the substantial tuition gap dampened his spirits. "But I haven't gathered enough for my tuition." "Tuition?" Su Xiaoding looked perplexed. "Why don't I have tuition?" Lin Mo appeared contemplative. "What you refer to must be the assessment at Shangtang University. Depending on one's environment, the content on each notification varies. These assessments, differing in intensity, are designed to stimulate the new student's darker inclinations, serving as a personal risk evaluation. If you exhibit dark inclinations, it is likely due to this test. As long as you do not mutate into pollution, you should be able to pass." With a sigh of relief, Fong Bai felt a significant weight lift from his heart, even though he believed the test bore some deceitful elements. "Can I have 2 days?" Although Hongcheng held little allure for him, having spent so much time there, he felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of leaving suddenly. After all, he had survived thanks to the ongoing assistance of his neighbors. Even if it was not entirely voluntary, it was necessary to bid farewell. "We can wait for you for a day." "All right." Chapter 11: The Transformation of the Neighborhood. On the following morning, Fong Bai arrived at the blacksmith shop in a specialized vehicle. As soon as the car came to a halt, he retched violently, his complexion as pale as parchment. "Poor Junior." Su Xiaotang, while gently patting Fong Bai's back, teased. "The first time I rode in Sister Wei's car, I was just like this. You'll get used to it after a few rides." Fong Bai was so nauseated that he lacked the strength to lift his head. Is this what riding in a car feels like? It's utterly terrifying, 100 times more fearsome than those monsters. After a considerable time, Fong Bai finally recovered and looked up to see Zhao Fei Wei already engaged in conversation with Old Li. They were acquainted. Fong Bai realized, with a sudden clarity, that this was why Zhao Fei Wei had proactively offered to bring him to the blacksmith shop. His instincts told him that this cool woman was not someone easy to get along with. As for Su Xiaotang accompanying him, it was purely out of boredom. Fong Bai, taking unsteady steps akin to a tipsy penguin, wobbled towards Old Li. "Old Li, I am leaving. May I settle my wages?" Old Li leisurely extracted a cigarette from his pack and placed it between his lips. "You boy, usually so unassuming. Yet you silently managed to get into 2A Guang Shengtang University? Come inside. I will settle your wages for you." "Sister Wei, Do you know that old fellow? Su Xiaotang's large eyes twinkled with curiosity. I do, Zhao Fei Wei replied with a slight nod. That old man used to guard the gate at Tiangong Fong. We met a few times. Oh, Su Xiaotang said, somewhat disappointed, as she had hoped for some reclusive master residing there. Inside the blacksmith shop, Old Li unlocked a cash box and withdrew several banknotes. You have worked for me for 13 days, at 30 nali a day. That totals 390 nali. Count them yourself. The additional 100 nali is my personal investment in you. It is inevitable that a person from the old state will encounter obstacles in the new world. Perhaps in the end, you will discover that staying in the old state is most suitable. However, venturing out is not without merit. The knowledge acquired in university must be embraced, as it provides a unique opportunity to access information freely, even in the new world. Old Li, with the cigarette clamped between his teeth, pulled out a piece of rag from the box and meticulously wrapped the money layer by layer, solemnly handing it to Fong Bai. With a knowing look, he cautioned, the woman outside is a gambler. If she asks to borrow money, do not lend it. There is no repayment. Fong Bai nodded repeatedly, feeling a twinge of reluctance in his heart. He had attempted to work in various places, and Old Li was the only one in Hong Chung willing to accept him. Although the duration was short and the wages modest for Fong Bai, this was the first time he felt accepted. The sentiment transcended the confines of time and money. As they exited the blacksmith shop, they caught sight of Zhao Fei Wei pressed against the wall, her ear closely adhering to its surface, resembling a cat eavesdropping. Her posture was intensely focused, so much so that she did not notice Fong Bai and Old Li's departure. Fong Bai paused for a moment, murmuring softly, that position is quite professional. Old Li was well aware of Zhao Fei Wei's little antics. All right, the wages are settled, and I even added an extra 100 nali. You two may leave now. Old Li settled into a chair outside the shop, taking slow, deliberate puffs from a cigarette. Chao Fei Wei cast a glance at Old Li, her tone tinged with a hint of reluctance. Old Li, do you truly intend to take that relic with you to the grave? Old Li waved his hand dismissively. My collection is long outdated, and, as I've mentioned before, I do not take on apprentices, so you might as well give up hope. Chao Fei Wei's gaze dimmed slightly, yet she feigned indifference. Indeed, it has become somewhat antiquated. If you wish to take it along, then by all means. Watching the car disappear into the distance, a sense of melancholy flickered in Old Li's eyes. On the return journey, Chao Fei Wei drove at breakneck speed, seemingly in defiance, as the roar of the engine echoed along the narrow road. Su Xiaotang exuberantly shouted, faster, even faster, yay! Meanwhile, Fong Bai gripped the handle beside him tightly, his complexion paler than before. I fear I may not survive to see the new era. Before long, the car halted by the roadside. As the doors swung open, Fong Bai promptly succumbed to nausea, stumbling a few steps before collapsing on the ground like a fish washed ashore. Are you all right? Su Xiaotang inquired, noticing Fong Bai's half-conscious state. She crouched down and poked his face. Junior, are you still alive? Yeah, Senior, why do I see two of you? Fong Bai murmured in a daze before heaving again. Su Xiaotang's scream pierced the air as she discovered an unidentifiable liquid on her shoe. Chao Fei Wei looked down at Fong Bai from above, her expression a mixture of curiosity and disbelief. Though I may have driven a tad too fast, I've never encountered someone who experiences motion sickness to such an extent. Could you possibly be the fabled mechanical pulse insulator? Mechanical pulse insulator? Su Xiaotang, who had been fuming moments ago, turned her head with immediate intrigue upon hearing the term. It is said that there exists such a physique. Anyone who comes into contact with anything mechanical would suffer severe motion sickness, even if it is a simple construct. This condition is referred to as a mechanical pulse insulator. Is there really such a physique? Su Xiaotang's eyes widened in astonishment. It's merely a legend. Who can ascertain its truth? Chao Fei Wei crossed her arms. If you're feeling better, you ought to be on your way. Fong Bai staggered unsteadily into K Street. Upon reaching the Beizai shop, Aunt Li was busy kneading dough, her hands dusted with flour. She looked up upon seeing Fong Bai. Xiao Bai, why haven't you come by these past few days? Fong Bai scratched his head. I've been rather occupied, Aunt Li. I'm here to bid you farewell. Aunt Li paused, wiping her hands, leaving. Where to? To the new era, Fong Bai replied with a hint of pride. I've been accepted into a university there. Aunt Li's eyes widened, and then her face broke into a smile filled with wrinkles. Oh my, Xiao Bai has made something of himself. The new era is a wonderful place. I hear they have machines that do all the cooking. Fong Bai's eyes also widened in surprise. Is that so? Aunt Lee retrieved several steaming baizai from a steamer and placed them in a Fong Bai's hands. Take these for the journey. Don't let yourself go hungry. And here, take this money as well. Things are expensive in the new era, so spend wisely. Stunned, Fong Bai clutched the baizai, Yu Xiao, and Kai Bing, his pockets bulging with various denominations of currency. Finally, he arrived at the last stall. Aunt Gu, selling cabbage, was busy peeling away the wilted leaves. Her daughter, around 10 years old and sporting twin buns, assisted nearby. Upon noticing the shadow on the ground, the girl curiously looked up, meeting Fong Bai's gaze. The disheveled hair and the grimy face lingered in her memory. Mother, a beggar has arrived. She tugged at the side of Aunt E, who paused her task and turned to Fong Bai. Ah, Xiao Bai has come. Why do you have so many things in your hands? Have you had a bountiful harvest today? Fong Bai smiled faintly. It's from the neighbors, Aunt E. I must take my leave and bid you farewell. Aunt E was taken aback. Her question almost identical. Leave? Where are you going? To Xinxi. I have been accepted into the university there, Fong Bai replied, almost echoing the same sentiment. Aunt E clapped her thighs. Xinxi? That is indeed an extraordinary place. She selected a few of the freshest cabbages from her stall and, seeing that Fong Bai could not carry much more, pulled out several crumpled bills from her worn cloth pouch, stuffing them into Fong Bai's already bulging pocket. I am just a humble vegetable seller and have little to give you. Take this as your travel fare. If you find it difficult in Xinxi, you can always return. All right, Fong Bai nodded gently and suddenly inquired, Aunt E, do you know Fong Dazu? Who is Fong Dazu? Aunt E asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Fong Bai stood frozen in place, casting his gaze downwards at a shadow. It appeared darker than others, as if thick ink had been splashed upon the ground, a depth that stirred unease within him. It's nothing, just a casual inquiry. I shall take my leave now. Fong Bai forced a smile. No matter what happens in the future, remember to come back and visit, Annie advised. All right, look at Xiao Bai, accepted into the university at Xinxi. How promising. You should study hard as well, striving to be like your brother Fong Bai. Mother, just a few days ago, you told me not to emulate him. How quickly you change your tune. However, the university at Xinxi sounds quite impressive. Did I say that? Chapter 12. Fong Bai's heartfelt affection across the vast, desolate expanse of the desert. Dust swirled through the air. A white sedan raced across this barren land, at times gliding gracefully, at others making sharp turns, the tires kicking up clouds of dust that soared several meters into the air. Suddenly, a head popped out of the car window, battling the wind, hair tousled wildly. Fong Bai's complexion was as pale as parchment, with white foam lingering at the corners of his mouth. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but before he could utter a sound, he retched, expelling a stream of white foam that danced away in the breeze. Are you all right, Junior? Su Xiaotang's voice rang from inside the car, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Fong Bai weakly waved his hand, his voice faint as the buzz of a mosquito. How much longer until we reach Xinxi? Not too far yet. When the sun had completely set, the white car halted beside an oasis. In stark contrast to the surrounding desert, this place was vibrant with life. The water in the lake was crystal clear, and several antelopes leisurely drank from its edge, occasionally lifting their heads to scan the area with caution. On the grassy bank, a bonfire had been lit, the flames dancing and casting flickering light upon the faces of those gathered. Fong Bai lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, like a salted fish that had been drained of life. Beside the bonfire, Lin Mo skillfully turned the grilled fish, the aroma wafting enticingly. Here, after such a long journey. You must be starving. Su Xiaoting cheerfully offered a grilled fish to Fong Bai. Uncle Lin's culinary skills are truly exceptional. You are in for a treat. The rich aroma finally dissipated Fong Bai's dizziness. Instinctively, he grasped the wooden skewer and unsteadily sat up, asking, "Where are we?" His memories of the journey were scant, limited to merely boarding and alighting from a vehicle. Throughout the ride, he had been devoid of consciousness, as if his brain had crashed into a void of darkness. Are you feeling better? Lin Mo waved at Fong Bai. Although it was summer, the desert night was still quite chilly. Come over to warm yourself by the fire. Fong Bai's steps were unsteady, resembling a lifeless zombie as he slowly made his way to the campfire. Lin Mo scrutinized him closely and, stroking his chin, remarked, "In your condition, I have never encountered anything like it. It may not merely be motion sickness. Once we reach the school, we must investigate further. He was a device phobic, unable to touch machinery. Su Xiaodang took a bite of the grilled fish, flaunting her newly acquired knowledge. Ahem, Chao Fiwei coughed lightly. The probability of this is exceedingly small. Su Xiaodang looked at Chao Fiwei with suspicion. Is that so? After a span of several minutes, Fong Bai began to recover. He quickly finished the grilled fish in his hand, nearly swallowing the skewer whole. Although he wasn't fully satiated, he felt too embarrassed to ask for more. The last thing he wanted was for these individuals to resent his appetite and abandon him along the way, which could very well lead to his demise. Despite their seemingly amiable demeanor, Fong Bai was acutely aware that he remained an outsider. With something in his stomach, Fong Bai gradually regained his energy and began to observe his surroundings. Amidst the desolate mountains and wilderness, the cold wind mingled with the roars of wild beasts, creating a cacophony. Let us set up the tent. Aside from the driver, everyone will take turns keeping watch, Lin Mo said, glancing at Fong Bai. If anything unexpected occurs, just shout. What kind of unexpected events? Fong Bai asked nervously. The nights in the old state wilderness are fraught with pollution, not to mention the ferocious beasts. You can tell from the roars nearby that this is not a benign area, Lin Mo reassured him, patting Fong Bai on the shoulder. However, there is no need for excessive worry. There are no formidable creatures around here. With that, Lin Mo retrieved a silver-gray box from the trunk and pressed a button on the side. The box unfolded with a loud pop. The thick silver box gradually transformed into a sturdy villa. The outer walls were as hard as iron. Lung Shuang, please set up the defensive runes. Everyone else, come inside, Lin Mo called, opening the large door. How marvelous! What is the principle behind this? Fong Bai exclaimed, his face filled with curiosity. What is so marvelous about it? It simply utilizes the retractable properties of ultra-thin fiber materials. Although these walls appear metallic, they are, in fact, filled with air. The furniture, too, is a perfect replica, though its hardness and softness are slightly lacking. Su Xiaodang yawned, finally feeling ready to sleep. First, let us determine the route, arrange the watch schedule, and discuss some precautions. Lin Mo had, at some point, drawn a map in the air with that wondrous pen. You just need to confirm it. Su Xiaodang yawned again. I need to take a shower first, then sleep. Just then, Lung Shuang walked in from outside. Behavioral laxity, deduct 1 point. Huh. Su Xiaodang immediately displayed a pitiable expression, skillfully sliding to embrace Lung Shuang's leg. I realize my mistake, Sister Lung. As a member of the team, it is crucial for everyone to understand the path that lies ahead. Lung Shuang turned to Su Xiaodang and said, You will take the first watch tonight. Oh. Su Xiaodang responded with a sorrowful countenance, sitting beside the table, feeling utterly disenchanted. Lin Mo chuckled. To become a sword bearer, these are fundamental basics. Are you already feeling exhausted? Who said that? I'm not tired at all, Su Xiaodang retorted listlessly. We are currently at the border of Lingxinghu. We anticipate crossing into Ankeazhu tomorrow, where we will need to spend the night outdoors. Our route will be a straight line, without detours. The day after tomorrow, we will complete our resupply in Keahai City, the main city of Ankeazhu, and then proceed north to Shiwichen. Is there any descent? Lin Mo surveyed the group. Fong Bai, Su Xiaodang, and Chao Fiwei remained silent. Only Lung Shuang maintained a serious demeanor, indicating no objections. All right, the order for the watches is as follows. Su Xiaodang, Fong Bai, myself, and Lung Shuang, with each person taking 2 hours. Meeting adjourned. After assigning the watch duties, Lin Mo turned to Fong Bai. Fong Bai, come with me. I will show you to your room. Fong Bai followed Lin Mo through the living room to a door at the far eastern end. This is yours. You will be able to see the sunrise in the morning. Lin Mo opened the door, which creaked softly on its hinges. The room was not large, but was arranged with great warmth. A single bed was placed against the wall, adorned with beige sheets that appeared soft and inviting. Opposite the bed stood a wooden wardrobe, its doors intricately carved with simple, geometric patterns. A small desk was positioned by the window. This is your room. It is best not to store hard objects in the wardrobe, as they may be crushed during compression. Get to bed early. Su Xiaodang will call you for the shift change shortly. Lin Mo seemed to recall something and added solemnly, If you need to relieve yourself, go outside. There is no bathroom inside, nor is there a way to bathe. If you wish to bathe, ask Su Xiaodang. She has her methods. Fong Bai nodded repeatedly, unperturbed by the bathing situation, as he typically bathed whenever it rained. After Lin and Mo left, he closed the door behind Fong Bai. Lying in the soft bed, Fong Bai pondered, finding sleep elusive. His mind was in a state of extreme exhilaration. Half an hour passed without the slightest hint of drowsiness. He quietly opened the door and stepped outside, yet saw no sign of Su Xiaodang. "What are you looking for?" A voice suddenly broke the silence. Fong Bai looked up to find a small rooftop atop the house. Su Xiaodang stood there quietly, her hands gently resting on the railing, her pale pink dress fluttering softly in the night breeze. Just as Fong Bai was about to speak, Su Xiaodang interrupted with sudden insight. "I understand now. You are here to relieve yourself, aren't you? Don't worry. You can go beside me. I want tea peek. That can wait for later. The main issue is that I cannot sleep. May I learn secret construction from you?" Fong Bai articulated his true intention, his eyes shimmering with unabashed fervor. He had long been captivated by that extraordinary power. Just as I found myself feeling rather bored, he beckoned me to join him. Su Xiaotang's large eyes twirled twice, as if she had conceived an amusing idea, and waved at Fong Bai, instructing him that the stairs were inside, straight ahead, and then to the left. Chapter 13. The Matrix. Fong Bai ascended to the rooftop, where the night breeze greeted him, carrying a hint of chill. Su Xiaotang stood there, leaning against the railing, presenting only her back to Fong Bai. Clearing her throat, she turned around, a mischievous smile dancing on her face. "Fong Bai, do you truly wish to learn the art of secret constructs?" "Yes, indeed." Fong Bai nodded fervently, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Feigning seriousness, Su Xiaotang clasped her hands behind her back. "Although you are about to attend Shangtang University and will inevitably encounter this knowledge in due course, my teaching it to you in advance holds an entirely different significance. Do you understand?" "I understand," Fong Bai affirmed once more. "Therefore, I cannot teach you so easily." Su Xiaotang shook her head with an air of pretentious wisdom. As Uncle Lin would say, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Unless she deliberately elongated her words, her eyes darting about as if plotting something mischievous. "What do I need your money for?" Su Xiaotang replied disdainfully, waving her hand dismissively. "Unless, of course, you can call me Teacher Su or Teacher Xiaotang." She paused for a moment before adding, "But only during class. Otherwise, you can still refer to me as Senior Sister. What do you think?" Fong Bai blinked, promptly stowing the money back into his pocket, and without hesitation replied, "All right. Teacher Xiaotang." "Very well. Let us commence our first lesson." Su Xiaotang clasped her hands behind her back and circled around Fong Bai. "You sit on the ground, and imagine that this is the classroom, and I am the teacher." "Understood." Fong Bai obediently sat on the ground, his back straight. "Now, we shall begin the lesson. What should you say?" Su Xiaotang slightly lifted her chin. Fong Bai blinked again, his mind racing as he quickly grasped the young lady's expectations. He cleared his throat and earnestly stated, "Greetings, Teacher Xiaotang." This moment, for him, marked the opening of a new world. Yet it was merely perceived by the young woman before him as a playful teacher-student interaction. He struggled to suppress the deep longing within, a fervent desire to acquire knowledge. He yearned to enter that entirely new realm. Under the moonlight, shadows trembled incessantly, as if they too were stifling something. For our first lesson, let us discuss what secret constructs entails. Su Xiaotang paced around Fong Bai. Secret constructs, also known as the 9 Great Gates, encompasses sacred marks, matrix, alchemy, cartography, symphony, melting, deconstruction, stamping, and mechanical pulse. Every discipline is profoundly intricate, and it is exceedingly rare for an ordinary individual to master even one throughout their lifetime. In university, aside from talent and end of echo, Miganyu stands as one of the most significant courses. At this juncture, Su Xiaotang chuckled lightly, stating, "I only possess knowledge in 2 branches of Miganyu, namely Shingen and Jan. Shingen necessitates various materials for practical exercises, which are certainly unattainable in this desolate wilderness. Thus, I can only impart knowledge of Jan. In truth, my understanding of Jan is still in its infancy, but I assure you it will suffice." Su Xiaotang raised her head with a hint of pride. Jun is also referred to as matrix magic. Unlike the equivalent exchange of alchemy, the sole exchange for Jin is one's mental energy. I am familiar with 2 foundational matrices, namely Fireball and Lightness. Which one would you like to learn? Fong Bai licked his lips, desiring to learn both, yet he could only select one. Su Xiaotang raised an eyebrow, Although both are foundational matrices, they are not as simple as one might presume. Fong Bai pondered deeply. Fireball reminded him of the scene where a glowing orb released by a missionary caused an explosion. It likely bore similar abilities. Lightness, on the other hand, would lighten his body, potentially enabling him to run faster and jump higher. He was already able to jump higher than the average person. If he were to learn lightness, would he not be able to soar into the air? Most importantly, after enduring torment from various monsters recently, Fong by now believed that the ability to escape was paramount for survival. Thus, he decided, I choose lightness. Indeed, lightness is a quintessential enhancement matrix, and your insight is commendable. It was also my first choice, Su Xiaotang remarked, casting a discerning glance at Fong Bai. Before delving into the study of matrices, you must memorize this definition, as it is of utmost importance. Su Xiaotang clasped her hands behind her back and gazed up at the luminous moon, presenting Fong Bai with her silhouette. Jiahan is not merely a network of levitation and geometric light patterns. It is the result of intelligent life, reverse engineering the underlying codes of the universe through mental energy. It is a tool of transdimensional interference that elevates discrete spiritual will to a continuous field of regularity. Its essence can be summarized as a model that reconstructs objective laws through subjective cognition, creating temporary agreements within localized space-time through the resonance of mental energy. She turned to Fong Bai, who was contemplating the profundity of knowledge. Noticing her gaze, he returned a look of confusion, questioning the abrupt interruption. What is it? He wondered. How should I know? Wait a moment, Su Xiaotang said, appearing somewhat flustered. She hurried down the stairs and soon returned, clutching a pale pink notebook. Ahem. The previous definition was indeed rather obscure and difficult to comprehend. I too have forgotten some details, but fret not, for I possess my notes. She proudly raised the notebook. Fong Bai's attention was immediately drawn to it. His eyes sparkled with eagerness. Within its pages lay the essence of knowledge, and he wished he could peruse its contents. Thus, she continued, it is a tool that transforms discrete spiritual will into a continuous regular field. Its nature can be encapsulated as a model reconstructing objective laws through subjective cognition, creating temporary agreements through the resonance of mental energy within localized spacetime. This is the definition of a matrix, and it is imperative that you memorize it. Repeat it with me several times. If you find it difficult to remember, I shall procure a notebook for you tomorrow. May I take a glance at that notebook? Fong Bai inquired tentatively. What for? Su Xiaotang replied, clutching the notebook possessively, a look of wariness on her face. I could memorize it after just a few glimpses. Fong Bai asserted. Absolutely not. Su Xiaotang rejected him without a moment's hesitation, as if the notebook contained profound secrets. Glancing at it and reading it are nearly equivalent. Repeat after me, one phrase at a time. Very well. In truth, I have already committed it to memory. What comes next? Su Xiaotang gazed at Fong Bai with a skeptical expression, clearly unconvinced. Try reciting it. The term matrix transcends mere suspended networks and geometric light patterns. It is the product of sentient beings utilizing psychic energy to reverse engineer the fundamental codes of the universe. It serves as a hyperdimensional interference tool that elevates discrete spiritual will into a continuous field of rules. Its essence can be encapsulated as a model that reconstructs objective laws through subjective cognition, creating temporary agreements within localized spacetime through the resonance of psychic energy. You have truly memorized it, word for word, Su Xiaotang exclaimed, her astonishment tinged with envy, wishing she could share a fraction of such remarkable memory. Can we commence formal learning now? Chapter 14. Psychic Energy. It is still premature for formal learning. Su Xiaotang sat cross-legged on the ground, mimicking someone, shaking her head as she spoke. After grasping the definition of the matrix, you must also learn to harness psychic energy. She paused for effect, then spoke gravely, stating that the 9 great secret constructs are inseparable from psychic energy. The disparity between genius and mediocrity ultimately lies in this very energy. Previously, you created a source of pollution, indicating that your psychic energy threshold has reached at least the level of distortion, approaching LV1. At this point, she sighed, noting that in terms of innate psychic thresholds, you are not significantly inferior to me, but alas, you hail from Jiuzhou. She shook her head, her youthful visage contorting into a look of envy towards the gifted. Fong Bai was momentarily taken aback and could not help but ask, But aren't people from Jiuzhou also able to study secret constructs? Indeed, but secret constructs will always remain supplementary. Once you arrive at school, you shall understand. Let's not dwell on this. Let us continue with the lesson. Fang Bai straightened his posture, swiftly entering a state of focus. The first step is to locate your psychic energy. Su Xiaotang clapped her hands on the ground. Your sitting posture is incorrect. You must sit, as I do. Fang Bai imitated her position, asking, is this correct? Su Xiaotang nodded, but then suddenly furrowed her brow, leaning closer to Fang Bai to take a whiff. She then recoiled in distaste, moving back a little. I could smell it even in the car. You ought to take a bath, you reek. Come to my room tomorrow night. Keep your distance from me. Su Xiaotang glared at him. Oh. Fang Bai obediently shifted back. Terms like sour and foul were commonplace for him. Indeed, they served as his protective coloration. Perhaps it was a habit formed since childhood. But he was not particularly fond of bathing, or rather, within his survival necessities, this was not deemed essential. All right, but do not stray too far. Su Xiaotang waved her hand, signaling him to halt. The two individuals ultimately sat across from each other at a distance of 3 meters. Su Xiaotang cleared her throat and began to guide, instructing, follow my words, close your eyes, and project your consciousness onto the surface of your skin, either on the back of your hand or your face. Imagine an invisible hand gently caressing that spot. Concentrate until you feel a tingling sensation on your skin. Fang Bai closed his eyes, his breathing gradually steadying. He envisioned the back of his hand and soon felt niche, as if an ethereal hand was indeed caressing him. As the sensation intensified, he realized he seemed to become that invisible hand. Images began to form in his mind, and it appeared as though the formless hand had sprouted countless eyes, able to observe its surroundings from every angle, leaving no blind spots. Fang Bai reveled in the experience, manipulating and controlling the movement with increasing proficiency. You must maintain your focus. Imagine an invisible hand, or it could be something else like tendrils. Whatever you conjure must be nimble. Su Xiaotang's voice resonated nearby. It was then that Fang Bai recalled Su Xiaotang's presence beside him. He attempted to guide the hand to her side, but when it surpassed a distance of 1 meter, the connection abruptly severed, and the hand slipped from his control. Nevertheless, it continued along the path he had set, flying straight towards Su Xiaotang. At that moment, Su Xiaotang, gazing intently at Fang Bai, suddenly noticed his breathing was remarkably rhythmic. Each exhalation released visible strands of light. How is this possible? Su Xiaotang exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Is this a form of manifestation? Almost immediately, she felt a sharp pain in her forehead, as if struck by a fist. Perceiving the mental disturbance, she touched her forehead, realizing something was amiss. Returning her gaze to Fang Bai, although incredulous, the reality was unmistakable. Fang Bai. Su Xiaotang stood up in a huff, hands on her hips as she approached him. Did you do this? What did I do? Fang Bai opened his eyes, a look of confusion on his face. Su Xiaotang regarded him skeptically. Have you discovered your mental power? Yes, Fang Bai nodded excitedly. However, it seems that hand cannot travel too far. It loses control beyond 1 meter. And I'm starting to feel a bit dizzy. No sooner had he spoken than his brain abruptly shut down, and he collapsed into Su Xiaotang's embrace. Startled, Su Xiaotang instinctively took a step back, and poor Fang Bai tumbled to the ground. Fang Bai, what has happened to you? Don't scare me. Su Xiaotang panicked, her petite frame lifting Fang Bai in a flurry as she rushed downstairs. Uncle Lin, come quickly, she shouted as she ran, her voice tinged with urgency. When Fang Bai next opened his eyes, he found himself seated in a vehicle, the scenery outside racing by. The desolate yellow sands shimmered under the sunlight. Where am I? Fang Bai blinked, his head still somewhat foggy. Turning his head, he noticed Lung Shuang seated to his right, the rigid armor causing him discomfort. To Lung Shuang's right sat Su Xiaotang, who was gazing out the window, chewing on a pen, occasionally jotting down a few words in her notebook with a spark of inspiration. Lin Mo sat in the front, leisurely polishing his firearm with a cloth. Hearing a sound, he turned his head and smiled. You are awake? How could I have fainted? Fang Bai exerted himself to recall the events preceding his unconsciousness. He had learned to harness his mental energy, and then there was nothing further. For him, this was not the first instance. Previously, when he had controlled the shadow, it was a similar sensation. Last night, you expended all your mental energy in one go. Mental energy is not meant to be used in such a manner. Lin Mo's tone held a hint of teasing, Yet he added, "But this is not entirely your fault. Primarily, it is due to teacher Xiao Tang's negligence." How was I to know he would progress so swiftly? Su Xiao Tang retorted indignantly. "We hadn't even reached that point yet." Lin Mo set down his firearm and patiently elucidated, "You manifested a hand using all your mental energy and then directly cast it away, resulting in mental exhaustion. Mental energy, for the brain, functions like oil for machinery, providing lubrication. Without it, the brain becomes dry, leading to operational stuttering and other issues. In such cases, the brain, for self-preservation, will forcibly enter a state of dormancy. Is that so?" Fong Bai nodded thoughtfully. "Thus, it follows that fainting while controlling the shadow was also due to the depletion of mental energy." Suddenly, Fong Bai felt a wave of discomfort surge through his body, his stomach roiling violently. He tapped on the car window, his expression one of distress. Chao Fei Wei, observing Fong Bai's reaction through the mirror, promptly rolled down the window beside him. "Ugh, ugh, ugh." Fong Bai leaned out of the window, retching uncontrollably. Lung Shuang maintained a stoic expression, but discreetly shifted away, fearing the repercussions. Su Xiao Tang appeared accustomed to the scene, jesting, "Why not try walking to Xianshe?" Fong Bai was beyond the capacity for speech, his mind a blank slate. Chapter 15. Meditation as the sun set. The silver box once more expanded, resembling a colossal inflatable fortress standing resolutely amidst the desert. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Fong Bai ventured into the wilderness to address personal matters. Upon his return, he felt refreshed, as though he had shed several pounds. Following Su Xiao Tang's instructions, Fong Bai arrived at her room. He pushed the door open directly, and a subtle fragrance wafted towards him. The room was imbued with a youthful charm. The pink walls were adorned with whimsical cartoon stickers, and a row of adorable dolls graced the cabinet, some clad in little dresses, others adorned with bows. A gigantic plush bear sat beside the bed, its round eyes seemingly welcoming him to Su Xiao Tang's sanctuary. Su Xiao Tang lay sprawled across the bed in a relaxed manner, arching an eyebrow. "Do you not know to knock before entering someone else's room?" Fong Bai stood frozen for a moment, and after 2 seconds, he regained his composure, closed the door, and knocked once more. "Come in." Su Xiao Tang's voice soon resonated cheerfully from within. This time, she greeted him with a bright smile. She opened the nearby cabinet, gesturing for Fong Bai to step inside. On the top of the cabinet rested an unfamiliar device to Fong Bai. "This is Lian Jing Gong Zao, an artifact crafted through alchemy with special functions. It will dispense water once infused with mental energy." Su Xiaotang elucidated that water would naturally evaporate after a period, advising against inquiring about the specific principles behind it, as she herself was unaware. She instructed to wait until the water had dried before opening the door, mentioning that the garments belonged to Uncle Lin. She then excused herself to keep watch, suggesting that once he had finished washing, he should seek her out to continue lessons. Fong Bai nodded absently, complying with her directives. Stepping into the cabinet, he first glanced at the uniquely shaped apparatus resembling a large spoon, adorned with numerous holes. He endeavored to channel his mental energy into it, and the holes promptly emitted water, the temperature being just right and not excessively taxing on his mental reserves. Given his stamina, he could easily wash for 2 hours without issue. It was truly astonishing. Fong Bai's eyes widened in awe as he marveled internally. However, considering that he needed to learn new knowledge soon, he did not wish to delay. He quickly disrobed and increased the water flow. As he washed, bubbles suddenly appeared on his skin, suggesting the water was mingled with other substances. Fong Bai felt increasingly intrigued, pondering how wonderful it would be if he possessed such a device. He silently contemplated this until the water in the cabinet had completely vanished before emerging. A set of somewhat oversized clothing lay upon the bed. Fong Bai hastily donned it and exited the room. In the living room, Lin Mo, Lung Shuang, and Chao Fei Wei were seated together, engaged in a hushed discussion. Upon hearing Fong Bai's movements, all three turned to look at him simultaneously. "Are you Fong Bai?" Lin Mo inquired, a hint of surprise evident behind his glasses. "Yes, what's the matter?" Fong Bai responded, somewhat puzzled, wondering if they no longer recognized him. "Nothing." Lin Mo replied with a smile. "Hurry along. Teacher Xiaodang is waiting for you upstairs." "What's up with this guy? He seems like a different person," Lin Mo remarked. Glancing at Lung Shuang, he indeed noticed a trace of concern in her eyes. This is an innate quality, if coupled with a hint of languor. Goodness knows how many romantic entanglements he will attract in the future, Chow Fei teased. Fong Bai, in his oversized robe, appeared somewhat comical as he wobbled up the stairs. On the rooftop, Su Xiaodang was meditating with her eyes closed, releasing fine strands of light from her mouth. Upon hearing footsteps, she opened her eyes. You've arrived? Today, I will teach you how to finally control your mental energy. You are Fong Bai. Her large eyes blinked in disbelief. Yes, Fong Bai nodded. Also perplexed that Su Xiaodang seemed not to recognize him. I will teach you the fundamentals of meditation. Sit like I do, Su Xiaodang instructed, shaking her head to dispel any distracting thoughts. How could a genius like her be swayed by appearances? Such concerns were but fleeting clouds. She continued to chant within her mind. All right, what is next? Fong Bai inquired. Next, close your eyes and relax. You manifested a hand yesterday, didn't you? Now, you must disperse your mental energy as finely as possible. Relax and empty your mind, envisioning yourself merging with your surroundings until you gradually lose perception of your body, entering a state of ethereal meditation. Proceed slowly. Su Xiaodang elaborated on the necessary considerations in one breath. Noticing that Fong Bai had already entered the desired state, he followed her instructions, closing his eyes, relaxing his body and mind, and dispersing his mental energy into discrete points. Gradually, he felt as though he had melded into the surrounding air, his body becoming weightless while his consciousness remained remarkably lucid. Is this mastery? Su Xiaotang gazed at the shimmering specks of colorful light floating beside Fong Bai, resembling twinkling stars, and felt a pang of discouragement. She understood that her guidance to Fong Bai was exceedingly rudimentary, for she herself was merely a novice. When she first mastered this step, she had the aid of equipment and the mentorship of esteemed teachers, spending nearly half a day to achieve it. Yet, she was still hailed as a genius by the school. With such talent, if only he were born in a new era, perhaps he could accomplish remarkable feats. Su Xiaotang's thoughts wandered, yet her eyes meticulously scrutinized Fong Bai. What manner of youth is this? A boy who ought to have learned indifference through suffering, yet possesses such a commendable mindset? She had always taken the initiative to care for Fong Bai, feeling a twinge of pity for him after hearing Uncle Lin recount his past life. She found him to be quite unfortunate. However, it seemed he required no one's sympathy. She sensed that this young man always knew what he desired. Everything else was of little consequence to him. Under the moonlight, the youth's delicate features were accentuated. To claim he was extraordinarily handsome would be an exaggeration, yet he exuded a certain charm that was pleasing to behold. When he was lively, he appeared somewhat silly and amusing, but when he fell silent, the world around him quieted as well. Time passed without her notice. Fong Bai opened his eyes, feeling invigorated. He was replenished. All the mental energy he had expended had returned to him. Su Xiaotang yawned, leaving behind 3 hefty tomes and a graceful silhouette. Peruse these books well tonight. If you grasp them, I shall begin teaching you tomorrow. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me then. I am off to sleep now, and the night watch shall be yours. Call for assistance if anything unusual arises. Chapter 16. Wounded adornments and holy marks. Fong Bai stared at the 3 substantial books piled on the ground. Each was thick, akin to a dictionary. He felt puzzled. Where had these books come from? Wouldn't they be crushed in that inflatable room? Unable to comprehend, Fong Bai chose to dismiss the thought and reach for the first book titled Introduction to Matrices. The cover depicted a complex geometric figure, resembling a labyrinth woven from countless lines. It bore the imprint of the Tianqing Lianbang Publishing House, designated as a standard university textbook. Upon turning to the second page, an elegant handwriting caught his eye. Su Xiaotang, Level 39, Secret Structure Studies, Matrix Class 1001. The script was neat, and one could almost envision Su Xiaotang's proud visage through the strokes. Fong Bai began to swiftly peruse the contents, never once flipping back. In just over an hour, he had navigated through the entirety of the 200 pages, most of which were adorned with simple geometric shapes and sparse analytical commentary. The book, Zhenalun, primarily documents the correct methods of illustrating matrices and the intricate patterns of light they project, alongside hundreds of mainstream geometric light pattern techniques. It delves into 2 principal applications of matrices. The first involves direct depiction, which not only requires immense mental fortitude, but also consumes considerable time. Even a matrix master cannot guarantee the perfection of each matrix crafted. The second method entails creating a yang wujian that can be stored within circuit. The advantage of this approach is the elimination of repetitive and time-consuming depictions, allowing for swift activation while conserving mental energy, although it occupies circuit space. The so-called circuit can be understood as a large container for mental energy, whereas the yang wujian serves as a smaller box housing the matrix. If we liken mental energy to water, placing the smaller box within the larger one will inevitably cause some water to overflow, signifying the occupation of the circuit. Moreover, as long as the smaller box remains within the larger one, the latter can never be completely filled. According to the text, prior to reaching a mental threshold of LV1, possessing 2 basic level yang wujian suffices, and exceeding 3 may lead to adverse effects from a shortage of mental energy. If one is simultaneously practicing other secret constructs, only a single yang wujian should be illustrated, as most of these constructs require circuit space. Additionally, the practice of secret constructs demands a substantial and repetitive expenditure of mental energy, where the remaining space in the circuit influences the pace of practice. Though the book is filled with theoretical concepts, Fong Bai finds himself utterly captivated, completely immersed in the intricate formulas and patterns, to the extent that he fails to notice someone standing behind him. Can you truly comprehend all of this? Lin Mo's light voice suddenly emanates from behind, startling Fong Bai, causing the book in his hands to fly out. He fumbles to catch it and turns to see Lin Mo, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Lin Shu. He addresses Lin Mo for the first time, feeling slightly unfamiliar. I understand a little, but I'm still unsure of the purpose of these patterns, Fong Bai replies honestly. Understanding even a little is quite commendable, Lin Mo chuckles, patting him on the shoulder. Since you call me uncle, feel free to ask me anything you find confusing. I have some knowledge about matrices as well. He adds, of course, if you feel tired, you may return to sleep. I will keep watch. I'm not tired yet. Fong Bai shakes his head vigorously, his eyes sparkling as he looks at Lin Mo Shu. Are you stronger than Su Xiaodang? Isn't it obvious? I'm a tad stronger than her. Lin Mo replies with a gentle nod and a hint of a smile. What? Do you wish to change teachers? Fong Bai scratches his head and chuckles. You all can be my teachers. You little rascal, rather greedy, but that is indeed the right attitude towards knowledge. Lin Mo observes Fong Bai with a hint of approval in his eyes. Unfortunately, I cannot teach you much. Mastering what Su Xiaodang imparts will be sufficient for you to excel in school. Upon hearing this, Fong Bai did not feel disheartened. He pointed to the book he held close to his chest, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Uncle Lin, the book states that the essence of the 9 great secret constructs lies within mental power. However, a person's energy is finite, making it impossible to cultivate too many constructs simultaneously. Could you enlighten me on the differences between these constructs? Which one do you believe would suit me best? Lin Mo, observing Fong Bai's eyes filled with anticipation, smiled gently. You certainly know how to focus on the essentials. Very well, I shall give you a brief overview. He casually swept his coat aside and sat opposite Fong Bai, his tone as relaxed as if they were engaging in everyday conversation. This outfit doesn't quite fit you, coincidentally. We will be heading to Chaohai City for supplies tomorrow. I will buy you a well-fitting set then. Yes, Fong Bai nodded. I have money. He had managed to save a bit, and since delving into this profound knowledge, his obsession with wealth had somewhat diminished. If these individuals intended to purchase, then purchase he would, as long as it enabled him to acquire more knowledge. Fong Bai's immediate response left Lin Mo momentarily taken aback. He shook his head in resignation, then inquired, do you prefer direct combat, or do you lean towards logistics? Fong Bai found himself torn between combat and logistics, uncertain of his preference. Yet, his heart leaned toward battle. The vivid scenes from before had left a deep impression on him. If he were to choose logistics, would that mean he would lack those formidable abilities? Combat, Fong Bai declared resolutely. Lin Mo raised his gaze to the luminous moon above, his voice soft and soothing as he spoke. Among the 9 great secret constructs, those inclined towards combat include Shingen, Jin, Liangjin, and Siamai. Of these, Shingen are specialized in battle, while Liangjin and Siamai are more comprehensive in nature. You have already studied Jian. There are 2 applications akin to Jian colon. Shingen also comprises 2 categories, namely Shanghen Shingen and Shaipen Shingen. Shanghen Shingen involves the consumption of Shingen elixirs to create unique wounds on the body, which harbor latent Shingen power. Shaipen Shingen is the current mainstream form, crafted through secret methods that amalgamate various materials into portable accessories imbued with the ability to unleash Shingen powers. The predominance of Shaipen Shingen is not solely due to its ease of production. Fundamentally, it possesses commercial value, allowing for trade and gifting. The distinction between Shanghen Shingen and Shaipen Shingen lies in the fact that Shanghen Shingen incurs no wear and tear and requires no repair. By merely consuming the elixir, one can attain a near-permanent Shingen ability, whereas Shaipen Shingen necessitates regular maintenance and repair, and excessive use may lead to damage. Upon hearing this, Fong Bai appeared contemplative. If that is the case, I assent Shingen superior to Jahen. Wouldn't adorning oneself with numerous Shaipen Shingen grant a multitude of abilities? Lin Mo chuckled and shook his head. The valve slots within the loop will balance all of this. What are valve slots? You shall understand once you engrave your first Yangwu Jahen. Knowing too much at once will only muddle your thoughts. If you wish to learn about other constructs, focus on your studies at school. Everything you seek is there. It is advisable for you to first learn about Jahen, which has a low threshold and a high ceiling. It is the most widely utilized secret structure. The Shingen can indeed be purchased with money, although its practicality is comparable to that of Jahen. The number of individuals truly skilled in crafting Shingen is quite limited. The mass-produced Shingen from large corporations vary greatly in capability and are of decent quality. Most importantly, they're not excessively priced. In such an environment, who would spend a fortune acquiring materials to practice the creation of Shingen? Since you are not yet weary, please assist me in keeping watch. Lin Mo rose, straightening his garments, instructing that should any unusual occurrences arise, the surrounding engravings would alert him, and he should awaken us before the engravings are breached. Upon finishing his statement, he casually removed his golden-rimmed glasses, gently rubbed the bridge of his nose, folded the glasses, and placed them into the pocket of his chest. He then departed, waving his hand as he turned towards the staircase. After Lin Mo's exit, Fong Bai picked up the second volume of Jing Shun Li Xiejin Yuan Li and began to peruse it. This tome discusses how to resonate with different energies using mental power, as well as methods for material resonance. After flipping through several pages, Fong Bai quickly became engrossed in the content. Chapter 17. Arrival at Chao Haicheng. What brings you here? Where is Lin Mo? A chilling voice pulled Fong Bai from the sea of knowledge. He lifted his gaze to meet the icy stare of Lung Shuang, which sent a shiver down his spine. Lin Shu has gone to sleep. I am not tired and am reading while keeping watch, Fong Bai replied earnestly, a hint of caution in his tone. Lung Shuang's gaze fell upon the book in his hands, her brow slightly raised. Su Xiaotang's textbook? Yes, Fong Bai nodded gently. Suddenly, he felt a wave of cold wash over him, and he sniffled, drawing back the runny nose. When he looked up again, he found Lung Shuang seated across from him. It felt as if an insurmountable iceberg had suddenly settled before him, further plummeting the already chilly atmosphere. Lung Shuang scrutinized Fong Bai for a prolonged moment, making him increasingly uncomfortable. Is there anything you do not understand about the content in the book? Upon hearing this question, Fong Bai immediately perked up. I'm still unclear about resonance and resonance. Without responding, Lung Shuang extended her hand, slowly manifesting a translucent ice sword in her palm. She spoke in a calm manner. If this were merely an ordinary ice sword, imbuing it with mental power to increase its force and sharpness would constitute the simplest form of material resonance. Subsequently, a faint blue glow enveloped the ice sword as she continued. If an ice attribute energy is also attached to the ice sword, and mental power adheres to this energy, resonance will occur. This is the most basic form of energy resonance. Fong Bai could not resist reaching out to touch the ice sword, but before he could, a mere glance from Lung Shuang made him withdraw. Lung Shuang retracted the ice sword and turned her attention back to the book in Fong Bai's hands. Resonance is quite simple. You could even practice by picking up a stone from the ground. However, to comprehend resonance fully, one must genuinely master Jahen before attempting. Fong Bai pondered thoughtfully. Thank you, Sister Lung Shuang. She acknowledged with a slight nod, rising to her feet. If there are no further questions, I shall retire for the night. You may keep watch. After finishing her words, without waiting for Fong Bai to continue speaking, she swiftly turned and descended the stairs. Once Lung Shuang left, Fong Bai exhaled in relief, feeling the temperature around him gradually rise again. Setting aside the book in his hands, he picked up the third volume. Chao Wei Ji Hida Shi Er Chong Lu, flipping through its pages as he continued to immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge. This book primarily discusses how to depict the theory of higher dimensional geometry through mental prowess, constructing matrix structures that transcend three-dimensional space. The ordinary world comprises merely three dimensions. Yet the mind operates in a higher dimension. Theoretically, the limits of imagination equate to the limits of mental power. Night gradually faded away. What a delightful sleep. Su Xiaotang rubbed her eyes, peering from the stairway with a drowsy expression. Fong Bai, have you not slept all night? Hearing her voice, Fong Bai returned to reality from his sea of books. He too rubbed his slightly sore eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Is it dawn? I've finished reading. Here are your books. He stacked the 3 volumes and handed them to Su Xiaotang, watching as she tucked them into a small pocket on her skirt. How did you fit them in there? Fong Bai couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. This is a treasure pouch. Su Xiaotang proudly revealed a gray cloth bag from her pocket, shaking it to show its small space for storing various items. Such a tiny pouch can hold such a large book. He secretly resolved to acquire one of those pouches in the future. Fong Bai followed Su Xiaotang down the stairs, and as they reached the living room, Long Shuang handed him a cup made of condensed ice, filled halfway with water. Without a moment's thought, he took it and drank. Blurg, it's a bit salty. That mouthwash. Long Shuang reclaimed the cup and casually crushed it into ice shards. Oh, Fong Bai didn't mind. After all, mouthwash was not undrinkable, and he had long since grown accustomed to various peculiar flavors. At that moment, the furnishings in the room began to deflate, resembling balloons from which the air had been extracted. Lin Mo's voice came from outside. If you don't want to get caught, hurry up and come out. Fong Bai quickly dashed out of the house, with Su Xiaotang and Long Shuang leisurely trailing behind. Just as they stepped outside, the inflatable villa behind them let out a soft pop, collapsing into a piece of fabric before completely retracting into a silver box. The car roared forward through the desert. Fong Bai, as usual, leaned his head out the window, but this time he did not vomit. Rather, he fell into a deep slumber, his head bobbing with the car's bumps. Su Xiaotang, feeling bored, scribbled notes, while Lin Mo and Long Shuang each stared blankly. The only person serious in the car was the driver, Chao Fei Wei. Sunlight poured over the arid landscape, casting the car's shadow long across the yellow sand. In the distance, an ancient city stood lonely at the edge of the desert. The city walls were weathered, the earthy bricks worn smooth by the winds and sands, yet they stood defiantly. Lin Mo glanced at the mechanical pocket watch on his wrist. It was later than expected. They would rest in the city tonight. Hooray! Finally no more night watch. Su Xiaotang exclaimed joyfully. I can finally get a good night's sleep. Chapter 18. Circuit Overload, Evening. Following the crowd in the procurement of supplies, Fong Bai found himself utterly exhausted. They located a high-end inn in the city, securing 5 rooms, each equipped with private bathrooms. His insatiable thirst for knowledge in the realm of Miganyu had rendered him oblivious to the external experiences of luxury and indulgence. In his previous self, he would have marveled at the opulence of the inn and savored the deliciousness of dinner. However, at present, every morsel tasted bland, his mind solely preoccupied with the pursuit of wisdom. To those around him, he appeared somewhat absent-minded, as if bewitched by an unseen force. He waited anxiously for nightfall, yearning for the opportunity that lay ahead. Standing at the threshold of Su Xiaotang's room, Fong Bai trembled with excitement. Finally, the evening had arrived. He inhaled deeply, pushed the door open, and closed it behind him. Yet, in that very moment of turning around, he found himself staring into Su Xiaotang's astonished eyes. Dressed in a delicate nightgown adorned with charming little rabbits, droplets of water clung to her hair. She clutched a plush toy of indeterminate origin tightly, pressing her lips against its soft face. Before Fong Bai could explain himself, he was ensnared by slender strands of light, immobilizing him. What do you intend to do? Su Xiaotang's voice trembled with a mix of confusion and indignation. I came to study Jahan. Fong Bai struggled briefly, but realized he was utterly restrained, resigning himself to a reluctant explanation. Knock, knock. Do you not know how to knock? Su Xiaotang fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. With a gentle tug, the door behind Fong Bai swung open, and he was lifted by an invisible force, slowly floating out into the corridor, ultimately landing with a thud on the carpeted floor. After a considerable pause, The door opened once more, and Fong Bai was drawn back inside. By then, Su Xiaodang had changed into a new dress, adorned with glimmering sequins that sparkled like stars in the night sky. Sitting at the edge of her bed with her arms crossed, she gazed at Fong Bai, her expression tinged with exasperation. "Have you finished reading the books I showed you yesterday?" she inquired. "Yes," Fong Bai nodded. "Did you comprehend everything?" "Almost," he affirmed with another nod. "Very well. Today you may commence the true depiction of Jian. Regardless of how swiftly you grasp the theory, mastering the practical application requires countless repetitions to accurately render a matrix. You will sit there while I teach you to depict Kingshan, but I can only instruct you for an hour. I need to retire early tonight. Do you understand?" "I understand." Fong Bai nodded eagerly, his eyes brimming with excitement, akin to a wolf that had gone 3 days without food finally encountering meat. "Since you grasp the content of those 3 books, I shall not teach you the drawing methods. Instead, I will directly illustrate the structural layers, and if you can keep pace, replicate my work." Su Xiaodang rose, and a faint glow emanated from beneath her feet. She began her explanation. "Imagine your mental energy as a pen, and envision yourself as a point within a higher dimensional coordinate system, defining positive and negative aspects in multiple dimensions with the ground as the boundary. A standard matrix typically comprises 7 principal layers: the core light pattern layer, the circuit connection layer, the light pattern connection layer, the elemental node layer, the spatial node layer, the stabilization layer, and the activation layer. Every facet of the foundational matrix is remarkably simple. Observe as I illustrate it. Do not merely gaze, but perceive it through the lens of meditation." The core light pattern layer manifests beneath Su Xiaotang's feet, revealing a simplistic geometric design of a hexagram. The circuit connection layer is adorned with strands of faint golden energy that spiral outward from the core layer. In the light pattern connection layer, a sudden eruption of white luminescence occurs at the junction of the first 2 layers, continuously generating more intricate geometric light patterns. The elemental node layer sees all lines enveloped in a hue of aquamarine, symbolizing the attribute of wind. In the spatial node layer, light patterns emanate from the circuit connection layer, traversing surreal dimensions to connect with Su Xiaodang. The stabilization layer gives the entire matrix a semblance of life, with the aquamarine wind energy flowing gently upon it. The activation layer reveals an additional miniature matrix atop the already formed one. "Lightness," Su Xiaodang whispers to herself, and in the next moment, the matrix dissipates, enveloping her in a thin shroud of azure energy. I have dissected this step by step for clarity. In reality, even a temporary sketch would be accomplished much more swiftly. This meticulous breakdown is exhausting, consuming mental energy equivalent to more than 10 times the usual use of lightness. Su Xiaodang retracts the light patterns and gazes at Fong Bai, explaining that the matrix pertains to higher dimensional space, rendering it impossible to depict on paper. Therefore, should you wish to learn, you must rely on my repeated demonstrations. I believe an hour is somewhat conservative, as I can manage to show you at most 20 times. How splendid it would be if we had a memory crystal." "Fong Bai." Su Xiaodang suddenly notices Fong Bai's gaze has turned somewhat vacant. Frowning, she leans closer to his ear and suddenly exclaims, "Fong Bai." He jolts awake, as if roused from a dream. "Huh? What happened?" "Do not lose focus." Su Xiaodang, hands on her hips, declares indignantly, "I will demonstrate for you a second time. Pay close attention. No need for another demonstration. I've already memorized it." Fong Bai rubs his ears. "Memorized it? Really? How can that even be?" Su Xiaodang expresses skepticism. "Then show me your drawing." Fong Bai nods and closes his eyes. Su Xiaodang perceives that familiar resonance and is instantly astonished, swiftly shifting to a meditative perspective to observe beneath Fong Bai's feet. There, she sees a simple hexagram geometric design materializing on the ground, as light patterns swirl and intertwine upward. "You truly remembered?" Su Xiaodang murmurs. However, in the next instant, a sharp crack reverberates through the air, reminiscent of something shattering. Fong Bai's nose begins to bleed profusely, and no matter what he does, he cannot stem the flow. Is this a circuit overload? Su Xiaodang gasps, yet before she can react, Fong Bai's vision darkens, and he collapses to the ground, unconscious. In a flurry of panic, Su Xiaodang supports him, muttering to herself. He really remembered. How could this be? Even the most formidable memory should not be able to retain a matrix all at once. Was he a memory crystal in his past life? No, Could it be that he has transformed into a sentient memory crystal? Ultimately, Su Xiaodang attributes the entire incident to her own limited understanding. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. Growing up in Juzhu, no matter how quickly one learns, it is of little consequence. Su Xiaodang effortlessly dragged Fong Bai back to his room, tossing him onto the bed as one might discard a sack. She let out a long sigh, whispering, "Rest well. At last, I can enjoy a good night's sleep." With that, she gently closed the door and stepped lightly toward her own chamber. Chapter 19. Breaking the threshold the following day, the group set out once more. Suddenly, the sky darkened. They traversed the desolate terrain, entering beneath an expansive canopy of ominous clouds. The surrounding foliage gradually thickened, enormous mushrooms unfurling like parasols, their trunks entwined with luminescent vines, interspersed with flowers that occasionally emitted colorful smoke. As dusk approached, Zhao Fiwei halted the vehicle beneath a colossal mushroom. Its umbrella-shaped cap towered 3 stories high, its stalk adorned with glowing speckles, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. The group gathered around the campfire, consuming their rations. "Observe these 2 cups of water." Lin Mo gestured to the 2 ice-forged chalices in Fong Bai's hands. He tilted the one in his left hand, slowly pouring the water onto the ground. Then, he inverted the cup in his right hand, causing the water to splash audibly onto the earth. The return circuit resembles these 2 cups. You merely need to tilt the cup to channel your mental energy without turning it over completely, Lin Mo elucidated. Doing so could result in 2 adverse outcomes. First, the matrix will be unable to withstand the resonance of such mental energy, leading to overload. Second, the mental energy within the circuit could be entirely depleted, forcing the brain into involuntary slumber. He turned to Fong Bai. "According to Su Xiaodang, it appears you triggered both negative effects simultaneously." Fong Bai was savoring a piece of dry jerky, relishing its flavor. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, he nodded in understanding. "I heard from Xiaodang that you only needed to see her demonstrate lightness once to remember it." Lin Mo adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a flicker of intrigue passing through his gaze. "Indeed," Fong Bai affirmed, "I have a good memory." Lin Mo smiled gently, though his tone carried a deeper significance. "In the future, even if you can effortlessly recall knowledge at school, refrain from speaking it too readily, understood?" "Why?" Fong Bai inquired, puzzled. "Because it may render you seem out of place." Lin Mo replied with a wink. "Do you not wish to have friends?" "Friends?" Fong Bai pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly. "I do." "Then simply follow my advice," Lin Mo said, patting his shoulder. "Learn to conceal your brilliance. At the very least, do not surpass those around you by too great a margin, or your path may become arduous." His words resonated with a profound undertone. Fong Bai felt little impact from this exchange, yet Su Xiaotang's eating slowed as a shadow flickered across her eyes. Such talent, confined to Juzhu. Perhaps this was heaven's notion of fairness. Lin Mo chuckled. "How you proceed is your own choice. There is merit in being a bit conspicuous at your age." Zhao Fiwei shot Lin Mo a teasing glance. "If only you had this mindset back in the day, you might not have ended up as an investigator." "And what's wrong with being an investigator?" Lin Mo shrugged. "I prefer engaging with the unknown. It's far less taxing than dealing with people." After everyone had their fill and quenched their thirst, they retired to the villa for some rest. Fong Bai volunteered to keep watch, claiming he could sleep during the day. Naturally, the others were quite agreeable to this arrangement. In truth, this so-called night watch was merely an additional precaution. They had already taken ample defensive measures. On the rooftop, where the cold wind swept through, Fong Bai stood by the railing, gazing at the scenery below. The sky over in Chaozhou was unlike that of Lingxingzhu. Instead of stars and the moon, vibrant ribbons of color floated serenely across the night sky. The distant mushroom forest appeared particularly enchanting in the glow of these ribbons. Captivated, Fong Bai was filled with awe at the vastness of the world. Taking a deep breath, he focused his attention, murmuring to himself, "The core light pattern layer, the circuit connection layer, the light pattern connection layer, the elemental node layer, the spatial node layer, the stabilization layer, and the activation layer." This time, Fong Bai meticulously controlled each segment of the light patterns, ensuring that their thickness, size, and various specifications remained consistent with those etched by Su Xiaodang. Every stroke was precise, as if measured with a ruler. It was accomplished. Fong Bai could sense a resonance from his mental energy. The matrix had perfectly closed. forming a magnificent and flawless hyperdimensional cube. Yet, he was perplexed by the lack of effect. Maintaining the matrix required the consumption of mental energy. Although this expenditure was not excessive, it was not a sustainable situation. He carefully recalled the process by which Su Xiaotang had unleashed the matrix and suddenly spoke the incantation. Qing Shun. Instantly, the seventh layer, known as the activation layer, of the miniature matrix illuminated rapidly. In the next moment, a turquoise light enveloped Fong Bai's entire being, and he felt his body become as light as a feather, as if a gust of wind could carry him away. Was this the essence of Qing Shun? With excitement, Fong Bai wiggled his feet and discovered he felt as if he were walking on cotton, buoyant and airy. He attempted a jump and soared nearly 2 meters high. It felt as though he might take flight. Unable to contain his laughter, Fong Bai leapt from the second floor, landing with barely a sound. Then, using the wall for leverage, he effortlessly bounded back up to the second floor, his movements as fluid as those of a nimble cat. Ha ha ha! Fong Bai reveled in the exhilaration, akin to a child with a newly acquired toy. He frolicked around the villa, leaping from the roof and dashing along the walls. However, he soon felt a slight headache. Realizing that his mental energy might be waning, he swiftly dispelled the matrix beneath his feet. The turquoise light gradually faded, and his body returned to its normal weight. The duration had been somewhat brief, and Fong Bai rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of regret. How could he enhance his mental energy? He began to recognize the crucial question at hand. He pondered whether possessing boundless mental energy would allow him to maintain Qing Shun all day long. Surely, there must be a way to inquire about this tomorrow. The following morning, before getting into the car, Fong Bai could hardly contain himself and asked the question he had held in all night. How could one enhance mental energy? As soon as the question was posed, the atmosphere became palpably tense. The group, busy tidying up their belongings, exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Fong Bai turned to Su Xiaotang, who averted her gaze and softly remarked that the people from Jiuzhou could never attain the recognition of the end-of-days sect, regardless of their extraordinary talents. Their mental power threshold could not surpass LV1. Although Fong Bai was somewhat unclear about what the end-of-days sect entailed, he understood all too well that the people of Jiuzhou were indeed unable to break through LV1. The initial joy he felt upon mastering lightness dissipated instantly, as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water from head to toe. Once on the vehicle, Fong Bai hung his head low, his demeanor resembling that of a wilted eggplant. Miraculously, he did not experience motion sickness. Lin Mo glanced at him through the rearview mirror and offered some words of comfort, urging him not to be too disheartened. Even in the new era, where individuals generally possessed mental power talents, very few managed to surpass LV1. His tone lightened, almost encouraging, as he pointed out that Fong Bai's starting point already exceeded the endpoint of many in the new era. Is that truly the case? Fong Bai lifted his head, pondering. I have surpassed most of the new era individuals. Indeed, Su Xiaotang affirmed with a nod. However, she could no longer hear Fong Bai's response, as he had already leaned out the window, his eyes vacant, frothing at the mouth, his complexion as pale as that of a corpse. Chapter 20. Arrival at Lime City for Fong Bai. This journey was an unprecedented adventure in his life. Everything along the way appeared novel to him. From Lingxing Zhou to Enchao Zhou, and then to the esoteric knowledge of secret constructs, he found himself somewhat dazzled. After learning that his mental power could not be further enhanced, he felt disheartened for a while, but gradually came to terms with it. He thought that living this way, taking the opportunity to see more of the world, was quite delightful. Compared to his previous life, he now felt a profound sense of happiness. What reason did he have to feel dissatisfied? In the days that followed, Fong Bai not only learned the method of inscribing the eternal matrix, but also another matrix known as Fireball, acquiring an initial means to combat pollution. For Fong Bai, inscribing the eternal matrix was not particularly difficult. It merely involved shifting the inscribing location from outside the body to within the circuit. Once he learned to introspect, the method of inscription remained the same. The challenge lay in inscribing the matrix within the circuit, which was exceedingly draining on mental power. Fong Bai spent an entire night meditating to restore his mental energy, yet could only inscribe a single layer of the matrix. According to Su Xiaotang, if he successfully completed the inscription of the eternal matrix, its capabilities would allow for activation and deactivation at will. If the timing of opening and closing were just right, even with a low mental threshold, he could sustain a lengthy battle. On the 5th day after entering in Chaozhou, they finally beheld their destination, Lime City. From a distance, the outline of Lime City appeared particularly oppressive against the gray sky. A deep, ominous haze enveloped the city, as if an invisible hand were clenching the entire metropolis tightly. This place was likely contaminated. Lin Mo's expression turned grave as he focused on the instrument in his hand. Observing the rising values, could this scale possibly indicate a tyrant? What had transpired in this city? Zhao Fei Wei furrowed her brow, her voice laced with unease. Proceed with caution. Something lies ahead, Lin Mo cautioned. Zhao Fei Wei gazed into the ominous darkness before them, her expression laced with confusion. Is it pollution? Beside Fangbai, Lung Shuang had already entered a state of readiness, her gaze sharp and prepared to confront any unusual occurrences. At that moment, the unconscious Fangbai's nose twitched as if he had been activated. He opened his eyes and murmured, "The scent of monsters." For reasons unknown, a stirring within him yearned for something to consume, perhaps a mere indication of hunger. He placed a hand on his stomach, this emptiness eclipsing even his motion sickness, allowing him a brief clarity to observe the desolate expanse of Lime City. However, the sight before him cast a shadow over his heart. The road outside the city was strewn with skeletal remains. Emaciated figures desperately surged towards them, murmuring pleas for sustenance. "Please, spare some food, I beg you." Some lay motionless on the ground, their bodies decaying and exuding a nauseating stench. More suffocating was the sight of others kneeling, feasting upon the corpses of their fellow humans. There were those who, with knives, carved flesh from their own bodies to feed the lifeless children cradled in their arms. The air was thick with despair and the scent of death. Fangbai felt as though his throat was constricted by an unseen force. He opened his mouth, but could utter no sound. The horrific scene before him induced a wave of dizziness. "Where's this?" Fangbai's voice trembled. No one answered. Lin Mo merely tightened her grip on the instrument she held. Su Xiaotang's face paled, clearly shaken by the gruesome sights. The area was now crowded with refugees. The vehicle encircled and unable to move. "We must proceed on foot," Zhao Feiwei suggested, arching an eyebrow. As the group disembarked, an invisible force gently parted the throng of refugees, as if an unseen hand were clearing a path for them. Su Xiaodang rummaged through her pocket, seemingly intent on retrieving something, but was restrained by Lung Shuang's firm grip on her wrist. "Why?" Su Xiaotang's wide eyes sought clarification from Lung Shuang, confusion evident. "There are too many pitiable souls in this world. We cannot extend our compassion to all," Lung Shuang replied calmly, her tone devoid of any fluctuation. Observing Su Xiaodang's expression, Lin Mo felt a moment of nostalgia, as if recalling something significant, and he elucidated. "What Lung Shuang means is that we remain uncertain if there are supplies within the city. If we give food to them, we will have none left for ourselves. We cannot return to Kaihai City merely for supplies. We should first assess the situation within the city before making any decisions." Zhao Feiwei placed her hand on the vehicle. In the next instant, the car seemed to come alive, transforming and reconfiguring itself into a towering automaton, its metallic shell glinting with a cold brilliance in the dim light. "Is this also a manifestation of secret structure studies?" Fangbai gazed up at the towering figure, nearly 5 meters high, exuding an air of majesty and might. "The mechanism pulse," Zhao Feiwei remarked, turning to Fangbai, whose eyes gleamed with curiosity. "It can awaken machinery and resonate with mental energy. Would you like to learn?" "Indeed," Fangbai replied eagerly. Zhao Feiwei smiled mysteriously. "For a mere 100,000 alai, I guarantee to impart all my knowledge." Fangbai pondered for a moment before earnestly inquiring, "If funds are insufficient, could you possibly offer a discount?" As Zhao Feiwei was about to articulate her thoughts, Lin Mo interjected. "The CMI belonged to the realm of corporate secrets. Unlike Zhu Zhen and Sheng Hen, it constituted the lifeblood of Tiangongfang, and its private instruction was strictly forbidden. Even for a price, one would not dare to impart such knowledge. Should you harbor genuine interest, the 2A Guang Sheng Tang University offers foundational courses on CMI. Yet to delve deeper, one must enter Tiangongfang for advanced studies." "How dull," Zhao Feiwei scoffed. Under the guidance of the mechanized beings, the group gradually approached the gates of Shui City. They inevitably trod upon the remains of the fallen, producing a series of crunching sounds. Why has it come to this? Su Xiaotang's expression was one of sorrow. This is precisely the purpose of our visit. Lin Mo paid no heed to the bones beneath his feet. Instead, he raised his gaze towards the ominous clouds enveloping Shui City, gradually unraveling the enigma, a testament to the allure of his role as an investigator. Upon reaching the city gates, they encountered a heavy iron door, towering twice the height of the mechanized beings. Zhao Fiwei commanded the mechanized being to knock, producing a dull thud. Is anyone inside? A mechanical voice emanated from the automaton, resonant yet rigid. A small aperture opened in the city gate, and a head emerged. Cautiously inquiring, "Who are you?" Lin Mo displayed a badge, his tone composed, Federal Bureau of Investigation. The mention of the Bureau sparked a flicker of excitement in the man's eyes. "Are you from the new era?" With the grinding sound of gears, the gates slowly creaked open. Over a dozen fully armed individuals emerged, forming a phalanx that barred the refugees from entering. Witnessing the scuffle between the soldiers and the refugees, Su Xiaotang demanded indignantly, "Why are they not allowed in? Aren't they residents of the city?" "Ah, esteemed investigators, you do not comprehend the current state of Shui City." The leading guard sighed. Allowing them to enter would only result in more deaths. "You must come in. I have much to explain." Su Xiaotang wished to voice further objections, but was forcibly pulled inside by Lung Xuan. The gates slowly closed behind them, sealing out the wails of the refugees. Chapter 21. Lord, make the conditions within the city were markedly superior to those outside. Occasionally, shops were seen open along the streets, and the sounds of barter echoed faintly. Nonetheless, the entire city remained shrouded in an atmosphere of desolation. Citizens clad in tattered garments or scarcely clothed were ubiquitous, their gazes vacant, their steps unsteady, resembling mere shells of humanity. The air was thick with the stench of decay. The escort, as he walked, narrated the plight of Shui City. Once a bustling metropolis with a population exceeding 600,000, it had suffered a catastrophic decline in inhabitants due to a sudden outbreak of plague 6 months prior, reducing its populace to less than half. With lives lost, the fields lay fallow, and the sole means of sustenance became purchasing food from outside. However, neighboring cities, having learned of Shui City's affliction, were reluctant to engage in trade, leaving the city isolated and vulnerable with dwindling supplies. "The plague has persisted for half a year?" Lin Mo furrowed her brow, a hint of perplexity lacing her tone. The efficiency of the Federation could not possibly be this sluggish. Yet the reality was as such. The leading guard sighed, a touch of resentment evident in his voice. "By the time you ascertain the results, there will still be a need to report the situation. To truly address the plague, it may take half a year, and who knows how many souls will remain in Lime City by then." Lin Mo and Lung Xuan exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the underlying truth. The Federation's efficiency was certainly not this protracted. A large-scale loss of life was often linked to pollution. Even if it were merely a straightforward epidemic, the mass mortality of the citizens would inevitably result in contamination. Regarding pollution, even the smallest trace would garner the Federation's utmost attention. There was undoubtedly more to this than met the eye. The group proceeded alongside the guards through the streets. Lime City had proactively reported the situation. Thus, their initial task should be to liaise with the informant for a more comprehensive understanding of the information. As they walked, Fong Bai suddenly spotted a citizen, clad in tattered garments, who had been walking normally just a moment ago, collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Su Xiaotang dashed forward, intent on checking for breath, but was hastily dissuaded by the guard. "Young lady, do not approach. It could be infectious. Wait for the sanitation team to clear it." Before long, several individuals donned in ragged masks arrived, swiftly lifting the body onto a stretcher before hastily departing. The entire process was remarkably quick. Such occurrences had become an integral part of life in Lime City. As they neared the city center, the surroundings improved, and the air was thick with the essence of life. The shops lining the streets gradually increased in number, and occasionally, one could glimpse citizens dressed in relatively tidy attire. However, their faces were equally etched with weariness and numbness. "Step aboard," commanded the guard, pulling forth a rudimentary cart from a shed, devoid of a roof and furnished with makeshift wooden seats. "There remains a distance to the Lord's Manor," he explained. The group boarded the cart, its wheels creaking over the cobblestone path. As the cart advanced, the scenery gradually blossomed into vibrancy. The contrast between this flourishing locale and the desolation of the outskirts felt like two disparate worlds. The cart ultimately halted before a magnificent estate. The stone columns at the entrance were adorned with exquisite carvings, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. The leading guard bowed slightly, engaging in conversation with two sentinels adorned in golden masks at the entrance. One of the guards turned and entered to convey their arrival. In a short while, the guard re-emerged, addressing them with deference. "The Lord requests your presence." The group entered the Lord's manor, traversing a long corridor, which opened into a spacious hall. A lavish chandelier hung from the ceiling, and the walls were bedecked with priceless artworks. The Lord himself approached them, appearing to be under 30, with striking features, though fatigue and anxiety shadowed his countenance. "At last, you have arrived. Lime City is finally to be saved," he spoke with a tremor of excitement. Lin Imo stepped forward to shake his hand, her tone steady. "Greetings, my lord. Here are my credentials." The city lord received the small notebook and badge handed to him by Lin Imo, carefully confirming their authenticity before solemnly returning them. "I am Clown Make. You may simply call me Make. I implore you to resolve the plague afflicting our city." "We shall do our utmost," Lin Imo nodded. "But could you first enlighten us about the origins of this plague, or the specific symptoms it manifests?" "Certainly, let us converse inside," Make replied, leading them into the interior of the mansion and into a spacious reception hall. He gestured for everyone to take a seat while he settled into the main chair. This plague arrived abruptly. Initially, it was merely a few individuals experiencing fever and cough. We presumed it to be a common flu. However, it wasn't long before the symptoms escalated. Patients began to suffer from extensive bodily necrosis and organ failure, ultimately succumbing to excruciating pain. His tone was grave. "We have attempted various remedies, but to no avail. Now, thousands perish daily due to the plague, and Shui City teeters on the brink of collapse." After listening intently, Lin Imo pressed further. "Are these the only visible symptoms? Do those afflicted experience any psychological issues?" Make fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. "In addition to the physical symptoms, they also exhibit a form of hysteria." "Hysteria?" A glint of sharpness flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. "What are the specific manifestations?" Make's expression turned serious. "Those infected may suddenly plunge into a state of extreme frenzy. Some cry out, claiming to see deceased loved ones, while others become violently aggressive, attacking those around them." He paused, his voice growing even more somber. "I suspect it may be related to contamination. Every lord of Jizhu, regardless of the size of their city, must obtain federal recognition and undergo a period of training in the major state capital. They are all aware of the knowledge concerning contamination." Lin Imo fixed his gaze upon him. "If you suspected contamination, why did you not report it immediately?" Make lowered his head, a look of guilt and internal conflict crossing his face. "I intended to resolve it myself. But the former city lord's sudden passing left me in a precarious position. I feared that without tangible achievements, I would not secure my current position. I never anticipated the situation would escalate to this severity." His voice dwindled to nearly a whisper. "It is my fault. My selfishness has led to the demise of hundreds of thousands of citizens. Once the issue is resolved, I will await federal scrutiny." Lin Imo rose to his feet. "Setting aside your shortcomings, our immediate priority is to swiftly identify the source of this plague. I hope you will cooperate with us." Make also stood. "To atone for my mistakes, I will fully cooperate." Lin Imo nodded, his tone softening slightly. "First, please arrange accommodations for us." Make promptly replied, "I will make arrangements immediately." There are several guest rooms within the city lord's residence. While they may not be luxurious, they are sufficiently safe and comfortable for your rest. Allow me to escort you." The group followed Make through the winding corridors, arriving at a secluded courtyard within the city lord's estate. The courtyard, though modest, was tranquil, with several neatly arranged guest rooms flanking either side, and vibrant flowers blooming at their doorsteps. "This is the place," he announced. Make pushed open one of the doors, revealing a room that, while simply furnished, exuded an air of elegance. Should any needs arise, one could always summon the guards within the estate. Lin Imo nodded, saying, "You may attend to your duties. We shall manage just fine." Once Make departed, Su Xiaotang murmured softly, "This city lord is truly inhumane, having caused the deaths of so many." Lin Imo chuckled lightly, his tone laden with meaning, suggesting he might be concealing certain truths. He gazed out the window. Though it was still early, The overcast sky offered no warmth from the sun. After such a lengthy journey, everyone was weary. It would be wise to rest. For the pollutants typically stirred to action at night, and the investigation could commence then. Su Xiaotang, burdened with thoughts, randomly selected a room and stepped inside. Lung Shuang spoke in a calm manner. You all may rest. I will keep watch. Lin Mo looked at her, assuring, this place is relatively safe for now. You should also take a moment to rest. The night will bring its own challenges. After a brief silence, Lung Shuang nodded in agreement. Fang Bai chose an unoccupied room and opened the door. He was not particularly tired, having practically slept through the journey. He sat cross-legged on the bed, entering a meditative state to continue his practice of Yangwu Qingshan. Chapter 22. The sound of a zither as night fell. Shui City was engulfed in darkness. The dim street lights stood solitary along the roadside like forgotten sentinels, casting light only in their immediate vicinity, while the rest of the area was shrouded in impenetrable gloom. Fang Bai traversed through the shadows, a shimmering white thread wound around his wrist, its other end connected to Su Xiaotang. It had split into pairs, and due to Fang Bai's novice status, he was assigned to accompany Su Xiaotang. In truth, he could have remained behind. It was he who had expressed a desire to partake in the investigation. Though somewhat shy to admit it, he wished to contribute to their small team. In such darkness, the path was nearly invisible, and should they encounter a pollutant, he would be unable to see it. Su Xiaotang grumbled ahead, her tone tinged with irritation. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air beneath her feet. A ghost! Su Xiaotang cried out in terror, leaping behind Fang Bai like a startled rabbit, gripping his arm tightly. What ghost? You stepped on my hand. Do pay attention while walking, came a weathered male voice from the shadows. Su Xiaotang then realized that a flickering fireball had ignited nearby, illuminating a small area. There lay a gaunt, middle-aged man on the ground, cradling his injured hand. What are you doing sleeping here? Su Xiaotang exhaled in relief, her voice tinged with apology. A ghost. Upon seeing the fireball hovering beside Su Xiaotang, the middle-aged man jolted upright, scrambling away into the darkness without a backward glance. The shout had seemingly awakened the night. Surrounding them, hundreds, perhaps thousands of individuals sleeping by the roadside stirred, colliding in a panic, creating a scene of utter chaos. Su Xiaotang deftly cast a glowing thread, ensnaring the middle-aged man and dragging him back. Do not be afraid, we are not ghosts. However, upon closer inspection, the man had already fainted from fright. Su Xiaotang blinked her eyes and could only helplessly set the person down. She clasped her hands together and whispered an apology. I'm truly sorry. I did not mean to frighten you. Feeling the lively atmosphere around her, Su Xiaotang was filled with confusion. Why were these people sleeping on the roadside? Did they not have homes? This city, capable of housing 600,000 inhabitants, had lost a significant portion of its population to the plague, leaving many houses likely vacant. Fang Bai aptly pointed out the crux of the issue. Indeed, they must have homes. One person could easily occupy 2 rooms. Su Xiaotang suddenly understood. Fang Bai blinked and suggested, Senior, I believe we should find someone to inquire about why they're sleeping outside. All right, let us proceed as you suggested. Su Xiaotang nodded and then raised her voice, calling out, do not run away. We are federal investigators here to address the plague situation. A murmur arose from the darkness. What on earth is a federal investigator? It sounds like a lengthy name for a ghost. I've never heard of it. Is federal referring to the Tianqing Federation? After a while, the chaos in the area gradually subsided. A voice emerged from the shadows. What is this federal investigator nonsense? You claim to be here to resolve the plague? Is that true? Of course it is, Su Xiaotang replied, immediately adding, I have some questions I would like to ask you, and I hope you can provide clues to assist us in our investigation. The other party fell silent for 2 seconds. Go ahead and ask. You clearly have homes. Why are you sleeping outside? Su Xiaotang Yingguiyev. We do not wish to sleep outside either, but we all come from the outer districts, which are the hardest hit by the plague. Every night, infected individuals emerge to bite people, and we have no choice but to flee to the city. We will return first thing tomorrow morning, came the response from the shadows. Fang Bai quietly reminded her, Senior, ask about the situation in the heavily affected areas. Although Su Xiaotang appeared somewhat dim-wit, she occasionally displayed flashes of cleverness. Why is the slum a heavily affected area? Does the plague specifically target the impoverished? She immediately asked. The plague does not discriminate, but those in the inner city have methods of prevention. They are well-fed, physically robust, and have access to clean food and water. It is said that the guards at the Lord's mansion have never encountered an infection. Continuing down this road leads to the slum. We from the outer districts sometimes manage to have a meal, but the food supply in the slum has been cut off for 3 months. It is rumored that they survive by resorting to cannibalism. You had best avoid that area. Even those who have not been infected may turn to eating people. Let us visit the slum, Su Xiaotang proposed, eager to uncover clues. Is that wise? What if we get bitten? Fang Bai hesitated. Do not worry. I will protect you. Even ordinary individuals would be safe from 3 or 4 contaminated entities. Su Xiaotang asurit, pating kachist. Without waiting for Fang Bai's response, she quickened her pace. Fang Bai's wrist was tethered by a thin thread. Propelled forward as if an unseen force was urging him on, making his steps significantly faster and less laborious. To avoid alarming those sleeping by the roadside, Su Xiaotang, not knowing from where, procured a piece of cardboard to disguise the floating fireball beside her as a lantern, making it appear to be an ordinary lighting tool. As they walked, Fang Bai suddenly halted his steps. What is wrong? Su Xiaotang questioned, turning back in confusion. Did you hear that sound? Fang Bai inquired. What sound? Tick-tock, thud-thud, patter-patter, ding-dong, bang-bang. Fang Bai recounted the melody of the sound. Su Xiaotang shot him a disapproving glance, but chose to trust his words. Retrieving an oval object from her bag and inserting it into her ear. Indeed, there is a sound. It seems to be music. Who is playing the piano? She exclaimed. How can you hear such a faint sound? Su Xiaotang gazed at Fang Bai in astonishment. She had amplified the sound tenfold, yet had only managed to catch a hint of it, far exceeding the normal auditory range of an ordinary human. Can you discern where the sound is coming from? She asked, scanning the darkness. She sensed that there was something peculiar about this sound. She planned to report it to Uncle Lin the next day, claiming it as her discovery. Hee. Bonus points. Fang Bai rubbed his ears, unable to ascertain the source of the sound, which seemed to descend from the heavens. Turning around, Inoti Susiaotang nadrimi ismaid. What is the matter? Fang Bai's voice pulled her back to reality. Pollution. This sound must be a result of pollution, she declared. Hearing this, Fang Bai picked up a stone and forcefully etched a large circle onto the stone slab, carelessly drawing a few long lines beside it for visibility. His strength, greater than that of an average person, left clear marks. What are you doing? Su Xiaotang asked curiously as she looked at Fang Bai. The piano sound appeared suddenly. There must be something nearby. Since we can't see anything at night, let's return to this spot during the day. Perhaps we can find some clues, Fang Bai explained. Su Xiaotang's eyes lit up as she reached out to pat Fang Bai's head. Not bad, Junior. You have a sharp mind. Due to long-term malnutrition, Fang Bai, even at 17, stood just over 1.60 meters, barely reaching Su Xiaotang's chin, allowing her to easily pat his head. As she continued to touch his head, she found it surprisingly pleasant until Fang Bai swatted her wrist, prompting her to reluctantly withdraw her hand. The two continued onward, the darkness gradually deepening around them. Their whispered conversations became the only sound in the obscurity. Fang Bai, can we discuss something? Su Xiaotang proposed. What is it? Fang Bai replied. About the piano sound. Can we say it was my discovery? Please don't mention it. I will tell Sister Long Shuang. All right, Fang Bai consented. You agreed? Su Xiaotang exclaimed. Ye, you are truly my wonderful junior. Come here. Let me pat your head. Su Xiaotang teased. No way. Fang Bai protested. Hee. They continued walking for an indeterminate period until Fang Bai stopped once more. Su Xiaotang looked at him. Why have we stopped? The surroundings had grown dilapidated, and the path had narrowed. They must have entered the slums. Fang Bai sniffed the air, detecting a faint, fishy odor. Their essay scent of monsters, or rather, pollution, he warned softly. How do you know, suddenly? A shadow darted towards them from the darkness. Su Xiaotang reacted swiftly. Before him, a fine thread interwove, forming a shield that repelled the shadow. The fireball broke free from its paper confines, its brilliance suddenly magnifying tenfold, illuminating the surrounding area. Under the radiant light, the true form of the shadow became unmistakably clear. It resembled a humanoid creature on all fours, with sharp fangs and eyes aglow with a crimson hue. It was a Jabian Ti. Stay behind me. Su Xiaotang's expression grew solemn as her hands deftly wove something. With her movements, strands of searing light emerged within a 5-meter radius, rapidly intertwining to form a luminous web. The polluted entity attempted to breach the light net, Yet the moment it made contact with the threads, it emitted a sizzling sound, releasing plumes of white smoke. Mindless. Su Xiaotang snorted softly and waved her hand gently. The fiery strands extended further, sealing off all escape routes for the tainted being, tightening until it was ensnared in a glowing cocoon. As the threads constricted, the polluted entity let out a chilling wail, ultimately disintegrating into a pile of fine ashes. Fong Bai stared at the small heap of ashes, swallowing hard. The urge to consume surged anew, as if an unseen hand were urging him closer to the remnants. With a sigh of relief, Su Xiaotang remarked, "That was close." Thankfully, I reacted swiftly. The Jabian Ti could not have appeared without reason. It was certain there was a source of pollution in this city. In the darkness, Fong Bai crouched down, and the moment his fingertips brushed against the ashes, a bone-chilling cold surged through his palm. His shadow seemed to awaken, twisting and expanding on the ground, its inky edges rippling ominously. A thin wisp of black mist suddenly slithered from the shadow, coiling serpent-like above the ashes. The black serpent opened its toothless maw, and the ashes defied gravity, swirling upwards to form a spiraling mist in midair. Fong Bai's wrist twisted uncontrollably, black web-like patterns appearing on his palm. The ashes were irresistibly drawn into his skin, and he could distinctly feel the icy particles coursing through his veins. Moments later, everything returned to normal. Fong Bai felt a splitting headache, yet he did not faint this time. After the pain subsided, he experienced a refreshing clarity. The hunger pangs had diminished significantly, though they had not entirely vanished. "What are you doing? Don't stray too far from me." Su Xiaotang approached Fong Bai, a fireball in hand. Chapter 23. Consuming ashes, expanding the circuit. "It's nothing. I was merely curious about how pollution is formed and why it turns to ash upon death." Fong Bai shook his head, standing up with an air of feigned nonchalance. "Ash. That human ash. Don't touch it carelessly." Su Xiaotang replied sharply, explaining that the previous Jabian Ti had once been a person, transformed into ash through internal and external pollution. "Did I not tell you how pollution is formed before? Pollution arises from malevolent thoughts." Fong Bai recalled the knowledge he had studied and pressed on, asking whether those with low mental thresholds could also create pollution. When a person's emotions fluctuate significantly, the threshold of mental strength can be temporarily surpassed, and moreover, mental strength possesses a certain dependency. Su Xiaodang gestured toward the sky. "Did you see that patch of black cloud above during the day?" "I did," Fong Bai nodded. Su Xiaotang's tone suddenly turned grave. "That black cloud is not a true cloud, but rather a conglomeration of resentment, coalescing immense malice. If not promptly cleared, it will generate a formidable pollution known as Tyrant. However, that is not our task. The personnel from Jingja have already departed. Come, let's delve further in search of any lingering pollution and cleanse it as we go." With a wave of her hand, Su Xiaodang initiated action. After vanquishing a source of pollution, her confidence surged once more. Fong Bai trailed behind, still enshrouded in the bewilderment of recent events, feeling somewhat dazed. Where did the ashes go? Were they consumed by a shadow? He often yearned to question Su Xiaodang, yet a voice within cautioned him that this matter must remain undisclosed to anyone. It was not a literal voice, but an instinct, akin to a beast discerning what prey to pursue and what to evade. As they proceeded, Fong Bai caught a whiff of a nauseating stench. "Senior, little." Suddenly, he realized Su Xiaodang had vanished. The thread entwined around his wrist had inexplicably snapped. He touched his wrist, confirming that the thread was indeed severed, not an illusion. When had this transpired? A sense of foreboding tightened within Fong Bai's chest. At that moment, a shadow sprang forth from the darkness. The environment was too dim for Fong Bai to discern anything clearly, yet he was all too familiar with that foul odor. "Fireball," he murmured, only to immediately recognize the urgency of the situation. There was no time. Even though he had become adept at hastily inscribing a matrix, it still required 5 to 10 seconds. He abruptly halted his inscription and bellowed, "Come out." As Fong Bai anticipated, the shadow had been lurking within his own shadow. The eradicated source of pollution was not his shadow. Why were there two shadows, and what are the transformations of those individuals in Hong Cheng, along with the disappearance of their memories? These questions accumulated in Fong Bai's mind. Even the profound darkness could not obscure his shadow. A shadow crawled out from within Fong Bai's shadow. Bang! The The shadow stood before Fong Bai, still manifesting as a simple punch. The instant the fist made contact with the polluted entity, time seemed to freeze for a second. Subsequently, the body of the polluted entity began to twist and contort violently. Its torso caved in, and a cacophony of cracking bones echoed. Black flames spread from the point of contact, swiftly engulfing the entirety of the polluted entity. With an eerie hissing sound, the polluted entity melted into nothingness. Sensing the rapid depletion of his mental strength, Fong Bai commanded once more, "Return." The shadow gradually merged back into the darkness, blending into his own shadow. Contrary to Fong Bai's expectations, the shadow did not directly consume the polluted ashes. Gazing at the remnants of ash on the ground, Fong Bai wore a contemplative expression. Why did it not simply devour the ashes? Was it because he had not given the command? He crouched down and touched the ashes. As the last particle of ash was absorbed into his skin, a searing pain shot through Fong Bai's wrist. Startled by the sound he inadvertently produced, he instinctively covered his mouth, relieved that no one was around to witness his reaction. Otherwise, he might have been mistaken for a contaminant and eliminated. Fireball. Once the array was complete, a fireball floated beside Fong Bai. He carefully sensed the depletion of his mental energy due to the fireball's presence. Having expended a significant amount of mental strength summoning the shadow, he realized he could maintain this seemingly inconspicuous fireball for no more than 5 minutes now. "Sister." With no other option, Fong Bai called out, his voice resonating through the darkness. "Sister." Su Xiaodang. As he walked forward, a sense of urgency gripped him. How could she have vanished in the blink of an eye? "Who are you?" A figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, stepping into the light cast by the fireball. It was a young woman with light golden curls and a sprinkling of freckles on her face, appearing to be in her early 20s. She wore simple linen clothing. "I am Fong Bai, an assistant to the federal investigator." He introduced himself before promptly inquiring, "Have you seen my sister?" She is wearing a skirt and has black hair. "I haven't seen her. I heard shouting and thought someone was in distress," the woman replied calmly. "Are you an extraordinary being as well?" she asked, her gaze fixed on Fong Bai. "Extraordinary being? I suppose I might be." Fong Bai scratched his head. "And who might you be?" "I reside here. A citizen of Limei Chung. It's unsafe outside. Follow me." With that, she turned and led the way. Fong Bai cautiously inhaled, reassured by the absence of any foul odor emanating from her before deciding to follow. The woman guided him deeper into the darkness, leading him into a modest dwelling. Inside, there was merely a wooden bed, a table, and 2 chairs. However, above, a luminous stone provided a faint glow, resembling the material of the streetlights in the inner city. "You can stay here tonight. We'll return tomorrow," she suggested. "Thank you," Fong Bai responded without hesitation. His sister was far more capable than he. If the danger was something even she struggled with, he would surely be of no use. If it was merely a matter of being lost, daylight would surely bring clarity. Though you are an extraordinary being, your mental threshold is quite low. You likely have not yet surpassed LV1. The nights in Limei Chung are perilous for you. I can assist you in your search for her, the woman stated before stepping outside. Fong Bai sat on the bed, continuing to inscribe Yang Wuqing Shun. After witnessing the earlier scene, he realized that temporarily inscribing arrays would hardly be effective in direct combat. The preparatory actions were simply too lengthy. He settled cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to introspect his circuits. However, as he delved into his mental pathways, the sight that confronted him nearly made him cry out in shock. His circuits were filled with dense particles of ash. The ashes seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, flowing slowly within the circuit, resembling a winding river of embers. What astonished him even further was that his circuit was digesting these ashes. At the moment each minute particle of ash was consumed, it released a faint glimmer of light. As the light faded, Fong Bai could distinctly feel the circuit gradually expanding. In a state of introspection, even the most subtle changes became extraordinarily apparent. Gazing at the shimmering river of ashes within the circuit, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Fong Bai's mind. His shadow could consume the ashes. The circuit could digest the ashes and transform them into nourishment. The expansion of the circuit implied that his mental threshold could increase. Perhaps one day, he might have the opportunity to transcend LV1. Due to his lineage from the old state, his mental threshold had been stagnant. Yet now, another reality lay before him. His circuit was expanding, and his mental threshold was rising. Am I different from others? Fong Bai looked down at his palm, his fingertips trembling slightly with excitement. His shadow, that enigmatic silhouette, what exactly was it? Why could it devour the ashes? Why was his circuit capable of digesting them? Countless questions flooded Fong Bai's mind, like fireflies flickering in the darkness, bright yet elusive, forever out of reach. He closed his eyes, attempting to seek clues within his memories. The transformations of the residents of Hong Chung, their vanished recollections, the existence of two shadows, all of it seemed intertwined with his own shadow. He raised his hand and extended a finger to touch the air before him. His shadow flickered under the dim light, shifting from behind to the front. A finger emerged from the shadow, gently brushing against his fingertip from below. This scene was exceedingly bizarre, yet Fong Bai had grown accustomed to it. The only regret he felt was that every interaction with the shadow drained his mental energy rapidly. Manipulating the shadow was excessively taxing. Nevertheless, this was a positive development. He decided to cease pondering about the shadow and focused his mind on continuing to carve Yong Guqing Shun. In 3 more days, this matrix would be complete. Chapter 24. Play Clue Fong Bai. Fong Bai, where are you? In a haze, Fong Bai heard someone calling his name. He immediately opened his eyes, leaping from his bed and hastily making his way outside. The sky was already dimly lit, no longer shrouded in darkness. The scene of the slums appeared particularly desolate in the morning light, with dilapidated houses leaning precariously against one another, their walls riddled with cracks and stains. The streets were strewn with plague-stricken individuals, huddled in corners, their eyes vacant as if their souls had been siphoned away. Occasionally, he could see a few unburied corpses, emanating a nauseating stench of decay. Fong Bai navigated through the narrow alleyways and emerged onto the main street. At a glance, he spotted Su Xiaotang, followed closely by Lin Mo's senior sister. I'm over here. Fong Bai waved his hand and called out loudly. Upon hearing the sound, Su Xiaotang abruptly turned her head and, upon seeing Fong Bai, her face instantly radiated a look of relief. Wonderful. I knew you would survive, she exclaimed, hastening towards him, her tone laced with excitement. Survive? Fong Bai was momentarily taken aback. This place is exceedingly perilous, fraught with pollution. I am grateful you are unharmed, Su Xiaotang said, patting her chest. Indeed, it seems so. Fong Bai reflected on the events of the previous night. Without the shadow's intervention, he might have truly succumbed to the pollution entity that had emerged behind him. Where did you go last night? Fong Bai inquired, directing his gaze at the senior before him. Su Xiaotang, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched her head. I spotted a pollution entity and chased after it. However, by the time I vanquished it, I realized I was lost. She paused before adding, but I searched for you all night. Fong Bai fixed his gaze on her, acutely aware that this senior intended to leverage his discovery for academic credit. Although he had consented, he remained uncertain of her true intentions. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked, feeling a bit wronged. I inadvertently lost track of you. A vivid scene flashed through Fong Bai's mind. On a moonless, blustery night, the cold-faced Su Xiaotang grinned ominously in the darkness. Fong Bai, I am sorry. Only the dead remained silent. He dismissed this nightmarish image immediately. At that moment, Lin Mo approached, chuckling. After losing you, Xiaotang was frantic, searching for you until midnight, then returning to the city lord's mansion to find us, running back and forth without a wink of sleep. She wouldn't have been so anxious if she had merely misplaced me, Lin Mo teased. Uncle Lin, what are you saying? Su Xiaotang retorted, hands on her hips, visibly annoyed. Fong Bai is so weak. He could indeed perish if confronted by a pollution entity. Lin Mo smiled, turning his gaze to Fong Bai. It is a relief that you are well. Where were you last night? A local sister led me into a safe house, Fong Bai replied. Oh. She also mentioned that I am an extraordinary. Extraordinary? Lin Mo adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, an intrigued glint in his eyes. Take me to see her. I am uncertain of her whereabouts. Fong Bai shook his head. Lin Mo glanced inside, stating I know. The group ventured along the narrow path, re-entering the impoverished district. No matter how many times he witnessed it, the scenes along the streets continued to strike Fong Bai with horror. These people are in dire straits. Su Xiaotang clenched her fists. A number of individuals, upon seeing their well-dressed appearance, reached out, seeking assistance. Just as Su Xiaotang was about to take action, Lin Mo restrained her once again. If you aspire to become an exceptional swordsman, You must keep all your compassion within. Consider whether you wish to save one person or an entire city, Lin Mo advised. Su Xiaotang's expression dimmed, yet she halted her movements. Not long after, Lin Mo led the way into a house. Fong Bai beheld the woman he had encountered the previous night, seated at the bedside, carefully feeding a bowl of medicine to a frail, emaciated elder. Upon hearing a disturbance, the woman furrowed her brow and spoke with an icy tone, "You investigators. What brings you here instead of uncovering the truth behind the plague?" Lin Mo, realizing she resided there, inquired, "Is what you said last night true? Did Lord Ma Ku intentionally cause the plague?" "Believe it or not," she replied without lifting her gaze, continuing to administer medicine. "How do you know?" Lin Mo pressed further. "My teacher informed me," she answered calmly. "Your teacher?" "Yes, he was once the most skilled loot craftsman in Hui Cheng, but he was killed by that beast, Clown Ma Ku, for knowing the truth about the plague. If you are indeed federal investigators, you should thoroughly examine the Lord's manor. All answers will soon reveal themselves." After she spoke, her tone grew colder. "Now, do not disturb me here. Many afflicted individuals require treatment." Returning to the main street, Su Xiaotang appeared perplexed. "Do you know her?" "Not exactly," Lin Mo clarified. "I encountered her last night while investigating the contamination. She was cleansing the polluted entities, and we exchanged a few words. She is no ordinary person, but rather an extraordinary one, and quite formidable. We must return to the Lord's manor. That Maka may truly have significant issues." Lin Mo turned to the two. "You both should rest well. This matter involves extraordinary beings, and it would be best if you did not participate in the upcoming investigation." "Why not? I'm also extraordinary," Su Xiaotang protested. "My mental threshold has already reached LV 137. Lin Mo chuckled, his tone laden with meaning. "Extraordinary beings and polluted entities are not the same. Even the most cunning polluted entity pales in comparison to a human." Su Xiaotang Potith, evidently dissatisfied with Lin Mo's response. Chapter 25. Surviving at the Lord's Manor. Lin Mo sent Su Xiaotang and Fong Bai back to their rooms to rest while he sought out Lord Ma Ku alone. Unlike Su Xiaotang's discontent, Fong Bai had no such thoughts. After carving the matrix all night, he urgently needed some sleep. Meditation could hasten the recovery of mental strength, but could not alleviate fatigue. Sleep was indispensable. Fong Bai could distinctly perceive that the mental energy within the circuit was rather dormant, lethargic. This would directly lead to drowsiness if fatigue reached its peak. The mental energy, which served as a lubricant, would cease to function effectively, and the brain would forcibly enter a state of rest. Fong Bai lay upon his bed and promptly fell asleep. In the afternoon, feeling quite hungry, Fong Bai rose from his bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes. After resolving personal matters in the outhouse, he knocked on the door of Su Xiaotang's room. With no food in his pocket, he could only rely on her. After knocking for a while with no response, Fong Bai pushed the door open and discovered Su Xiaotang was absent. Looking up at the sky, he saw only a dark cloud, with no sun in sight, and he had no idea of the time. He stepped out of the courtyard to search for Su Xiaotang and the others within the Lord's manor. As he walked, he suddenly caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma of rice porridge. His stomach immediately growled in response. Following the scent, he arrived at what appeared to be a kitchen. Pushing the door open, Fong Bai beheld 3 large vats of white rice porridge. Steam rose in swirling tendrils, and an enticing aroma filled the air. Without a second thought, he seized a bowl from the side and filled it generously for himself. He gulped it down in one breath, followed by 2 more bowls to satiate his hunger. Feeling quite stuffed, Fong Bai leaned against the wall, tenderly rubbing his round belly, a look of utter satisfaction gracing his features. "Who are you?" A melodious voice suddenly chimed in beside him. Fong Bai looked up to find a young woman standing at the doorway. Her long, light golden hair cascaded elegantly. Her attire was resplendent, and her delicate features suggested she was in her 20s. "Miss, he is the child who came with the federal investigator." A nearby guard in a golden mask whispered. "A federal investigator?" A glimmer of surprise flickered in the woman's eyes. "Have you finally arrived?" "I am not an investigator. I am merely the assistant. You can call me Xiao Bai," Fong Bai replied, somewhat bashfully while patting his belly. "Thank you for the hospitality. I am full now." With that, he darted away, vanishing from sight. Fong Bai endeavored to locate his companions within the vast estate of the city lord, but soon realized he had lost his way in this expansive place. Just as he scratched his head in confusion, he spotted the same woman again. She walked with a slight limp, accompanied by 2 guards in golden masks, who were pushing 3 flatbed carts, each laden with a pot of porridge. Fong Bai scampered over with enthusiasm. Is there something you need? The woman paused, smiling as she inquired. Do you know where the investigators have gone? Fong Bai asked. I do not know. She shook her head. Where are you headed? He pressed further. To the slums to distribute porridge, she answered, then turned to Fong Bai and smiled. Are you lost? Haha. Fong Bai chuckled awkwardly. This place is indeed vast. If you wish to go outside, you may accompany me. I will return in the evening. I could use some extra hands. Would you be willing to assist me? She blinked playfully, her tone gentle. Just as Fong Bai was about to decline, she added suddenly, I can offer you a wage of 100 nai per day. How's that sound? How much? Fong Bai's eyes widened in surprise. 100 nai per day. She repeated. Deal. Fong Bai thumped his chest. What do you need me to do? I have plenty of strength. The woman covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. It is not particularly strenuous work. Money can be spent outside, but in this Lime City, it is akin to worthless paper. Xiao Bai, thank you for agreeing to take on this job. Not a problem. I can spend it when I go out. Fong Bai grinned, his heart brimming with joy. Earning 100 nai a day was a windfall indeed. After all, working a day at the blacksmith's only yielded 30 nai. They soon exited the city lord's estate, swapping for a carriage outside to continue their journey. Miss, you're going to the slums? It is quite dangerous there. I nearly got bitten by a monster last night. Fong Bai animatedly recounted his experiences from the previous night, of course, with a touch of embellishment. I did not expect Xiao Bai to be so formidable. The woman gently applauded, providing ample emotional validation. You need not call me miss. My name is Kalau Dia. I am merely a few years older than you, so you may call me Xiao Yijia. Kalau Dia? Fong Bai, who was in the midst of his performance, suddenly paused. What is your relation to Kalau Maku? Kalau Maku is my biological brother. Claudia gazed at Fong Bai and inquired, what is the matter? Fong Bai's expression reflected deep contemplation, based on the conversation between Uncle Lin and the woman from slums. It seemed that Kalame could very well be the source of the plague, a nefarious character indeed. Yet, how could his sister appear to be so benevolent? Regardless of their moral standings, it would not hinder his ability to earn a living. It's nothing, just a casual inquiry. Fong Bai waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Bai, you are not an investigator. How is it that you are traveling with one? Claudia asked with curiosity. I am heading to Xanshur to study, and, coincidentally, there is someone from my school who is giving me a ride. Fong Bai replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Wow, Claudia exclaimed. You get to study in Xanshur? I heard that only about 10 individuals from a province pass the college entrance examination to go there each year. That's incredible. You might even become a city lord one day, or perhaps a provincial lord. Is that true? Can I really? Fong Bai's eyes widened with aspiration. To be a provincial lord is no small feat indeed. The opportunities are vast, Claudia affirmed with a smile. Fong Bai scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. I will do my best, but since I am from Lingxing province, if I were to become a provincial lord, it would surely be of Lingxing province. It's all the same. After all, they're all provincial lords, Claudia chuckled. As the carriage continued its journey, passers-by pointed at Claudia seated inside. Isn't that the sister of Lord Mako? Off to distribute porridge in the slums again. Sigh. The little reserves at the Lord's manor will be depleted by her. Does Lord Maka not care? If the Lord's manor runs out of food, will we not starve as well? Will we still receive our monthly living allowances? Who knows? Similar grievances echoed around, tinged with dissatisfaction and anxiety. Forgive me for the spectacle, Claudia remarked, turning to Fong Bai with a calm demeanor. Why do they have food while the slums do not? Fong Bai inquired. Claudia's expression turned pained. To ensure that Shui City can endure for a longer duration. Other cities severed ties with Shui City not long ago, and the Lord's Manor has since centralized control over the food supplies. Claudia explained, initially, provisions were distributed uniformly, but due to the overwhelming population, the granary's stock was insufficient, and eventually, only the inner-city residents received rations. At the time of the grain submission, 90% of the food came from the inner city. Ah, no wonder they are discontent. Fong Bai nodded in understanding. Alas, Claudia sighed softly. Nearly 100,000 people reside in the slums, where scenes of desperation unfold daily. What I send is merely a token of consolation. 100,000? Fong Bai was taken aback by this figure, which surpassed the population of Hong City. Yes, Claudia nodded gently. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber, and Claudia fell silent, while Fong Bai refrained from further inquiries. His gaze remained fixed on the ground. where he noticed the markings he had etched after hearing the music the previous night seemed to have vanished, absent throughout their journey. After half an hour, the carriage reached the end of the main street, crossing into the slums. The demeanor of the surrounding populace towards Claudia was entirely transformed, filled with gratitude and respect. Miss Claudia has arrived. How wonderful! She has brought so much rice porridge. Certainly, Miss Claudia once proclaimed that she would ensure we all have our fill. Do you doubt it? I, for one, have unwavering faith. The carriage turned into a narrow path, halting in a familiar alleyway. The woman we encountered last night awaited us there. Claudia disembarked with a slight limp, her tone gentle as she addressed Julie. This is for today. Please prepare the porridge swiftly. A flash of coldness crossed Julie's eyes. 100,000 people, 3 large vats of porridge. How do you expect me to manage that? Shall each person have but a single spoonful? Claudia spoke with an almost pleading tone. Please grant us a little more time. I shall endeavor to bring more. Grant us more time? More time? Upon hearing this, Julie's voice grew suddenly fierce, as if the pent-up fury had finally erupted. You have always spoken of granting more time. Back when there were 200,000 souls in the slums, you uttered the same words. In a mere 3 months, the dead from illness and starvation have reduced our numbers by half. Hitting a nerve, Julie's fist slammed into the adjacent stone wall. The air quivered before her strike reached it, her fist carrying a tempestuous force as if to unleash all her rage and despair in that single blow. Bang! At the moment her fist made contact with the wall, a resounding thud echoed. A web of cracks radiated from her fist, swiftly spreading across the surface like a spider's web. The already tilted structure groaned under the impact, before collapsing in a cacophony of bricks and dust. The alley was engulfed in a haze of gray debris. As Julie's voice reverberated, those in the inner city feast daily, and you claim there are no reserves? Are you intent on forcing the people of the outer city to perish before you are satisfied? If it weren't for you, we would have stormed the Lord's Manor long ago. I genuinely suspect that this entire scheme is a collaboration between you and that scoundrel Marco, intending to starve the slum inhabitants to conserve food resources. Her gaze bore into Claudia, filled with both wrath and profound disappointment. Claudia, I know you are a good person, and I also recognize your esteemed reputation among the populace. Many believed you would provide them with food before they passed, for you made promises and never deceived them. But what of reality? Julie's voice gradually grew somber. For so long, have they survived on the meager porridge you have dispensed? They have. Julie inhaled deeply and issued her final ultimatum. 7 days remained. Should the city lord's residents remain unwilling to distribute food, I shall personally lead the denizens of the impoverished district to seize it. But you cannot possibly overcome my brother's guard, Claudia lamented sorrowfully. A flicker of determination flashed in Julie's eyes. Overcome them? Shall we merely await death here? Fongbai stood nearby, observing the scene. The plight of these people seemed palpable, each bearing their own burdens amidst this calamity. In this disaster, who is in the right and who is in the wrong? Chapter 26. A day of toil. The stalls were swiftly erected. The corners and alleys of the impoverished district were already filled with the starving crowd. Fongbai was busily engaged, continuously ladling porridge onto the tables. After consuming their portions, the hungry citizens would set down their bowls and leave in an orderly fashion. After approximately 2 hours of bustling activity, the contents of the 3 large vats of porridge were entirely distributed. Even though the vats were substantial, and each serving was but a small half-bowl, Fongbai managed to serve fewer than 500 bowls. 2 additional vats were overseen by the guards in golden masks, who ladled out a similar number. Ultimately, only around 1,500 individuals received the porridge. In comparison to the vast number of starving citizens, this meager allocation was but a drop in the ocean. The long queue behind them seemed endless. Julie stood elevated, her voice resonant yet tinged with helplessness. Today's porridge has run out. Please, I beg you, just a bit more. My child is on the brink of death, a frail woman pleaded, cradling her barely breathing child, her voice trembling. I have not eaten in 3 days. I can no longer move. An elderly man slumped on the ground, his gaze vacant. I'm so hungry, a little girl murmured, approaching with a dazed expression. If this continues, we shall all perish. Low sobs resonated through the crowd. Let us go, Julie exclaimed. Gathering here will only accelerate the spread of disease. Upon hearing her words, the crowd gradually dispersed, vanishing into the streets and alleys. Julie turned to Claudia, her tone grave. I have something to discuss with you. She then glanced at Fong Bai, urging him to join. The three retreated to a secluded alley, Julie's expression earnest. Claudia, I was serious in my previous declaration. I shall grant you no more than 7 days. If you cannot procure sufficient food as promised, I will lead the righteous army to raise the city lord's residence and redistribute the provisions. Claudia merely sighed softly, refraining from further comment. If we prevail, we shall seek assistance from the Federation. Are not these investigators already present? The Federation cannot allow us to starve to death en masse. You must understand that if your brother had not been suppressing the news within the city, the Federation's response would have arrived by now. Why is he withholding the information? You know, well, it is because he is the architect of this plague. That is not true. My brother would never do such a thing. He has no motive to instigate this calamity, Claudia immediately retorted. No motive? Julie stepped closer to Claudia, her voice insistent. My mentor, Vittorio, do you recall him? He told me directly. Do you believe he would deceive me? He was captured after being ambushed by your brother, and his fate remains uncertain to this day. I hold the musician in high esteem. Half of the extraordinary individuals in the city have been nurtured under his tutelage. However, what evidence do you possess to substantiate that the musician was apprehended by my brother? Claudia retorted, her defiance unyielding as she chose to support her brother without reservation. Claudia, you remain obstinately deluded. To prevent the starvation of all those in the outer city and slums, we have no choice but to resist. Do not attempt to intimidate me with the guard. We too possess extraordinary individuals. Moreover, the golden mask was crafted by my teacher. Do you presume I lack means of restraint? I shall reveal to you the grotesque visages concealed beneath the masks of the inner city aristocrats. Julie turned to Fong Bai, her tone resolute. Young man, return and inform your investigator comrades that we shall launch an assault on the Lord's manor in 7 days. We hope to gain their assistance in exchange for the truth behind the plague. Just convey the message. I believe that with the strength of the federal investigators, a fair judgment can surely be rendered within this time frame. On the return journey, Claudia appeared unusually subdued compared to their earlier excursion. She curled up, clutching her legs, and softly sobbed. What troubles you? Fong Bai inquired, sitting beside her and rubbing his ears. The faint sounds were far from insignificant to him. Xiao Bai, what should I do? Claudia gazed at Fong Bai with tear-filled eyes. He was about to respond with uncertainty, but the near desperation in her expression stirred something within him. Does the Lord's manor have provisions? Fong Bai asked. Yes, but not for much longer. The inner city cannot sustain itself for many more days. This amount is only available because I have been pleading with my brother incessantly, Claudia replied, her voice tinged with fatigue. So, in truth, there are hardly any supplies. Are you saying it was a deception to claim they could be fed? Fong Bai looked at Claudia. She appeared despondent. I am already devising a plan. I have contacted the Federation. The New World will surely send provisions, and they will also cleanse the contamination. Everything will improve. I only hope we can endure until the New World's people arrive. If a conflict erupts between the outer and inner cities, then Lime City is doomed. Have I done the right thing? Fong Bai, I truly witnessed them consuming human flesh. Claudia's composure shattered, and she burst into inconsolable tears. Fong Bai gently patted her shoulder and spoke earnestly. You are not at fault, nor are they. It is the architects of this plague against whom you should unite. But we have no understanding of the plague's origins. Claudia shook her head. Have you truly never suspected your brother? Fong Bai inquired. I have questioned him. He denied it. Claudia responded. Fong Bai was rendered speechless, directly questioning how he could possibly acknowledge such a thing. Yesterday, Uncle Lin mentioned that he had contacted the purification agency, and when they arrive, they will certainly bring provisions as well. It may not be long before everything is set right. Fong Bai reassured her. Is that true? Claudia lifted her head, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Indeed, Fong Bai nodded. Tomorrow, I shall speak with Zilai, requesting her to grant us a little more leniency. In the evening, I will also converse with my elder brother, for with the assistance of the Federation, we shall surely triumph over the epidemic. I hope he can spare additional provisions for distribution to the outer city and the impoverished districts. Claudia wiped her tears, regaining some vigor. Will you come again tomorrow? She inquired, glancing at Fong Bai. I shall come if I am compensated, Fong Bai replied earnestly, for education demands considerable expenditure. Thank you, Fong Bai. she responded. Oh, and meals must be provided, Fangbai added. In recent days, Su Shouting appeared quite busy and might not manage his meals anymore. He needed to procure meal tickets anew. He pondered silently about what Uncle Lin and the others might have discovered. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, Claudia, worried that Fangbai might lose his way again, took the initiative to escort him back to his lodging. During their journey, noticing her limping gait, Fangbai could not help but ask, Sister Xiaoa, what troubles your leg? When I was young, I suffered from a peculiar form of epilepsy, during which my body would tremble uncontrollably for half the day. However, a wandering divine physician eventually cured me, though my legs bear the lingering effects, causing instability in my gait due to persistent tremors. Would you like to feel? Claudia inquired with a hint of forced smile. Without hesitation, Fangbai reached out and touched her leg. Is it truly? Fangbai expressed surprise. Boldness. The two golden masked guards beside Claudia immediately pointed their spears at Fangbai's neck. What are you doing? Claudia exclaimed, startled, her abrupt movement causing her to lose balance and fall to the ground. Fangbai swiftly pushed aside the spear and rushed to assist Claudia, only to see her once again in tears. He blinked, perplexed. Did you hurt yourself? Claudia struggled to rise, softly explaining, aside from the residual effects on my leg, my sensitivity to pain is magnified many times compared to that of a normal person. I merely feel a slight discomfort. It is nothing serious. I apologize. I often cannot help but cry, she said softly, her voice tinged with helplessness and regret. Chapter 27. Exchange of clues. As night fell, rustling sounds emerged from the courtyard. Fangbai, who had been inscribing a matrix within the room, opened his eyes and perked up his ears. He pushed open the door and peered outside, discovering that 3 individuals, Lin Mo, Long Shuang, and Su Xiaodang, had gathered in the small courtyard. The moonlight bathed them, casting a mysterious aura upon their figures. Upon seeing Fangbai, Su Xiaodang immediately waved with a smile, resembling a joyous little rabbit. Fangbai, come here quickly. Fangbai strode over, feigning curiosity. When did you return? We just entered the courtyard, Su Xiaodang replied, pulling 2 dry cakes from her pocket and cheerfully handing them to him. I forgot to save food for you. You must be hungry. Though Fangbai insisted. I've already eaten. His hands, betraying his words, accepted the large cake sufficient to sustain him for a day. He settled down nearby, munching on the cake while listening to their discussions. Aware that he could not contribute much to the investigation of the epidemic, he chose to quietly remain an audience. Lin Mo adjusted his glasses, speaking in a steady tone. I have searched the Lord's manor thoroughly and have not discovered the location where the musician Vittorio is being held. Lung Shuang furrowed her brow slightly, her voice icy. Could it be that Marco had been killed? Chao Fiwei languidly leaned against the wall, pondering the likelihood. The musician was aware of the truth behind the plague. If it indeed was sparked by Marco, he would undoubtedly not let him escape unscathed. Lin Montauk nodded, shifting his gaze towards Lung Shuang. How is the situation on your end? With a calm tone, Lung Shuang responded, Julie possesses a unique form of alchemy, capable of crafting various instruments imbued with extraordinary powers. She has armed hundreds in the impoverished districts with this energy, and, recently, there seems to be a burgeoning intent to assault the Lord's mansion. She represents the interests of the outer city of Lime City and the impoverished. Yet she has also been suppressing those teetering on the brink of life and death. If she were to rally her followers, chaos would erupt instantly in Lime City. She paused momentarily before continuing. She bears no suspicion. For her, this plague is merely a calamity. Lin Mo then turned his attention back to Chao Fiwei. And you? Chao Fiwei replied lazily. The musician spent 5 years in the New World, where he likely acquired his knowledge of alchemy. He later brought this skill to Lime City, selecting individuals with mental fortitude as apprentices. He contributed at least half to the former prosperity of Lime City. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery as she added. Moreover, when the musician returned, he brought with him a wife, a woman from the New World willing to share a life in Lime City. Unfortunately, the year before the plague struck, she met an untimely death due to an accident, after which the musician fell into despair, and the influence of the Lord's mansion began to eclipse him. On the surface, it appeared to be a conflict between the Lord's mansion and the musician. In reality, it was a struggle for interest between the inner and outer cities. Zhu Li's considerable influence in the outer city stemmed from her being the musician's most exceptional disciple. What was the nature of the accidental death? Lin Mo inquired. Chao Feiwei slowly shook her head. I do not know. Finally, Lin Mo turned to Su Xiaodang. And you? Su Xiaodang immediately straightened her back, speaking proudly. I have made a significant discovery. Lowering her voice conspiratorially, she continued. The sanitation teams that specialize in collecting corpses always transport the bodies to the Lord's mansion for cremation. Moreover, anyone who contracts the plague is forcibly expelled from the city. Most importantly, since this is a plague, there must be doctors to treat the afflicted. However, in reality, there is not a single doctor to be found on the streets. I heard that the doctors have all been killed by the Lord. By the end of her statement, Su Xiaodang was so incensed that she stamped her foot. This Lord is truly wicked. Lin Mo adjusted his glasses, a slight smile gracing his lips. The last piece of information was indeed quite useful. The answer may already be emerging. He gently tapped his fingers on the table, the rhythm steady and forceful, as though silently calculating something. Tonight, do not expect to sleep. If this plague is indeed naturally occurring, then that is one matter. However, if someone is orchestrating from the shadows, then from the moment we stepped into Lime City, they must have already begun to panic. He paused for a moment, his tone resolute. Regardless of that person's ultimate objective, they are undoubtedly working fervently to expedite their plans before we uncover the truth. Thus, we must act more swiftly than they. He rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. In recent days, the focus had been entirely on Make. If he was indeed the architect of the plague, there must be some ulterior motive behind it. No one would engage in actions devoid of benefit. Lung Shuang nodded in agreement. Chao Feiwei, however, wore a look of discontent. Was it really necessary to complicate matters? Why not simply apprehend that so-called lord of the city, subject him to interrogation, and he would surely divulge everything? Lung Shuang shot her a frosty glance, her tone as icy as her demeanor. We represent the Investigation Bureau. If every investigator were to act in such a manner, what credibility would the Federation have in governing the new and old states? Chao Feiwei rolled her eyes. It was merely a jest. There was no need to be so serious. Lin Mo chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. Unraveling the mystery bit by bit is rather intriguing. Is it not? He clapped his hands, urging everyone to continue their journey without delay. Wait a moment, Fong Bai suddenly called out to them. The three turned in unison, assuming he wished to join them. Su Xiaotang hesitated, glancing at Fong Bai with a soft tone. It is not permissible this time. The outside is far too perilous, teeming with contaminants. She recalled the first day she had taken Fong Bai out, only to misplace him, and felt a twinge of dread. If anything were to happen to him, she feared she would succumb to despair for a long while. Fong Bai shook his head, clarifying, I do not wish to go. Julie has asked me to convey a message to you. She intends to bring people to level the Lord's manor in 7 days. Hoping to secure your assistance in exchange for the truth behind the plague, he explained. He then briefly recounted his daytime endeavors. A flicker of intrigue crossed Lin Mo's eyes. The Lord's sister? There seems to be such a figure. Although she is the sibling of the Lord, her benevolence has garnered her the support of the populace. Even before the plague struck, she was held in high esteem by the citizens of the outer city, her reputation surpassing that of Julie. He turned to Fong Bai. Fong Bai, inquire of her tomorrow if she is aware of the musician Vittorio. Fong Bai shook his head. She likely does not know. He reiterated the conversation with Kalau Dia and Julie. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. Is that so? Be cautious when you go out tomorrow. Report any discoveries to us. Very well, Fong Bai agreed with a nod. Once they had departed, Fong Bai eagerly returned to his quarters. With just over a day remaining, Yang Qingshan would soon be completed. As for the investigation, although he wished to contribute, he felt entirely out of his depth among seasoned professionals. After having consumed ashes twice in quick succession, his shadow seemed to have reached satiety, necessitating time to digest those remnants. He was eager to discover how much his mental threshold would increase once all the ashes within the circuit had been fully assimilated. Chapter 28. Completing the matrix in the deep of night, within the conference hall of the Lord's Manor, the flickering lights cast shadows upon Clow Make-S weary and resigned face. He gazed at his tearful sister, feeling both pity and helplessness. Xiaoya, it is not that your brother refuses you. Clow Make-S voice was low and somber. The initiative to centralize food supplies was yours. You know better than anyone that the people in the impoverished districts have scarcely contributed any rations. They have already consumed 2 months' worth of provisions submitted by the citizens of the inner city, which has stirred discontent among many within the inner city. He sighed, stating that what he provided daily was truly the extent of his limits. Shiwichen was not solely his domain. Could she not consider his perspective? If he were to open the granaries and unrest erupted in the inner city, Shiwichen would be doomed. Claudia, with a face full of stubbornness, countered that if this continued, the people in the outer city would starve to death. If they were denied life, eventually they would retaliate against the inner city. Retaliate? A glint of coldness flickered in Kilmake's eyes. He awaited their rebellion. The only means to prolong the existence of Shiwichen was to incite a conflict between the inner and outer cities, allowing them to deplete each other. With a reduced population, some might survive until the end. He rose, moved to the window, and gazed at the pitch-black night sky, asserting that it was not they who denied life, but rather fate itself. Many outside claimed that the plague was instigated by him. Xiaoya, you should understand that I have no motive for such actions. My greatest fault was failing to inform the Federation immediately when the plague broke out. If given the chance, I would accept my punishment, but for now, I only wish to safeguard the foundation of Shiwichen. Once the Federation intervenes, perhaps everything will improve. I hope those investigators can uncover the truth and restore justice for me. Claudia wiped her tears, her voice tinged with a hint of hope. Brother, the Federation will arrive in a few days. They will bring food. How much food do we have left? Can we release them now? If we can endure these few days, everyone will survive. Kilmake smiled wryly, replying, Sister, what do you mean by a few days? Do you not believe that if I open the granaries tomorrow, the inner city will revolt the day after? I reiterate, Shiwichen is not mine alone. The intricacies involved are many and complex. Please do not meddle. He turned, gently patting Claudia's shoulder. Go rest. I have matters to attend to. Yes, brother, you should sleep early too, Claudia replied softly. Yet, feeling discontent, she pondered whether there might be another way. Perhaps they could first announce that the Federation would send food. Silly sister, the issue lies within the hearts of the people, regardless of when the Federation arrives. Should I make a choice, those watching me would immediately retaliate. My position as Lord of this city is anything but stable. You must rest now. Allow me to contemplate further. The following noon, Fong Bai awakened from his slumber. He had spent the entire night inscribing the matrix and had only managed to sleep when dawn broke. After a night of effort, the engraving of Yang Wuqing Shen was nearing completion, with only a few final strokes remaining. He approached the courtyard's water basin, quickly splashed water on his face, rinsed his mouth, and drank in one fluid motion. Then, drawn by the enticing aroma of rice, he accurately located the kitchen. Today it was once again 3 large vats of rice porridge. Fong Bai unceremoniously consumed 3 bowls before leaning against the wall to wait. Xiao Bai, I thought you wouldn't come today. Claudia's delighted voice came from behind. Fong Bai turned and flashed a toothy grin, reminding her that he had yet to receive payment for yesterday's work. I'm sorry. I'll get it for you right now, Claudia said, somewhat flustered. No problem. Just bring it tomorrow. Remember to bring it. Fong Bai waved his hand generously. Okay. Thank you. Claudia expressed her sincere gratitude. The carriage slowly made its way into the depths of the impoverished district, where the sights along the roadside remained shocking. Corpses of the starved were scattered everywhere, some beyond recognition from being gnawed upon. The journey of a mere dozen miles served as a microcosm of life and death. Claudia clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white from the exertion. She forced herself to witness the grim reality, her eyes filled with sorrow and guilt. Today's distribution of porridge proceeded more smoothly than yesterday, as Zulai did not intervene again. Fang Bei's task remained the same, continuously serving porridge to the starving masses. Suddenly, the sound of a porcelain bowl shattering interrupted Fang Bei's actions. An emaciated old man trembled as he knelt on the ground, porridge spilling everywhere from his bowl. He gasped for breath, repeatedly apologizing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Nearby, a few individuals immediately rushed to the ground, frantically licking up the spilled porridge. Claudia quickly crouched down, softly reassuring him, It's all right, there's still a bowl. This time, I will hold it for you. Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, and tears instantly welled up in the old man's murky eyes. Miss Dia, my whole family has starved to death. He choked out, his voice filled with despair. I know you're all suffering. I will find a way. Claudia gently embraced the old man, her eyes brimming with compassion. Fang Bei silently handed over a bowl of plain porridge, which Claudia took and personally fed to the old man. After he tremulously finished the porridge, he slowly walked out of the crowd and collapsed in an unnoticed corner, never to rise again. The 3 large vats of porridge quickly ran out. Claudia gazed at the long line of people and, with great difficulty, called out, "Everyone, today, as portion has been depleted. I promise to bring more rice porridge tomorrow. You must survive." The starving masses had grown accustomed to such declarations. Upon hearing her words, they did not murmur or complain, but silently dispersed. A small boy squeezed out from the crowd, nearly falling as he was jostled. Claudia, quick on her feet, caught him. "Miss Dia, I'm hungry," the boy said, his tattered clothing and dirt and blood-streaked face revealing his plight, with blood seeping from his gums. Claudia pulled a clean handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped the grime from his face. "There truly is none left today. Can we wait until tomorrow?" Looking at the boy, who was nearly the same size as Fang Bei, Claudia felt an overwhelming sense of weakness, her breath growing heavy. On the return journey, Fang Bei saw the body of the old man who had shattered the bowl, lying alone in a corner, neglected. For the next 3 days, Fang Bei accompanied Claudia to distribute porridge in the outer city every afternoon, while dedicating his evenings to etching matrices and catching up on sleep in the mornings. Day after day, the engraving of Yangwu Qingshan was long completed, and the progress of Yangwu Huaqiu had reached nearly half completion. Chapter 29. The Tyrant at the critical point. They won't let us alive. Then let us perish together. Charge in. The food is all inside. The cacophony of shouts and clashing swords jolted Fang Bei awake from his slumber. His heart was still racing when a frantic knocking resounded at the door. Before he could respond, the door was flung open, and Su Xiaotang rushed in a flurry. "Fang Bei, hurry and get up." On Su Xiaotang's face was etched a profound anxiety. A conflict had erupted between the residents of the outer city and those of the inner city, and safety was no longer assured. "I must take you away," she urged. Fang Bei rubbed his drowsy eyes in confusion. Why has this sudden conflict arisen? Wasn't it agreed to allow 7 days? It has only been 3. "I do not know." Su Xiaotang shook her head. "If too many perish at once, it may incite the gathering of malevolent thoughts. Uncle Lin warned that if the situation deteriorates, we must evacuate and await the support of the sword-bearers." Without further ado, she seized the still-dazed Fang Bei and dashed toward the exit. Light as a feather, Su Xiaotang murmured softly, her feet propelling her upward as she leapt nearly 10 meters onto the rooftop, effortlessly bringing Fang Bei along. Her movements were as graceful as a swallow, and in a few bounds, they reached the main street outside the city lord's residence. The sight before Fang Bei jolted him into full alertness. Below lay a gruesome battlefield, a chaotic melee involving thousands. One side consisted of the city lord's guards, adorned with golden masks and wielding finely crafted weapons, evidently extraordinary individuals trained rigorously. Each strike carried a fierce momentum, with some even able to unleash a glimmer of gunfire that sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. The opposing side comprised ordinary citizens, wielding farming tools and clad in tattered garments, their eyes filled with despair and fury, akin to cornered beasts fighting for survival. Behind these citizens, residents from the inner city surged forth, joining the fray. The battlefield was a cacophony of chaos, as the attire of the inner and outer city dwellers was indistinguishable, rendering friend and foe alike unrecognizable. The sounds of clashing blades and anguished cries intertwined, while the air was thick with the stench of blood. One side fought out of desperation for survival, the other to safeguard their chance at life. All were driven by the primal instinct to endure. Blood stained the streets. Severed limbs scattered about, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Amidst the turmoil, Fang Bei spotted a familiar figure, Claudia, clad in a white dress. She limped through the chaos, desperately shouting, "Stop! Everyone put down your weapons." Strangely, despite the battlefield's disorder, all blades seemed to instinctively avoid her. Neither the citizens nor the guards wished to harm this benevolent angel. Yet blades are heedless. Before long, several gashes appeared upon her, her white dress stained crimson, rendering her a striking sight amidst the carnage. "Xiaoya!" Fang Bai's heart tightened, and he called out loudly. He immediately turned to Su Xiaodang. He understood his own limitations. Should he descend, he would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. In that moment, he could only seek the assistance of a senior. Su Xiaodang shot him an exasperated glare. In the next instant, a thread descended from above, ensnaring Claudia and pulling her back to the rooftop. What has caused this sudden turn of events? Claudia collapsed onto the ground, her voice trembling, her eyes filled with despair and confusion. Julie clearly stated 7 days. It has only been 3. Fong Bai looked at her, opening his mouth to offer comfort, yet found himself at a loss for words. Su Xiaodang glanced at Claudia and then at Fong Bai, sighing. Now is not the time for such discussions. We must depart from here. Uncle Lin awaits us. Fong Bai nodded and extended his hand to help Claudia to her feet. Let us depart from this place first. Claudia raised her head, gazing at Fong Bai, a flicker of gratitude illuminating her eyes. She managed to muster a faint smile and softly expressed her thanks. Su Xiaotang curled her lip, seemingly indifferent to Claudia's gratitude. Nevertheless, she extended her hand, assisting Fong Bai in supporting Claudia. Steady now, light body. Su Xiaotang grasped Fong Bai with one hand and Claudia with the other, and with a swift motion of her feet, they began to leap between the beams of the roof. Despite carrying 2 individuals, Su Xiaotang's speed remained undiminished. Her figure danced gracefully across the rooftop, her slender frame resembling a leaf swirling in the wind. Fong Bai could only hear the howling wind by his ears, as the scenery before him receded rapidly, and he could not help but marvel at the profound strength of his senior. Before long, the trio had distanced themselves from the chaos of the battlefield. The tumult outside the city lord's manor seemed grand, yet the number of participants barely exceeded 10,000. Aside from the blood-soaked area, the other streets remained tranquil. Su Xiaotang led them to the midsection of the city wall. Lin Mo, Lung Shuang, and Chao Fei Wei had long awaited their arrival. Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the ground, a compact device resting on his lap. The apparatus resembled a book, albeit more exquisite in design, its surface adorned with intricate gears and copper pipes. Lin Mo's fingers glided gently over the device, his expression focused and grave. Lung Shuang stood beside him, her gaze fixed intently on the ominous black cloud above. The cloud loomed low, as if ready to descend at any moment, her brow furrowed, her eyes filled with apprehension. Chao Fei Wei leaned against the wall, hands tucked into his pockets, his demeanor languid, as if the events unfolding before him were of no concern. Lin Mo closed the iron book, his expression solemn as he stated, "The yuan has reached its critical point, and it may soon give rise to a Baojun. The personnel from the Jing Jia have already departed, but they are not expected to arrive for another 10 days. He sighed. I fear it may be too late. We can only gamble now. Indeed. Lung Shuang nodded slightly, her voice frosty. We must wait a few more days. Once signs appear, Su Xiaotang should take Fong Bai and leave. The Baojun is beyond your reach. What about the people in the city? Su Xiaotang inquired anxiously. If it truly is a Baojun, sure Hui Cheng cannot be preserved. Should we not warn them in advance? We will notify them beforehand. Lin Mo replied calmly. They may choose to leave or stay. By the time we arrived, it was already somewhat late. The cause of the plague is no longer of significance. What are you talking about? What is a Baojun? Is it a formidable form of pollution? Claudia asked, her face a mask of confusion and unease. As the sister of the city lord, she possessed some knowledge of pollution. Lin Mo regarded her and said, I will discuss the details with your brother. It will be up to him to decide. My suggestion is that it would be best for the people in the city to evacuate. You might persuade them. Evacuate? Where can we go? Upon hearing this, Claudia began to grasp the true nature of the Baojun. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before responding. You can apply for assistance from the Federation. By informing them of the situation, perhaps they can allocate land from other cities for you. Though the process may be cumbersome, it is certainly preferable to remaining here and awaiting death. Claudia lowered her head, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her skirt. I shall persuade him upon my return. Chapter 30. The underground chamber under the joint suppression of the Golden Mask Guards and the citizens of the inner city. Nearly 10,000 participating in the riots among the outer city peasants lay sprawled upon the broad main street before the Lord's manor. Corpses littered the ground, stretching for 4 or 5 miles, as the cobbled streets of the inner city became stained a glaring crimson. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Even the winds carried a rust-like aroma. The sanitation team busily set about collecting the bodies. Fong Bai, Su Xiaodang, and Claudia walked side by side, silently traversing this bloody battleground. Fong Bai and Claudia fared relatively well. One possessed a steadfast spirit, while the other had long acclimated to such an environment. However, Su Xiaodang struggled, nearly retching throughout the first half of their journey, her complexion pale and devoid of color even now. After the civil war concluded, Lin Mo instructed them to return to the Lord's Manor independently. According to his words, as long as the Lord's Manor remained unconquered, it would be the safest place in Lime City. No matter how audacious Marco might be, he would not dare to act against the members of the Investigation Bureau. Before their return, the trio deliberately sought out Julie. Faced with their inquiries, Julie provided a clear response. This internal turmoil was not orchestrated by her, but was a spontaneous uprising among the outer city peasants, unrelated to the slums. She was entirely unaware of the matter. A hint of disdain tinged her tone, suggesting that had she been involved, the situation would not have unfolded as simply as it did today. Nevertheless, her demand remained unchanged. In 4 days, regardless of the presence of the so-called tyrant, she required a substantial supply of food. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Su Xiaodang and Fong Bai hastily consumed a modest meal before retreating to their respective rooms. Fong Bai continued etching the fireball matrix, having nearly exhausted the ashes in the circuit over the past few days. With the completion of the Eternal Lightness engraving, he gradually grasped the concept of the valve slots. The valve slots served as inlaid grooves within the circuit, his circuit initially containing only 6 valve slots. The embedding of Eternal Lightness occupied one. However, after digesting the ashes, his total number of valve slots increased to 8. Currently, 7 valve slots were available. Once the Eternal Fireball was inscribed, it would revert to 6. Each valve slot bore dual functions. 1. Embedding. Skills such as Matrix could be embedded within the valve slots. 2. Recovery. The mental strength restored during meditation actually emanated from the valve slots. Thus, the greater the number of valve slots, the more efficient the meditation. However, once a matrix was embedded within a valve slot, it would no longer expel mental strength during meditation. From Su Xiaodang, Fong Bai learned that prior to breaking through LV1, an individual could possess a maximum of 10 valve slots. He currently held 8, nearing the limit of LV1. He began to ponder whether continued consumption of ashes might lead to an increase in the number of valve slots. If he were to reach 11 valve slots, would that signify a breakthrough beyond LV1? Such thoughts were mere conjectures of Fong Bai, as he had no means to verify them at present. If one were to directly inquire of Su Xiaodang, it might inadvertently unveil the secret of the Shadow's ability to consume ashes, the vigilance instilled since childhood, along with an instinctive intuition, compels him to safeguard this secret. For now, he must proceed step by step, with the assurance that opportunities to comprehend these matters will arise in due course. He refocuses his attention on the matrix for crafting the Eternal Fireball. The combination of lightness and fireball would constitute a rudimentary combat capability. In the Lord's Manor, within a subterranean chamber, above which a vast cremation pit blazes with fervent flames. Acrid smoke mingled with the repugnant stench of decay billows skyward. At the pit's base lies a concealed passage leading into the depths below. Under the cover of flames and smoke, numerous corpses are stealthily transported underground. The expansive chamber is enshrouded in jadeite that obstructs mental energies, while the dimly glowing walls are adorned with faintly luminescent stones, emitting a ghostly cold light. The chamber is filled to capacity with corpses, densely packed with thousands of remains. In the center of the chamber sits an individual. His frame is gaunt, his visage haggard, yet an indescribable elegance permeates his presence. His hands are bound by iron chains. Deep indentations mar his wrists. Klaumaku stands before him, a hint of a cold smirk playing on his lips. Vittorio, this batch of corpses will undoubtedly serve as material for the bone harp. Vittorio raises his eyes to meet Marco's, his voice hoarse. These individuals did not perish from the plague. What have you done? Marco lets out a derisive laugh. I merely incited a bit of unrest. This group of rioters aimed to assault the Lord's Manor. Thanks to the golden masks you crafted, my men suffered minimal casualties. He pauses, his gaze turning frigid. These individuals, in their final moments, held strong convictions. Tell me, can they serve as material for the bone harp? If not, I shall have to seek out others. But the outer city has little left. A flicker of anger flashes in Vittorio's eyes as he struggles violently, the chains emitting a piercing clatter. What of Julia? Klaumaku sneers. As long as you comply with my instructions, I assure you she and her companions will remain unharmed, perhaps even allowing you a reunion. You must know she's still alive. I grant you a final 3 days to strip these bones and craft the bone harp. Vittorio remains silent for a moment before softly querying, "What the third string? Without it, the Eternal Symphony cannot be played." Klaumaku's expression darkens. "First, create the bone harp. Do not concern yourself with the third string." With that, he pivots and departs, his footsteps echoing in the chamber before gradually fading away. Vittorio raises his gaze, resting it upon the mountainous pile of corpses. Slowly, he rises, the chains dragging along the ground with a dull thud. He approaches one of the bodies, gently placing his hand upon its chest, murmuring, "Refine the bones." As his words resonate, the flesh of the corpse parts autonomously, revealing a complete skeleton. Vittorio methodically strikes the teeth from the skull, then drags the skeleton towards the center of the chamber. He activates a mechanism, causing the ground to suddenly flip, exposing the roaring flames below. He casts the skeleton into the fiery pit, where the flames instantly engulf it, sparks flying amidst the hissing sounds. At that moment, from the depths of the darkness in the corner of the secret chamber, a translucent figure gradually emerged. It was Claudia. Her silhouette was ethereal, as if it might dissipate at any moment. "Julie is fine." Claudia's voice was frail and airy. Vittorio nodded gently. "Having seen Eternal Melody, you must know that the third string of the bone harp requires the blood of a close kin to forge it. Kalamako's only family in this world is you." Kaya lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes. I have known from the very beginning that my brother would kill me." Vittorio gazed at her, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. "What are your plans now? Once Eternal Melody resounds, unforeseen events will unfold. Immortality is the greatest deception in this world." Claudia raised her head, her eyes filled with confusion. "Can you halt the crafting of the harp?" Vittorio smiled wryly. "If I cease, Julie will perish. Moreover, your brother was nurtured by Fanyen. He too will forge a harp. Leaving me behind is merely a matter of not wishing to squander time on this. Only the final portion remains. Whether I forge it or not is of little consequence." He stared intently at Claudia. "The issue lies not with me, but with your intentions." Claudia fell silent. After a lengthy pause, she softly spoke, "I intend to seek a place where my brother cannot find me, to quietly perish. I cannot bring further disaster to Hui City or the surrounding areas." Vittorio shook his head. "That is not a wise course of action. You are of utmost importance. Your brother will undoubtedly safeguard you. Your life or death matters little to him. What is significant is your corpse." Claudia's voice trembled, "But this is all I can do." Vittorio regarded her deeply, as if perceiving her true thoughts. This could not be the whole truth. The best course of action would be to relay the entire matter to the investigator. Those who become investigators must possess certain capabilities. As long as Kalamako is captured, everything could be averted. Federal investigators prioritize evidence in their work. Mere suspicion will not compel them to act. You and I are the evidence that could prompt their intervention. You could have done this long ago. Why did you not? Did you not intend to lure the investigator with the news of Hui City for this very purpose? Claudia lowered her head once more, her voice almost inaudible. "I do not know." Vittorio sighed softly. "Regardless of what choice you make in the end, starting tomorrow, you need not come here again. Deliver the bone flute I gave you to Julie, and let her leave Hui City swiftly with her companions." Upon hearing this, Claudia slowly raised her head. "I cannot give it to her yet. If Julie learns that you are here, she will surely rush in recklessly to rescue you." A glimmer of surprise appeared in Vittorio's eyes, as if he had not anticipated that this innocent and kind-hearted girl harbored such thoughts. He smiled wryly. "I have been remiss. Please persuade her. If she cannot escape, then let it be fate." Claudia nodded gently. "Yes, I will." Her figure gradually faded away. In the secret chamber, only the crackling of flames and the sound of iron chains remained. Chapter 31 Commissioned to Fong by the following day. The bloodstains on the stone pathway had dried, presenting a dark, crimson-mottled appearance, resembling serpentine trails that silently narrated the brutality of the previous day. The air was thick with a stifling sense of oppression, as if even the wind carried a metallic scent. Fong Bai sat in the carriage, his gaze sweeping over the street. Yet his mind was preoccupied with the conversation from the previous night with Lin Mo and the others. Their message was unequivocal. The ominous clouds above had amassed to their zenith, and pursuing the true culprit behind the plague was now futile. The current objective had shifted to ensuring that if the tyrant appeared, it must not be allowed to escape from Lime City. Compared to investigating the plague, their endeavors today were far more frantic. After their clandestine gathering last night, they had mysteriously vanished. Upon awakening this morning, the courtyard remained deserted. Gazing at the increasingly dense black clouds above, Fong Bai could feel an intangible urgency. However, this sense of urgency was swiftly interrupted by the delight of profit. He could not help but ponder how much better it would have been had the riot not occurred yesterday, as he would have earned an additional 100 nail-eye. The day's itinerary unfolded seamlessly. Yet, on the return journey, Fong Bai noticed that Claudia had been weeping. "What is the matter?" he inquired, though internally he mused about why the young lady of the Lord's Manor was perpetually in tears. It seemed she had not even stumbled today. "Fong Bai, are you free tonight?" Claudia wiped her tears, her voice somewhat choked. "Would you accompany me for a stroll tonight?" Fong Bai furrowed his brow, mentally calculating that the eternal fireball would require over a day's more time to be inscribed, leaving him little opportunity. Initially intending to decline, he softened upon seeing the glistening tears in Claudia's eyes. "I have no pressing matters, but cannot be too late, or else I will require compensation." "Thank you." A faint smile graced Claudia's face, akin to a ray of sunlight breaking through the gloom. "And please treat me to dinner," Fong Bai added. "Of course. What would you like to eat?" "The options may be limited." "Rice porridge." They returned to the Lord's Manor by 4 in the afternoon. Claudia's appointed time was in the evening, so Fong Bai returned to his room, sitting on the bed to continue inscribing the matrix. Once his mental energy was depleted, he sought restoration through meditation, cycling through the process repeatedly. So engrossed was he that he entirely forgot about his commitment to Claudia. In the dead of night, a sudden knock resonated at the door. Fong Bai presumed it was Su Xiaotang and the others returning, though the rhythm of the knocking seemed too orderly for her. Upon opening the door, he beheld Claudia standing outside, cradling a bowl of rice porridge topped with shreds of meat and leafy greens. Behind her trailed the 2 golden-masked guards. Fong Bai glanced upwards. It was shrouded in darkness. He blinked and said, "Sister Xia, is this what you meant by evening?" "Yes," Claudia nodded gently, looking at Fong Bai. "You promised me, so you cannot renege." Without replying to Claudia's words, Fong Bai eagerly accepted the bowl from her hands. After satisfying his hunger, the two walked side by side within the Lord's Manor. Claudia remained silent, and Fong Bai did not initiate conversation either. They made their way to a small courtyard. "Where is this?" Fong Bai inquired. "This is my residence." "Oh," Fong Bai nodded. The layout of the Lord's residence is intricate, in addition to the main hall. There are numerous independent courtyards and even a barracks. Claudia's courtyard is distinctly larger than the one they inhabit, adorned with a small tree in full bloom, its petals showcasing a delicate shade of blue. Claudia led Fang Bei into her chambers, yet they were halted by 2 guards. "Miss, it is rather inappropriate for a stranger to enter your room," one guard murmured. "There is nothing inappropriate about it," Claudia replied nonchalantly, closing the door once Fang Bei was inside. The interior was decorated simply yet elegantly, with several landscape paintings adorning the walls and a finely crafted round lamp illuminating the room with a brilliant glow. Fang Bei felt somewhat bewildered. Was it not agreed that they would merely take a stroll? How had he ended up in her home? "I apologize, Fang Bei, for the delay in your wages," Claudia said, producing a beautifully crafted wooden box from a drawer and handing it to him. "This is your pay, but you cannot open it until tomorrow," she added mysteriously. "Why not?" Fang Bei asked, perplexed. "It is a small test. If you succeed, I shall reward you with an additional 100 nail-eye," Claudia winked. "Really?" Although Fang Bei sensed there might be a secret within the box, the temptation of 100 nail-eye was simply too great. Indeed, Claudia affirmed once more. "All right, I shall not look at it today." Fang Bei nodded vigorously, contemplating that regardless of its contents, waiting until tomorrow would not be a loss, especially since there was a chance to earn more. "Take good care of this," Claudia instructed, handing the box to him. "Next, I must discuss 2 matters." Her expression suddenly turned serious. "What happened to your hand?" Fang Bei noticed a finger of Claudia's wrapped in white cloth. "I sustained a minor cut." She smiled lightly, "but that is of little importance. Pay attention to what I am about to say." Clutching the box, Fang Bei nodded. "Go on." Taking a deep breath, she slowly continued. "I have come to realize that I seem unable to make a choice, so I have decided to entrust this right to you. There are other items in the box, which shall serve as compensation for you, making the choice on my behalf. What does this matter that is so difficult to decide? Fang Bei's curiosity was piqued. Claudia leaned closer. Lowering her voice, I have discovered that the musician is imprisoned in a secret chamber beneath the crematorium by my brother. The musician? Julie's teacher? Fang Bei inquired in astonishment. Yes. There is only one musician, Claudia confirmed with a nod. Fang Bei felt a jolt of alarm. He understood that their discussions had not been discreet, and he realized that the musician might hold vital clues to the source of the plague. Now that you are aware of this matter, what do you choose to do? Claudia asked. Certainly, I shall inform Uncle Lin and have them investigate, Fang Bei replied without hesitation. Claudia chuckled softly. Indeed, entrusting the choice to you was the right decision. I must make a choice as well. With that, she approached her vanity, retrieving a white flute from the drawer. The flute was as pure as jade, its surface intricately engraved with delicate patterns. There's one more thing I need to trouble you with. Please deliver this flute to Zilai tonight, Claudia said with a serious expression. Right now? Fang Bei seemed somewhat reluctant. He still had to engrave the matrix tonight, and the outside was perilous, teeming with pollutants. Do not worry. This flute will protect you. Should danger arise, simply blow into it. Claudia, perceiving his concerns, smiled and added, I shall not let you undertake any hazardous tasks. This is additional fare. She handed him a large bill of 100 alai. Fang Bei instinctively accepted the bill, unable to refrain from asking, May I know the reason? When the investigator tracks down the musician, my brother may turn against you. His guards are formidable. Although the investigator is quite capable, they may be outnumbered. Deliver this flute to Zilai. She will assist you, Claudia explained. Fang Bei pondered, sensing something amiss, yet could not articulate it. How about I accompany you? He proposed. I have other matters to attend to. Claudia slowly shook her head. Very well, Fang Bei nodded. I shall first deliver the flute, and will discuss the musician's affairs when I see Uncle Lin and the others. Likewise, deliver the flute to Zilai. Your companions will surely appear. Claudia looked at Fang Bei, a hint of embarrassment in her gaze, and said, I have a small request. What is it? Fang Bei responded. Meeting her eyes. Could you help me with my hair? Claudia gazed at Fang Bei with anticipation. I cannot, Fang Bei replied, shaking his head. It is fine. Fang Bei picked up a wooden comb and awkwardly began to comb Claudia's hair. Claudia closed her eyes, a look of bliss upon her face. My brother and I have relied on each other since childhood, she softly spoke. Our family struggled then, unable to afford even a comb. So he fashioned one himself and combed my hair in this manner. Later, he became successful, an extraordinary person, and even ventured into the New World. Upon returning from the New World, everything seemed to have changed. A hint of bitterness tinged her voice. People from the old state should not venture into the New World. Human desires are boundless. He forgot his original self. Fang Bei remained silent, quietly tending to her hair. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of the wooden comb gliding through her tresses. Time stood still in that moment. Chapter 32. The first battle, a glowing orb pulsated in the night, moving with the speed of a shooting star, darting across the rafters, slicing through the inky sky. The orb was a spherical lamp held in Fang Bai's hand. If he was not mistaken, this object should be called an electric light. Such is the benefit of culture, Fang Bai mused. Encountering novel things, one does not remain ignorant of their nature. He had heard that electric lights were ubiquitous in the New World, illuminating the night even more brightly than the day. He wondered if that was indeed true. Fang Bai leapt with precision, utilizing force to propel himself forward, his speed surpassing that of a horse-drawn carriage. As he leapt, he mentally calculated the consumption of his mental energy. The journey from the Lord's mansion to the slums spanned over 10 miles. If he proceeded at full speed, he estimated he could arrive in less than half an hour. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that his mental fortitude was evidently insufficient to sustain prolonged usage of Qing Shun. He had roughly calculated that the mental energy within his meridians could only support continuous use of Qing Shun for approximately 8 minutes. He also needed to reserve some mental energy to counter unforeseen dangers. By resting every 7 minutes for about half an hour, he could fully replenish his mental energy. Fang Bai continuously deliberated in his mind. This meant that reaching the impoverished district would take over 2 hours. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Fang Bai immediately halted and resolved to proceed by running. Restoring mental energy consumed too much time, given his current physique. He could traverse the 10-plus kilometers in less than an hour. The use of Qing Shun would only slow him down. The streets were still populated with several individuals sleeping by the roadside, and this segment near the city lord's mansion was largely free from pollution. It seemed that polluted entities congregated predominantly near the impoverished district. Fong Bai clutched his flute tightly, advancing with vigilance. As he reached the outer district, the darkness became markedly denser, even oppressive. No one lingered by the roadside, only an abyss of profound blackness. At a certain moment, Fong Bai suddenly leaped. To his left, a humanoid polluted entity lunged and missed, its head tilted back as it howled at him. Fong Bai found himself suspended directly above its head. With no means of leverage nearby, he lamented internally. Had he known, he would have jumped backward. What to do now? The young Gu Huiqiu was still lacking a bit of progress to be completed. He had no means of offense. Fong Bai cast his gaze toward the flute in his hand. There was no time to play it now, and he was uncertain of its effectiveness. Without further contemplation, Fong Bai spread his legs and struck fiercely upon the humanoid polluted entity's head with the flute. Bang! The entity's skull caved in, blood spurting forth. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Bai retreated and landed steadily. Oh, what a treasure! Fong Bai excitedly rubbed the pristine white flute. This was the first time he had inflicted harm upon a polluted entity. As he examined it, he suddenly sensed that the material of the flute bore a resemblance to bone. Bone is bone. After all, it is still a treasure. Fong Bai's eyes sparkled with a green glint as he gazed at the struggling, polluted entity. So, you were called a polluted entity? He licked his lips, displaying a more ferocious expression than the entity itself. Just in time, I find myself hungry again. With that, he heft the flute and swung it downwards with fervor. The ensuing battle was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Fong Bai wielded the flute, mercilessly striking the polluted entity as if playing whack-a-mole, with Qing Shun aiding him. He easily evaded the entity's simplistic attacks. Ultimately, this wretched polluted entity met its demise at the hands of Fong Bai's relentless blows. Fong Bai squatted beside the entity, embodying the satisfaction of vengeance. Having been bullied by you for so long, this is a form of retribution. The fallen entity rapidly evaporated into crimson mist, ultimately transforming into a small pile of ashes. Fong Bai reached out to touch the ashes, and a black serpent emerged from shadow. The ashes on the ground defied gravity, spiraling upwards and coalescing into mist in midair, which was subsequently absorbed by the black serpent. This one seemed less formidable than the two that Su Xiaotang had vanquished. In the inner vision circuit, the ashes drifting about were found to be fewer than a mere tenth of their previous quantity. He glanced down at the flute, noticing the foul, bloody stains gradually evaporating until they vanished completely. He contemplated using the flute to strike down a few more contaminated entities, thereby increasing the number of valve slots to 10. With a resolute heart, Fong Bai lifted his chin and continued to jog forward without a hint of fear. Strangely, however, the once elusive, contaminated entities did not appear at all. He had already entered the slum area. Despite reaching his destination, Fong Bai remained undeterred. He kept inhaling the complex scents in the air, hoping to catch a whiff of the contaminated entity's stench. Suddenly, he detected a familiar, faint fragrance. Could it be Senior Sister? Following the scent, he soon spotted Su Xiaodang, who was bent over, sketching something on the ground. As if sensing his presence, she turned around. Upon recognizing Fong Bai, she expressed surprise. Fong Bai, what brings you here? Xiao Yijie asked me to deliver this flute to Zhu Li. Do you know where she is? Fong Bai waved the flute in his hand. Yes, she is helping to set up the matrix, Su Xiaodang replied, rubbing her waist. Suddenly recalling something, her eyes widened in alarm. How did you get here? It's so dangerous. I walked over, Fong Bai said, tapping the flute in his hand. This flute is quite effective against contaminated entities. As if struck by a thought, Fong Bai inquired, what about Uncle Lin? I need to speak to him. I know where the Qinshi is. The Qinshi? How did you find that out? Su Xiaotang's expression turned skeptical, as she suspected Fong Bai might have heard some false information. They had searched for several days, ultimately concluding that the Qinshi had been slain by Kalamaka. Xiao Yijie mentioned it, Fong Bai clarified. Claudia? Su Xiaodang pondered painfully for a moment before shaking her head. Forget it. Thinking about it gives me a headache. I'll take you to find them. Chapter 33. Discovery of the Secret Chamber. Su Xiaodang led Fong Bai through a narrow alley to a slightly more open area. The original buildings had been razed. leaving behind neat imprints on the ground. Those enormous footprints and tire tracks could only have been made by Chao Feiwei's automaton. Fong Bai sensed a faint wave of spiritual energy flowing around him. Instinctively, he entered a meditative state, and the scene before him rendered him momentarily motionless. What unfolded was a grand and exquisite golden matrix, suspended in the air, divided into 3 layers, each rotating at different speeds. Countless intricate geometric patterns intertwined like gears in the void. As the spiritual threads flickered, it resembled a golden river flowing downward from an opening in the sky. At each corner of the matrix sat Lin Mo, Lung Shuang, Chao Feiwei, and Zhu Li, each in a meditative posture. Is this also a matrix? Fong Bai asked, bewildered. No, Su Xiaodang slowly shook her head. This is magic. Oh, Fong Bai mused, realizing it was magic. That explains it. Magic in the storybook should indeed be like this. You silly goose. Su Xiaodang rolled her eyes, and before she knew it, a piece of Boban candy had appeared in her mouth. She mumbled, you really believe that? This is a composite matrix, a method of applying matrices. Fong Bai withdrew from his meditative state, remarking that calling it magic would be more melodious. Is the connection light pattern finished? Lin Mo opened his eyes to gaze at Su Xiaodang. Almost done. Fong Bai is looking for you. He says he has located the position of the Qinshi. Su Xiaodang replied. Qinshi? Lin Mo glanced at the enormous matrix in the sky, realizing that there was little time to address such matters. Capturing the tyrant was the priority. Where did you get this bone flute? At that moment, Zhu Li suddenly dashed excitedly to Fong Bai's side, seizing the bone flute and examining it closely. Her fingers trembled slightly, confirming, no doubt about it. It is my teacher's bone flute. Where did you obtain this? Zhu Li gripped Fong Bai's arm tightly, her voice laced with urgency and anxiety, repeating her question. Fong Bai grimaced in pain as the bones creaked under her grip. Had it not been for his enhanced physique, his arms might have suffered fracture. What are you doing? This junior can hardly withstand such pressure. Su Xiaodang angrily pushed Zhu Li's hand away, positioning herself protectively in front of Fong Bai. I apologize. I lost my composure. Zhu Li took a deep breath, striving to calm herself, a hint of contrition gracing her features. To prevent her from seizing him again, Fong Bai quickly retreated behind Su Xiaodang, rubbing his sore arm. It was given to me by Xiao Yijia. She insisted I deliver it to you, and it had to be now. Claudia? Zhu Li took the bone flute, her eyes betraying a complex emotion. Fong Bai nodded affirmatively. So that's how it is, Zhu Li murmured softly, as if coming to an understanding. She inhaled deeply, slowly raising the bone flute to her lips and gently blowing. Instantly, a melody filled with a sense of bloodshed echoed through the night sky. The atmosphere around them grew oppressive. As the tune concluded, a group of young boys and girls, not much older than teenagers, emerged from the darkness. Their steps were steady, and their gazes were cold. The numbers swelled, becoming a dense throng of several hundred, with more continuously joining. Follow me as we storm the Lord's manor. Zhu Li's voice was frigid and resolute. Yes, a deafening chorus responded, brimming with murderous intent. Miss Zhu, could you please wait a moment? Lin Mo had appeared beside Zhu Li, gently resting a hand on her shoulder. The tyrant is about to be conceived. Acting on murderous thoughts at this moment may not be prudent. Zhu Li suddenly broke free from Lin Mo's grasp, her eyes blazing with fury. I cannot concern myself with that. Do not advise me further. It is not your teacher's life at stake. Her voice was imbued with suppressed anger. Lin Mo spoke calmly. Since we have already located the Qinshi, how about I assist you in rescuing her first? Charging in with your followers and wreaking havoc will not only hasten the tyrant conception, but may also endanger your teacher. At his words, Zhu Li's emotions began to stabilize, the fire in her eyes gradually yielding to reason. Are you willing to help me? The investigators do not aid anyone in particular. We act in accordance with what brings us closest to the truth, Lin Mo replied calmly. Now is the time to set forth. You all must enter first to rescue my master. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, my people will come to your aid. Zhu Li suppressed her emotions and made a swift decision. Lin Mo glanced at Lung Shuang, who nodded slightly. You go ahead. I will stay here with Chao Feiwei to stabilize the array. Understood, Lin Mo replied. Hundreds of individuals sprinted through the night. Lin Mo grasped Fong Bai in one hand and Su Xiaodang in the other, moving like the wind, leaving the others far behind. After 5 minutes, they arrived at the city lord's mansion. Lin Mo cast a glance at his wristwatch and said in a low voice, "We have 26 minutes remaining. We must not let them make contact." Many in Jiuzhou do not comprehend what tyranny truly signifies. What is the precise location of the Qinshi? Lin Mo inquired. Looking at Feng Bai. It is beneath the incineration pit, Feng Bai responded. The incineration pit. I have visited that place many times, Lin Mo frowned. A thought crossing his mind, and immediately headed toward the incineration pit. Atop the incineration pit, flames still flickered, and thick smoke billowed. The air heavy with the acrid scent of burning corpses. The trio descended to the bottom of the pit, where two guards adorned with golden masks were tasked with burning the bodies. The flames had never ceased. Who goes there? The guards, upon noticing the newcomers, were about to speak when Lin Mo swiftly moved, knocking them unconscious with swift strikes. Lin Mo crouched down, pressing his hand against the ground, and closed his eyes to sense. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his brow furrowed, realizing he had not discerned anything beneath the surface. Yet, Feng Bai was intently staring at the flames, whispering, "There's wind below." Hearing this, Lin Mo cast a deep look at Feng Bai. A detail he had overlooked had been noticed by this young man. What level of insight is this? Vacuum, Lin Mo murmured. Complex light patterns emerged beneath his feet as the array gradually took shape. 10 seconds later, a firewall over 3 meters high was enveloped in a transparent box. The flames gradually extinguished, revealing partially burned corpses. Move the bodies aside, Lin Mo directed at Su Xiaodang. Reluctantly, Su Xiaodang used her mental power to shift the charred remains, exposing a flat stone slab that had been burned black. Lin Mo examined the slab, realizing why his mental power could not probe anything. He had underestimated this remote area. Su Xiaodang used glowing threads to lift the slab, revealing a staircase leading downward. Lin Mo took the lead as they descended along the staircase, the only sound echoing in the dark passageway being their footsteps. Chapter 34. Siblings inside the city lord's mansion. Claudia sat quietly before her vanity. After gifting a spherical lamp to Feng Bai, she could only light a candle for illumination. The candlelight bathed her face, casting a gentle halo. She picked up a long and used blush, delicately dipping her fingertip, and then applied it to her cheeks. The blush's hue resembled that of a freshly bloomed rose, adding vitality to her pallid skin. Her movements were tender and focused. In the mirror, her brows and eyes resembled a painting, her lips the color of cherries. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. Glancing at the figure reflected in the mirror, Claudia broke into a smile. "Brother, you have finally arrived. Do you think I look beautiful today?" She awkwardly twirled around, the hem of her white dress gently fluttering. Kawamiko stood at the doorway, gazing at the smile gracing Claudia's face, and then at her meticulously arranged appearance, momentarily lost in thought. His throat felt constricted, as if choked by an unseen force, and after a pause, he softly inquired, "Are you putting on makeup?" Claudia beamed sweetly, stepping forward to grasp Makeo's hand, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "You haven't answered me yet. Do you think I look beautiful today?" Makeo's gaze fell upon her face, a sharp pang piercing his heart. He managed to force a smile, his voice hoarse, of course. "My sister, you look beautiful." Claudia's smile blossomed even brighter, as if she had received the most precious compliment in the world. She gently pulled Makeo's hand and led him to the window, whispering, "Brother, do you remember? When I was little, I suffered from epilepsy, my body covered in dreadful folds. Others call me a monster, but you never turned away from me." Her voice was soft, akin to the whispers of the night wind. "Back then, I would always hide in my room and cry, too afraid to face anyone. Yet you would always push open my door and say, 'Xiaoa, true beauty lies in the heart.' How could someone as kind as you be a monster? Do you remember?" Makeo's body trembled slightly, a flicker of anguish passing through his eyes. He certainly remembered. At that time, Claudia was frail and pale, her body marred by terrifying folds. Everyone avoided her, some even claiming she was a cursed child. Yet in his eyes, she would forever remain his most cherished sister. "I remember," Makeo's voice was deep, as if wrenched from the depths of his throat. "You cried often, and I would tell you stories, promising that when you recovered, we would go together to witness the splendor of the new world." Yes, Claudia's eyes shimmered with tears, yet she continued to smile. "Back then, my greatest dream was to visit the new world, for you always told me that the nights there were brighter than the days." devoid of darkness, filled with vibrant lights, more beautiful than the stars in the sky. I have never forgotten. Makeo's hand trembled slightly, his heart feeling as though it were being torn apart by some unseen force. Gazing at her pure smile and listening to her reminisce about those cherished times, he found himself unable to lift his hand. "Brother, what is wrong?" Claudia noticed his unusual demeanor and asked softly. Makeo opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to produce any sound. On one side were ambition and desire, on the other, familial affection and memories. He struggled to speak, his voice so hoarse it was barely audible. Claudia, seemingly unaware of his distress, continued to smile. "Brother, do you remember the comb you made for me? I have kept it all this time." She turned to retrieve an old wooden comb from her vanity and held it out to Makeo. "Look." Makeo trembled as he accepted the comb. "Brother, do you remember what you once said?" Claudia's voice was gentle, yet it pierced Makeo's heart like a sharp blade. "You promised that no matter what happened, you would protect me and would never allow me to be hurt." Tears finally overflowed from Makeo's eyes. He abruptly turned away from Claudia, his shoulders quivering slightly. "Brother?" Claudia's voice carried a hint of unease. "I apologize." Marco's voice was low and filled with anguish. Claudia's smile gradually faded, a flicker of sadness passing through her eyes. She gently approached Marco from behind, embracing him and softly saying, "I understand what you wish to do. It's all right, I do not blame you." Marco's body stiffened suddenly. "I know, you know everything." Claudia nodded, her gaze filled with tenderness. "It seems I cannot compare to my brother. You have always surpassed me." Marco turned around, tightly embracing Claudia, his voice choked with emotion. "This time, I have lost. You can act now." Claudia looked up at Marco and said, "They have already located the musician. He should be in the basement." Feeling Marco's tremors, Claudia gently patted his back, just as he had comforted her in their childhood. "It's all right, I understand. You have merely lost your way. The splendor of a new era must have overwhelmed you, and you have yet to escape that dazzling brilliance. Let me save you this time." The night was deep, and the candlelight flickered, illuminating the final moments for this pair of siblings. Claudia gently pushed Marco away. "Once we rescue the musician, there will be no chance left for you." Marco's hand trembled as he slowly withdrew a sharp dagger from his breast pocket. The blade glimmered coldly in the candlelight, seemingly carrying a lethal chill. Claudia gazed at the dazzling dagger, slowly closing her eyes. Her voice was soft. "You have gone astray and become a villain in others' eyes. I shall do good and become the best of the good. Thus your sins may lessen." Marco's hand trembled even more violently, the dagger nearly slipping from his grasp. No, Marco's voice was hoarse and fragmented, as if resisting something. I cannot. Yet Claudia gently grasped his hand, slowly pressing the dagger against her heart. "It's all right. This is the last thing I can do for you." "No." Marco's voice suddenly became hysterical. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but found Claudia's grip surprisingly strong. Her gaze was resolute yet gentle, as if to convey that this was her willing choice. The sound of the dagger piercing her heart resonated clearly in the silent room. Claudia's body shuddered slightly, a trickle of blood escaping from her lips. Yet her smile remained pure and radiant. "Brother, do not cry." Her voice was weak, almost inaudible. Marco's tears flowed like a breached dam as he tightly held Claudia, his voice hoarse and desperate. Claudia's hand gently caressed Marco's face, her fingertips cold yet tender. "Brother, I do not know what deal you made with the musician, but perhaps he is concealing something from you. Be cautious." Her voice grew fainter. "I hope you will not blame me for what follows." After uttering these words, her hand slowly fell, the light in her eyes gradually dimming, refining the bone stripping. The candlelight continued to flicker, but could no longer illuminate the darkness within Marco's heart. Chapter 35. Encountering the musician, the cremation pit, underground. After traversing stairs nearly 10 meters long, the view suddenly opened up. Before my eyes lay a chamber entirely paved with jade. The luster of the jade appeared particularly cold in the dim surroundings, enveloping the entire room in a faint glow. In the center of the chamber sat a gaunt, weary middle-aged man. Thick chains were coiled around his wrists and ankles, rendering him utterly exhausted, yet his gaze still held a glimmer of sharpness. "You are the musician Vittorio?" Lin Imo inquired, stepping forward with a steady tone. "It is I." The musician lifted his head, his voice hoarse. "I presume you are the investigators from the Federation. You have arrived too late." He sighed softly, a hint of resignation in his tone. By the time that young girl made her decision, Marco had already taken the bone zither from me. Though my sister is wise, how could she possibly contend with a brother as cruel as he? What do you mean? Too late? You're still alive, aren't you? Su Xiaodang interjected, her expression one of confusion. The musician forced a smile. Could you unbind me first? My frail body can scarcely endure this. Without further ado, Lin Mo drew his pistol from his waist, twirling it in his hand before firing 4 shots in quick succession. The bullets accurately striking the musician's chains. The bullets hit the chains, sending sparks flying, but left only a few white indentations behind. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. The high-quality jade in this place, the Lime City, could indeed melt under certain conditions. My weakened body cannot withstand this torment. Do you intend to kill me? The musician's voice carried a note of helplessness. Although the bullets had failed to sever the chains, the tremendous recoil had undoubtedly impacted him. Your mental threshold is remarkably high. How could you be imprisoned here by Clama Marco? Lin Mo approached the musician, producing a short blade from an unknown source. The blade flashed, and all chains fell away with a resounding clink. Have you truly severed them? A flicker of apprehension crossed the musician's eyes. He began to flex his limbs before speaking softly. I measured my mental threshold long ago, LV 155, but that Lord Marco's threshold hovers around LV 2. With the added element of his ambush. Do you not think I deserve to be restrained? Let us depart. Your disciple, Zhu Li, is on her way. Advise her against rashness. Any further bloodshed at this juncture will hasten the emergence of the tyrant, Lin Mo urged calmly. A flicker of fear crossed the musician's eyes at the mention of the tyrant. Indeed, the tyrant is terrifying, but I fear that even more dreadful events may unfold. We cannot leave now. What do you know? Lin Mo asked, fixing his gaze upon him. The musician sighed deeply, weariness evident in his tone. All of this calamity stems from me. Please, just clarify everything at once. Su Xiaodang exclaimed, her cheeks puffed in frustration. Did you not hear Uncle Lin? If a fight breaks out outside, it will be disastrous. We have come to rescue you, and yet you are still dragging this out. The musician gestured towards the ceiling. Look up. Is there any way out? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo hastened to the descending entrance, scrutinizing it closely. His expression darkened as he discerned the mechanism, a trap that sealed the passageway. We are currently situated 10 meters beneath the ground, with 2 layers of nearly half a meter high jade stones above us. The interstitial space is filled with composite metal materials, intricately intermingled with jade. Unless a formidable LV2 warrior were to arrive, it would be utterly impossible to breach this barrier. LV2. Su Xiaodang glanced at Lin Mo, her expression conveying an expectation for him to elaborate. Lin Mo disregarded her gaze and turned to the musician, inquiring about the presence of jade fusion materials and the mental barriers, questioning how a former lord of a distant city could possess such items. A foreboding sensation stirred within him, hoping it would not manifest as he feared. Who knows? The musician sighed gently, stating that there was nothing they could do but wait. At that moment, Lin Mo produced a square box from an unknown source. He twisted it a few times before casting it away. Upon hitting the ground, the box began to transform, resembling the awakening of some mysterious mechanical entity. 4 slender metallic legs extended from its base, securely anchoring themselves to the ground. The top of the box gradually elevated, revealing a shimmering silver drill bit that emerged from its center and ascended slowly. The jade above crackled under the drill's assault, shattering like fragile glass as a small hole was swiftly created, with fragments cascading down like snowflakes. The slender drill soon penetrated the 10-meter-high barrier, yet the minuscule opening would scarcely allow passage. It sufficed to carve out a circular perimeter along the edges. A construction drilling machine, Lin Mo explained, sensing the gaze of Fong Bai upon him. It works equally well on ceilings. The walls above are reinforced with jade, significantly enhancing their hardness. The remaining energy within this device is adequate to create a circular exit. We merely need to bide our time. With that, he settled beside the musician, seizing the opportunity to discuss the matter of Lord Ma, inquiring why he had been captured and what his intentions were. Upon hearing Lin Mo's inquiry, the musician's eyes brimmed with regret. As I've already mentioned, the root of this calamity lies within me. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. You must have investigated my identity and discovered that I had ventured to the new world and returned with my wife. We are aware, Lin Mo nodded. My wife's name is Zhu Fanyan. She was an exceptional alchemist specializing in musical instruments, a graduate of the Glay Alchemy University. The musician's voice was low, tinged with nostalgia and pride. Of Asian descent? Lin Mo queried. Indeed, the musician replied softly. She is of mixed heritage, with a mother who is a winged being and a father of Asian descent. As he spoke, his voice grew hoarse. She tragically passed away due to an accident, leaving behind a tome titled Eternal Melody, which is strictly forbidden knowledge by the Federation. Only by fusing the bones of 100,000 souls, infused with lingering desires, to create a bone harp can one begin to resonate with the contents of the melody. Since then, I have preserved Eternal Melody, fully aware of its taboo nature, and never considered attempting its use. However, Lord Ma somehow learned of its existence. Approximately 6 months ago, he launched a surprise attack against me, threatening my life by endangering Zhu Li, my adopted daughter, compelling me to surrender the Eternal Melody. I acquiesced to his demands. Yet he remained distrustful, confining me here and continuing to leverage Zhu Li to coerce me into forging a bone zither, as he yearned to perform the Eternal Melody. I had foreseen this eventuality. Prior to Marco's assault, I entrusted the token of affection shared between Fan Yin and myself, the lost path bone flute, to Marco's sister. A kind-hearted girl. However, I erred. Perhaps familial ties eclipsed her benevolence, as she was willing to bear the weight of her brother's heinous deeds. The lost path bone flute, crafted from a portion of my bones, possesses the ability to briefly draw the spirit of its holder to my side, and she witnessed every transaction that transpired between Marco and me. Initially, she chose to remain passive. But as Marco commenced his plague creation and the death toll in the city escalated, she sought my counsel on how to contact the Federation, which I provided. Subsequently, the Federation dispatched you to investigate, a message she relayed. However, her ability to transmit information was undoubtedly sanctioned by Marco. There exists a connection between the City Lord's seal and its bearer, and Marco refrained from harming her, perhaps out of lingering fraternal affection, by sending word to the Federation. She likely hoped they would intervene to alleviate the city's affliction. Yet when you investigators finally arrived, she remained silent, clearly intent on continuing to shield her brother. At this juncture, the musician's tone bore a hint of resignation. Marco was well aware that his sister was privy to the truth, should she speak. All his schemes would unravel, yet he had never laid a hand on her, until this final moment. Before your arrival, Marco seized the bone zither, and if I'm not mistaken, Claudia has likely perished. Perished? Fong Bai shuddered, disbelief lacing his voice. Why? Wasn't the bone zither already completed? Why would he turn against Sister Xia? The musician gazed at Fong Bai. To perform the Eternal Melody, a beloved's remains are requisite to craft the third string of the bone zither. Clearly, Claudia volunteered. She was willing to assist her brother in fulfilling this endeavor. Perhaps feeling guilt toward the citizens, she alerted you in advance, hoping you could thwart Marco. On one hand, she aided Marco in forging the zither, while on the other, she wished for someone to stop him, a mere girl, deftly orchestrating the actions of you all, myself included. The musician sighed softly, a mixture of admiration and helplessness. The chamber fell into a brief silence, the only sound being the whir of the drill reverberating. Perished, Fong Bai murmured softly, his gaze distant. Suddenly, he comprehended Claudia's intended choice. The message of the musician's confinement in the basement was to be conveyed. Marco would then face a choice. Either abandon all his machinations or immediately slay Claudia to reap the final rewards. Had he not sent the message, everything might have continued normally, and Marco would not be forced into a corner, thus sparing Claudia from harm. They could have even delayed until the Federation's support arrived. This is not merely about making a choice. It is evidently about compelling him to take her life. The shadows began to contort under the dim light, stretching and contracting as if attempting to break free from some unseen restraint. However, this turmoil lasted but a fleeting few seconds before being forcefully subdued by Fong Bai. I dislike making choices, he murmured to himself. Chapter 36. The Society of Twilight and Dawn. Lin Mo rose and approached the circular opening that had been breached. He gazed upward at the night sky, now tinged with a hint of pallor, and inquired, "What is the true effect of the Eternal Melody?" The voice of the musician resonated from behind him. "It is said to grant immortality, yet in reality, that should be impossible. All I know is that the effects vary according to the quality of the crafted bone zither. The one crafted by Marco contains at least 130,000 bones imbued with strong desires. Eternal melody, Lin Mo repeated softly, his tone laced with a weighty gravity. Forbidden knowledge, along with such arrangements, is indeed the work of the Society of Twilight and Dawn, he concluded, turning to survey the crowd with an unassailable tone. I will seek out Marco. Regardless of the effects of the eternal melody, he must not be allowed to play it. Musician, you should inform your disciple of the circumstances. She should be arriving at the city lord's mansion shortly. Xiao Tang, go find Lung Shuang and alert her that there are members of the Society of Twilight and Dawn within Lime City. Marco may merely be a pawn. Without waiting for a response from the others, Lin Mo leapt through the opening, his figure swiftly vanishing into the night. The Society of Twilight and Dawn? The color drained from Su Xiaotang's face in an instant. Countless horrifying tales flooded her mind. In the new era, if children misbehaved, their families often warned them that they would be taken away by the Society of Twilight and Dawn. Even she, Su Xiaotang, had been threatened with similar words in her childhood. After a moment of stunned silence, Su Xiaotang immediately grasped Fang Bai's arm. With a forceful throw, she propelled him forward and then jumped out herself. In the dimly lit basement, only the musician remained. He looked up at the void and murmured, "Youth is indeed a blessing." As Su Xiaotang and Fang Bai emerged from the basement, she seized Fang Bai's hand and dashed towards the slums. Her heart raced, the name of the Society of Twilight and Dawn echoing incessantly in her mind. She was unaware of what the eternal melody entailed. Yet the mere mention of the society instilled genuine fear within her. This was a terror deeply rooted in her soul, nurtured by countless bloody examples throughout her life. Fang Bai felt Su Xiaotang's grip tighten on his arm as the wind howled past his ears, rendering him somewhat dazed. Why had someone so good suddenly vanished? She was the first person in this world to sincerely praise him. Though he wished to seek Claudia, he understood that the city lord's mansion was no longer safe. Perhaps the entirety of Lime City was now perilous. Tyrant, Eternal Melody, Society of Twilight, and Dawn, all were exceedingly dangerous entities. Fang Bai, caught in the chaos of the wind, momentarily suppressed the sorrow within his heart. Claudia may not have truly perished. It is merely the empty rhetoric of the musician. At this moment, he ought to be most concerned about his own predicament. In such an environment, can he genuinely survive to witness the new era? Initially thought to be a jest, it has unexpectedly turned into a prophecy. Suddenly, he hears some commotion. Fang Bai looks down, and the sky has begun to brighten slightly, allowing him to faintly see hundreds of individuals streaming down the main street. Leading the way is Julie. Following her are youths of similar age to Fang Bai, dressed in tattered clothing, devoid of weapons, save for the rough, white bone whistles hanging around their necks. Su Xiaotang brushes past them without pausing. In mere seconds, Julie and her entourage vanish from sight. A few minutes later, they arrive in the slums. Su Xiaotang, breathless, rushes to Lung Shuang and speaks urgently. "Sister Lung, something terrible has happened." "What is it?" "Speak slowly." Lung Shuang responds calmly, looking at her. "Uncle Lin said there are members of the Hui Ming Society in this city." "The Hui Ming Society?" Lung Shuang's expression instantly becomes grave, though she remains composed and simply inquires, "Where is Lin Mo?" "Uncle Lin has gone to find Lord Marco. He is indeed the mastermind behind the plague, aiming to collect corpses to craft the bone harp that plays the Eternal Symphony." Su Xiaotang articulates with remarkable clarity. "The Eternal Symphony? That is forbidden knowledge," Su Xiaotang adds. Lung Shuang falls silent, as if organizing her thoughts. Is the Hui Ming Society pursuing forbidden knowledge? Su Xiaotang presses on. "What should we do now? What else can we do?" On the other side, Chao Fiwei interjects irritably. "The Hui Ming Society is far too perilous. Who knows the level of that forbidden knowledge? We should retreat quickly. Lin Mo certainly won't perish. We must report back and await reinforcement from the Federation before we make any plans." "No," Lung Shuang interrupts, her tone resolute. "Forbidden knowledge must be reclaimed." "What is wrong with you?" Chao Fiwei frowns. "You are merely a junior investigator. Not only have you taken on the role of a swordsman, but now you wish to usurp the duties of the Sanctuary of the Covenant. How greedy can you be? Hurry and come with me. Lin Mo will surely flee if he realizes he cannot defeat us, and we lack his ability to escape. If investigators could resolve all issues, there would be no drawn-out processes and many lives could be saved, Lung Shuang replies lightly. Since the problem has arisen, it could be addressed through force, which is considerably simpler. Additionally, I am not usurping any duties. I previously worked at the Sanctuary of the Covenant. You should leave. I'll go take a look. As Lung Shuang speaks, she turns to Chao Feiwei. You take Su Xiaoding and Fang Bai away. Before her words fully resonate, Lung Shuang's figure has already vanished into the night. Let us go, Chao Feiwei urges. No, Su Xiaoding grits her teeth and chases after her. Sister Lung, wait for me. I can help too. Chao Feiwei glances at Fang Bai, a hint of exasperation in her voice. You aren't thinking of going too, are you? Fang Bai clenches his fists, then slowly relaxes, ultimately shaking his head. I am afraid of dying. Finally, there is someone wise among us. A thunderous sound reverberated as the Autobots approached with heavy footsteps. Chao Feiwei leapt onto the shoulder of an Autobot, who then extended his hand before Fang Bai. Fang Bai stepped onto it, and the Autobot gently placed him on his shoulder. Make yourself comfortable, Chao Feiwei instructed. The Autobot took off at a brisk pace, and upon reaching the edge of the city wall, flames erupted from beneath his feet as he leapt almost 20 meters over the towering barrier. Chao Feiwei set Fang Bai down on the outer side of the wall. She retrieved a coin from her pocket, tossed it into the air, and, upon catching it, she opened her palm with a soft sigh, reflecting on the uncertainty that accompanies a gambler's life. This is your admission notice. The Autobot opened the trunk, and a notice fluttered down in front of Fang Bai. If we get separated, just hold on to this, and the school personnel will be able to find you. With that, Chao Feiwei donned her sunglasses. The Autobot crouched slightly, and then leapt once more, stirring a whirlwind. Fang Bai looked up to see Chao Feiwei reclining on the Autobot's shoulder, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. He stood there, dazed, on the other side of the wall, voicing an incomprehensible inquiry. Wasn't it said to be very dangerous? Why go? The breeze swept past, bringing a touch of coolness. Chapter 37. Eternal Symphony. Fang Bai leaned against the cold city wall, his body weakly sliding down to the ground. He hung his head low, murmuring to himself, "These people are truly irresponsible, leaving me here without food or water. How am I to survive?" Yet he understood that their act of sending him out might have been their version of benevolence. What followed was beyond his capacity to influence. Fang Bai had no intention of intervening. He feared for his life. He could only pray that Lin Mo and the others would triumph over the villains and come to rescue him, taking him to the new world. He yearned to acquire more knowledge and witness broader horizons. He did not wish to squander his life due to impulsiveness. The experiences of recent days had made him more appreciative of life. To him, survival was essential for making progress. He aspired to study in the new world. Fang Bai envisioned a promising future ahead. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to the sky. The ominous black clouds loomed ever closer, as if they were suspended above him, suffocating him with their weight. Occasional flashes of lightning flickered within the clouds, casting a ghastly and unsettling light. It must already be tomorrow, he mused. Xiaoya, I have kept my promise. He withdrew a beautifully crafted wooden box from his bosom. The box was flat, adorned with intricate carvings on its surface. As he slowly opened the box, his pupils dilated in shock at what lay inside. At the top of the box rested a bloodied finger, delicate and pale. The sight of it immediately reminded him of the white cloth wrapped around Claudia's finger. Why? He asked himself, his voice tinged with confusion. He forcefully tore a piece of fabric from his clothing and wrapped the finger. Then he continued to examine the contents beneath it. It was money, a thick stack of it. At that moment, however, Fang Bai paid little heed to the money. Qian placed a sheet of letter paper on the table and immediately withdrew it, unfolding it with deliberation. Xiao Bai, it is with great regret that I bid you farewell in this manner. You must have already received word from the Qin Master. My decision is voluntary. Do not blame your elder brother. I have witnessed the eternal symphony and understand that he has been tainted by knowledge, consumed by malevolent thoughts, and all his actions are contrary to his true intentions. I watched helplessly as my brother caused the demise of hundreds of thousands of citizens, yet I did nothing. My sins are irredeemable. Each day I endure is a torment, and I wish to accomplish one final deed with my life. The effect of the eternal symphony is to summon the spirits of the Qin bones. Once the melody resonates, all the obsessions used to create the bone Qin will awaken, resulting in an army of hundreds of thousands of restless souls. They are indestructible. Even if the player ceases to play, the symphony will not cease. The only way to halt this is to destroy the bone sheen. There exists but one method to destroy it, to sever the third special string, which can only be done by my fingers. You're the only one capable of approaching the bone sheen, for my obsession resides within you. I hope you will destroy the bone sheen and save Shui City, but I also hope my brother can attain the immortality he desires. Thus, I entrust this choice to you. Unlike those investigators, you will be conflicted and will truly make a choice. Should you approach the bone sheen, there is a possibility of death and other obstacles. Are you willing to risk your life to save those who are unrelated to you? Regardless of your willingness, I have already triumphed, for both outcomes align with my desires. Xiao Bai, although our time together has been brief, you are the one to whom I owe the most. I have placed all my choices upon your shoulders. You must be weary. I must confess that I am a person of unspeakable wickedness. At least in the eyes of you and those hundreds of thousands of citizens, my malevolence is pure. I do not wish to be consumed by evil thoughts. Thus I must bring this to an end as swiftly as possible. If there truly exists a life after this one, I shall repay you. Lastly, be wary of Zhu Li. Fong Bai set down the letter, his expression impassive. His fingers clenched the paper tightly, knuckles straining as if to crush the fragile sheet. What is this? He rasped, infused with anger and confusion. His fist struck the wall behind him with a dull thud. The rough stone surface instantly cut into his skin. Yet he felt no pain. Blood stained the wall, mingling with the crimson on his hands. What choice are you speaking of? His eyes were filled with anguish, clearly desiring my demise. I barely even grasped the simplest fireball. His fist hung limply at his side, blood dripping from his fingertips, forming a dark red pool on the ground. I wish to be a good person, but I do not aspire to be a hero, he murmured softly. After sitting in silence for several minutes, he suddenly whispered, "Come forth." The voice, though soft, resonated oddly beneath the vast expanse of the city walls, imbued with an inexplicable authority. As his words fell, an eerie ripple coursed through the air. A shadow gradually emerged, as if it were peeling away from the shadows cast upon the ground. The shadow knelt slowly before Fong Bai, who gazed at it and declared his intent to enter the city. The shadow remained in its kneeling position, lifting an arm composed of darkness, its fist tightly clenched. Though its movements were deliberate, they exuded an irresistible momentum. In the next moment, its fist struck the heavy stone wall with tremendous force. A resounding boom echoed, shaking the very air around them. The stone wall crumbled beneath the shadow's blow as if it were fragile parchment, instantly creating a vast, gaping hole. Debris scattered, and dust filled the air. This single punch nearly drained Fong Bai of his mental strength. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, and he hoarsely urged, "Go back." The shadow's form gradually became indistinct, ultimately vanishing entirely into the night. Fong Bai clenched his fist and stepped into the city. Upon entering, he was greeted by an extraordinary melody. The sound began softly, as if it were emanating from a distant horizon, imbued with an ethereal and profound rhythm. It resembled neither the music of the mortal realm nor the sounds of nature. At times, it was deep, akin to a lament rising from the depths of the earth, carrying a weighty sorrow. At other times, it soared, like a piercing cry plummeting from the clouds, sharp enough to send chills down one's spine. The melody intertwined with an indescribable cadence, reminiscent of countless tiny footsteps and whispers softly murmuring. Together, they wove a chilling resonance. Fong Bai felt as if his consciousness were being drawn by this melody, and vague images began to materialize in his mind. Pale skeletons, drifting phantoms, and boundless darkness. These visions seemed forcibly implanted within his psyche by some unseen force, refusing to fade away. Is this the eternal symphony? Fong Bai murmured softly. He lifted his gaze, peering through the dim night towards the direction of the Lord's mansion. Chapter 38. Chaos. Fong Bai was gripped by fear. Yet, despite his trepidation, he felt an imperative to act. He had never harbored grand ambitions of saving the world. Such thoughts were beyond even his wildest dreams. He was merely an ordinary person, a small figure incapable of caring for himself. He did not aspire to be a hero. However, one day, when an unbearable burden unexpectedly settled upon his shoulders, Fong Bai discovered a profound, ineffable urge rising from deep within him. He yearned to take a chance. This impulse even eclipsed his fear of death, leaving him astonished. He was unaware that, in this world, the vast majority of people long to shine, to be heroes. even if only for a fleeting moment. Yet, most people go their entire lives without such an opportunity. Now, this chance lay before him, heavy enough to nearly crush him. If he were to flee in cowardice, he feared that in his dreams he would encounter the lives he failed to save, the disappointed gazes of his companions, and the image of his own cowardly back. That guilt, perhaps, will be more unbearable than death itself. Certainly, his heart continued to harbor a deep-seated hatred for that wicked woman, Claudia. Why must she impose such a heavy burden upon a fledgling like him? She was fully aware of his frailty, cognizant that he might not even be capable of self-preservation, yet she unhesitatingly thrust all of this upon him. Claudia was the first woman to commend him, and also the first to deceive him in this world. In retrospect, perhaps from the very beginning, she had been plotting to exploit him. Ultimately, Fangbai arrived at a conclusion. Women can be terrifying, especially those who are beautiful and appear devoid of guile. Extending this conclusion further, Su Xiaodang also seemed formidable. Fangbai shook his head, striving to realign his wandering thoughts. Despite considering Claudia a vile woman, her death still evoked a tinge of sorrow within him. She was acutely aware of her brother's misdeeds, the countless lives he had destroyed, yet she chose to aid him, even at the cost of her own life. In that moment, Fangbai contemplated the complexities of human nature for the first time. He perceived it as a labyrinth of contradictions. He was no exception. Fear gripped him, his legs trembling as if they might give way beneath him at any moment. Yet, why did he resolutely continue toward the city lord's mansion? That path might lead to perdition. Perhaps he would never attend university again, never witness a broader world. Nevertheless, he pressed onward, straddling the precarious line between fear and courage. Fangbai jogged forward. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds erupted from the stone path ahead. His gaze was instantly drawn to the source, where a pale hand, a skeletal remnant, slowly emerged from the earth, fingers splayed as if to grasp something. The bone was still caked with dirt, the joints emitting a disconcerting creaking sound. What on earth is that? Fangbai recoiled in fright, immediately recalling the effects of Eternal Melody. Realizing that this was the entity summoned by Eternal Melody, he assumed a defensive stance, fists clenched. Though his hands trembled slightly, he endeavored to project an air of calm. Surely, I can defeat a mere skeleton? He attempted to bolster his courage. However, before he could muster his resolve, more crackling sounds emanated from the adjacent stone path. Turning his head, a chill ran down his spine. Dozens of skeletons were struggling to claw their way out of the ground, their upper halves exposed as they frantically scraped at the earth. Strangely, the stone path remained undisturbed, as if these skeletal forms had materialized from thin air. Their ghastly visages, pale bones glinting with an eerie light, had hollow eye sockets ablaze with ghostly blue flames, resembling two flickering will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness. Their jaws clacked ominously, producing a chilling sound. What was worse, upon spotting Fangbai, the skeletons seemed to be invigorated. Their previously immobile lower halves suddenly dragged forth by an inexplicable force. Their movements became agile as they advanced toward Fangbai. Alas, this is not good. Cold sweat trickled down Fangbai's forehead. The shadow he had just invoked had depleted his mental energy to the brink. He needed to conserve a modicum of it for critical moments. With this thought in mind, Fangbai turned and fled, darting into a narrow alleyway, his figure swiftly enveloped by the shadows. The skeletons, upon noticing, immediately pursued him. However, their movements were rigid, lacking even the speed of an ordinary person. Utilizing the twists and turns of the alley, Fangbai circled back and returned to the main street. This thoroughfare was the closest route to the city lord's mansion. As dawn broke, the gray light spilled over the street, yet it brought no warmth. Instead, it rendered the scene even more harrowing. After running for half an hour, Fangbai halted, gasping for breath. What lay before him had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. The streets were littered with shattered corpses, blood staining the cobblestones, and the air was thick with the stench of carnage. Frequently, he could see a dozen or so skeletons besieging the surviving citizens, their pleas intertwining into a lament of despair. The eerie blue flames within the eye sockets of the skeletons appeared particularly piercing in the morning light. Though their movements were stiff, they bore an unrelenting efficiency. Each swing of their bony hands sent forth sprays of blood, painting the street a vivid crimson. Fangbai could only watch helplessly, unable to preserve even his own safety. Gritting his teeth, he pressed forward, evading the skeletons whenever he encountered them, striving to avoid drawing their attention. As long as he kept running and avoided encirclement, those skeletons could not catch him. However, as he neared the city lord's mansion, the number of skeletons grew increasingly dense. Almost every few strides, he encountered several skeletons wandering about. The corpses on the ground multiplied, most torn asunder, with dismembered limbs scattered everywhere. Fong Bai was compelled to tread upon those remnants as he advanced, each step akin to walking upon the edge of a blade. His stomach churning, nearly retching. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar echoed from the heavens, reminiscent of some great beast's bellow, causing Fong Bai's eardrums to vibrate. He halted and gazed skyward. The dark clouds above were slowly contracting, gradually coalescing into a massive vortex. At the center of the vortex, something seemed to writhe ominously. Flashes of lightning occasionally pierced through the clouds, illuminating the gargantuan, distorted silhouette within, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. As he approached the city lord's mansion, the skeletons nearly blocked the path ahead, their countless frames surging like a tidal wave, leaving him with no foothold. Detecting the life force emanating from Fong Bai, the skeletons converged from all directions, their bony hands poised to rend him into pieces. With no avenue for evasion, Fong Bai had no choice but to activate lightness. Instantly, his body became as light as a feather, as though lifted by the wind. He leapt onto the adjacent rooftop, his feet delicately tapping on the tiles as he made successive bounds. His head began to spin, and his mental energy was on the verge of being entirely drained. Yet he dared not to halt, for he must enter the city lord's mansion before his mental energy was entirely depleted. At last, he leaped over the walls of the city lord's mansion. Immediately, he disengaged his lightness technique to prevent his mind from slipping into dormancy. The mansion had been reduced to a desolate ruin. Collapsed structures littered the landscape, and thick smoke and dust permeated the air among the remnants. In the distance, young boys and girls wielding bone whistles were embroiled in fierce combat with the golden-masked warriors. Each time they sounded the bone whistle, they briefly gained the ability of copper skin and iron bones, remaining unscathed even when pierced by long spears. Fong Bai could not afford to linger. His gaze swept across the shattered walls, searching for the presence of others. Chapter 39. The echoes of the end. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated in the distance, causing Fong Bai's eardrums to throb. He turned toward the source of the sound. On the opposite side of the city lord's mansion, dust and smoke billowed into the air. A sharp pain surged through his head, leaving him no time to ponder. He promptly seated himself on the ground and began to meditate, seeking to restore his mental energy. His current position was on the outer western wall of the mansion, high enough that the skeletons below could not reach him, rendering it a tenuous safe spot. Fong Bai closed his eyes, his mind delving into the circuit. 7 valve slots erupted like springs, continuously pouring forth mental energy to nourish his parched circuit. After 2 minutes, the sharp pain gradually subsided. Fearing that delay could lead to unforeseen changes, he ceased his recovery, rose to his feet, and sprinted along the edge of the mansion's high wall toward the direction of the recent explosion. 5 minutes later, he finally beheld the battlefield. The scene before him was a chaotic wreck, the ground marred with cracks and pits. Fong Bai's gaze quickly fixated on the 3 combatants. Marco stood at the center of the fray, enveloped in a foul, black mist reminiscent of pollution. His eyes were blood red, emanating an almost frenzied ferocity. His garments were tattered, barely clinging to him by a few strips of black fabric, while his exposed skin was covered in bizarre patterns. Hovering beside him was a pale, bone-like Qin, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Mo and Lung Shuang flanked him, forming a front and rear encirclement around Marco. Lung Shuang was entirely encased in ice crystals, her face masked by an extremely furious red visage, starkly contrasting with her usual calm demeanor. Armed with a nearly 2-meter-long ice sword, its blade shimmered with a piercing cold light, each swing conjuring a gust of frigid wind. Meanwhile, geometric patterns, triangles, circles, rectangles, and diamonds, swirled and combined around Lin Mo, the purpose of which remained unclear. He still grasped his pistol, but a pulsing white number hovered above it. Cycling from 1 to 9, Marco's hand lightly rested upon the bone Qin. With a subtle flick of his fingertips, the strings vibrated, producing a deep, resonant hum. Subsequently, Waves of pollution surged forth like a black tide from the strings, sweeping toward Lung Shuang and Lin Mo wherever the pollution passed. The ground was eroded into deep ravines, and the air crackled with a sizzling sound, as if even the very fabric of space groaned under the unbearable weight. With remarkable speed, Lin Mo raised his pistol, the number on its body flashing to 3. He pulled the trigger, and the bullet whizzed forth with a velocity tenfold that of usual, piercing through the wave of pollution and hurtling directly towards Make's chest. Yet, Make merely brushed his fingers lightly across the strings of his instrument, and in an instant, a black energy barrier coalesced before him, devouring the bullet without a trace. Lingshua seized the opportunity, brandishing her icy greatsword and striking fiercely at Make. He retreated to evade, unwilling to confront her blow directly. Though his movements were swift, Lingshua's relentless assault followed closely behind him. Each swing of her ice sword carried a lethal threat, compelling him to dodge repeatedly. Perhaps it was her persistent advance that incited Make's ire as he frantically plucked the strings of his instrument, producing a sound that turned sharp and jarring. Countless faces rained down like a tempest, densely filling the sky. These visages contorted in grotesque expressions, some with mouths agape in silent screams, others tightly shut as if enduring excruciating pain. The faces spiraled and intertwined in the air, forming a dark shroud that obscured the sun. Lin Mo flickered into existence behind Lingshua. The skeletal figures in the city had been replenishing his mental energy. We cannot outlast him. Lingshua swiftly conjured an icy shield before her. The shield shattered under the onslaught of the faces, ice shards scattering in all directions. What do you intend to do? Lingshua inquired, lowering her shield to glance at Lin Mo. He slowly shook his head. I possess no means to confront forbidden knowledge. Weren't you once part of the Holy Covenant Sanctuary? You have no recourse? The first method is to find a flaw, yet we lack the facilities and corresponding capabilities. The second is to crush it with absolute power, but our mental thresholds are insufficient. There is no solution, Lingshua replied. Did you not say you would contain eternal melody? How can you claim there is no solution when you aim to contain something? Lin Mo retorted, firing several rounds in quick succession. This is no ordinary forbidden knowledge. I shall activate the end echo as a trial. You can serve your strength to cover our retreat. Agreed. Lin Mo nodded slightly, consenting to the plan. In the next moment, his form abruptly vanished, reappearing at Make's flank. The numbers on his firearm flickered to 7, and as he pulled the trigger, a layer of searing flames enveloped the bullet, racing toward Make's back. However, Make appeared to anticipate this, and with a flick of the strings, a black energy barrier once again intercepted the bullet. The flames erupted upon the barrier, but failed to harm him in the slightest. Xiaoya! Make's voice was hoarse and frenzied, a crimson light blazing in his eyes, as if suppressing some profound anguish. I am sorry. End echo, Lingshua cried softly. Immediately, her form began to transform. The ice crystals that had enveloped her rapidly shattered, morphing into countless minuscule points of light that swirled around her. Gradually, her figure was enveloped in a dazzling white radiance, within which her outline could be discerned as it reformed. When the light dissipated, Lingshua's appearance had been entirely transformed. She donned a flowing robe of pure white, the fabric reminiscent of both ice and gossamer, light and ethereal, yet imbued with a chilling aura. The edges of the robe were embroidered with intricate frost patterns, each line seemingly containing the essence of extreme cold. A cerulean silk ribbon was tied around her waist, fluttering in the breeze like a flowing glacier. Her long hair transformed into a silvery hue, as pure as snow, the ends gently swaying, merging with the surrounding chill. In her hand, the ice-cold greatsword underwent a metamorphosis. The blade diminished in size, elongating gracefully, adorned with a faint layer of icy flames that, devoid of warmth, emanated an unsettling coldness. From a distance, Fang Bai's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Has she transformed? Sister Lung Shuang, is she truly this beautiful? Why does she always don that armor? Fang Bai pondered that perhaps his presence was somewhat superfluous. Given the current circumstances, he could hardly approach the battlefield, let alone disrupt the bone zither. On the periphery of the battlefield, he spotted a familiar figure, Su Xiaotang, who was also observing the fray. Fang Bai moved slowly towards her. his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the heart of the conflict. After completing her transformation, Lung Shuang's figure darted like lightning towards Marco. Her speed was astonishing, so swift that Fong Bai could only glimpse a fleeting cerulean shadow streaking through the air. A crisp sound of impact resonated. A black energy barrier materialized before the blade in the instant of collision. The clash ignited a burst of icy blue sparks, intertwining cold and dark energy, generating a powerful wave of energy that radiated outward. Lung Shuang did not falter. She utilized her speed to weave through the battlefield, while Fong Bai could only hear the incessant sounds of collisions in the air, unable to discern any visuals. Nearby, Lin Mo occasionally fired a few cold shots to assist. Chapter 40. The Tyrant? Senior. Su Xiaotang, anxiously fixated on the distant battle, suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her. She turned in astonishment to see Fong Bai crouching low, stealthily approaching her. Fong Bai? Su Xiaotang's eyes widened in disbelief, her tone laced with incredulity. Didn't Sister Fei Wei say you had left the city? How did you return? Panting, Fong Bai straightened up, his expression resolute as he declared. How could I abandon you all? Su Xiaotang rolled her eyes in exasperation. Great, I was already a burden, and now there's another. You shouldn't be here. You know your own capabilities, don't you? In this level of combat, we cannot intervene. Fong Bai scratched his head, although it's dangerous outside. This city lord's mansion doesn't seem as formidable as I imagined. I see Uncle Lin Mo and Sister Lung Shuang can hold their own against Marco. Su Xiaotang sighed, gesturing at the ever-diminishing black clouds above, her tone grave. This is just the beginning. The real danger has yet to arrive. Look at those clouds. The tyrant is about to take form, and the members of the Hui Ming society have not yet shown themselves. Uncle Lin Mo mentioned that Marco is merely a pawn on the surface, with a far greater conspiracy lurking behind. Fong Bai glanced around and suddenly inquired, where is Sister Fei Wei? Where did she go? She and Zhu Li went to guide the townsfolk to safety. Su Xiaodang elaborated that this course of action would not only slow the emergence of the tyrant, but also prevent Marco from siphoning off more spiritual energy through those skeletons. Most importantly, there are still many people in the city, and we cannot abandon them. Fong Bai fell silent for a moment, refraining from immediately mentioning Claudia, and continued to inquire, since there is no way to resolve the issue at present, why not retreat for now? Su Xiaodang rarely adopted a serious demeanor, stating that there were still numerous individuals in the city. How could we leave first? A true sword-bearer always departs last. Although her voice was soft, it resonated with an undeniable determination. I have a method to destroy the bone zither, Fong Bai suddenly declared. What? Su Xiaodang was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. If Uncle Lin and Sister Lung Shuang were unable to do so, what could Fong Bai possibly accomplish? Fong Bai detailed the method for destroying the bone zither from the letter, including a caution regarding Julia. Caution regarding Julia? Su Xiaotang's expression shifted, realizing that she was currently with Sister Fei Wei. A wave of anxiety washed over her. But given the current circumstances, there was no way to support Sister Fei Wei, not even knowing her whereabouts. She looked at Fong Bai, questioning if he could truly destroy the bone zither. It should be possible, Fong Bai nodded gently, but we must first get close to it. That poses a significant challenge. Su Xiaodang exclaimed, pacing anxiously. Even I cannot approach it. How would you? Sister Lung Shuang had already activated the final resonance, and there was no way to contend with Marco. At this rate, defeating Marco was unattainable, and without vanquishing him, they could not approach the bone zither. Her face flushed red, but ultimately, she could only sigh in resignation. I cannot do it. Your mind is so sharp. Think of a way. Su Xiaodang suddenly turned to Fong Bai, her gaze filled with hope, as if entrusting all her aspirations to him. Fong Bai pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, what if you throw me over with a silk thread? I could seize the opportunity to destroy the bone zither, and if danger arises, you can pull me back. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaotang's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had encountered an utterly ludicrous proposition. This was not childish play, even disregarding the bone zither. Marco's own spiritual threshold had likely surpassed LV2. How could he possibly launch a surprise attack? No, you would surely perish if you went. She vehemently shook her head, rejecting Fong Bai's suggestion. Xiaodang, take Fong Bai and leave first. Lin Mo's voice suddenly interjected, we might not be able to attend to you shortly. Su Xiaodang pouted, muttering under her breath, It's always like this. I'm always the one who has to run first. If she were alone, she might have stubbornly stayed behind. But now that Fong Bai was with her, she conceded, "Let us go. We shouldn't complicate matters here." Fong Bai felt disoriented. He had mustered his courage, determined to return and take action. However, when he truly stood there, he realized he was powerless to effect any change. That sense of helplessness was akin to an ant resolutely attempting to move a stone, only to grasp the impossibility of the task upon nearing it. For the first time, he profoundly understood what true impotence felt like in the face of those extraordinary beings akin to deities. He was as insignificant as a mere speck of dust. Never had he yearned for power as intensely as he did now. "Is this also part of your scheme?" Fong Bai murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the bone heart behind Marco, as though conversing with an unseen entity. "Although you have offered me a choice, it is not a fair one. You still favor your brother, leaving me with nothing more than a mere possibility, a chance that is almost unattainable. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up." Sister Lung Shuang's final echo is about to conclude. "We may not be able to leave soon." Su shouting tugged at Fong Bai, just as they were about to flee the battlefield. Before departing, she called out loudly, "Claudia warned us to be cautious of Julie." Before Lin and Mo could react, an inexplicable pressure descended from the heavens. Instantly, it rendered everyone immobile. Fong Bai felt a sudden halt in his breath, as if a colossal stone weighed down upon his chest, making even the slightest movement of his finger an arduous task. His vision began to blur, and a low, ominous hum filled his ears. The dark clouds above had vanished. A black dot gradually descended, enlarging as it approached the ground. Fong Bai struggled to lift his head, directing his gaze towards the dot. As it drew nearer, the shape became increasingly distinct. It was a creature resembling a human, one half of its face smooth and pale, akin to exquisite porcelain, while the other half was a grotesque mass of flesh devoid of skin, with decaying meat exposed. Her arms and legs were similarly marred by putrid flesh, resembling a corpse that had crawled forth from a grave, yet exuding an eerie vitality. Most striking of all were the rotting bone wings that sprouted from her back. As she touched down upon the earth, the ground was instantly drenched in an inky black hue. Her eyes were vacant, the hollow sockets devoid of any emotion, embodying an endless silence. As her gaze swept over the crowd, each person she looked upon felt a piercing chill. "Is this the tyrant?" A profound and indescribable fear surged within Fong Bai. His body trembled involuntarily, his mind consumed by a singular thought: flee. Yet his legs felt as though they were anchored to the ground, utterly incapable of movement. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged. It was the musician. A wild joy illuminated his face, tears shimmering in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Fan Yen, is it you? I have succeeded. I truly have succeeded. You have been resurrected." His voice trembled as he approached the half-whole, half-decayed woman, his steps unsteady yet resolute. His gaze was solely upon her. "Fan Yen, do you not remember me? I am Leo, the musician who brought you back." His words laced with desperation, as if yearning for her response. However, the woman merely raised her hand slowly, her movements stiff and mechanical. Her fingers, sharp as blades, plunged into the musician's chest, and blood gushed forth in an instant. The musician's body convulsed violently, the joy on his face freezing, replaced by a profound disbelief. "Why?" The musician's voice was weak and trembling, his eyes filled with agony and confusion. "Fan Yen, do you not recognize me?" The woman offered no response. Instead, she slowly withdrew her hand, cradling a still-beating heart within her palm. With a gentle squeeze of her fingers, the heart burst forth, blood splattering like blooming flowers. The body of the musician collapsed helplessly, the light in his eyes gradually fading until it transformed into an expanse of utter silence. Not only did the tyrant witness this scene, but Su Xiaotang's mind also momentarily short-circuit. How could a tyrant possibly be human? Chapter 41. The puppet master following the inexplicable death of the musician. A woman gently applauded and stepped forth from the shadows. Her strides were leisurely, as if this calamity bore no relevance to her. As her visage became clearer under the dim light, a collective gasp escaped the onlookers. The woman was unmistakably Zhu Li. Her expression was one of delight, her tone imbued with admiration, as if she had just savored a splendid performance. "With this token of allegiance, I can finally join the Hui Ming Society," Her gaze swept over Lin Mo and Lung Shuang, who had ceased fighting, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. What surprised me somewhat was that, despite being mere investigators, how could you possess such formidable strength? Even Marco, bolstered by the bone zither, could not vanquish you. Your true identities must be far from ordinary. She paused, a hint of a meaningful smile gracing her lips. You are indeed an unexpected gang. So you are the mastermind behind it all? Lin Mo regarded Zhu Li with a complex expression. This woman, with a mental threshold akin to Su Xiaotang's, harbored such profound cunning, manipulating everyone with ease. Lin, the investigator, did you not once harbor suspicions about me? Zhu Li chuckled lightly, her voice tinged with mockery. I have already conveyed everything that needs to be said. I have concealed nothing. It is merely your foolishness that has led you astray. Her gaze deepened, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Alas, the most astute Claudia has perished. Had it not been for her desire to assist her brother, I truly would have found it challenging to contend with her. That girl, do not be deceived by her. Claudia is a consummate hypocrite. Hearing Claudia's name, Marco felt the crimson glow in his eyes surge once more. His rationality was dwindling, and he incessantly repeated his sister's name. Lung Shuang retreated to Lin Mo's side, warily watching Zhu Li. She had reverted to her previous armored form, the icy greatsword in her hand, still emanating a chilling aura. Zhu Li remained silent as she approached the half-decayed woman, reaching out to gently caress the bone wings upon her back. Remarkably, the woman exhibited no inclination to attack her. Allow me to share a story with you, Zhu Li stated calmly. She pointed to the lifeless musician on the ground. He was my father, Vittorio. Then, she gestured to the decaying woman beside him. She is my mother, Zhu Fanyan. You may find it hard to believe, but Vittorio was once a swordsman. Zhu Li said with a hint of amusement. One day, his team received a task to cleanse pollution, initially thought to be a simple endeavor, only to unexpectedly become entangled with forbidden knowledge. After a fierce struggle, Vittorio's team was nearly annihilated, and the individual who possessed forbidden knowledge was gravely injured. Fleeing to the old state, specifically to this place, Shui Cheng. Here, he recuperated and delved into the study of the eternal melody. To evade the sword-bearer, he took root in Shui Cheng, marrying and fathering a pair of siblings, namely Claudia and Claumark. This duo possessed the bloodline of the new era, endowing them with remarkable mental prowess. The elder brother was selected as a candidate for the city lord at a tender age, while the unfortunate sister inherited pollution, plagued by a mysterious ailment since childhood. Shortly after their birth, their father returned to the new era with the eternal melody. His body, ravaged by pollution, was nearing its end, and he entrusted the eternal melody to his sister in the new era, my mother, Zhu Fanyan. Unbeknownst to my uncle, Vittorio had trailed him to Shui Cheng years prior. Given the total annihilation of his team at that time, Vittorio was aware that he could not contend alone. Thus he continuously sought opportunities, adopting the guise of a musician. Upon returning to the new era, Vittorio, utilizing the identity of the sword-bearer, divulged the whereabouts of my uncle. Ultimately, they were besieged by the sword-bearers. In a bid to protect my mother, my uncle engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in mutual destruction with that squad of sword-bearers. Once again, Vittorio donned the mask of a benevolent bystander, assisting my mother in repelling the sword-bearers and escorting her back to Shui Cheng. He persistently endeavored to acquire the eternal melody, but my mother's strength far surpassed his, leaving him no chance. Thus, he resorted to more subtle means, and over time, my mother fell under his charm, leading to my eventual conception. Until one fateful day, I witnessed the horrifying moment my mother was slain in her sleep. At this juncture, Zhu Li's voice trembled slightly. The subsequent events are unnecessary for you to know. Sharing this tale with you serves merely to convey one truth. All of this is my vengeance. Yet, this is but the beginning. Vittorio is merely the first. Fong Bai suddenly turned to Zhu Li, skepticism evident in his tone. You claim the musician murdered your mother. How then do you explain his recent attitude? He clearly wished for your mother's revival. Such a young age, and yet you pose astute inquiries. Zhu Li regarded Fong Bai with an icy demeanor. He does not wish to resurrect my mother. This pertains to the core information of the eternal melody, which I cannot disclose to you. She surveyed the crowd once more. For now, you need only to quietly await your demise. Furthermore, I have no interest in senseless slaughter. After your deaths, Ong Ko State and even Shui Cheng will remain undisturbed. Go forth, eliminate them. Julie directed her gaze towards the decaying woman beside her, whispering softly. Chapter 42. The Elegy of the Lute Remains. Go forth, eliminate them. Julie uttered, her tone eerily calm, as if instructing on a trivial matter. The half-decayed woman slowly lifted her head. A flicker of eerie green light passing through her hollow eye sockets. With a sudden flap of the bony wings behind her, a series of crackling sounds erupted. In the next moment, her figure vanished like a specter, reappearing before the assembled multitude. Her speed was astonishing, rendering time itself sluggish in the wake of her movements. Her skeletal wings unfurled like a pair of colossal harbingers of death, obscuring the sky. Her fingers were sharper than any blade, darting towards the nearest cold frost. The heavy ice shield and armor crumbled beneath her touch, as if they were mere tofu, instantly torn to shreds. In that critical moment, a deep voice resonated abruptly. Final echo. In contrast to the cold frost's final echo, Lin Mo's appearance remained unchanged. The most significant transformation lay in the handgun he wielded. Intricate patterns emerged along the gun's body, pulsating with dark crimson energy, as if the weapon had transcended mere utility to become a living entity. At the muzzle, a scarlet orb of light coalesced, emanating an oppressive aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Without hesitation, Lin Mo unleashed a volley from his gun. The scarlet orb erupted into a searing beam of light, hurtling towards the woman. Wherever the beam traversed, the air was rent asunder, the ground charred, and even the very fabric of space warped under the force of the strike. The decaying woman seemed to sense the impending threat. Her skeletal wings flared as she attempted to evade. Yet, Lin Mo's speed surpassed hers. He flickered into her rear flank, and his gun fired once more. This time, the muzzle expelled not a beam, but a sphere of pitch-black energy, imbued with terrifying destructive power. Boom! The energy sphere detonated behind the woman, sending her body soaring several meters, her bony wings fracturing and rotting flesh splattering in all directions. A crater nearly 2 meters deep formed at the epicenter of the explosion. She did not fall. The skeletal wings unfurled once more, lunging towards Lin Mo. Their figures intertwined in the air, colliding repeatedly. The kiss of truth. In a fleeting moment, Lin Mo let out a low roar, as if proclaiming an irreversible fate. As his voice echoed, a phantom weapon of terror materialized in the sky. The weapon was colossal, its muzzle nearly 10 meters in diameter, gathering horrific energy that distorted the surrounding air into a swirling vortex. Boom! The muzzle unleashed a searing column of light, imbued with the power to annihilate all, aimed directly at Julie. Wherever the beam passed, the air was torn apart, and the ground was reduced to ash. Almost immediately, a cataclysmic explosion engulfed the area within hundreds of meters, sending Fong Bai and Su Xiaodang hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Their ears filled only with the echoes of thunderous noise. As the shock waves dissipated, amidst the swirling dust, the enormous skeletal wings shielded Julie beneath them. A flicker of fear crossed Julie's eyes. Although she had everything under her control, her own mental threshold fell below LV2. This meant she was the weakest link in the entire plan. Lin Mo offered her no respite, charging towards Julie once more. The decaying woman attempted to intervene, but Lin Mo's form suddenly became ethereal, passing straight through the rotting woman's body. His gun aimed at Julie, and he pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation. It was over. Boom! The explosion erupted once more, and the searing flames engulfed the location where Julie stood. As the shock waves dissipated, the area ahead lay desolate. A massive crater carved into the ground, remnants of molten lava still simmering within. Several meters away, a figure donned in a pig mask stood silently. Clad in a pristine white uniform adorned with the emblem of a black sun, he seemed an unsettling presence. Julie stood beside him, her attire somewhat tattered, yet evidently free from fatal injury. The pig-masked figure turned his gaze towards Lin Mo, his voice deep and gravelly. Lin Mo. Forsaking the role of a sword-wielder to play the investigator, Lin Mo glanced at him, blowing lightly on the muzzle of his gun, a hint of amusement in his tone. Do you know me? You are quite renowned. The pig mask responded with curiosity. How much time remains for your end, Echo? Take a guess. Lin Mo replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with a touch of provocation. You might as well try. At that moment, the cannon in the sky began to gather energy once again, larger and more terrifying than before. The energy sphere at the cannon's mouth resembled a small sun poised to erupt, blindingly radiant. Linimo raised his hand, forming an aiming gesture, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Witness the truth. Boom! The cannon suddenly unleashed a scorching beam of light, several meters in diameter, hurtling towards the pig mask and Julie. As the beam traversed its path, the ground collapsed beneath it, creating a chasm several meters deep, shaking the very foundations of the city of Sherhui, as if the earth itself quivered. When the dust settled, both the pig mask and Julie appeared exceedingly disheveled. A fine crack had formed on the pig mask. He exhaled a plume of black smoke, slowly raising his hand, his voice low and frigid. Domain reconstruction. In an instant, the air within a radius of dozens of meters seemed to solidify, an overwhelming gravitational force pressing down abruptly. Fong Bai and Su Xiaotang had just managed to rise from the explosion's impact when they found themselves once again pinned to the ground by this oppressive gravity, lacking even the strength to lift their heads. Xinghai. Lin Mo's expression grew slightly grave as he once more raised his firearm, aiming at the pig mask, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. However, the bullet, as it neared the pig mask, was instantaneously crushed by the gravity, exploding in mid-air, scattering flames, yet failing to inflict any harm upon him. Your mental threshold must have surpassed LV-25, but it is still far from sufficient, the pig mask taunted. You cannot defeat me, not even without my intervention. No sooner had he spoken than the decayed woman lunged towards Lin Mo once more. Under the suppression of the gravitational domain, Lin Mo's movements became sluggish, each attempt to evade appearing feeble. His body was marred by deep wounds from the bony wings, blood staining his garments. Lin Mo. Long Shuang's voice carried a note of urgency. However, having just utilized her end echo, she was still in a weakened state, unable to assist. She could only watch helplessly as Lin Mo struggled within the grip of the gravitational domain. You go retrieve the bone kinkin, the pig mask instructed Julie. Understood. Julie nodded, swiftly racing towards Marco's direction. Yet, just as she was about to reach him, Su Xiaotang's threads entwined around her ankle like a serpent, binding her firmly. You cannot even handle this. The figure clad in a pig mask emitted a cold snort, its silhouette flickering as it instantaneously appeared before Make. With the moment of the pig mask's movement, the realm of gravity lifted, and Lin Mo, yearning to provide aid, found his path obstructed by the decaying woman. Rendered powerless as he could only watch the pig mask extend a hand towards the bone zither. The already deranged Make began to pluck at the zither, attempting to launch an attack. Yet, the pig mask merely retrieved a score from its bosom. In an instant, Make's actions were halted, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Lightness. At that moment, Fong Bai sprang into action. Just as the pig mask reached for the bone zither, his wrist was ensnared by spiraling threads. With a slight exertion, he snapped the threads. Suddenly, he sensed a peril behind him. An icy arrow shot forth in his direction. He tilted his head slightly and discovered that Lung Shuang had inexplicably acquired a longbow. Holy mark? Dark shield. He extended his hand, conjuring a black shield at his side. The fleeting delay proved sufficient. The threads of Su Xiaotang coiled around his waist, and utilizing lightness, he was flung towards Make's rear. Without hesitation, he seized the bone zither. Seeking death, the pig mask snorted coldly, raising its other hand and uttering pierce. Instantly, several arrows composed of wind attributes coalesced in the air, whistling sharply as they hurtled towards Fong Bai. His mind blank, he had no time to ponder. His body instinctively clutched the bone zither. Just as the arrows were poised to strike, the zither began to play of its own accord. The music served as an invisible barrier, shattering the arrows upon contact. Fong Bai rolled across the ground, cradling the zither. In a fleeting moment, he perceived a pale hand resting upon the strings, fingers delicately plucking. Xiao Bai, place your hand here. A familiar voice whispered near his ear, gentle yet resolute. Jie Fong Xiao. He murmured, wariness creeping in. Was this woman attempting to deceive him again? Nevertheless, he placed his hand upon the bone zither, and the instant his fingertips brushed the strings, a wave of warmth coursed through his being. The music resonated once more, this time imbued with a softness, as if conveying an unfulfilled wish. Fong Bai closed his eyes, playing the zither by instinct. As the melody filled the air, the decaying woman lost control, frantically charging towards the pig mask. Her movements were swifter than before, her bone wings slicing through the air like blades. The pig mask was forced to retreat repeatedly, soon covered in wounds. Meanwhile, countless skeletons emerged from the ground, dense and unending, swarming towards Julie. Surrounded by the skeletons, Julie found herself unable to escape, her eyes filled with panic. Under the influence of the music, the dark aura enveloping Mick gradually dissipated, his gaze regaining a fleeting clarity. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings, uncertain of his whereabouts. Julie glanced towards Fong Bai, her eyes betraying a complex emotion. Claudia, her voice brimmed with anger and resentment. You are dead, yet you remain restless. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo advanced towards the pig mask while the decaying woman relentlessly assaulted it. The muzzle of his gun pressed firmly against the heart of the pig mask. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet pierced through the heart, and the body of the pig mask trembled violently, blood gushing forth from the wound. The final resonance. The realm reconfigured. A hint of panic laced the voice of the pig mask. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Yet, the darkness lasted but a fleeting moment when dawn broke. Both the pig mask and Zhu Li had vanished without a trace. Xiao Bai, now's your chance. The voice of Claudia echoed in Fong Bai's ear once more. He promptly retrieved that finger and hooked it onto the third string of the zither. The moment the string snapped, the celestial melody that resonated throughout the world ceased abruptly. Brother, this time, it's my turn to save you. Xiao Bai, thank you. I have a gift for you as well. The hand upon the string gradually faded away. The voice that lingered in his ear carried a touch of tenderness and liberation. Fong Bai reached out to grasp something, yet found nothing but emptiness. His fingers traced the air, only brushing against a void. Chapter 43. The Relics. St. Mark. Fong Bai, well done. You've made a significant contribution, Lin Mo said, glancing at the somewhat disheartened Fong Bai as he crouched beside him, gently patting his shoulder. He said no more, instead producing the iron-bound book and swiftly tapping upon it. What about me? What about me? Uncle Lin, don't forget my merits. Su Xiaotang struggled to rise from the ground, panting as she brushed off the dirt and debris clinging to her. Fear not. This time the reward will start at a minimum of 20 credits. And each university has its own special rewards. Lin Mo said to Su Xiaotang with a cheerful smile. Hooray! Su Xiaotang leaped in joy, but upon witnessing the surrounding ruins, her spirits dampened. She wondered about the fate of the townsfolk. Was Zhu Li truly a villain, and would Fei Wei be in danger? There is no need to worry about her. She won't die. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, appearing utterly unconcerned. Someone is rather heartless. Chao Fei Wei emerged from the rubble, stepping cautiously over the debris. I had quite the prolonged solitude with the final BOSS. She continued. That little girl's concealment was so adept that even you couldn't perceive it. No wonder she was chosen by the Hui Ming Society. With a bit of training, she may soon grace the Federation's bounty list. I discerned that. Lin Mo replied without lifting his gaze, yet he lacked the means to confirm it, as essential threads of connection were still missing. Her most remarkable trait lies not in her concealment, but in her manipulation of time. Oh, Chao Fei Wei tucked her sunglasses into her pocket. She can control time? Lin Mo nodded gently. She managed to direct the entire progression of events to a conclusion within 7 days. Each action meticulously crafted to expedite the unfolding of matters. Clues that would typically take ages to uncover were, in mere moments, indirectly revealed by her, coupled with the threat of the tyrant. I had no time to analyze thoroughly and could only follow the lead she provided. Chao Fei Wei regarded Lin Mo with a knowing smile. So, she emerged victorious after all. Without a contest, how could there be a victor or a vanquished? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and glanced back at Chao Fei Wei. This was a contest between the two young ladies, Zhu Li and Claudia. In terms of outcome, Zhu Li emerged victorious, while Claudia did not suffer defeat. Perhaps we could at most consider ourselves as Claudia's hired help. At this point, Lin Mo revealed a helpless smile, remarking that if all young people were like this, the world would have long descended into chaos. With that, he rose to his feet. I have already reported the information. The Yao Shi and Ji Jianren are en route, accompanied by the Wan Shi. The main city of Onkyo will dispatch an individual to temporarily assume the role of the new city lord, who will bring sufficient supplies until Shiwi City thrives once more. We must wait here for 10 days to assist the Wan Shi in completing the event documentation. The new city lord and the supplies are expected to arrive in approximately 5 days. In fact, on the very first day of my arrival, I had already preemptively requested food-related supplies from the Federation. The first batch of supplies is anticipated to arrive tomorrow. Furthermore, regarding this incident, I believe Fong Bai and Su Xiaodang deserve the primary and secondary credit. As Lin and Mo spoke, his gaze shifted towards Lang Shuang. Upon hearing this, Lang Shuang slightly tilted her head, glancing at the dejected Fong Bai sitting on the ground, then stealing a look at the astonished Su Xiaodang. She gently nodded, her voice cool and succinct. Yes. Really? Really? Su Xiaodang stammered, overwhelmed by the sudden wave of excitement. This should be a D-level or even a C-level incident, right? Am I really the secondary contributor? Lin Mo nodded with a smile, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. Without your two's interference with the Eternal Life Symphony, the current outcome would indeed be different. We adults shall not vie for credit with children. After finishing, he turned his gaze toward Chao Fiwei. What do you think? Chao Fiwei crossed her arms and pondered seriously for a few seconds before decisively stating, as for credit, I do not care, but the reward from this endeavor should at least multiply tenfold. Su Xiaodang could no longer contain her excitement. She grabbed the still-seated Fong Bai and vigorously shook his shoulders. Fong Bai, did you hear that? Do you understand what this means? We won't be restricted by credits upon graduation. All credits can be exchanged for items. Students who receive E-level incident medals before graduation are quite rare, let alone D-level or even C-level. Ha ha! Su Xiaodang have finally risen. Fong Bai felt a bit dizzy from her shaking, returning to his senses in a daze. His eyes still somewhat bewildered. What did you say? I said Su Xiaodang have risen. Seeing his sluggish demeanor, she continued to shake him. What are you doing? Looking sickly. Didn't we win? The final cooperation was splendid. Watching the little minion defeat the ultimate BOSS, the plot is simply perfect. As she spoke, her eyes curved into crescents. Immersed in a whimsical scenario, she laughed incessantly, nearly drooling. Fong Bai shook his head. He truly could not comprehend what Su Xiaodang was saying. Moments earlier, he felt as though he had experienced a surreal adventure. He sensed that Xiao Yijia had not truly departed. Her presence lingered beside him. Like a gentle breeze, this sensation quietly emerged after the bone loot shattered. Fong Bai, may I see that phalanx you're holding? At that moment, Lin Mo's voice interrupted Fong Bai's thoughts. His gaze fell upon Fong Bai's tightly clenched hand, as if he had sensed something. Phalanx? Fong Bai was momentarily taken aback, then opened his palm. The finger that had been stained with blood had now transformed into a segment of bone, pure and white as jade, its surface smooth and delicate, exuding a faint luster. Fong Bai handed the phalanx to Lin Mo. Lin Mo accepted it and examined it closely for a moment, his fingertips gently caressing the bone surface, as though he were perceiving the power contained within. Do you remember our discussion regarding the two classifications of sacred marks? Lin Mo looked toward Fong Bai. I do. Fong Bai nodded. Wound sacred marks and ornamental sacred marks. Precisely, Lin Mo smiled slightly. However, akin to the existence of composite matrices, sacred marks also possess a third type, which is seldom mentioned due to its extreme rarity. This third type is known as relic sacred marks. Lin Mo slowed his speech. Typically, only great figures who have made significant contributions to humanity, whether they be illustrious artists or eminent scientists, leave behind such relics after their passing. There are also extraordinary individuals, or even ordinary people, whose obsessions transcend certain limits during their lifetimes, creating miracles of manifested will. His gaze returned to the phalanx. Compared to wounds and ornaments, the effects of relics tend to be more mysterious, and they occupy fewer slots. In precisely 10 days, A1 Wan Shi will arrive, and he can assist you in appraising this phalanx. Its grade may not be particularly high, but it will suffice to accompany you for a considerable time. As he spoke, he gently placed the phalanx back into Fong Bai's hand. Cherish this gift. Chapter 44. Named Hope the City still harbors pollution. Lang Shuang and I will cleanse the remaining pollutants while guiding the survivors out of the city. You all should soothe the citizens outside to prevent chaos. Before the personnel from the Jing GSC arrive, arrange for all citizens to be moved outside the city. This will not only avert a widespread outbreak of plague, but also facilitate food distribution. The current temperature should be manageable. Lin Mo briefly assigned tasks, his gaze settling on Chao Fei Wei, particularly reminding her that the situation regarding the Hui Ming Society remains unknown, and to ensure the safety of these two significant contributors. The five separated into two groups. Fong Bai, Su Xiaotang, and Chao Fei Wei headed towards the outskirts of the city. Lin Mo and Lung Shuang delved into the impoverished areas of the outer city, seeking survivors and cleansing residual pollutants. Fong Bai and his companions swiftly ascended the city wall. The sight before them took their breath away in an instant. Below the wall, a dense throng surged like a tidal wave, a sea of heads stretching endlessly. These individuals jostled together in chaotic disarray, resembling a boiling ocean, rolling and roaring. As Fong Bai surveyed the crowd, in just a few seconds of standing there, he witnessed numerous people being shoved to the ground, trampled to death by countless feet, their bodies twisted on the ground, their hands weakly flailing, ultimately succumbing to the torrent of the crowd. Among these individuals, the overwhelming majority remain oblivious to the reasons for departing the city. They are merely aware that the streets are teeming with skeletons, and that only by leaving the city can they hope to survive. Fear, hunger, and disease slice through their reason like three razor-sharp blades. Their eyes are hollow and numb, their faces etched with fatigue and despair, having relinquished their struggles. Instinctively flowing with the surging crowd, they press together desperately, as if such closeness could provide a semblance of safety. Yet, this crowding only exacerbates the dire situation. Fong Bai then witnesses a gaunt man suddenly collapse to the ground, trembling hands reaching out toward the lifeless body of another who has just succumbed to starvation. Madness flickers in his eyes as he pounces upon the corpse, gnawing at it with a ferocity akin to that of a beast. Blood trickles from the corners of his mouth, staining his chin and clothing. This scene ignites anger and panic among the onlookers. Some scream in retreat, while others rush forward in fury to kick and beat the man, striving to halt his frenzied actions. A bloody chaos erupts instantaneously, screams and curses intertwining, creating a tableau reminiscent of hell. Such factors only lead to further casualties, as more individuals are trampled underfoot. Observing this turmoil, Fong Bai is engulfed by an ineffable weight in his heart. Tears well in Su Xiaotang's eyes, her voice trembling as she utters, "What a tragedy. What should we do? Do we not achieve victory?" Chao Fei Wei produces a megaphone from an unknown source, offering it to Su Xiaotang, suggesting that a few words could save many lives. Su Xiaotang repeatedly shakes her head, her complexion pale. No, I cannot. I fear Fei Wei Jia. It must be you. Chao Fei Wei raises an eyebrow, her tone indifferent. Do I appear to be one who can articulate well? The chaos below continues unabated, death spreading relentlessly, with dozens perishing every second. Suddenly summoning her courage, Su Xiaotang seizes the megaphone, her voice quivering. "Everyone, please remain calm. The disaster has passed." The device carries her voice far and wide, and in an instant, the scene quiets. All eyes turn towards the three figures atop the city wall, glimmering with desire and hope. In that moment, whoever steps forward will become the anchor of the crowd. Su Xiaotang, startled by this sudden attention, nearly stumbles. Fortunately, Chao Fei Wei reacts swiftly, supporting her. "Xiaotang, you can do it," Fong Bai encourages from the side. However, his words seem to have the opposite effect. Upon hearing them, Su Xiaotang's face flushes crimson, her head spinning as if intoxicated, and after a few dizzying turns, she nearly tumbles from the 20-meter-high wall. "Little girl, are you not usually quite loquacious? Why falter now in such a grand moment?" Chao Fei Wei jest, before tossing the megaphone to Fong Bai. "Your turn. Or we shall wait for Lin Mo to return. He excels at such matters." "Me?" Fong Bai took the megaphone, blinking in surprise. Unexpectedly, rather than feeling fear under the gaze of so many, he is instead filled with an unprecedented sensation. He feels as though his existence is beginning to hold significance. No longer like before, when even if he perished on some night, no one would notice. Chao Fei Wei leaned against the wall, directing her gaze towards the city, casually encouraging those around her to remain calm amidst the chaos. "What should I say?" Fong Bai expressed a sense of eagerness. "Go ahead," Chao Fei Wei nodded. Fong Bai took a deep breath and raised the megaphone. "The federal investigators have triumphed over the villains who unleashed the plague. The disaster has now passed. You are safe. Do not exacerbate the situation by causing further casualties. Those with strength, proceed to the Lord's mansion and retrieve the grain. Those who possess pots and firewood, return home and bring them forth. Citizens from the outer city and the impoverished districts, gather some dry grass from the nearby fields. The more, the better. Avoid clustering together. Too many people in one spot may lead to trampling and the spread of the plague. Form circles of dozens or hundreds, separating the infected from the healthy. Maintaining distance as much as possible. Those who can assist, help those who cannot. Soon everyone will have something to eat. Satisfy your hunger now, and more grain will arrive tomorrow. Fong Bai's voice resonated through the megaphone, echoing across the city wall for 6 or 7 kilometers. Initially, the majority of the crowd gazed upward in confusion. Gradually, a few individuals began to repeat Fong Bai's words amidst the throng. Subsequently, an increasing number of people began to act upon his directives, breaking free from the disorder. The able-bodied rushed towards the Lord's mansion, their steps unsteady. Yet their eyes sparkled with a newfound hope. Some returned home to fetch pots and firewood, while others dashed towards the fields in search of dry grass. The chaotic scene slowly transformed into order as the crowd began to disperse into smaller groups, as if gently guided by an invisible hand, forming circles in the expansive fields outside the city. Chow Feiwei stood aside, gazing in astonishment at Fong Bai. In him, she perceived the shadow of someone remarkable. However, even that individual could not have achieved such composure at the tender age of 17. Facing the hopeful gazes of hundreds of thousands while methodically assigning tasks, a skill that even heirs of powerful conglomerates or offspring of high-ranking officials would find challenging. Yet, Fong Bai was merely a destitute youth emerging from small town in an old state, having previously relied on begging for survival. Chow Feiwei's attention shifted to the dazed Su Xiaotang beside her. With a lingering blush on her cheeks, she appeared drained of energy, leaning against the city wall with a dazed expression. Chow Feiwei couldn't help but reflect that perhaps some qualities truly are innate. She redirected her gaze back to Fong Bai. That slender, diminutive figure, illuminated by the morning light, stood remarkably tall. It resembled a small tree, resiliently growing amidst wind and rain, though not towering. It possessed the potential to support an expansive sky. A faint smile graced Chow Feiwei's lips as she began to anticipate how this young man's story would unfold in the future. How would he confront the myriad temptations of the new era? Would the alluring glimmers of wealth, power, strength, and fame, akin to dazzling stars, lead him astray? As noon approached, bags of rice from the storeroom of the city lord's mansion were carried out. A multitude of individuals, extending to the horizon, had already set up large cooking stoves. Wisps of smoke gently ascended, gradually dispelling the despair that lingered in the hearts of the people. Chapter 45. Reinforced valve slot. Su Xiaotang sat at the edge of the city wall, her legs gently swaying. She resembled a maiden who had stepped out from a painting, exuding a purity untouched by the dust of the world. Senior? Fong Bai, seated beside her, softly called, his gaze resting upon her slightly pale face. This marked the 3rd time he had summoned the senior. Ever since she had awakened from a hazy state, she had remained silent at the edge of the wall. Finally, she responded. Su Xiaotang shook her head, forcing a faint smile. It's nothing. I've had this issue since childhood. Whenever I become overly anxious, my body loses control. As if recalling something dreadful, her complexion grew even more pallid. After several deep breaths, she turned to glare at Fong Bai, her tone laced with reproach. It's all your fault. I was speaking perfectly well, and you interrupted. Fong Bai blinked innocently. I merely wanted to encourage you. He thought calling her teacher Xiaotang would lighten the mood, but it seemed to have the opposite effect. He found himself perplexed. His response clearly did not satisfy Su Xiaotang, who turned away, choosing to ignore him. Not wishing to make himself a nuisance, Fong Bai redirected his attention to the crowd below. The scene transformed from chaotic to orderly, from barbaric to civilized. In Fong Bai's eyes, the line separating the two was remarkably thin. He even perceived that where there was food, there thrived civilization. In its absence, savagery would prevail. When hunger and despair enveloped individuals, they could devolve into beasts, resorting to any means for survival. He himself would do anything to stay alive. Yet, once their hunger was satiated, they would revert to humanity and embrace civilization. Similarly, With his basic needs met, he began to ponder matters he had never considered before. The cooking stoves morphed into natural bonfires, and once well fed, the people commenced lively conversations filled with laughter. Those who had held the least status during the calamities, the elderly, began to garner respect within this newfound civilization. They organized the youth with methodical precision, imparting knowledge and essential skills, teaching them to weave simple mats from straw in preparation for the impending night. Fong Bai was entranced. The transformation from savagery to civilization before him captivated his attention deeply. This scene, for Fong Bai, held more significance than any knowledge he could acquire. Just then, Lin Mo and Lung Shuang returned. Their footsteps shattered the tranquility atop the city wall, prompting Chow Feiwei to raise her hand in a gesture for silence, indicating Fong Bai with a pointed finger. Lin Mo and Lung Shuang paused, momentarily taken aback, then followed her gaze. There sat Fong Bai quietly engrossed, surrounded by ethereal strands of light that gradually materialized and circled him, ultimately being drawn into his being. The delicate threads of light shimmered like tiny fireflies, casting a faint glow that enveloped Fong Bai in a hazy halo. Lin Mo and Lung Shuang exchanged a glance, both taken aback. In silent accord, they stepped aside, until the twilight of the setting sun bathed the city walls, elongating their shadows. At a certain moment, Fong Bai's nose twitched. The brilliance in his eyes faded, and he felt as if he were drifting into slumber. Turning his head, he realized that Su Xiaotang had vanished without a trace. As he turned around, drawn by a delectable fragrance, he discovered those behind him were already engaged in lively conversation over meal. The flatbread was being roasted over the fire until it turned a golden brown, its surface slightly puffed, releasing an alluring aroma. The dried meat, cut into small chunks, sizzled on the iron plate, crispy on the outside, yet tender within, the oil crackling as it cooked, filling the air with a mouth-watering scent that made Fong Bai's mouth water. You've awakened. Your deep meditation lasted an impressive 4 hours, seemingly even longer than Su Xiaotang's. How do you feel now? Lin Mo's voice came from beside him. Su Xiaotang exclaimed in frustration, "Stop comparing me with Fong Bai. I'm beginning to doubt whether I am indeed a genius. How do I feel?" Fong Bai scratched his head. "I feel a bit hungry." "The meat is ready for you," Lin Mo said with a smile, beckoning him over. Fong Bai sat beside Su Xiaotang, reaching for the piece of perfectly roasted meat that Lin Mo offered. He tore off a morsel and savored it slowly. The aroma of the meat exploded in his mouth, the richness of the fat intertwining with the smoky flavor from the fire. For someone like Fong Bai, who seldom had the luxury of meat, this was not merely delicious. It was a lavish indulgence. He devoured a piece the size of his palm and reached for a second, only to be halted by Su Xiaotang. "It's been quite a while. Why do you always act as if you've never eaten? It's very hot. You need to use chopsticks." Lin Mo watched this scene with amusement and reminded him, "Don't rush. First, examine your circuit." Only then did Fong Bai put down the meat and close his eyes, beginning to inspect his circuit. To his astonishment, the everlasting fireball, which had previously required a few more strokes, had inexplicably completed its engraving, occupying a valve slot. His available valve slots had returned to 6. The ashes of the contaminated entity he had defeated had also been fully digested, but his mental threshold had only increased slightly. Aside from that, there seemed to be no other changes. Fong Bai opened his eyes in confusion, looking towards Lin Mo, a hint of perplexity in his gaze. "Carefully observe your valve slots," Lin Mo advised. Fong Bai nodded and re-entered his introspective state, focusing his attention on the valve slots. They resembled springs, with strands of mental energy cascading forth. Suddenly, he noticed that one of the valve slots was emitting a faint golden thread of spiritual energy, barely discernible. Fong Bai opened his eyes, astonishment evident within them. "What is this? Golden spiritual energy?" Lin Mo explained with a smile. "Normally, you wouldn't encounter such things shortly after arriving at the school, but since you triggered deep meditation, I shall briefly enlighten you. Valve slots can be enhanced, and there are 3 aspects to this. Firstly, to improve the quality of the spiritual energy emitted by the valve slots. Secondly, to enlarge the valve slot's embedding size. 3. Increasing the quantity of mental energy expelled from the valve slots. Each of the 3 enhancements requires talent, mental threshold, and financial resources. Among these, enhancing the quality of the mental energy expelled from the valve slots is the most elusive. Even if one elevates their mental threshold to the legendary LV5 without profound meditation, the energy expelled will merely be the most ordinary kind. The deep meditation you have just triggered has fortified one of your valve slots, allowing you to acquire higher quality mental energy. Upon arrival at the academy, you may attempt to learn the technique of closing valve slots, permitting only the expulsion of high-quality mental energy, which can prove invaluable in critical moments. As for the latter two enhancements, you lack the ability to elevate your mental threshold. The second enhancement will not be encountered, and the third is beyond your financial means, thus remaining unattainable. Upon reaching this point, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that not only you, but even he and Lung Shuang find themselves unable to strengthen. Feng Bai, after listening, nodded thoughtfully, etching these words firmly into his memory. Beyond the 9 great secrets, one can also grow stronger through the enhancement of valve slots. The concept of enhancing the quality of mental energy, as he comprehended, is akin to the pain inflicted by an iron rod compared to that of a wooden stick. Temporarily casting aside these thoughts, Feng Bai swiftly grasped a piece of meat, stuffing it into his mouth. Regardless of its temperature, he chewed a few times before swallowing it whole. Beside him, Su Xiaotang, who was savoring her meal, was momentarily stunned. Can you even discern the flavor? Chapter 46. The Wolf Hunter. As night fell, the decayed woman disintegrated, once again transforming into a mass of black clouds drifting in the sky. Though the clouds were considerably thinner than before, they still obscured everything in the heavens. Neither the city nor its outskirts revealed the slightest glimmer of starlight. Feng Bai sat alone atop the city wall, gazing into the distance. In his line of sight were nearly 1,000 clusters of vibrant flames, resembling stars sprouting from the ground. For reasons unknown, ever since experiencing deep meditation, Feng Bai's heart had become exceptionally tranquil. While this serene feeling gradually faded, its lingering essence still lingered in his heart. Aside from Feng Bai, others had ventured out to inspect the surroundings, cleansing pollution and beasts. Due to his insufficient strength, Feng Bai remained behind. He sat quietly, observing until he noticed one of the flames near the far left of the city wall fluctuating erratically. The once harmonious crowd descended into chaos once more, as faint screams and roars mingled, shattering the night's tranquility. Beasts. Feng Bai glanced down at his hands. At that moment, his mental energy was abundant, sufficient to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Lightness, Feng Bai murmured softly, enveloping his body in a layer of pale azure light. Without hesitation, he leaped from the 20-meter-high city wall, his body resembling a falling leaf as it descended gently to the ground. Upon landing, he swiftly dashed towards the source of the commotion. By the time he reached his destination, half of his mental energy had already been expended. The scene before him tightened his heart, a chaotic clash between hundreds of people and a single beast, or more accurately, a one-sided massacre. Numerous bloody corpses lay strewn across the ground, staining the earth crimson, while the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. The beast presented a fearsome visage, its colossal frame robust and muscular, with fur resembling the deep brown of stones weathered by sandstorms. Its eyes glimmered with a ghostly green light in the darkness, fangs bared, and blood dripped from the corners of its mouth. It appeared akin to the wolves described in books, yet it was significantly larger. A few individuals brandished torches, waving them incessantly in an attempt to drive the creature away. The wolf exhibited a clear aversion to the flames, retreating several steps each time it neared the fire. Feng Bai, witnessing a wild beast for the first time, found it much larger than he had envisioned, although it lacked the grotesque ferocity of the tainted creatures. Its imposing presence was equally intimidating. Having previously vanquished a tainted entity, Feng Bai remained undaunted by the scene before him, maintaining his composure. Suddenly, Feng Bai noticed several pairs of luminous eyes lurking in the depths of darkness, observing with predatory intent. At the rear, a slightly smaller wolf lay concealed in the shadows, emanating a faint, foul odor. Could I contend with one tainted beast and 4 ordinary ones? Feng Bai pondered rapidly. He raised his hand, concentrating his mental energy, and softly intoned fireball. A small sphere of flame coalesced in his palm and swiftly hurtled towards the tainted wolf. The fireball's speed was moderate, and the wolf sensed impending danger, letting out a low growl. However, Another ordinary beast suddenly leaped forth, interposing itself to shield the fireball. With a resounding explosion, the fireball ignited the creature's fur, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. The tainted wolf, propelled by the blast, wailed in agony as it tumbled to the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames consuming its body. Witnessing this, the remaining wolves swiftly altered their course, charging towards Fong Bai with eyes ablaze with fury and a thirst for vengeance, intent on tearing this unexpected foe into fragments. Without hesitation, Fong Bai raised his hand once more, unleashing 3 fireballs in rapid succession. The spheres traced arcs through the air, striking their targets with precision. The beasts hit emitted anguished cries, collapsing to the ground in their struggle. Fong Bai gazed at the howling wolves and then down at his own hands. He was astonished that these unassuming fireballs possessed such formidable power. Was this the distinction between the ordinary and the extraordinary? At that moment, the tainted wolf growled again, and Fong Bai braced himself for an attack, prepared to retreat. He had exhausted his mental energy. While he wished to protect the others, his instinct for self-preservation prevailed. If it approached, he would have no choice but to flee. To his surprise, the tainted wolf seized a corpse and swiftly vanished into the obscurity of the night. It fled? Fong Bai pondered, bewildered. Did this creature possess intelligence? Why did tainted beasts retain their wits while tainted humans lost their reason? Fong Bai stood in a daze. After a brief moment, he regained his focus and approached a severely weakened wolf, confirming it lacked the strength to retaliate. He bent down, lifted the creature, and made his way towards the group holding torches, declaring, "This one is for you to consume." However, the individuals recoiled in fear, their eyes reflecting dread, as if Fong Bai were more terrifying than the wolves themselves. Their gazes were filled with vigilance and unease, yet tinged with hope. Fear is instinctual, while hope arises from a knowledge that Fong Bai had saved them. Observing this, Fong Bai discarded the wild wolf onto the ground, dragging the other 3 behind him as he turned towards the city gate. These were all meat. He intended for Lin Shu to roast them for his meal. Upon this thought, Fong Bai could not help but wipe his mouth, quickening his pace. By the time he delivered the 3 wild wolves to the city wall, he was already breathless and fatigued. Leaning against the wall, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. It wasn't long before a person Fong Bai least wished to be alone with returned first. Clad in gleaming silver armor, she radiated a cold light amidst the dim night. She approached Fong Bai, her gaze lingering on the 3 nearly lifeless wild wolves, her tone flat, yet laced with curiosity. "What are these?" "They should be wolves," Fong Bai replied, somewhat uncertain. "I know they are wolves. Where do they come from?" Lung Shuang's voice remained icy, yet a glimmer of curiosity flickered in her eyes. Fong Bai briefly explained the wolves' origin. After hearing him, Lung Shuang merely cast a deep glance at Fong Bai, choosing not to elaborate further. She leaned against the city wall, gazing at the distant sparks below, her expression behind the mask inscrutable. Soon after, Su Xiaodang, Lin Mo, and Chao Fiwei returned one after another. Upon seeing the 3 wolves, Su Xiaodang exclaimed, "Wow, where did these 3 large wolves come from?" "I brought them back," Fong Bai chuckled, glancing at Lin Mo. "Uncle Lin, can we eat this?" "What's so good about wolf meat?" "It's tough and chewy. It's not as delicious as a big pancake," Su Xiaodang pouted. But soon her expression shifted to one of confusion. "However, how did you manage to defeat all 3 of them?" Hearing this, Fong Bai felt a tinge of doubt as well. "I used fireballs. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. I blew them up in 3 shots." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaodang blinked, her face reflecting disbelief. "You just learned fireballs, and you can release them in a straight line and hit your target accurately?" She felt her confidence being undermined once more. Why do absurd things seem so natural to Fong Bai? It should be noted that the fireball attack matrix is quite different from the lightness enhancement type. For an average person, being able to throw 3 meters on their first attempt is already considered far. One must practice with utmost caution. How could one directly kill wolves on a first try, especially targeting their hearts for a one-hit kill? Su Xiaodang felt a bit disheveled and was reluctant to speak. She glanced at Fong Bai, then at the 3 wolves, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh, lamenting the unfairness of fate. At Fong Bai's insistence, Lin Mo simply processed the wolf meat and placed it on the fire to roast. Fong Bai gazed at the meat on the grill, his eyes ablaze with desire. Lin Mo yawned, fatigue evident in his tone. "After a long day, let's turn in early." When they decided to build a city here, They must have made suitable plans. I just took a stroll around. There's little pollution nearby. Aside from that, there are only beasts drawn by the corpses. Even ordinary people can handle them. The threat they pose to the citizens is not as great as that of a plague. MHM. Fongbai nodded repeatedly, suddenly recalling something and looking up to ask, "Where's Marco?" "I don't know." Lin Mo shook his head, his tone composed as he stated that he would submit to the federal trial, asserting that such matters were beyond their jurisdiction, and that the sword-bearer would escort him. What if he escapes? A flicker of concern crossed Fongbai's eyes. He is a notorious villain. Can we simply neglect him? Lin Mo chuckled softly, patting Fongbai's shoulder. The federal tradition dictates that each department has clearly defined responsibilities. If it's not our concern, we need not meddle. Should he flee, there will undoubtedly be pursuers. His tone carried a hint of ease, as if he were accustomed to such situations. Observing Lin Mo's confident demeanor, Fongbai could only nod in agreement. Lin Mo gestured towards the wolf meat on the grill. "The meat is ready. Let's eat quickly. Afterward, rest well. There is no need for night watch tonight." Chow Feiwei had already begun to unfold the compressed housing. A villa stood awkwardly on the city wall, suspended on both sides, creating a rather peculiar sight. "Time to sleep." Su Xiaoding chirped as she hopped inside. Chapter 47. A whirl the next day, Fongbai was roused from his slumber by the commotion outside the room. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he sat up in bed. Having mastered both matrices, he had enjoyed a rare good night's rest. Exiting the compressed dwelling, the scene before him instantly awakened his senses. Beneath the city wall, cheers erupted, reminiscent of a grand celebration. A lengthy convoy was winding its way through the crowd, slowly approaching the gates of Lime City. The procession stretched for several kilometers, the creaking of the cart wheels echoing like a colossal dragon meandering forth. The individuals in the transport team donned specially designed masks, concealing themselves completely, wary of contracting the plague that plagued Lime City. "Is Investigator Lin present?" The leader called loudly beneath the city gate, his voice resonant. At that moment, Lin Mo emerged from the compressed housing, peering down at the gathering below. He waved, declaring, "I am here." With that, he leaped directly from the city wall. Observing this, Fongbai followed suit, activating light body to ensure a stable landing. Upon confirming Lin Mo's identity, the convoy leader retrieved a form from his pocket. "Greetings, Investigator Lin. I'm a captain of the Chaohai City Transport Team. According to the Federal Dispatch, this shipment of supplies has been jointly funded by 6 cities. The primary cargo consists of rice, along with a small quantity of essential items such as salt. In total, there are 300 carts of rice, amounting to 650 tons, sufficient to feed approximately 300,000 people for around 10 days. We encountered wild beasts and pollution along the way, resulting in the loss of 17 carts. Please sign to confirm." Lin Mo accepted the form, examining it carefully before retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to the captain. "You have worked hard on this journey." The captain accepted the cigarette, a smile breaking across his face, instantly lightening the atmosphere. After lighting the cigarette and taking a deep drag, he exhaled a cloud of smoke, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "Brother, your words have us running ourselves ragged. We've been on the move for 5 consecutive days without rest, encountering countless beasts and hazards. Thankfully, my comrades possess some skill, yet we still lost 2 brothers." As he spoke, he shook his head in dismay. "However, I must say, I just observed the state of Lime City. It truly is dire. Once upon a time, this was a grand city." Lin Mo chuckled heartily, signing the form before returning it. "All for the people. Should we rest in the city for a while?" The man waved his hand dismissively. No, we must leave. Please tally the goods and inform the higher-ups that the cargo has arrived. I have no desire to carry this plague back with me. Moreover, the seal on the horseshoes will not last long. If it fails prematurely, the losses would be substantial." Lin Mo nodded in understanding and gestured toward the city wall. "No need for a tally, just stack it outside the city wall." "Understood," the man replied, turning to call out, "Brothers, let us get to work." The over 1,000 horse-drawn carts quickly formed a circular formation, with the empty carts returning and those laden with goods continuing to unload. The entire process was remarkably orderly. By midday, both sides of the city gate were piled high with rice and various essential supplies. Bags of rice were neatly stacked together, resembling miniature mountains, while other supplies were categorized and arranged accordingly. The transport team arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. When the last bag of supplies was unloaded, the long caravan, stretching for several kilometers, departed in a grand procession. "Do you see what I see?" Lin Mo asked, looking at Fong Bai. Fong Bai, deep in thought, slowly responded. "The Federation is quite formidable. From the distant New Era, a command can mobilize resources from 6 cities simultaneously within mere days, assembling a massive transport team to traverse numerous dangers and deliver supplies to Lime City. The Federation oversees the entire world. The investigators are the Federation's eyes." Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback by Fong Bai's words. Was this what he wished to hear? He smiled wryly, saying, "What you perceive is order. But you are mistaken on one point. The Tianqing Federation does not control the entire world. There are still other smaller nations, such as the Uringwa." "How vast is the Federation?" Fong Bai inquired with curiosity. 5,000 old states, plus an entire world. An entire world? Fong Bai echoed, perplexed. "Indeed. The New Era is so named because it represents a brand new world," Lin Mo affirmed with a gentle nod. "So, the world of the old states and the world of the New Era are actually 2 distinct worlds?" Fong Bai's eyes widened, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. "What else could it be?" Lin Mo replied with a teasing smile. "The New Era has always been taken literally." "Are you shocked?" Lin Mo jested. Fong Bai nodded, still in a daze. "I remember my senior mentioning that we are only tens of thousands of kilometers from the New Era." He recalled Su Xiaotang's previous words. "In terms of distance, that is indeed accurate. You will understand in a few days." Lin Mo chose not to divulge more information in advance, merely smiling meaningfully. He turned back to the city wall, borrowing a trumpet from Chao Fiwei. Standing atop the high wall, Lin Mo cleared his throat and raised the trumpet. "Citizens, the first wave of grain has arrived. No one shall go hungry henceforth. Please follow my instructions moving forward." His voice echoed through the air, instantly capturing the attention of all. The previously boisterous crowd gradually quieted, and countless eyes turned in unison toward Lin Mo atop the city wall. "You are granted an afternoon to select 10 individuals over the age of 60, 10 middle-aged individuals around 50, and 10 youths approximately 30 years old, totaling 30 individuals. In the coming days, they shall be responsible for the distribution of supplies and the organization of personnel. Those chosen will proceed to the city wall for a second round of selection, where only 1 individual may be chosen from each circle." Lin Mo paused momentarily and added that the distribution of supplies would commence once the selection is completed. No sooner had he finished speaking than the crowd erupted into a flurry of activity. The previously unified circles began to fragment rapidly as discussions and disputes arose among the people, with some circles even erupting into heated arguments. The elderly were nominated, and both middle-aged individuals and youths stepped forward to the forefront of the crowd to undergo scrutiny and selection. Fong Bai returned to the city wall, surveying the scene below. Some circles reached a consensus quickly, while others descended into chaos, with several individuals arguing fervently, unwilling to concede any ground. A few youths even resorted to physical confrontations over the coveted spots. As time progressed, more individuals were nominated and made their way toward the base of the city wall, their faces reflecting a hint of trepidation. "This is a one-time solution," Lin Mo remarked to Fong Bai. After their interactions the previous night, a basic understanding had formed among a few individuals. The one who could recognize and gain the approval of the most people in the shortest amount of time would emerge as the best leader. The character of the leader could not be discerned at this moment, as long as they could make the right choices and distribute resources fairly. They would suffice temporarily for this position. Selecting 30 individuals would greatly enhance the margin for error. Too many could lead to disputes, while too few would pose risks. Once the new city lord arrives, they may also form the initial leadership team, with their future roles dependent on the new city lord's capabilities. Fong Bai nodded thoughtfully, having absorbed the lesson. While this knowledge may not hold much utility for him, it was nonetheless enlightening. Chapter 48. Identification days turned into weeks, and soon it was the 5th day. The newly appointed city lord arrived punctually at Lime City, taking over the leadership team that Lin Mo had prepared in advance. Fong Bai found himself with little to do during these days. Much of his time was spent pursuing Su Xiaotang, persistently inquiring about matters related to the school, hoping to acquire new knowledge. However, upon hearing Fong Bai express his desire to learn, Su Xiaotang immediately became agitated, appearing quite upset, and had not spoken to him for several days as a result. Fong Bai felt perplexed by this, yet did not deter his thirst for knowledge. Unable to pursue extraordinary knowledge any longer, he redirected his focus to Lin Mo's remarkable grilling techniques. Lin Mo generously imparted his skills, even gifting Fong Bai a book titled Old State Beast Meat Quality Analysis Atlas. This book left Fong Bai in awe. It detailed over 300 species of beasts commonly found in Old State, meticulously describing their meat characteristics, cooking methods, and delectable qualities. What astounded Fong Bai the most was the assertion within the book that the more formidable the beast, the more exquisite its meat. Among the beasts ranked in the top 10 for their delectable qualities, their physical strength alone could rival that of a level 3 superpower. Fong Bai held the book in his hands, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He envisioned the scene of himself hunting formidable beasts and simmering them in a pot. However, this leisurely moment did not last long. On this day, a group of individuals arrived at the city gate. From Lin Mo's lips, Fong Bai had already learned in advance that they came from 4 federal agencies. 10 representatives from the Jingzhi Sea appeared, clad in silver-white robes adorned with a striking emblem of 2 interlocking half circles, one black and the other white. Following them were 2 swordsmen, dressed in ordinary attire, a man and a woman, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. Next came the Yao Shi, a group of 5, also in casual clothing. Bringing up the rear was the Wan Shi, donned in a deep blue robe intricately embroidered with golden scroll patterns. After a brief exchange with Lin Mo, the representatives of Jingzhi Sea swiftly entered the city to address the lingering black clouds above. Simultaneously, the Yao Shi mobilized, dispersing into the crowd to treat those afflicted by the plague and diagnose the root of the illness. The 2 swordsmen proceeded directly into the city, shortly emerging with Marco in custody. Marco's complexion was sallow, his spirit waning, offering no resistance. After a brief conversation with Lin Mo, the 2 swordsmen departed with Marco in a nonchalant manner. Fong Bai stood atop the city wall, quietly observing the unfolding events. Everything was being managed by Lin Mo. He neither participated nor had the qualifications to do so. Su Xiaodang stood beside him, her gaze similarly directed below, serving as a narrator for Fong Bai. The Yao Shi originated from Tongdiao, the Jingzhi Sea from Jiego, and the Wan Shi from Suhui, all significant institutions within the Federation. Naturally, the abilities of Tongdiao extended beyond the Yao Shi, and the same applied to Jiego and Suhui. At a moment's notice, Fong Bai suddenly perceived a dazzling sight. He looked up to see a pale blue beam of light emanating from various corners of Lime City, piercing through the black clouds above. These beams of light acted like swords, gradually tearing apart the darkness, rendering it transparent. The black clouds seemed to disintegrate, with fine particles drifting down from the sky. Some of these particles landed on Fong Bai, vanishing without a trace upon contact with his skin. Though few in number, the feedback felt as if he had satiated his hunger. Before he could revel in this sensation, another group approached him and Su Xiaodang. Among them were the Yao Shi, Wan Shi, and Lin Mo Mayor Wen. The diagnostic results for the plague have come in. One of the Yao Shi spoke gravely. This plague is, in fact, a curse that manifests through the resonance of music, causing transformations in the body and spreading in the form of a curse. Curing it is not overly difficult, but it will require time. We may need to stay in the city for a while. Hearing this, the dignified mayor immediately bowed in gratitude, expressing his appreciation to the esteemed Yao Shi. As the responsibilities dictate, one cannot be deemed an adult. The apothecary humbly responded, "The matters here have concluded, and we shall depart this evening." Lin Mo interjected casually, noting that there are 2 university students in our party who are soon to commence their academic year. The Wan Shi beside him chuckled and suggested, "Why not accompany us back?" "That won't be necessary." Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "We need to transfer to the aerial train at the junction, and we have other business to attend to." "Very well, I wish you safe travels." Wan Shi replied with a gentle nod. The group approached Fong Bai and Su Xiaotang, who were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of their intentions. The city lord smiled and said, "We have come to meet the 2 young heroes who saved Shui City. Should you visit Shui City again, I shall surely treat you as esteemed guests." Upon hearing this, Fong Bai beamed, scratching his head in modesty. "No need for that, since I have saved so many people. Is there a reward?" "Ha ha ha." Wan Shi patted Fong Bai on the shoulder. "What you receive is far more precious than any monetary reward. You, my young friend, are yet unaware of your own fortune. Nodigword, Fong Bai expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. Through their recent conversations, he had learned that in the new era, wealth held immense significance. Power in the new era is largely governed by capital, where money can nearly procure anything. It was this realization that had spurred his sudden interest. Given such a remarkable achievement, seeking a monetary incentive should not be unreasonable, yet the man's demeanor suggested he had no intention of bestowing any riches. With a smile, Wen Wanshi remained silent, retrieving a scroll from his robe and unfurling it. Place your hands upon it and imprint your signatures. Once in a new era, you may visit the local Wen Wanshi to claim your accolades. Su Xiaotang and Fong Bai exchanged glances before each pressed their handprints upon the scroll. By the way, Lin Mo suddenly turned to Fong Bai, reminding him, "Do you not have an artifact?" Present for Uncle Chen's appraisal. Fong Bai nodded and took out the bony fragment from his pocket, handing it to Wen Wanshi. "Is this the relic Saint Mark?" Wen Wanshi inquired, surprise flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, it is a rare find." He produced a blank scroll and placed the bone upon it. Characters began to materialize on the scroll. Relic Saint Mark LV1. Mental System Lie Detection. Probability-based lie detection effective against thresholds below LV3. No slot occupation required. No special wearing conditions. Mental power consumption. Unknown. Before she could utter an apology, her obsession transformed into a gentle breeze that softly brushed against the young man's shoulder, dispelling the lies and deceptions he would encounter in the future. Chapter 49. Journey to the new era. The roar of the engine reverberated through the night, heralding a farewell symphony for this reborn city. The once piled bones and corpses had been properly interred by the new city lord. The road, previously stained with blood and haunting to behold, had been renovated and adorned with fresh cobblestones. The past suffering and bloodshed had been thoroughly buried. Within the city, construction thrived, as workers busily traversed the shimmering night sky. The sounds of hammering and calls intertwined harmoniously. With the apothecary at the helm, no plague could rise to wreak havoc. Everything flourished. After gearing up, the group prepared to embark on their overnight journey. They had no reason nor necessity to remain in this place. Fong Bai stood beside the vehicle, gazing at the city that was gradually reviving. A profound sense of melancholy surged within him. This brief journey of less than 20 days had served as a profound baptism for him. From initial ignorance to now catching a glimpse of the extraordinary world. He had faced trials of life and death, struggles of humanity, and the collapse and reconstruction of civilization. All of this had washed over him like a tempest, cleansing him inside and out. Fong Bai looked down at the fingerbone in his hand, the last gift bestowed upon him by Sister Xiaoya. It was the rarest spiritual holy mark among the sacred relics. From Uncle Lin, Fong Bai learned that attributes associated with the spirit in this world were exceedingly noble and would bestow additional enhancements. This was because spiritual power was the starting point of all that was extraordinary, as well as its source. Hence, this fingerbone, despite being merely LV1, possessed the potential to unlock LV3. The wheels rolled over the cobblestone path, emitting a subtle vibration, before heading into the uneven wilderness. Leaning against the window, Fong Bai silently bid farewell to the receding Lime City. He was about to venture into the new era. Suddenly, he felt nauseous and vomited again. Throughout the journey, he remained in a state of near unconsciousness, having traveled all night without rest. The group finally set up camp beneath a giant mushroom the following evening. Fong Bai, in a daze, disembarked from the vehicle. Upon seeing the mushroom, he realized they had not yet left on KO Prefecture. The group started a fire and unfolded their compressed tents. Fong Bai naturally pulled a skewered piece of meat from the grill, accompanied by a large pancake. Without uttering a word, he began to eat in solitude. After all these days, he had somewhat integrated into the team. Why the silence? Have you become withdrawn? Su Xiaotang's large eyes turned to Fong Bai, wondering if he missed Sister Xiaoya. No, she was just a wicked woman. Fong Bai took a bite of the meat, pondering why he felt nauseous as soon as he got on the vehicle. Lin Mo interjected. We discussed this while you were unconscious. Your symptoms may not be purely motion sickness, but likely related to resonance or sympathy. Resonance? Sympathy? Fong Bai looked at Lin Mo, who slowly shook his head, stating they needed to find someone knowledgeable in synchronization to examine him. This type of logistical support expertise is beyond our capabilities. You should seek someone at school. Very well. Fong Bai nodded, devouring his food with fervor. It had been a full day and night since he last ate. While eating, he mumbled, "I can take the night watch." The group readily accepted this suggestion. Suddenly, Fong Bai inquired if there was anything to pass the time. At this, Su Xiaodang remained silent, casting him a glance with the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. She was well aware of Fong Bai's intentions. "What do you wish to do to pass the time?" Lin Mo asked with keen interest, looking at Fong Bai. Fong Bai hesitated for a moment before finally voicing the question that had long lingered in his mind. "How is your mental threshold elevated?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo paused momentarily before explaining, "It is achieved through the mediation method." However, the mediation method is neither a mere technique of meditation nor a secret manual from the tomes. It originates from the 12 endings faith, and one may choose the mediation method after worshipping the deity. The mediation method is both a mark and a key to enhance one's mental threshold. A hint of resignation colored Lin Mo's tone as he elaborated, "There are 3 scenarios when New World individuals unite. There's a chance to acquire the mediation method or the resonance talent. In the case of New World and Old State individuals merging, the probability of obtaining the mediation method exists, yet one cannot acquire the resonance talent. When 2 Old State individuals combine, neither the mediation method nor the resonance talent can be obtained, for the deity does not respond to those from the Old State." Fong Bai felt a tinge of disappointment and pressed further, "Why does the deity not respond to the Old State individuals?" "I do not know," Lin Mo replied slowly, shaking his head, his gaze drifting toward the distant night. "It has been this way since ancient times. There may be a reason, but it is not one I can comprehend." "Very well," Fong Bai nodded, somewhat dejected. However, he quickly regained his spirits. He still had his shadow, which could assist him in enhancing his mental threshold. "Oh, do not be disheartened," Su Xiaotang consoled him generously, her tone laced with exaggeration. 8 slots already surpass many from the New World. Once we arrive in the New World, I shall treat you to a grand feast." "Really?" Fong Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face alight with longing. A grand feast in the New World was one of his dreams. "Indeed," Su Xiaotang affirmed with a serious nod before adding, "Stay vigilant tonight. I shall retire to sleep now. I crave shui ji mei xiang shi zi tu. Ging dong dao dai xing, gian geng han bao, and zaping ge le." Fong Bai promptly recited the names of the dishes from memory. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaotang halted, turning around with a look of astonishment. "Where did you hear about these?" "From a New World culinary magazine," Fong Bai replied, puffing out his chest with pride. Su Xiaotang pondered for a moment. "I have not heard of that Tao Tai dish, nor have I seen a layered burger that thick, but a large bottle of cola is certainly a guarantee. I shall treat you then." "All right, it is a promise," Fong Bai affirmed with renewed vigor. Under the peculiar gazes of Lin Mo, Lung Shuang, and Zhao Fei Wei, the boy and girl solidified their agreement over a large bottle of cola. The profound night stretched interminably. He could only daze off, gazing into the inky darkness, letting his thoughts wander. With the utmost reach of his imagination, he constructed an image of the New World within his mind. This night persisted for 10 days until they finally reached their destination. Chapter 50. The aerial train. Upon disembarking, Fong Bai lay weakly upon a soft patch of grass, tilting his head to behold the sun gradually descending in the west. The skyline was painted a golden red by the setting sun, unfolding layer upon layer. "At last, I have survived," he murmured softly, his voice so faint that it could almost be carried away by the wind. Not far from Fong Bai, Su Xiaotang joyfully frolicked among the grass, her laughter ringing clear and melodious. "Wow, this place is beautiful. It seems there were no such lovely grasses during my last visit." Lin Mo sat on the ground, leaning against a rather incongruous iron pillar, smiling as he observed Su Xiaotang, who would appear even more captivating come nightfall. Lung Shuang and Chao Fei Wei were seated together, engaged in hushed conversation. Chao Fei Wei's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction, questioning why the tenfold should not amount to 900,000 na, but rather 89,000. "What? The travel expenses are deducted from the prize money too?" Fong Bai reclined for a moment, feeling a slight resurgence of strength. He slowly sat up, brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes, and walked towards Lin Mo. "Uncle Lin, haven't we arrived? Where's the New World?" Lin Mo smiled faintly, replying, "You will know by nightfall." "All right," Fong Bai nodded in resignation, yet his gaze was inadvertently drawn to the iron pillar behind Lin Mo. It appeared somewhat jarring, its surface marred by rust, as if it had endured countless storms and tribulations. Upon closer inspection, Fong Bai noticed the base of the pillar bore a line of indistinct lettering, though he could not decipher its meaning. "What is this?" Fong Bai could not help but inquire, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Mo remained silent, smiling. At that moment, Su Xiaotang suddenly leaned in, a mischievous grin adorning her face. "You will know by nightfall. If you learn now, there will be no surprise." She winked and then proposed, "Shall we play a game?" "What game?" Fong Bai's expression reflected skepticism. "You chase me, and if you catch me, I will teach you something new." With that, Su Xiaotang stepped back a few paces. Fong Bai blinked, feeling somewhat exasperated. "This isn't fun. How could I possibly catch you? Unless I don't use extraordinary abilities." Fong Bai added. "That's fine." Su Xiaotang cheerfully agreed, "No abilities required." "Still not possible." Fong Bai sat down dejectedly, letting out a sigh. "What's wrong?" Su Xiaotang leaned closer, bending down to observe him with curiosity. Hee. Fong Bai suddenly wore a sly smile, swiftly executing a move akin to a ferocious dog pouncing on its prey, crashing onto the ground face first in a rather undignified manner. Su Xiaotang erupted in laughter from a distance. "Huh, did you think I was foolish?" Lung Shuang, who had been discussing the prize money with Chao Fei Wei, suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed on the two figures chasing each other. Her brows knitted together. Turning to Lin Mo, she noticed he had conjured a cup of hot tea from seemingly nowhere, sipping it with a smile. By nightfall, Fong Bai had yet to catch Su Xiaotang. Exhausted, he lay on the ground, panting heavily. Su Xiaotang, grinning, approached and lay down beside him, gazing up at the starry sky. "Given your efforts, once we reach the school, I shall gift you a rare piece of knowledge." "Really?" Fong Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed. Just then, the incongruous iron pillar erupted with a dazzling beam of white light. The beam sliced through the night sky like a sword, scattering the clouds that had obscured the stars. Starlight cascaded down, illuminating the heavens. Simultaneously, the grass, adorned with fine hairs, began to emit a soft glow. The delicate hairs, awakened by some mysterious force, floated gently, resembling countless tiny fireflies dancing in the night sky. Fong Bai stared in a daze at this dreamlike spectacle. He noticed something unusual about a star in the sky. It was excessively radiant. As Fong Bai's gaze fixed upon it, the star began to swell in size, its brilliance intensifying. In a blink of an eye, it descended from the depths of space above them, akin to a shooting star slicing through the night sky, trailing a long, seemingly endless tail. Fong Bai's pupils dilated as he was rendered speechless with astonishment. "What on earth is that?" "The sky rail train," Su Xiaotang said, rising to brush the dust from her skirt. "Come on, let's go." "The sky rail train?" Fong Bai murmured, his eyes glued to the train that had suddenly appeared overhead. This so-called train emanated a soft, ethereal glow, its wheels gliding through the void, sending forth golden sparkles from the scratches it left behind, lending a touch of dreamlike color to its passage. Most astonishingly, before the front of the train advanced, an enormous matrix unfolded in anticipation. This matrix was composed of countless intricate geometric light patterns arranged in an array. The train's front continually traversed the matrix, as if crossing invisible thresholds, each passage stirring faint waves of light that rippled through the night sky. Bright white light streamed from the windows and through the panes. Shadowy figures could be discerned within the carriage. Fong Bai held his breath. This scene was more surreal than any dream. The train gradually slowed in the sky, ultimately coming to a steady stop before the crowd. Its axles did not touch the ground but hovered gracefully in the air. The door opened slowly with a soft hum, reminiscent of the precise engagement of mechanical gears or the gentle tinkling of wind chimes in the night. A warm breeze wafted from the carriage as several individuals disembarked, each adorned in diverse attire and exuding a unique aura of mystery. One man, clad in a silvery robe, held a scepter studded with gemstones. A woman in a sleek black outfit, a slender sword hanging from her waist, wore a faint smile that nonetheless conveyed an unspoken sense of pressure. Another figure, a middle-aged man in a deep blue robe, cradled a hefty ancient tome, his robe embroidered with golden scroll motifs reminiscent of the literary envoy previously encountered. After they alighted, their gazes swept over Fong Bai and his companions. Lin Mo nodded slightly in acknowledgement before turning to Fong Bai and saying, "Let's board." Fong Bai, feeling stiff, stepped onto the train. Chapter 51. The Borderland. The carriage was spacious, furnished with 4 exquisite round tables. Surrounding each table were plush sofas, capable of seating at least 10 individuals. Fong Bai cautiously settled onto one of the sofas he had never encountered before. The moment he sat down, he felt as though he were sinking into its depths. In this carriage, apart from the 5 of them, there was only a middle-aged man seated in a corner, squinting as if asleep. The train began to move, smoothly and steadily. Fong Bai felt no discomfort. "Aren't you carsick?" Su Xiaotang inquired, glancing at him. Fong Bai shook his head, feeling perfectly fine. "Oh, then you must not be a mechanical pulse insulator," Su Xiaotang remarked. Chao Fiwei cast a glance at Su Xiaotang. Remaining silent, Fong Bai peered out of the car window, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Are we flying?" he murmured softly, his voice tinged with a tremor. Below lay the vast expanse of land, mountains and rivers bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. The distant mountains resembled the spine of a giant, undulating and merging with the horizon. The train began to accelerate, and the scenery outside blurred. Gradually, the starlight at the edge of the sky stretched into slender rays. A surge of indescribable awe welled up within Fong Bai, yet he found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings. They traveled in this state for quite some time until the view outside suddenly plunged into darkness. At that moment, a gentle female voice resonated within the carriage. "The train is about to traverse the world barrier. Jostling is a normal phenomenon. Please do not panic." Fong Bai looked around, attempting to locate the source of the voice, but to no avail. Before he could gather his thoughts, the spectacle outside left him in a daze once more. Endless geometric light patterns continually formed, extended, and arrayed alongside the train. These light patterns grew larger and more numerous, gradually coalescing into a colossal light dome that enveloped the train completely. The train entered a bizarre realm of color darkness. Everything around them became blurred and distorted, yet the immense light dome remained resolute. Suddenly, the train began to shake violently, as if traversing some invisible resistance. The lights within the carriage flickered slightly. Fong Bai clutched the armrest of his seat tightly, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Once the train stabilized, Fong Bai stood up and leaned against the window. "Is this the new era?" Lin Mo explained softly. "This is not yet the new era. It is the Borderland." "Borderland?" Fong Bai repeated the name. The Borderland, as its name suggests, is the region where 2 worlds intersect. Lin Mo approached Fong Bai, hands clasped behind his back, stating that this is the closest place to the new era. Here, there is no distinct sky or earth, no alternation of day and night, nor even conventional natural laws. It was originally just a void of darkness. To facilitate the connection to the old states, the Federation constructed 2 port cities here for transit purposes. The train gradually ascended into the skies of the Borderland, and the view outside left Fong Bai breathless. A ghostly city, seemingly forgotten in the crevices of time, appeared hazily. "The Borderland port has arrived. Passengers disembarking at this stop, please remember to take your personal belongings." The gentle voice echoed within the carriage. The train doors slowly opened, and a rush of cold air swept into the compartment. Fong Bai took several deep breaths, feeling slightly breathless. "Let us get off here. This train does not go to Tiankai City." Lin Mo stood up and walked toward the train exit. Fong Bai hurriedly followed, his heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation. They found themselves on a broad and level platform, the ground paved with some smooth metallic material. The platform housed not only the train they had boarded, but also another train parked beside it. The train they boarded gently commenced its journey, its wheels gliding through the void, scattering delicate golden sparks. Gradually, the train ascended, gaining speed until, in a fleeting moment, it transformed into a radiant star, vanishing into the depths of darkness. Soon after, another star streaked across the sky, decelerating until it came to a steady halt on the platform. "Come on, stop daydreaming." Lin Mo gently patted Fong Bai's shoulder, cautioning him to be careful not to get lost in this chaotic place. Fong Bai nodded, taking a deep breath as he stepped forward to follow. I feel like I can't breathe," Su Xiaotang, walking beside Fong Bai, continuously complained. "The oxygen in the Borderland is artificially produced, lacking the quality of that in Jiuzhou and Exine. You'll get used to it," Lin Mo reassured. Fong Bai was gradually acclimating to the air here. As long as he breathed slowly, it wasn't too uncomfortable. His gaze flitted around, never resting. But there were some people. The place appeared far from prosperous, even less lively than Hongcheng. The streets were eerily quiet, sounds seldom heard, and the entire city was enveloped in a stifling silence. The environment was dim, illuminated only by sporadic, faintly glowing lamps. The buildings were low, averaging only 2 or 3 stories, their walls marked by the passage of time, giving off a slightly dilapidated air. Sensing Fong Bai's disappointment, Su Xiaodang began to enlighten him. Although it's my first time here as well. I've heard of the borderland. It only produces special void materials, while all the necessary resources for normal construction and living are transported from Jiuzhou and Xianshi. In short, it's costly. It's fortunate it can be developed to this extent. Having said this, Su Xiaodang glanced at Leng Shuang, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. You no longer need extra points. Leng Shuang replied calmly, her demeanor composed, full marks. Really? Su Xiaotang's eyes widened, her face instantly blooming with a radiant smile. Absolutely. Leng Shuang nodded. Ha ha ha, full marks. Su Xiaodang laughed joyfully, her voice echoing strangely in the quiet street. Passers-by cast curious glances as if observing an unexpected anomaly. They traversed a seemingly dilapidated street, stopping in front of a shop whose purpose was indiscernible from the outside. The storefront was modest, the sign's characters faded. Wait for me here, Lin Mo instructed before entering alone. Inside, the light was dim, and behind the counter stood a fox-headed figure. Boss Lin? Upon seeing Lin Mo, the fox-headed figure inquired uncertainly, his voice hoarse. Where's the cargo I requested? Lin Mo got straight to the point. It's prepared. The fox-headed figure nodded lightly, turning to retrieve a cloth bag from behind the counter, placing it carefully on the surface. All new goods from the Haitai port nearby, he said, rubbing his hands together, his tone laced with difficulty. But lately, the Federation has been cracking down hard. This job has become a bit tricky, and the price must be raised. Chapter 52. The gathering disperses at the platform. Su Xiaodang gazed at the cloth bag Lin Mo had been weighing in his hands with suspicion. Uncle Lin, what are you going for? I bought some void iron. Lin Mo responded in a nonchalant manner, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Su Xiaodang gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Void matter? Isn't that a prohibited substance? Lin Mo smiled slightly, remarking that a shop has thrived for over a decade selling items that the Federation forbids. Do you think that is plausible? Su Xiaodang paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, I understand now, that shop must have someone backing it. Lin Mo smiled in silence. However, Uncle Lin, what do you need void iron for? Su Xiaodang asked with a hint of concern. I've heard that if void matter is mishandled, it can cause significant pollution. I have my own purposes. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, adding, you needn't worry about that, little girl. With a huff, Su Xiaodang turned her head away, a trace of dissatisfaction on her face. Though she did not press further, Fong Bai stood nearby, listening to their conversation. Void matter? It looks edible, he thought, licking his lips and suppressing his desires and impulses. Before long, another train arrived at the platform. This one was not heading to Tiankai City. They would wait for the next. Noticing Fong Bai's movement, Lin Mo quickly stopped him, pointing to a timetable behind them. Fong Bai turned to see a large board with a multitude of luminous characters flickering. LB 2349 LC 1021 next stop, intersection Black Iron Port New Era Holy City, Demi-Human Kingdom, Platform 11, final destination, New Era Border, Platform 8. LB 2357 LC 129 next stop, New Era Divine Grace City, Deep Dive Rift, Platform 3, final destination, Elven Home, Platform 2. LB 854 LC 801 next stop, New Era Tiankai City. Eternal Day Corridor, Platform 1, final destination, Cape. Fong Bai blinked, confirming he had not misread. They needed to wait until 8 o'clock the next morning. Given the ample time, why not take the opportunity to explore the intersection? However, Lin Mo had evidently decided to wait there. Even the usually vivacious Su Xiaodang stood quietly in place. Fong Bai's gaze swept across the names of the platforms. Demi-Human Kingdom, Deep Dive Rift, Elven Home, Cape. These 4 stations lacked the New Era prefix. Did they not belong to the New Era? If the New Era was an independent world, could these places exist beyond its boundaries? As more people gathered on the platform, some whispered softly, while others were lost in thought, all waiting for their respective trains. Half an hour passed, and Fong Bai could no longer contain his curiosity. Why must we wait here? Can't we explore the intersection? Lin Mo, who who had been in deep contemplation, slowly opened his eyes and explained, "Because this is the safest place. The interior of the intersection is quite chaotic. Aside from the commercial street we just visited, other areas are rife with dangers and troubles that we need not provoke. If you're tired, you may sit or even lie down." With that, Lin Mo crossed his legs and sat on the ground, closing his eyes once more. Fong Bai imitated him, but found it difficult to remain still. "Uncle Lin, those stations that lack the New Era prefix, are they similar to Jiuzhou, existing outside the New Era?" Lin Mo did not open his eyes, but slowly shook his head. "They reside in the same realm as the New Era, yet do not belong to it. The New Era is a term employed by the Federation to denote its dominion, which, as previously articulated, does not extend over the entire globe. Pollution has severed the ties between the New Era and its neighboring regions. The places represented by the station names include both territories with owners and uninhabitable wildlands. In any case, the Federation's influence in these areas is negligible." Fong Bai, lost in thought, nodded slightly. Although he appeared to comprehend, a myriad of questions lingered within him. Could he interpret the statement that pollution has obstructed communication with surrounding areas to mean that the vicinity of the New Era is entirely tainted? Shaking his head, Fong Bai temporarily cast aside these convoluted thoughts and began to count the empty rail cars passing by. Upon reaching the 73rd car, the train named LC-801 finally emerged on the horizon. Fong Bai's heart raced. This time, he was truly embarking on a journey to the New Era. As the doors opened, the interior of the carriage bore a striking resemblance to the train they had previously boarded, albeit with a slightly different hue. With excitement coursing through him, Fong Bai settled onto the plush sofa. He leaned against the window, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the scenery outside. Minutes later, the train gently commenced its journey, and the external landscape gradually blurred, transforming into a cascade of dazzling, ethereal shapes. Hours later, darkness receded. The train abruptly appeared above a thriving metropolis. Fong Bai's eyes sparkled with a myriad of vibrant lights. The scene of the New Era was starkly dissimilar to that of the borderlands. Although it was night, the city below radiated like daylight, countless bright stars coalescing into a magnificent sea of light. The train began its descent. Fong Bai observed enormous screens showcasing images of women, their forms twisting seductively in scan attire. He furrowed his brow, deeming these images devoid of significance. Soon, however, the visuals shifted to mouth-watering delicacies. "Senior sister, I want to eat that," Fong Bai exclaimed, pointing at the large screen. At this, Su Xiaodang, who had been dozing at the table, lifted her head and looked outside. There, on a billboard atop a grand building, the image of a voluptuous celebrity flashed, her gaze piercing Fong Bai with intensity. "Ah, you have good taste. This is a major star," Lin Mo remarked, crossing his legs. "You must work hard. In the New Era, anything is possible." "I will strive diligently," Fong Bai replied, nodding earnestly. The train gently landed at the station of the New Era. The station itself resembled a colossal palace, its floors smooth as a mirror reflecting light, making it feel as though one were walking among the stars. The bustling crowd surged like a flood, threatening to engulf the newly arrived Fong Bai. "Let us disperse. I'm heading back to Tinggongfang." Chow Fiwei stretched lazily, reminding him, "Don't forget my bonus." With that, she vanished into the throng. "We should return to the investigation bureau as well." Lin Mo cheerfully glanced at Su Xiaodang. "There are still 10 days until school starts. I'll leave Fong Bai in your care." With that, he departed with effortless grace. Lung Shuang cast a glance at Su Xiaodang, instructing her to find a place to stay near the school and to refrain from bringing him home. She then hurried towards Lin Mo's direction, leaving Su Xiaodang in a state of bewilderment amidst the wind. Chapter 53. The affluent Su Xiaodang, where did everyone go? Su Xiaodang tugged at her hair, her tone laced with impatience. "I want to go home too." She turned back to glance at Fong Bai, who was curiously gazing around with wide eyes, filled with wonder and excitement. Unable to suppress a sigh, she resignedly remarked, "Let us find you a hotel. You must remain there obediently. I will come to see you when I can. Before school starts, do not wander off if you get lost. No one will be able to find you." As she spoke, she tugged at Fong Bai's sleeve, signaling him to follow. Fong Bai nodded vigorously, yet his eyes continued to dart around. "Stay close to me. The platform is crowded," Su Xiaodang cautioned, and with that she stepped forward, guiding Fong Bai into the bustling throng of people. On the platform, the crowd surged like a tide, with the sounds of footsteps, conversations, and the low hum of departing trains intertwining to create a unique rhythm. The two navigated through the throngs, reaching the very edge of the platform. Fong Bai paused slightly, his gaze captivated by the scene before him. At the end of the platform stood a row of transparent square boxes arranged neatly, resembling a series of suspended crystal containers. Their exteriors gleamed with a translucent sheen, occasionally shimmering with faint glimmers, as if they were exhaling softly. Through the transparent barrier, the silhouettes of several individuals could be discerned inside. "This is an elevator." Su Xiaotang's voice came from beside him. "The platform is quite high, at least 1,000 meters above the ground. We must take this to reach the surface." 1,000 meters? Fong Bai was momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking up at the surroundings. The towering structures loomed much higher than the platform beneath his feet. It dawned on him that what he had always perceived as the ground was merely a mid-level of this city. Although Tian Kai City sprawls over 600,000 square kilometers, it is home to 500 million residents, with numerous colossal buildings and buffer zones surrounding it. The city center cannot accommodate high-rise buildings, otherwise it would be overcrowded. As Su Xiaotang explained, she led Fong Bai towards one of the transparent square boxes. Tian Kai City is divided into two parts, the upper city and the lower city. She continued, "What you see now, along with the ground we are about to visit, constitutes the upper city. Below the surface lies another half of the city, known as the lower city, primarily responsible for providing food and basic materials. The environment there used to be quite poor, but recently, with the increase in grain supply from Zhuzhou, conditions in the lower city have improved somewhat. However, it remains somewhat chaotic, so it is best if you do not venture there." Fong Bai listened intently, unconsciously picturing the image of the two intertwined cities in his mind. Just as he was about to inquire further, the elevator doors slid open. Su Xiaotang took his hand, leading him inside. The interior of the elevator was spacious and bright, with entirely transparent walls, offering a panoramic view of the city's silhouette from every angle. Fong Bai beheld a myriad of skyscrapers rising majestically into the sky, some modestly towering hundreds of meters, while others soared beyond 1,000 meters, with a few structures reaching heights that seemed to pierce the heavens. Their surfaces glimmered with flowing lights, akin to the pulsating veins of a colossal steel beast against the backdrop of night. In the distance, the sky was illuminated by floating advertisement screens, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, projecting various images. The airborne vehicles darted through the gaps between the buildings like luminous ribbons, while numerous rounded, barrel-like machines traversed the airways with ceaseless motion. It was not until Su Xiaotang pulled him out of the elevator that Fong Bai emerged from his reverie. "I wonder where you should live." Su Xiaotang murmured softly, her fingers gliding gently through the air. To Fong Bai's eyes, she appeared to be merely tracing the atmosphere. Yet, he astutely sensed that there was something at the point where her fingers moved, though it remained invisible to him. "How about residing in Zhenglinzhishan? It's close to the school." Su Xiaotang nodded, preparing to take further action when suddenly, a ripple-like pattern emerged before them. This time, Fong Bai observed it clearly. It was a series of delicate vertical lines, forming a wave that oscillated up and down. "Xiaotang, have you returned?" A commanding male voice resonated from the vertical line pattern, deep and powerful. "I just disembarked from the sky train and will be home shortly," Su Xiaotang hastily replied, her tone laced with a hint of anxiety. The vertical line pattern spoke again. Wait there for a few minutes. I'll send someone to fetch you." "Ah, no need. I have some matters to attend to," Su Xiaotang quickly interjected. "What matters? Your mother hasn't seen you all summer. She misses you. Whatever it is can wait, or I can send someone to assist you. Just stay put," the male voice insisted, leaving no room for contradiction. Subsequently, the vertical line pattern gradually faded into transparency until it vanished completely. "What was that? Who was speaking just now?" Fong Bai queried, astonished. Su Xiaotang raked her fingers through her hair, exclaiming, "What should I do? If my dad finds out that you're with me, he will surely kill you." "Kill me?" Fong Bai was left in a state of bewilderment, his voice tinged with confusion and unease. "Why?" Su Xiaotang refrained from answering, instead taking a deep breath. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with inspiration. "I have a plan," she declared, swiftly gliding her fingers again, and the vertical line pattern emerged once more. "Xiaotang?" A youthful male voice called from the opposite side, playful and teasing. Where have you been these days? I've been unable to reach you. You Haven T entered the new world, have you? Don't call me Xiao Tang. It's utterly disgusting, she retorted with a roll of her eyes, her voice dripping with disdain. All right, Xiao Tang, the other responded, deliberately elongating her name with a hint of amusement. It's quite rare for you to reach out to me. Do you need my help with something again? Enough with the nonsense, Su Xiao Tang interrupted impatiently. I brought back a junior from the old state, and my family is urging me to come home. Just help me arrange for him to stay in Junlin's Ishin. I've sent you the images. It's imperative that it gets done. Junior? The voice from the other party carried a hint of peculiarity, suggesting a sense of surprise. Yet it swiftly reverted to a playful tone, assuring, all right, I shall handle it properly. You need not worry. As the waves of the vertical line faded once more, Su Xiaotang exhaled in relief, turning to gently nudge Fong Bai backwards. You stay here, do not claim to know me. I shall return home briefly and will visit you when I have the opportunity. Although Fong Bai was somewhat perplexed, he nodded obediently, remaining in place. At that moment, several hovering vehicles descended slowly from the sky. The doors swung open, and a group of individuals clad in black uniforms alighted, bowing respectfully towards Su Xiaotang. Miss, oh dear, I've told you not to make such a fuss. Are you not tired of it? Su Xiaotang frowned, her voice laced with dissatisfaction. She glanced back at Fong Bai, her eyes conveying a mixture of apology and helplessness before she stepped into the vehicle. The individuals in black swiftly returned to their cars, which then gradually ascended, soaring into the sky amidst the envious gazes of passers-by, vanishing into the neon-lit night. Chapter 54. Number 105. Fong Bai waited patiently for an extended period, idly gazing up at the moon above. A round moon, resembling a silver disk, hung high amidst the skyscrapers. The moonlight, which should have illuminated the world, was overshadowed by artificial lights. The throngs of people around him bustled about, adorned in splendid finery. Men donned impeccably tailored suits, while women draped themselves in flowing silk gowns. In stark contrast, Fong Bai's somewhat shabby and outdated attire stood out as the most eye-catching presence. Hovering vehicles glided past him one after another. It wasn't until several hours later that a car finally came to a stop before him. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a young and handsome visage. The individual wore a deep purple velvet coat, with a gem brooch glimmering at the collar, and a wrist adorned with an intricately patterned watch. His hair was slightly tousled, casually falling over his forehead, and a playful smirk danced upon his lips. Hello there, brother, Su Xiaotang's Jr.? He raised an eyebrow, his tone flippant. Yes, Fong Bai nodded, appearing somewhat reserved. Get in. The man gestured, and the car door opened automatically. As soon as Fong Bai settled into the vehicle, it surged forward at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. The car deftly maneuvered through the gaps between skyscrapers, occasionally making sharp turns and ascending vertically. Oh, the man exclaimed excitedly, turning to Fong Bai. Isn't it thrilling? However, Fong Bai's complexion had turned pale, his eyes glazed, and he began to foam at the mouth. Junior? The man was taken aback and quickly pulled the car over to a hovering platform, anxiously glancing at Fong Bai. Are you all right? He reached out, intending to pat Fong Bai's shoulder. At that moment, Fong Bai suddenly reacted. Ugh, please don't vomit on me, and not on my car. This is a limited edition Keksei. Ugh. The young man's cries and wails echoed in the air, soon drowned out by the roar of the engine. Junlin Jiting. Fong Bai gradually regained consciousness on a soft, large bed. He turned his head and beheld a vast transparent glass wall beside him, through which the bustling nightscape unfolded. Neon lights interwove in the night sky, forming a resplendent web of brilliance, while hovering vehicles streaked across the horizon like shooting stars, leaving trails of vibrant color in their wake. You're awake? A languid voice drifted from beside him. Fong Bai turned to see a young man reclining in a rotating chair, which slowly pivoted to face him. With one leg casually crossed over the other and a steaming beverage in hand, the young man's gaze was fixed intently upon Fong Bai. In my long life, I have never served anyone. You're the first. There was a hint of jest in the young man's tone, yet his eyes bore a scrutinizing glint. The wild man that Su Xiaotang brought back from Jiuzhou, he murmured almost to himself, she seems quite concerned about you. Fong Bai returned his gaze, puzzled by the implication, and simply inquired, where is this place? Junlin Jiting, the young man replied lazily, The Kixing Hotel in Tiankai City, a place where ordinary individuals might toil their entire lives and never reside. Upon finishing his statement, his gaze lingered on Fong Bai, imbued with an inscrutable significance. Could you share your experiences in Jiuzhou with me? I am quite curious, the young man added, his tone tinged with a subtle menace. Only then did Fong Bai regard the youth, who appeared to be only slightly older than himself, with newfound seriousness. In Jiuzhou, such a person would undoubtedly be his prime candidate for a scam. I was admitted to 2A Guang Sheng Tang University. The senior students passed by and brought me along, Fong Bai recounted, outlining the most straightforward sequence of events. Is that all? The young man's expression betrayed skepticism, clearly unconvinced. Yes, Fong Bai nodded, feeling a slight ache in his head. He turned his gaze toward the large screen opposite the window, where a voluptuous woman adorned in scant clothing revealed her thighs. Fong Bai noted that advertisements of this nature were ubiquitous in Tiankai City. Do you know what that building across the way is for? The young man abruptly rose, walking to the window and pointing at the edifice shimmering with a soft pink glow. What does it do? Fong Bai inquired with curiosity. It sells people. The young man answered. People can be sold? Fong Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. In Tiankai City, everything has a price, the young man declared with an arrogant smile. The new world is divided, half controlled by powerful extraordinary beings and half by wealthy capitalists. Tiankai City is precisely the capitalist domain. After speaking, he turned to Fong Bai, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Would you like to take a look at the new world? I would. Fong Bai nodded without hesitation. The young man wore a conspiratorial smile. Then let us proceed. The Huanyuan building stood grandly and magnificently. Fong Bai followed the young man inside, a newcomer eager to explore this world. Moreover, he trusted that Su Xiao Tang's connections would pose no threat to him. Despite the peculiar atmosphere, curiosity outweighed his caution. In a lobby, a colossal crystal chandelier hung from a ceiling. The young man led Fong Bai to the front desk, addressing the attendant. Arrange a high-end room for him. No special requests, just one that caters to his needs. Certainly, please proceed to room 105. To ensure privacy, only one person may enter a room. Do you require another room? The receptionist inquired with a smile. No, I will wait outside, the young man replied, waving his hand as he placed a small tag in Fong Bai's pocket. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman approached and softly said, Please follow me. They ascended to the 11th floor via the elevator, and, after a brief walk, they arrived at the door marked 105. You may enter, the woman said with a smile. By the way, wear this. Suddenly, the young man slipped a button-like object into Fong Bai's pocket, assuring him it would protect him. With that, he opened the door and gently pushed Fong Bai inside. Leaning against the wall beside the door, a sinister smile crept across his lips. He swiftly connected with Su Xiao Tang. What's wrong? How is Fong Bai? Su Xiao Tang's voice echoed through the communication. I was just about to tell you. Do you know what lies opposite Zhenglin Jiting? The young man feigned indignation. After a moment's thought, Su Xiao Tang replied, The Joy Building? Precisely. Your junior saw the holographic sign of the Joy Building and insisted on going inside. I told him it was not appropriate for children, but he was insistent, and I had no choice but to bring him here, the young man lamented. He is currently in room 105, and I will relay the audio to you. Before he could finish, the communication abruptly cut off. He clenched his fist while leaning against the wall. The threat has been successfully eliminated. Upon entering the room, Fong Bai discovered it was adorned in shades of pink. In the center stood a massive circular bed, draped with soft silk bedding. On the opposite side was a large transparent glass wall, through which he could see the building he was residing in. Neon lights flickered outside, casting reflections within the room. On the bed sat a young girl who appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, clad in a somewhat sheer white gown. Good day, esteemed guest. Room 105 is at your service, she said softly, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. You're called 105? Fong Bai asked with a hint of confusion. Did you not summon me, esteemed guest? The girl tilted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a similar perplexity. May I inquire what services you require? She asked again, her tone gentle. Services? What services? Fong Bai was even more bewildered. Any service you desire. Our mission as bioengineered beings is to serve every guest to the best of our abilities, she replied softly. Fong Bai was momentarily taken aback, captivated by her gaze. He had never encountered such pure eyes before. Chapter 55, Name. Can any service truly be provided? Fong Bai sought clarification once more. Indeed, esteemed guest, 105 nodded gently. I am hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Fong Bai looked at her, his eyes devoid of any impurity, filled only with pure anticipation. 105 appeared momentarily stunned, as if she had never received such a request before. I will order a late-night snack for you right away, she said promptly. Thank you. I will leave you a positive review, Fong Bai replied with a sincere smile. A subtle flicker of emotion passed through the eyes of 105. She refrained from uttering another word. 10 minutes later, the door was pushed open from the outside. A youthful girl, seemingly of tender years, entered, pushing an exquisitely crafted dining cart. Upon it lay a steaming late-night feast. A bowl of aromatic noodle soup, several delicately prepared side dishes, and a cup of steaming beverage. The tantalizing aroma of the food instantly permeated the entire room, evoking an irresistible urge to indulge. Fong Bai unceremoniously took a seat at the table and began to feast heartily. His movements were robust, and within mere minutes, he had devoured the entire late-night meal. He patted his belly and, with a satisfied tone, declared, I am full. Thank you for the hospitality. Ah, this bed is splendidly soft. Fong Bai turned and reclined upon the bed, reaching out to caress the luxurious silk bedding, a look of delight gracing his face. 105, following suit, lay beside him and softly remarked, If the guest has dined sufficiently, we may commence. Commence what? Fong Bai turned his head, a look of bewilderment upon his face. 105 sat up, her gaze calm as she regarded him. What is the purpose of your visit? Please refrain from calling me guest. My name is Fong Bai, he replied. And what is your intention for being here, Fong Bai? 105 inquired. To observe the new world, Fong Bai answered candidly. 105 paused momentarily, seemingly absorbing this response. Subsequently, she approached the window and whispered, You may have come to the wrong place. This does not belong to you. Why is that? Fong Bai questioned, perplexed. Because of your eyes. 105 smiled faintly, her expression meticulously crafted, perfect yet devoid of warmth. Unlike those who belong here, there is no desire in your gaze. Fong Bai reclined on the bed, gazing at the pale pink crystal chandelier, a hint of resignation in his voice as he said, I don't quite understand what you mean. Perhaps I have been deceived once again. I possess some knowledge as well, he continued. I have a semblance of understanding of this place. I encountered similar establishments in Hong Kong, yet you are unlike them. Those individuals possess murky eyes. Why are yours so clear? Fong Bai fixed his inquisitive gaze upon 105. Because I'm a bionic being, 105 replied softly. Clear eyes can better stir the desires of the guest. Bionic being? Fong Bai frowned, unfamiliar with the term. To replicate a person's consciousness, bound by programming, and housed within a realistic body, is what defines a bionic being, 105 explained. Her tone is tranquil, as if recounting the most mundane of matters. Fong Bai was left in a state of confusion, yet he diligently committed this information to memory. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, Is your sole purpose to serve guests every day? This is the meaning of existence bestowed upon me by those who created me, 105 replied. Have you never considered pursuing other endeavors? Fong Bai probed further. When not working, I enjoy gazing at the scenery outside. 105 gently touched the thick glass, her eyes peering through to the distant neon lights. Fong Bai blinked. Isn't that exceedingly dull? The programming constrains the emotions of bionic beings. I do not experience boredom. Response 105 maintained a calm demeanor. Dear guest, you have only 2 hours. Are you certain you wish to spend the entirety of it merely conversing with me? She suddenly turned her head to gaze at Fong Bai, a benevolent reminder grounded in her programming. As the guest had paid, it was imperative that they felt a sense of satisfaction in every conceivable manner. Fong Bai remained unmoved, still reclining on the bed. You seem to possess extensive knowledge. As I have just arrived in Xianxi, could you enlighten me about what kind of place it truly is? He tilted his head towards the window, the thriving scene outside appearing to bear no relevance to him. At that moment, he felt a profound kinship with a young bioengineered girl confined within a room. The only distinction being that he could leave the room while she could not. Where do you hail from? Inquired response 105. I am called Fong Bai, he reiterated. Fong Bai, where do you come from? Response 105 dutifully rephrased. Jiuzhou, Fong Bai replied. Based on my recollection, Jiuzhou is a backward place. Yet its inhabitants seem to possess greater happiness than the average citizens of Xianxi. Stated response 105. Xianshur is indeed the land of dreams for countless Jiuzhou residents, Fangbai murmured, but I did not experience happiness there. That is merely my response based on memory, which may not be entirely accurate. Ultimately, it is up to your own judgment. Response 105 gently countered. Then tell me about Xianshur. What sort of place is it? Fangbai inquired, looking at her. Xianshur is prosperous and formidable, endowed with technology that connects the world and extraordinary beings akin to the sword of the end. It is a land of wonders, a place where anything is possible. Response 105 articulated. And what about your perspective? Fangbai pressed, dissatisfied with her answer. What is your view of Xianshur? Response 105 fell silent, seemingly pondering how to respond to this inquiry. To me, Xianshur resembles a grand box, the Joy Mansion a smaller box, and room 105 an even smaller one. I am trapped within this box. Do you wish to escape? Fangbai asked. I do not. Response 105 shook her head, her tone serene. I cannot conceive such thoughts. My existence is solely to serve every guest who enters this room. Fangbai fell silent, observing the clean, yet hollow eyes of Response 105. Suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable sorrow, he realized that although the girl before him possessed an exquisite exterior and a gentle voice, she lacked freedom, even the semblance of her own will. Have you ever considered, Fangbai contemplated, if one day you were no longer bound by your programming? What would you desire to do? A faint ripple of emotion flickered in her eyes once more. She slowly shook her head. I do not know. My programming does not permit me to contemplate such matters. Fangbai chose not to speak further. Time is drawing near, Response 105 softly reminded him. Is there anything else you require? Fangbai shook his head and gradually rose to his feet. Thank you, Response 105, he murmured. You have afforded me a deeper understanding of Xianshur. As a token of gratitude, allow me to bestow upon you a name. What do you think of Vela? Fangbai gazed out of the window, feeling a profound sense of pity for a person who lacked even a name. The name Fangbai was one he had bestowed upon himself. In his view, a name represents the very inception of one's significance. Number 105 remained silent, quietly standing behind him, their gaze fixated through the glass at an elusive world beyond. In a corner that went unnoticed, a shadow quietly emerged from the darkness that ought not to exist in the room, resembling a ghost birthed from the void. The shadow danced gracefully in the obscurity, its movements light and elegant. Each rotation and leap it executed was imbued with an ineffable sense of freedom and abandon. Both individuals seemed captivated by the splendor outside, entirely oblivious to the changes occurring behind them. Time passed unmeasured. Number 105 noticed that the night scene she had observed for many years had seemingly acquired a touch more color. Chapter 56. Ambling in the Court of the Sovereign. The young man slammed the door of his hotel room with a face full of indignation. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the fury within. Yet his effort was clearly in vain. He dialed a number, and the call was swiftly connected. Before the other party could utter a word, the young man impatiently declared, Zhang Mingming, do you know what I witnessed today? What? A surprised voice responded from the other end, evidently unprepared for the young man's fervor. I took a rustic from Old State to the Joy Mansion, and guess what he did? The young man's voice was laced with an indescribable sense of collapse. What else could he do? Going to the Joy Mansion is solely for that matter, isn't it? Zhang Mingming's tone carried a hint of teasing, clearly accustomed to such topics. You might not believe this. The young man's voice rose a few octaves, as if announcing a staggering revelation. That eccentric fellow conversed with a synthetic human for over 2 hours about life aspirations. He even asked the synthetic if it wanted to go out and see the world. Damn! Zhang Mingming's tone shifted from casual to astonished. Is it that outrageous? Are there really such oddities in this world? You can't be pulling my leg. Why would I deceive you? I, too, have gained a fresh perspective today. The young man's voice was a complex mix of anger and helplessness. Even so, you need not be this furious. What else transpired? Zhang Mingming clearly wished to continue indulging in the gossip. Without hesitation, the young man ended the call. In the room, Fangbai stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze penetrating the clear glass towards the Joy Mansion across the way. After a moment's contemplation, he turned and retreated to his bed, sinking into a deep slumber. This sleep was unusually profound, and he did not awaken until noon. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the room with brilliance. Fangbai rubbed his eyes and rose slowly, making his way to the bathroom. He found a tube of toothpaste on the sink, squeezed a bit onto his finger, and carelessly applied it to his teeth before rinsing his mouth under the faucet. Although such items were not commonplace in Old State, he was not entirely unfamiliar with their use. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror, noticing that his face appeared somewhat dirty. He then vigorously washed his face with water. He felt that, from this perspective, he might resemble one of the denizens of the new era. Recalling his memories, Fong Bai pressed the elevator button and stepped into the spacious and opulent lift. The doors of the elevator closed slowly and then descended at an astonishing speed. Moments later, he found himself at the entrance of the Junlin Zishan Hotel. The day in Qinghai City was a stark contrast to the night. The streets bustled with people. Hovering vehicles darted through the air, and the entire city brimmed with vitality and exuberance. Room 105. Inside, a woman lay on the bed, pinned beneath the weight of a corpulent man. His actions were brutal and indifferent, treating her merely as an inanimate tool. After a few minutes, the man rose, donned a resplendent suit, adjusted his tie, and swaggered out the door, not bothering to cast a glance at her. Room 105 slowly sat up, dressed herself simply, and pressed the button to call for bodily repair. Her body was adorned with bruises and scars, yet these were mere commonplace afflictions for her. She dragged her weary form to the window, reaching out to touch the icy glass. Her gaze swept over the throng below, and suddenly she spotted a familiar figure. He stood there, like a fledgling bird freshly liberated from its cage, filled with curiosity about the world around him. Room 105 observed him quietly. Her internal program executed countless calculations in an instant, yet it could not elucidate this peculiar sensation. Meanwhile, Fong Bai remained blissfully unaware that, several stories above, a pair of eyes were fixed upon him. Standing on the street, he held a segment of an unused phalanx, hesitating about which direction to take. Ultimately, he chose a random path and set forth. He arrived at the front of a store. Looking up, he saw that what appeared to be an unremarkable shop from below towered several hundred stories high. The window displayed an array of items he had never encountered before. Overwhelmed by the spectacle, he could not resist pausing to examine them closely. "Care to step inside and take a look?" called a middle-aged man standing outside the store. "We have the latest cutting-edge civilian products." Fong Bai shook his head, declining the offer, and continued on his way. Upon reaching a plaza, he found a colossal statue standing in its center, depicting a warrior wielding a long sword, its tip aimed skyward. Inscribed on the base of the statue were the words, "The sword of the end, crafted by heaven's artifice." Fong Bai gazed up at the statue, which soared to at least 300 meters. As he was lost in admiration, a cacophony erupted behind him. Turning around, he beheld a crowd gathered in a circle not far off, their voices a tumult of gasps and discussions. Driven by curiosity, he pushed his way through the throng to discover the cause of the commotion. However, the sight before him rendered him momentarily frozen in shock. The object of the crowd's attention was a crashed hovering vehicle, its fragments scattered across the ground, the air thick with the acrid stench of charred metal and blood. A pool of bright red blood slowly spread across the ground, a heart-wrenching sight. The occupants of the vehicle had been flung out, lying motionless on the pavement. Although the surrounding crowd had gathered, none dared to approach, remaining a few meters away, murmuring in hushed tones. Their fingers danced in the air, as if manipulating some invisible interface, perhaps documenting the scene before them. Fong Bai observed that most faces reflected only curiosity and indifference, with only a few betraying signs of concern and impatience. Soon, the shrill sound of police sirens pierced the air. Several hovering vehicles, flashing red and blue lights, descended rapidly. The doors swung open, and uniformed law enforcement officers leaped out, swiftly erecting a cordon to separate the onlookers. Shortly thereafter, an emergency hover vehicle also landed, and paramedics hurriedly pushed a stretcher towards the injured. Fong Bai stood amidst the throng, watching as the emergency personnel expertly lifted the victim onto the stretcher, their movements swift and professional. The injured individual's face was contorted in agony, blood seeping from the wounds and staining the white stretcher cloth. The wreckage of the hover vehicle was being lifted by another vehicle's mechanical arm. Every step of the rescue operation was executed with meticulous order, yet it exuded a chilling efficiency. Chapter 57. Lend me 10,000. A tedious week dragged on. During this time, the young man failed to reappear. Fong Bai wandered outside each day, gradually acclimating to the rhythm of the city. He memorized the streets, shops, and even the names of every establishment within a 5-kilometer radius, his mind forming an ever-expanding map that chronicled every corner nearby. 2 days prior, he had attempted to enter the Huan Yu building. Learning that a 2-hour stay in room 105 required 10,000 alai, equivalent to 2 months' salary for an ordinary New World citizen, he was taken aback. When he produced the money, he discovered that the exchange rate between the old state currency and the New World currency was 101. To his surprise, he faced no ridicule despite his lack of funds. The services rendered were still impeccable. In the old state, under similar circumstances, he would have likely been scolded and expelled. The staff at the Huan Yu building not only refrained from reprimanding him, but also offered him a glass of water. This was a testament to the notion that the New World might indeed be a place brimming with civility. Throughout these days, Fong Bai had been observant. He often sat by the roadside, utilizing his extraordinary hearing to eavesdrop on the conversations of those nearby. He found the New World to be a place of contradictions and complexities. The city resembled a colossal mirror, reflecting both its brightest and darkest facets. Fong Bai opened the door that had been knocked upon, and the cheerful visage of Su Xiaotang greeted him. "Ding, ding, ding. I'm here," she exclaimed with a broad smile. "Senior, you finally arrived." Fong Bai's eyes widened in a mock expression of distress. "I was nearly suffocating here." "How could you suffocate? Did you not go outside?" Su Xiaotang asked, puzzled. "I did, but it felt even more stifling out there," Fong Bai replied candidly. "The people here are quite complicated, and I feel a bit lost." "Lost in what?" Su Xiaotang tugged at Fong Bai, urging him outside. "Come on, I'll take you out for a grand meal." "Great." Fong Bai's face lit up with joy. He had been eagerly anticipating this feast. Outside the Junlin Jiting Hotel, Su Xiaotang made a couple of gestures, and shortly, a hover vehicle came to a halt before them. "I have observed that many individuals perform this action. Are you able to see something?" Fong Bai inquired with curiosity. "This is a communication stigma, and shortly, I shall take you to acquire one as well," Su Xiaotang elucidated. "It allows for the transmission of sound over great distances and can record images in a brief span, which is exceedingly convenient." "Oh!" Fong Bai exclaimed in sudden comprehension. However, shortly after the hover vehicle commenced its journey, Fong Bai's complexion began to pale. "Alas, young brother, refrain from vomiting. If you do, how shall I continue to attract guests?" The driver urgently interjected. Simultaneously, within room 105 of the joyous mansion, an individual stood by the window, watching the hover vehicle as it receded into the distance. For the past few days, whenever she found a moment, she would position herself here, hoping that the young man would return once more. She was aware that he had come before, perhaps without acknowledging her, or for other reasons. All she could do was wait with anticipation. At the Sky Garden restaurant, Fong Bai gazed at the sumptuous spread before him, his eyes wide in astonishment. "Are all these edible?" He swallowed hard, struggling to believe it. "Certainly," Su Xiaotang replied with a smile. "And what about the large bottle of cola?" Fong Bai asked. "That is the large bottle of cola." Su Xiaotang pointed to the dark beverage on the table. A nearby waiter thoughtfully poured a glass for Fong Bai. Upon tasting it, Fong Bai was instantly captivated. "How can it taste this divine?" His eyes widened in disbelief. "If you enjoy it, feel free to indulge a little more," Su Xiaotang encouraged with a smile. "But do not solely focus on the cola. What about this splendid array of dishes?" Observing Fong Bai engrossed in his drink, Su Xiaotang reminded him that the food is quite expensive. After satisfying their appetites, Su Xiaotang guided Fong Bai into a vast and spacious shopping mall. Displayed on the counters were exquisite, translucent crystal orbs. "What may I assist you with?" The staff inquired with a smile, treating the two youths with utmost respect. "I wish to purchase a communication stigma," Su Xiaotang declared, requesting the latest model. "Very well, how about this one?" This model boasts coverage across the entire New World. "Though it may be somewhat costly," the attendant replied, retrieving a crystal orb from the counter. "How much is this one?" Fong Bai interjected. "This model is priced at 730,000, the most extensive coverage available for a communication stigma," the attendant responded. Upon hearing the price, Fong Bai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "Is there a more affordable option?" he asked quietly. "Why settle for something cheaper?" Su Xiaotang expressed her discontent, insisting on this one as your enrollment gift. Fong Bai hesitated momentarily, but soon accepted with gratitude. Since the senior is affluent, why not indulge a bit? "Thank you, senior. Once I have the means, I will surely repay you," Fong Bai stated earnestly. "I shall await that day," Su Xiaotang replied, clearly skeptical, as she handed the crystal orb to Fong Bai. Simply swallow it when you return. The communication stigma is a variant of the scar stigma, yet it will not occupy any slots. On their return journey, Fong Bai gazed at the radiant Su Xiaotang and inquired, Senior, is your family quite wealthy? Perhaps somewhat. Su Xiaotang nodded gently, tilting her head to look at Fong Bai. What is it? Oh, nothing. Fong Bai parted his lips, yet ultimately uttered not a single word. Throughout the journey, despite the tumultuous emotional upheaval, he miraculously did not experience motion sickness. Upon disembarking, he finally stammered, Senior, is it possible for me to? He hesitated. I cannot stay out for too long this trip. I shall come to find you when school begins. Su Xiaotang waved her hand, and the hovering vehicle departed swiftly. Fong Bai remained rooted to the spot, gazing at the receding silhouette of the vehicle, wondering if he could borrow 10,000. Chapter 58. Registration. Though he cast glances at the Huan Yu building every day, Fong Bai ultimately refrained from broaching the subject of borrowing money. The thought of requesting funds from a girl to visit another girl struck him as rather awkward. He resolved to wait until he earned his own money before considering such matters. 3 days later, the day of school commencement arrived. Fong Bai meticulously packed his belongings. Although he possessed merely a small sum of money and an admission notice, he carefully stowed them in the inner pocket of his clothing. Standing before the window, he gazed at the Huan Yu building across the way. Due to his financial constraints, he had not visited the building in the past 3 days. During this time, he devoted most of his hours to contemplating the communication St. Mark. After numerous attempts, he had mastered some of its basic functions. The crystal he had previously purchased was a form of solidified elixir. Upon ingestion, a complex mark emerged upon his arm, resembling a scratch, yet imbued with an air of mystery. This mark granted him an ability known as communication. The primary functions of communication are fourfold. First, by inputting the corresponding number, one can engage in remote conversation with another person, albeit with the limitation of transmitting only sound. This process necessitates a continuous expenditure of mental energy, though the consumption is minimal. With Fong Bai's mental reservoir, he could sustain it for an hour. Second, it allows for the recording of images and video within the field of vision, which can be saved or transmitted. Third, one can convert money into digital form at the Federal Central Bank, storing it within the St. Mark for convenient transport and payment. Fourth, it can be paired with various compatible St. Marks for additional functionalities, such as transmitting text or summoning hovering vehicles. However, these supplementary St. Marks must be purchased separately. After waiting for half an hour, Su Xiaotang had yet to appear, and Fong Bai grew increasingly impatient. He raised his hand and gently swiped in front of him, causing a luminous screen visible only to him to hover into view. He lightly touched the wave-like emblem, and Su Xiaotang's name immediately materialized. Upon touching her name once more, a series of vertical wave patterns emerged before him, pulsating rhythmically. Before long, the waves conveyed Su Xiaotang's frantic voice. You have already contacted me 200 times in the past 2 days. I will arrive shortly. Please be patient. My family insists on sending me off, but I'm trying to find a way to escape them. Oh, another half hour passed before a hurried knock echoed from outside the door. Fong Bai hastened to open it, revealing Su Xiaotang's figure. She was clad in a light blue dress today. Let us go, let us go. I'll take you to register and collect your notice, she said, breathless, clearly exhausted. The two exited the hotel, and shortly thereafter, a hovering vehicle descended gracefully. As the vehicle activated, Su Xiaotang leaned back in her seat, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. At last, I have freed myself from them. What a nuisance it was. What are you doing? Do not approach. Extend your head out the window. Fong Bai's expression was vacant as he leaned his head outside, desperately suppressing the urge to vomit. It seemed he had developed a slight tolerance for traveling by vehicle. Along the way, the driver engaged in conversation with Su Xiaotang. It appears today marks the beginning of the academic year. Are you students of 2A Guang Shengtang de Shui? The driver inquired with a smile while deftly maneuvering the steering wheel. Indeed, Su Xiaotang nodded gently, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on Fong Bai. How remarkable! The driver exclaimed. 2A Guang Shengtang de Shui is a prestigious institution that cultivates extraordinary individuals. Half of the sword bearers in Tianqi City are graduates from there. You are aware of this? Su Xiaotang asked, somewhat astonished. Do not let my current role as a driver deceive you. Long ago, My aspiration was also to attend Shengguang Tue Tang Shui. The driver chuckled, nostalgia lacing his tone. Unfortunately, I ended up attending a mundane university, where I studied a bit of CMI, worked as a mechanic for several years, and eventually sought freedom, which led me to drive rideshare. Rideshare? Fong Bai weakly interjected. What is that? It is merely a term, the driver clarified. Approximately a decade ago, in the entertainment-focused new era, there existed a form of amusement known as the Internet. A virtual web that connected people, allowing them to express themselves freely. However, the Internet accumulated a great deal of malice, resulting in catastrophic pollution. Su Xiaotang took the lead in the conversation, her tone turning grave. That incident claimed many lives and is regarded as the most significant disaster in the past decade for the new era. The driver sighed with a hint of melancholy. Indeed. The Federation subsequently shut down all Sanctum base stations associated with the Internet, leaving only basic communication and payment verification functions. In my day, I was quite the surfing enthusiast. The driver chuckled bitterly, yet the Internet harbored far too much malevolence. Thankfully, it was shut down early. Otherwise, something more terrifying than Huiyuan might have emerged. I never expected you to possess such knowledge, Su Xiaotang remarked, somewhat taken aback. Ha. The driver laughed heartily. In fact, I also served as an apprentice sword-bearer for 2 years, acquiring knowledge about pollution during that time. However, I was dismissed due to a lack of spiritual aptitude. Fong Bai listened intently, feeling slightly better from his motion sickness. This seemingly ordinary driver possessed such a wealth of experience. The new era indeed conceals remarkable talents. Half an hour later, the floating vehicle gradually slowed down, the driver's voice resonating from the front. We have arrived. The floating vehicle descended vertically, smoothly coming to a halt in a spacious plaza designated for parking, where other floating vehicles were constantly taking off and landing. From this point onward, one must proceed on foot. Fong Bai looked ahead, and the first sight to greet him was a broad white jade avenue, stretching a width of 100 meters. The avenue was paved with enormous slabs of white jade, each intricately engraved with delicate patterns. On either side of the avenue, tall trees stood in orderly rows, their canopies resembling umbrellas, casting dappled shadows that obscured a portion of the sunlight. On the Grand Avenue, numerous youths, comparable in age to him, stroll along. Some walk in groups of 3 or 5, while others venture forth alone, their faces predominantly adorned with excitement and anticipation. In the vicinity ahead, the landscape is devoid of the ubiquitous skyscrapers, with the tallest structure reaching no more than 10 stories. Let us proceed. I shall first guide you to the registration, and thereafter, you shall rely on yourself, Su Xiaotang declared, her voice light and buoyant. Fong Bai responded with a gentle nod, his body trembling not from the chill, but from exhilaration. Drawing in a deep breath, he seemed to catch a whiff of the essence of knowledge. Upon entering the campus area, Fong Bai was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of solemnity. Occasionally, whispers floated through the air as people conversed in hushed tones, as if they feared to disturb the sanctity of this place. Chapter 59. Enrollment. Su Xiaotang led Fong Bai across the expansive Bayou Avenue, ultimately halting before a square, tower-like edifice. From a distance, this structure resembled a majestic cathedral, yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared peculiar and distinctive. Its main body was akin to a colossal square box, towering at a height of 40 to 50 meters, imparting an austere impression. The main entrance was imposing, flanked by a long banner inscribed in golden letters, New Student Registration. A number of senior students stood at the entrance, their faces beaming with warmth. As new students approached, they would eagerly step forward to assist with luggage and kindly inquire, "Which academy do you belong to?" Fong Bai observed the scene before him, feeling a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. He turned to Su Xiaotang and asked, "Senior, which academy do you belong to?" "The main academy," Su Xiaotang replied. "The main academy? How many academies are there in total?" Fong Bai inquired further. Upon hearing this question, Su Xiaotang scanned the surrounding youthful faces, instantly adopting the demeanor of a seasoned senior. With a slight lift of her chin and a tone imbued with depth, she explained, "DUI Guang Sheng Tang University comprises 1 main academy, 9 subsidiary academies, and 1 affiliated academy." She continued, "The main academy focuses on the resonance talent, supplemented by secret structure studies, specializing in combat. Graduates from this academy are highly likely to become sword bearers and investigators, entrusted with the duty of safeguarding the Federation. The 9 subsidiary academies correspond to the 9 major secret structure studies, each housing numerous branches. For instance, the Tongjiao Academy encompasses divisions such as apothecaries, nature affinity, and beast taming, among others. Given the extensive options available under each secret structure, the school's faculty resources are insufficient to support all courses. Thus, typically, a single secret structure will only offer 3 to 5 specialized divisions for new students to choose from based on the academy's characteristics and available subdisciplines. At this juncture, Su Xiaotang's gaze shifted to Fong Bai, revealing a hint of complexity in her expression. The affiliated academy, the City Construction Management Academy, is specifically intended for the people of Old State. The inhabitants of Old State are not recognized by the End-era church, lack resonance talent, and will not experience the echo of the End-era, unable to elevate their spiritual thresholds. Consequently, their learning opportunities are exceedingly limited, with a mere 2-year academic term. Upon hearing this, a wave of despondency surged within Fong Bai, manifesting clearly upon his countenance. He softly inquired, "Is resonance talent something you are born with?" Su Xiaodang shook her head, asserting that it was certainly not the case. Perhaps it was simply a predestined fate from birth, though it remained obscure. Upon reaching the spiritual threshold of LV1, one could officially worship the deities, paying homage to all 12 of the End deities. After resonating with any one of the deities, one would gain a resonance talent. Of course, some would acquire a vibrational talent, which conveys a similar meaning. She continued, stating that upon reaching LV2, a second worship that produces a resonant talent would grant the gift of terminal reverberation. It is noteworthy that resonance talents are unique. Theoretically, there should be no repetitions among the living. However, it is quite common for newcomers to resonate with the talents of deceased predecessors, a talent the Federation highly values. By nurturing individuals according to the templates of these predecessors, one can almost certainly replicate their strength, albeit it remains a theoretical strength. The Federation maintains a resonance talent chart, documenting millions of talents accumulated over the past 8 centuries. There appears to be research suggesting that talents are, in fact, finite, though I am not well versed in that. At this juncture, Su Xiaodang suddenly covered her mouth, murmuring in a hushed tone that she had forgotten her family forbade her from discussing this matter. At that moment, a group of new students had gathered around her. Upon hearing Su Xiaotang's narrative, most displayed expressions of yearning. Each individual silently envisioned their future selves, while murmurs filled the air, laced with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. What would my unique resonance talent be? A bold, round-faced girl mustered her courage and looked up at Su Xiaotang, her voice ringing clear. "Senior, can I also possess a resonance talent?" In response, Su Xiaodang chuckled lightly, her tone imbued with a comforting undertone. "Haha, in fact, the probability of acquiring a resonance talent is quite favorable. Among those who can surpass LV1, approximately 1 in 5 will obtain a resonance talent. Therefore, with diligence, there is indeed a chance." No sooner had she finished speaking than another newcomer eagerly inquired, "Senior, why didn't we see the main academy's admissions when we applied?" Following suit, another echoed, "Yes, Senior. The core of the main academy is the resonance talent, but we have only just been admitted to university and do not possess resonance talents." Faced with the barrage of questions, Su Xiaodang appeared somewhat flustered, yet she quickly composed herself and explained in a steady tone. The main academy only enrolls prodigies who have surpassed LV1 and mastered resonance talents in their first year. When you reach your second year, the main academy will expand its admissions within the school, and those who have acquired resonance talents may choose to join the main academy. Even if you obtain your resonance talent in your third year, you may still enter the main academy for an additional year of study, though you may also choose to remain in your original college. Her explanation illuminated the newcomers, yet also heightened the pressure for some. They had only now realized that there were others who had already reached the LV1 spiritual threshold upon entering school. At that moment, a senior welcoming new students glanced at Su Xiaotang, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He lowered his voice and remarked to his companion, "Isn't that Su Xiaotang?" "Which Su Xiaotang?" His companion queried, puzzled. "You don't even recognize her?" The senior cast a look of disbelief at him. "That's Su Xiaotang, whose mental threshold had already reached above LV13 in her first year, was poised to break through LV2 as a super genius by her third year. Is that really her?" The companion exclaimed, his eyes widening with astonishment. Indeed, it is she. I have seen her photograph. She ranked second on the freshman list last year. And she still holds that position, the senior replied, his tone tinged with reverence. Wow. The companion gasped, feeling a wave of pressure. Should we ask for her contact information? The senior joked half-heartedly. Are you out of your mind? That kind of genius is beyond our reach. One slap from her could easily lead to a ruling from the federal court declaring that you collided with her hand and brought about your own demise. The companion teased. Half seriously. True enough, the senior chuckled awkwardly. It's best to keep our distance and avoid provoking them. Although their conversation was hushed, Su Xiaodang perceptibly caught wind of it. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over the two seniors, causing them to tense up. With a soft huff, she turned on her heel and departed. Once Su Xiaodang had left, the two seniors immediately surrounded Fong Bai, their faces beaming with smiles and their tones laced with flattery. You are here to report as well? Yes, Fong Bai replied, momentarily bewildered by the two seniors who had inadvertently driven Su Xiaodang away. What is your relationship with Su Xiaodang? Did she bring you here? One of the seniors inquired tentatively, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Fong Bai scrutinized the two. The inquisitive senior was tall and slender, clad in a deep blue robe, while the other was slightly shorter and stockier, his face adorned with a simple, honest smile. She is a senior. We met in Jiuzhou, and by coincidence. We are from the same school, so she guided me here, Fong Bai succinctly explained. I see. You are indeed fortunate. Junior, the tall senior remarked with a smile, a hint of envy in his voice. Come, we will assist you with your registration, the stocky senior enthusiastically beckoned. The registration office for the School of Urban Construction Management was located on the second floor, and the tall senior led the way. Chapter 60. Muhong, with the help of the two enthusiastic seniors, Fong Bai successfully completed the registration process. They escorted him to his dormitory, and, after exchanging contact information with him warmly, took their leave. However, Fong Bai never learned their names, and could only note them as contacts as Tall Senior and Chubby Senior. Throughout the journey, Fong Bai perused the thin pamphlet of the freshman enrollment guide in his hands. The booklet outlined 4 essential tasks to complete upon arrival. First, find the dormitory. Second, collect living supplies and books. Third, familiarize oneself with the campus environment. And fourth, locate the classrooms. The pamphlet unfolded to reveal a meticulously detailed campus map on the back. On the way here, Fong Bai had already committed the map's contents to memory. He lifted his gaze to the dormitory building before him. This 10-story residence was unadorned in appearance, constructed from pristine white stone. In front of the building lay a beautifully landscaped garden, filled with plants unfamiliar to Fong Bai. As he stepped into the dormitory, he was greeted by the sight of a spacious hall on the first floor. In the bustling hall, throngs of new students mingled, many of them hauling luggage or cradling supplies. To the right of the first-floor lobby lay the area designated for the distribution of materials. A middle-aged female instructor, clad in a deep blue robe and adorned with a gentle smile, meticulously explained the process. Fong Bai positioned himself at the end of the queue, patiently awaiting his turn. Soon, it was his moment. Name? The instructor inquired, her voice soft and soothing. Fong Bai, he replied. The instructor glanced down at the roster, then retrieved a stack of supplies from a shelf behind her, handing them to Fong Bai. These are your living essentials and textbooks, along with 2 sets of the academy's uniform. Additionally, here is your living allowance. Be sure to keep it safe. Fong Bai accepted the materials, a sense of astonishment washing over him. The pile towered higher than he, comprising 2 soft, thin blankets, several bags of daily necessities, a wad of pristine federal currency, and most importantly, 3 hefty tomes. Moreover, there were 2 delicate silk garments, which felt smooth to the touch. As Fong Bai wobbled toward the elevator, balancing the heap of supplies, the topmost blanket unexpectedly slipped from his grasp. Before he could react, a slender hand caught the blanket. Classmate, which floor are you on? Allow me to assist you, a cheerful male voice chimed. Fong Bai looked up to see a youth beaming at him. The boy was dressed in a simple, tattered linen outfit, yet it was clean and neatly arranged. His genuine smile evoked an inexplicable warmth. 3rd floor. I can manage on my own, Fong Bai responded. What a coincidence. I'm also on the 3rd floor. Let me share the burden, the boy said, taking a portion of the supplies from Fong Bai's arms. Which dormitory are you in? He inquired as they walked. 301, Fong Bai answered. What a coincidence. I am in 302, directly across from you, the boy exclaimed, his tone tinged with surprise. Fong Bai too felt a sense of wonder at this fortunate alignment. This dormitory building was structured like an apartment, with each individual occupying a single room, yet with dozens of rooms on each floor. Encountering a neighbor across the hall was indeed a delightful serendipity. The two descended the elevator to the third floor and navigated the spacious corridor to the far left. On either side of the corridor stood tightly shut dormitory doors, each adorned with a card-like key. Upon reaching room 301, Fong Bai retrieved the key and pushed the door open. After the boy placed the items in Fong Bai's dormitory, he suggested, "I was just about to explore the campus and locate my classes. Are you planning to do the same? Would you like to join me?" Fong Bai pondered briefly before nodding gently. "All right, please wait while I tidy up." "Let me help you with that," the boy said with a smile. The two swiftly organized the room, and soon a refined living space emerged before them, with various items neatly arranged. The boy chuckled heartily, his voice laced with a hint of nostalgia. "No matter how many times I see it, it continues to astonish me. I never dreamed I could live in such a splendid place." Fong Bai nodded subtly in agreement, reflecting on how he too had never envisioned such a life for himself. The dormitory spans approximately 40 square meters, with an impeccable utilization of space. It features 2 levels. The lower level comprises a quaint living room, with a staircase on the left leading to the upper floor, which serves as the bedroom. The bedroom is equipped with numerous cabinets and drawers for storage. Adjacent to the living room is a private bathroom, and in front of the living room, there is a spacious balcony, complete with a puzzling mechanical device and a small kitchen, rendering it quite comprehensive. "Thank you. Without your assistance, I would surely not have organized everything so swiftly or neatly." Fong Bai expressed sincerely. He indeed lacked experience in tidying up. Had he been left to his own devices, the items would likely still be chaotically strewn across the floor. "We shall be neighbors from now on. No need for such formality," the youth replied with a bright smile, his tone casual yet warm. "Come, let's explore the campus." He lightly patted Fong Bai on the shoulder, his grin radiant. Fong Bai nodded and followed him out of the dormitory, eager to see the classrooms. Before departing, Fong Bai casually pulled a book titled Detailed Analysis of Pollution and Mental Thresholds from the pile of books, glancing at it as he walked. "You truly are diligent. Start your studies so early. The professors will cover this in class," the youth remarked, casting a curious glance at Fong Bai. "By the way, what is your name?" "I am Fong Bai," he replied, maintaining his pace behind the youth. The instructor had mentioned during orientation that exceptional individuals primarily rely on self-study. There is little that professors can impart. Truly advanced knowledge must be exchanged for credits, and even formidable courses require credits to attend. What can be learned for free is merely foundational knowledge. At this point, he looked up at the youth. "And you? What is your name?" The youth revealed a set of neat white teeth as he smiled. "I am Mu Hong, hailing from Juzhou, Qingxian Prefecture." He continued, "People from Juzhou often find their mental threshold insufficient. Acquiring advanced knowledge would be futile. Over the next 2 years, I plan to complete the free foundational courses and learn a couple of practical matrices, which should suffice." Fong Bai did not argue. He simply nodded lightly, acknowledging that acquiring more knowledge is always beneficial. "You are quite studious," Mu Hong remarked, observing the somewhat peculiar youth before him, unable to refrain from expressing his admiration. He took out the new student handbook from his pocket and flipped through it. "Let me see where we should go." "That way," Fong Bai indicated a direction. "Just head past the number 3 playground." Mu Hong glanced down at the map and noted that Fong Bai's direction was indeed correct, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. "How did you know?" "I studied the map beforehand," Fong Bai explained. "All right then," Mu Hong replied, putting away the handbook and striding ahead. "Stay close to me and avoid bumping into anyone." "Rest assured," Fong Bai answered, matching his pace leisurely behind Mu Hong. The two walked along the jade stone path outside the dormitory, flanked by an array of flowers and plants. The air was fragrant with a subtle scent of greenery, occasionally accompanied by the distant chirping of birds. It felt as though they were traversing a sanctuary amidst towering skyscrapers. As Mu Hong walked, he gazed around, his eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. He pointed to a building and inquired of Fong Bai, "What is that place?" Following his gesture, Fong Bai's gaze fell upon a modest, circular structure adorned with stained glass upon its roof. Reflecting on the annotations from a map, he replied, "That is the Ronka Lab, though I am uncertain of its specific purpose." "Ronka Lab?" Mu Hong blinked, his tone imbued with a hint of longing. "It sounds quite impressive, but alas, We from Jiuzhou cannot partake in such knowledge. Fong Bai refrained from responding, having already immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. Chapter 61. The Level Comparison Chart. Fong Bai read swiftly, arriving at the tall edifice designated as Teaching Building Number 27. Having already perused a quarter of the book in his hands, he closed his eyes, organizing the information in his mind. The text delineated that known pollutants are categorized into 4 levels, each comprising 3 stages. In addition to pollutants, the book briefly mentioned the corresponding levels of extraordinary individuals. As he absorbed the content, a simple chart began to form in Fong Bai's mind. LV1, LV0, 1 pollution, body, level, LV0, 3 mutation level, LV0, 7 deformation level, LV1 pollution source, LV2, LV1 alienation, body, level, LV13 penetration level, LV17 spread level, LV2 tyrant, LV3, LV2 minor calamity, body, level, LV23 major calamity level, LV27 natural disaster level, LV3 source of catastrophe, LV4, LV3 erosion matrix, body, level, LV33 breach level, LV37 law trace level, LV4 disaster core. It is roughly as follows. These peculiar designations may also directly express the threshold of mental power. For instance, if one's mental threshold reaches LV07, it can also be articulated as deformation level. Furthermore, this correlation between pollution and the levels of extraordinary individuals is merely theoretical. In practice, a pollutant is significantly more formidable than an extraordinary individual of the same level. For instance, to eliminate a LV1 pollution source, an extraordinary individual of LV2 must intervene. Nonetheless, this level chart is precise. An extraordinary individual at the pinnacle of LV1 can indeed vanquish a pollution source singularly. The disparity lies in threshold reinforcement, the synergy of innate abilities and combat aptitude. Theoretically, no matter how exceptionally gifted an extraordinary individual may be, they can only approach the zenith, never fully attain it. Each pollutant, however, embodies the epitome of extremity, necessitating that extraordinary individuals target adversaries one significant level below themselves. Among these 4 major levels, there exists a unique category referred to as the monarch level. The 4 independent levels, pollution source, tyrant, source of catastrophe, and disaster core, constitute this exceptional monarch level. In terms of sheer strength, the pollution source at the alienation level, the tyrant at the minor calamity level, and the source of catastrophe at the erosion matrix level are noted. However, monarch-level entities can continuously emit pollution, affecting their surrounding environment and other beings, while perpetually spawning pollution entities of a lower caliber. Regarding individual strength, the pollution source is at the alienation level. In terms of threat level, the pollution source remains at the alienation level. Fong Bai sensed that this level chart might be incomplete. There should logically be an LV5 following. Among the known pollutants exists a phenomenon referred to as Zai. If no extraordinary individual can attain the pinnacle of LV4, who shall confront the Zai? Fong Bai closed the book and followed Mu Hong to a classroom on the 2nd floor, designated as room 203. It was rather fortuitous that he and Mu Hong were not only neighbors, but also classmates. The first lesson of the following day would be held here, and all foundational courses would subsequently take place in this very classroom. The academy imposed a stringent requirement on the new students from Jiuzhou. Attendance in foundational classes was mandatory. In their remaining free time, they were at liberty to engage in any pursuits they desired. In addition to foundational classes, there were advanced courses and fee-based courses. Advanced courses were occasionally taught by instructors from other academies at the Chengjian Management Academy, and students could attend these lectures for free whenever they had the opportunity. As for the fee-based courses, as the name suggests, they required the payment of credits to enroll, with these classes being regularly offered and covering more sophisticated knowledge and skills. Credits held significant value within the institution. They could not only be used for attending fee-based courses, but also for acquiring advanced knowledge, weaponry, and holy marks. Every 6 months, the academy would allocate 10 credits to the new students from Jiuzhou, which they could manage as they pleased. However, upon graduation, if they did not retain 20 credits, they would be unable to graduate smoothly. Thus, in essence, the credits available for unrestricted use amounted to only 20. The means of earning credits, however, were not elaborated upon in the new student orientation guide. Upon entering the classroom, Fong Bai observed that several individuals were already seated. Approximately a dozen students occupied the room, with a nearly equal gender ratio, and most were dressed quite modestly, some even appearing rather shabby. They engaged in hushed conversations, their voices barely above a whisper. Among them, a male and a female caught Fong Bai's attention. They sat engrossed in leafing through the newly distributed books, their expressions intensely focused. This scene elicited a natural fondness in Fong Bai towards them. He felt they shared his passion for knowledge. Fong Bai, hurry and choose a seat. Let's sit at the back, Mu Hong urged, pulling Fong Bai toward the rear wall of the classroom. Why? Fong Bai queried, somewhat perplexed. Wouldn't sitting at the front allow for clearer hearing? Mu Hong chuckled, because sitting in the back grants us freedom. We can do as we please without anyone watching. After a moment's contemplation, Fong Bai found merit in Mu Hong's reasoning. The classroom was not overly spacious, and no matter where he sat, he could still hear the lectures. The two made their way to the back of the classroom and selected a seat by the window. Fong Bai settled by the window, while Mu Hong took the seat beside him. Fong Bai harbored no objections to this arrangement. He resumed his perusal of the book titled An In-Depth Analysis of Pollution and Mental Thresholds. Why are you reading again? Mu Hong, unable to remain still, squirmed in his seat like an impatient monkey. Fong Bai looked up puzzled. What should I do if not read? Certainly, we should go out and explore. We still have no idea where to eat. Mu Hong emphasized, placing particular stress on the phrase to eat, as if it were of the utmost significance. At this, Fong Bai suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of agreement in his eyes. Dining was indeed important, but he insisted, let me finish this section first. All right then. Mu Hong let out a resigned sigh, resting his head on the table, idly glancing around. After a while, his gaze fell upon a young girl engrossed in her reading. With a playful poke at her back, he cheerfully inquired, what is your name? The girl turned her head, appearing delicate and fragile, her voice barely above a whisper. I am Anya. Having spoken, she quickly turned back, returning her attention to her book, as though even a fleeting glance would cause her discomfort. Oh no, where do you hail from? Mu Hong was not inclined to relent, continuing the conversation. Anya turned her head once more, her face displaying an expression of near tears. I come from Shanghai City in Chaozhou. Her voice trembled slightly, feeling intimidated by the tall boy behind her, contemplating whether she should change her seat. Shanghai City? Fong Bai suddenly lifted his head. Isn't that the place I passed through not long ago? Anya then noticed Fong Bai, momentarily taken aback. How had she missed the presence of another person? What is it? She asked Fong Bai, finding him more agreeable than Mu Hong. Do you know of Shui City? Fong Bai inquired. Yes, Anya replied, somewhat surprised. Do you come from Shui City? I've heard there's an epidemic there, and many have perished. No, I merely passed through. Fong Bai shook his head, returning his focus to his book, the earlier dialogue having been a mere remark. Anya curiously scrutinized Fem Boy. She began to understand why she had overlooked him initially. The boy was so quiet that his presence seemed diminished. How old are you, Anya? As she turned back, Mu Hong poked her again. Anya turned with a look of deep annoyance, her tone tinged with frustration. Could you please refrain from poking me? I apologize. Mu Hong chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. I'm 17, Anya stated, immediately turning back. Bored, Mu Hong laid his head on the table, and before long, he drifted into a deep slumber, his breathing growing steady, occasionally punctuated by soft snores. Fong Bai continued to immerse himself in his book, the sunlight streaming in from the window, casting a gentle halo on the pages. Time in the classroom seemed to slow gradually. In Chapter 62, Incremental Levels, the pollution in school, as Fong Bai had surmised, there are 5 levels of the extraordinary. From LV1 to LV5, it could also be considered 6 levels, as there is a threshold before LV1, where he currently resides. Only upon reaching LV1 does one truly become a qualified extraordinary. From LV1 onward, the threshold for mental capacity becomes increasingly challenging to elevate. Each increment of 0, 1 in mental capacity comprises the sum of the thresholds from the previous level. Advancing from LV1 to LV11 necessitates undergoing the process from LV0 to LV1. Similarly, moving from LV2 to LV21 requires traversing from LV1 to LV2. In summary, progress is exceptionally slow, but also significantly impactful. The book further elucidates that, without reinforcing the capacity of the valve slots, A standard LV-1 possesses 100 units of mental power. The term unit serves as a measure of mental power quantity. As for LV-11, it equates to 200 units. This pattern continues, with LV-19 reaching 1,000 units. Transitioning from LV-19 to LV-2 does not increase the number of mental power units. All enhancements from LV-1 onward, specifically the increments between 9 and 10, merely augment the size of the valve slot's embedding interface without increasing the unit count. A larger valve slot can accommodate more potent matrices and sacrum marks. Upon reaching LV-21, the unit count escalates to 2,000. Though it may appear somewhat intricate, it essentially represents a progressive sequence. This reminiscence evokes in Fong by the earlier discussions of two seniors regarding Su Xiaodang. Fong Bai recalls Su Xiaodang mentioning that her current mental threshold stands at LV-137. According to this incremental theory, Su Xiaodang indeed embodies a remarkable prodigy. Typically, individuals of her age have yet to attain even LV-1 in mental thresholds, while she has already undergone nearly 4 transformations from 0 to 1. The concluding segment of the level explanation thoughtfully notes that students from Jiuzhou need only grasp the extraordinary level system without necessitating in-depth study. For those from Jiuzhou, enhancing their thresholds is indeed unnecessary. However, he is different. Although he hails from Jiuzhou, he possesses the ability to elevate through shadows. Having assimilated the ashes of the tyrant, he has reached 099, merely a step away from breakthrough. Yet this final step seems obstructed by an unseen constraint. An instinct within him suggests that he requires a particular item, and once acquired, he will achieve his breakthrough. What that item may be remains a mystery to Fong Bai. Just as his thoughts wander, a sudden exclamation jolts him back to reality, awakening Mu Hong, who had been soundly asleep beside him. What happened? Mu Hong murmurs, his voice thick with sleepiness as he rubs his eyes, striving to awaken. In the classroom, some individuals have ventured outside, drawn by the commotion. Shortly thereafter, a more piercing scream reverberates, laced with fear and disbelief. Humans are inherently curious creatures. Upon hearing such a sound, an increasing number of individuals cannot contain their intrigue and rise to head outside. Fong Bai, too, closes his book, stands up, and follows the throng. In the corridor, a crowd is already gathered, whispering anxiously amongst themselves, their voices tinged with unease and terror. Fong Bai struggles to weave through the throng, endeavoring to discern the unfolding events. When he finally reaches the front, the sight before him renders him breathless. A figure lies in a pool of blood, not of ordinary clarity, but of a bizarre, deep blue hue. The person's spine has been forcibly opened, revealing stark white bone. Several slender tentacles emerge from the man's mouth. Their surface is coated in a viscous liquid, with tiny suckers adorning their tips. In the deep blue water, peculiar creatures swam about. They resembled fish, yet their bodies were grotesquely contorted, their skin bearing a sickly, grayish-white hue, and their eyes were absurdly large, nearly occupying half of their heads. With pupils as dark as night, a heavy, fishy odor permeated the air, mingling with the scent of seawater and decay. Fong Bai's heart raced, his throat tightened. Was it pollution? Yet the smell seemed different. What in the world was this? Mu Hong's voice trembled beside Fong Bai, betraying his evident fear. His complexion was pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, the drowsiness that once lingered on his face completely vanquished by the horrific scene before him. No one answered him. All were paralyzed by the bizarre and terrifying spectacle. Each gaze was fixated on the corpse, though none dared to approach too closely. Suddenly, the corpse twitched. The translucent creatures within its spine began to writhe frantically, as if stirred by some invisible force. The tentacles that had emerged from the mouth elongated abruptly, sensing the presence of prey, reaching swiftly toward the crowd of onlookers. Run! A sharp and urgent scream pierced the air, like a blade slicing through the stillness. The crowd erupted in chaos, scrambling to flee, footsteps, gasps, and collisions blending into a cacophony. Fong Bai, too, was swept up by this wave of panic, turning to flee. His heart thundered within his chest, and all he could hear was his own frantic breathing and the sound of hurried footsteps. At that moment, a figure clad in a mentor's robe hurried over. He appeared somewhat plump, wearing round-framed glasses, with intricate patterns of light embroidered on his robe that shimmered subtly with his movements. Zero domain. The rotund mentor intoned softly, raising his hand and pushing forward with his palm. Instantly, the tentacles reaching for the crowd seemed to be frozen by an invisible force, suspended in midair. Following this, the deep blue water began to freeze, the ice spreading rapidly, encasing the strange creatures and the corpse within. The mentor did not cease his actions. He waved his hand, scattering a few seeds from his sleeve. Upon touching the ground, the seeds took root and sprouted instantaneously, small saplings breaking through the soil and growing at a visibly rapid pace. The trunks twisted as if they were living entities, enveloping the frozen creatures and the corpse tightly, forming a colossal wooden cage. "Everyone disperse. Do not congregate here," the mentor bellowed, his voice resonant, overpowering the clamor of the crowd. At his command, those still tinged with curiosity, including Fong Bai, abandoned their lingering thoughts and quickened their pace towards the exit of the teaching building. Once outside, Fong Bai allowed himself a moment of respite. Turning to glance back, he noted that the crowd had not entirely dispersed. People remained huddled together in small groups, whispering among themselves. "What were those things?" A girl trembled as she spoke, her complexion pale, clearly still shaken from the recent fright. "I don't understand. How could something so terrifying exist in our school? Is it pollution?" A boy replied in a hushed tone, his voice laced with uncertainty and fear. "That was a person. I have seen him before. He is a newcomer this year. How could he have turned into that? This is Tu A Guang Sheng Tang de Shui. What kind of pollution could possibly reach this place?" A slightly older student furrowed his brow, his tone imbued with profound bewilderment. Fong Bai promptly dialed Su Xiaotang's contact. After a brief moment, the call connected. "Fong Bai, what's wrong? Have you settled in?" "Su Xiaotang Yingguayev. Senior, is there a possibility of pollution occurring at school?" Fong Bai asked. "Are you suggesting that Tianqi City has fallen?" Chapter 63. So many frauds. I don't know if Tianqi City has fallen, but I truly witnessed pollution at the school, specifically in the teaching building, Fong Bai asserted. "Really?" Su Xiaotang questioned. "Absolutely," Fong Bai replied. "Stay in your dorm for now. I'll come to find you later." After hanging up, Fong Bai obediently ran towards the dormitory. Although he had not finished reading the book he had been engrossed in, he deemed his life more precious than knowledge at this moment. Mu Hong followed closely behind, his face still marked by terror. How could such entities exist within the school? Upon returning to the dormitory building, Mu Hong retreated to his own room. With nothing to occupy his time, Fong Bai resumed his reading. Among the two remaining books, one pertained to management, a subject that did not particularly pique his interest, prompting him to merely skim through it. The other was an introductory text on matrix theory. The initial lengthy sections were dedicated to explaining the theoretical aspects of matrices, including the definitions that Su Xiaotang had previously shared with him. The text indicated that among the 9 great secrets, matrices were the most prevalent and common, with a low lower limit and a high upper limit. Half of the technological advancements of the new era depended on matrices, while the remaining secrets collectively accounted for the other half. Despite the significant proportion that matrices represented, the absence of any one of the 9 great secrets would be sufficient to paralyze the new era. The central portion of the book briefly introduced how to depict matrices, including the 7-layer structure of matrices, which were fundamental concepts that Fong Bai had already mastered, leaving him disinterested. It was only when he reached the concluding sections that his interest was mildly piqued. The text stated that matrices are hyperdimensional and cannot be accurately portrayed on paper. There are 2 methods of learning. The first involves repeatedly observing the instructor's demonstrations and gradually memorizing the steps of depiction. The second method entails purchasing memory crystals from the Matrix Academy using academic credits. He currently possessed 10 available academic credits, and his senior had mentioned that once he earned merit and graduated, he would no longer be subject to credit limitations. Thus, he could expend all of them. The text also emphasized that students are strictly prohibited from privately teaching matrices. This restriction is not due to a limitation on the dissemination of knowledge by the school, but rather because the depiction of matrices requires meticulous attention to detail, with each matrix possessing its own scoring mechanism. If we consider that the mentor's matrix scores an impressive 80 points, the student attempting to replicate it might only achieve 60. If another were to further replicate this 60-point matrix, it could lead to failure. Even a circuit overload would be a mild consequence, and in severe cases, it could even damage the brain. Thus, it follows that the senior teaching him the matrix carries inherent risks. However, the senior is a genius, and her matrix is unlikely to fall below 80 points. By the time it reaches him, it should still hold a value of 79. A 60-point matrix, while functional, would ignite slower, demand greater mental energy, and exhibit diminished power and efficacy, resulting in various adverse effects. A perfect 100-point matrix might even confer special enhancement effects, yet theoretically, only the creator of such a matrix possesses it. After perusing these two tomes, Fong Bai felt a pang of hunger. He had not eaten all day. Fortunately, the senior was scheduled to visit him that evening, and they could dine together. Contemplating this, Fong Bai opened a cabinet. Lifting the garments atop it, he discovered a substantial stack of money. He arranged the assorted bills on the table and began counting. The money comprised 4 distinct portions. One set saved for tuition while in Hongcheng, another contributed by neighbors when he departed from there, a portion from his earnings at the blacksmith shop, and a part gifted by Xiao Yijie during his time in Shui City. Finally, there was the allocation from the academy, which amounted to 3,000 in new currency. Although all were Nalai, the same denomination bore different hues, with the new currency featuring a gradient color. Fong Bai tallied the old currency, which totaled 75,305 Nalai. He set aside the 305 as a memento, which included over 50 coins, and decided to keep them. After excluding the odd amounts, he was left with 75,000 old currency, equivalent to 7,500 in new currency. With the academy's subsidy added, he now possessed a total of 10,500 Nalai. This should be considered a sizable sum. He planned to seek an opportunity to deposit this money into the communications sacred mark, not for any particular reason, but simply to experience the new functionality. Suddenly, Fong Bai noticed a tattered cloth used for wrapping the money. It appeared to bear some inscriptions. He unfurled the rag. Kergui Bank Daxal Zaxmay Jake 8236 4120 4321 34 12741964. One name. 2 strings of garbled text. What could this signify? Fong Bai scrutinized it repeatedly, unable to decipher its meaning from any angle. Clearly, this was something that Old Li had intentionally given him, and it could not be devoid of significance. He tucked it into his pocket, intending to show it to the senior later. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Without a doubt, Fong Bai knew who it was. He rose to open the door, and Mu Hong entered, clutching his stomach. Fong Bai, are you hungry? I feel like I'm starving, Mu Hong lamented upon entering. Yes, but I need to wait for the senior. I won't be dining with you tonight, Fong Bai replied, scratching his head. The senior? Mu Hong's eyes widened as if he had heard something astonishing. Which senior do you know? Previously, I met Fong Bai on the road. Fong Bai offered no elaborate explanation, merely stating that she would join me for dinner that evening. I see. Well then, I shall dine first, Mu Hong shrugged nonchalantly. Seemingly struck by a thought, he suggested, let's exchange contact information to stay in touch. Everyone around is discussing the pollution issue. Should you find yourself in peril, simply call out to me, and I shall assist you in locating a mentor. Very well, Fong Bai nodded gently, sharing her contact number with him. She then casually inquired, which part of Jiuzhou do you hail from? Qingxianzhou, Mu Hong replied with an air of ease. Were you brought to the New World by someone from the school? Fong Bai continued her questioning. Indeed, Mu Hong nodded, then looked at Fong Bai with a hint of confusion. Aren't you? I'm not. Fong Bai shook her head. I arrived with a senior. Oh, I see. Mu Hong smiled, his expression suggesting that she was fortunate. You should go find your senior then. I will head to dinner now. All right, you may go first. Fong Bai softly replied as Mu Hong strode away. She stood at the door, watching as his figure vanished at the end of the corridor, her gaze gradually becoming lost in thought. Closing the door, she returned to her room and opened her palm. A solitary, pristine phalanx lay quietly within, emanating a faint, ghostly white light, akin to a silent warning. Mu Hong was deceiving her. But why? Fong Bai's mind was in disarray as she meticulously replayed their earlier conversation. Mu Hong claimed to originate from Qingxianzhou in Jiuzhou, which was the truth. He stated that he was brought to the New World by the school, and that too was factual. However, the crux of the matter lay in Fong Bai's knowledge. Students summoned from Jiuzhou typically arrived just a day before the semester commenced, directly escorted to the school. For Mu Hong to possess knowledge of the communication St. Mark's upon his arrival, he would have needed to be aware of their existence from the very first day, possess the means to acquire them, and understand certain rules of the New World. Moreover, judging by his adept usage of the communication St. Mark's, it was evident that he had been familiarizing himself with them for some time. Yet all this without external assistance. will be nearly impossible for someone freshly arrived from Jiuzhou. Even Fong Bai, at present, would find it challenging to venture out to procure the communication St. Mark's. First, summoning a floating vehicle posed a considerable challenge. Secondly, the locations and styles of the sales points necessitated a certain familiarity with the new world. Lastly, ample funds were required, along with the conversion to new currency. Based on Mu Hong's attire, he did not appear to hail from a wealthy family. If Mu Hong were merely concealing something, Fong Bai would not have been overly concerned. Everyone harbors secrets, and such matters fall under the realm of privacy, which Fong Bai would not pry into. However, Mu Hong's immediate request for her contact information instilled within her a profound sense of unease. How could he be so certain that she possessed a contact number? It seemed as though Mu Hong had deliberately sought her out. Their encounter on the first day of school, his residence directly opposite hers, and his subtle attempts to cultivate a rapport with her. All these coincidences felt rather too fortuitous. Fong Bai lowered her gaze to the phalanx resting in her hand. He murmured softly, his voice barely audible, "Xiao Yijia, there are so many deceivers in this world." His tone bore no trace of anger or disappointment, only a subtle sense of resignation. Chapter 64. Lao Li's vault. Fong Bai lay restlessly in bed, turning over thoughts that eluded him. What could he possibly possess that would warrant the scrutiny of others? The case of Mu Hong was evident. After arriving in the new world, he must have encountered someone significant. It was that person behind the scenes who had orchestrated the surveillance on him. Yet, Mu Hong, with his carefree disposition, was utterly oblivious to the concept of concealment, leading to his unintentional exposure. Who could this individual be? Surely, they wield considerable power. They must have either foreseen Mu Hong's lodging or directly arranged his accommodations. Could it be related to merit? This seemed to be the most plausible explanation that Fong Bai could conjure. According to his senior, the merits they had obtained were extraordinary, far exceeding their current capabilities. However, merits should be tied to one's identity information, making it improbable that they could be taken away. Could it be the family of his senior? Another possibility crossed Fong Bai's mind. His senior was quite affluent, suggesting her family held substantial influence. Perhaps they had realized he often accompanied her. She had previously mentioned that her father would be furious if he knew they were together. Or perhaps it was that young man who had deceived him into going to the Huanyu building. All these scenarios seemed plausible. A wave of melancholy washed over Fong Bai. He simply wished to immerse himself in learning, eschewing the entanglement of such chaotic matters. Lost in thought, a sudden ripple caught his eye. He raised his hand to answer, and Su Xiaotang's voice emerged, crisp yet tinged with urgency. "Fong Bai, hurry down. I'm waiting for you downstairs." Without delay, Fong Bai rushed down. As he stepped out of the dormitory, he spotted Su Xiaotang standing by the roadside. She had changed into a light blue school uniform, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders. "Over here." Su Xiaotang waved at Fong Bai. He jogged over, and they walked side by side towards the cafeteria. The setting sun cast its warm glow upon them, elongating their shadows. As they walked, Su Xiaotang spoke. "I inquired about the incident at Teaching Building 27. It appears to be a case of contamination. A new student from Jiuzhou lost their life. The contamination level is not severe, only a distortion tier, but for a new student from Jiuzhou, it is nearly an insurmountable opponent." Fong Bai turned to Su Xiaotang and asked, "Senior, do you think I can overcome it?" She glanced at him and replied, "Contaminations below LV1 are not particularly formidable. While contamination represents the extreme of mental thresholds, the extremity below one leaves little room for danger. You possess two matrices. Encountering distortion-level contamination should not pose a lethal threat, and a counterattack is even possible." She paused, her tone becoming more serious. "However, once contamination reaches LV1, it begins to amplify significantly. Entities like aberrations and contamination sources that barely achieve LV1 require individuals of LV2 caliber to eliminate." Fong Bai nodded thoughtfully and subsequently inquired, "Are you unable to contend with the pollution source as well?" "I am uncertain," Su Xiaotang replied, shaking her head. "It is highly probable that I cannot. Yet the pollution source is equally powerless against me. The intensity of the pollution escalates to a significant degree, which is merely common data, and, as a prodigy, I naturally do not fall within that category." Su Xiaotang continued, "Currently, my mentor has yet to uncover the cause of this pollution, and it cannot be ruled out that it may continue to emerge. You should exercise caution. If you encounter it, It is best to flee at the first opportunity. Understood. Fong Bai nodded in agreement. The two quickly arrived at the cafeteria, which boasted 5 bustling floors filled with the sounds of lively chatter. The air was fragrant with the aroma of various delicacies. In front of each window, steaming dishes tantalized the appetite. Fong Bai glanced at the prices displayed and found them quite reasonable. A meal would approximately cost 5-10 nali, well within his means. This sweet and spicy noodle dish is delectable, Su Xiaotang exclaimed, pointing at one of the windows with excitement. I often indulge in this. Fong Bai followed her gaze and noticed a large bowl of noodles illustrated at the window, with a rich broth and an array of toppings that indeed whetted his appetite. The aunt at the window recognized Su Xiaotang and greeted her with a beaming smile. Ah, Xiaotang back again? Same as usual? Yes, the usual. Su Xiaotang replied with a smile, then pointed at Fong Bai. Please prepare a bowl for him as well. Of course. The aunt promptly began to prepare their orders. The two found a seat and settled down. Su Xiaotang rummaged through her pocket and produced a lollipop, offering it to Fong Bai. This is for you. Fong Bai regarded the lollipop. He had often seen senior students enjoying this treat and had long desired to taste it himself. Thank you, he said gratefully, quickly taking the candy from her hand. However, he did not eat it immediately, but placed it in his pocket, intending to savor it later in the dormitory. Fong Bai then retrieved the tattered cloth inscribed with garbled text and handed it to Su Xiaotang. Senior, do you recognize this? Su Xiaotang took the cloth, glanced at it, and her expression shifted to one of intrigue. Where did you acquire this? It was given to me by Old Li, Fong Bai answered truthfully. Old Li? Su Xiaotang frowned in contemplation. Is he the blacksmith, the one who guards the entrance to Tiangongfang? Yes, that's him, Fong Bai confirmed with a nod. Su Xiaotang's expression became complex. This should be the key to the vault of the Kagui Bank. With this, one can access the treasures within. Generally, items stored in a bank vault are of considerable value, as their safekeeping incurs a cost. A glimmer of astonishment crossed her eyes. Could it be that this old man is indeed a person of hidden depth? I did not misjudge him after all. That deceptive Fei Wei Jia, claiming he merely guards the entrance. The vault? Fong Bai was momentarily taken aback. The very mention of it suggested a repository of treasures. I may be occupied for the next few days, but when I am free, I will take you to retrieve it. Su Xiaotang returned the cloth to Fong Bai, her tone tinged with excitement. I am equally curious about what lies within. You wouldn't mind if I took a look, would you? Fong Bai accepted the cloth and replied earnestly, if it happens to be money, I can share some with you. It is best if it is not money. Su Xiaotang waved her hand dismissively, feigning disinterest in wealth. When it comes to money, Fong Bai has another matter to discuss. He turned to Su Xiaotang and inquired. I have a sum of money that I wish to deposit into the Tongsun Shingen. What should I do? You can easily deposit it at school. Su Xiaotang replied casually, there is a machine in the lobby of the first floor of the 27th teaching building where you can operate it. You may ask the supervising mentors nearby. They will guide you. So it's that simple, Fong Bai nodded gently, having anticipated a more complex process. At that moment, a bowl of noodles was served. The noodles were a rich golden hue, adorned with an array of toppings, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Unable to resist, Fong Bai took a hearty slurp. He was momentarily taken aback. Is it delicious? Su Xiaotang asked eagerly, gazing at him. Fong Bai swallowed the mouthful of noodles. Delicious. In reality, he felt as though he were not consuming noodles, but rather savoring a mouthful of saccharine delight. Su Xiaotang chuckled. I knew you would like it. She then began to eat delicately. Though it was quite sweet, Fong Bai found it acceptable. It was indeed far more palatable than leaves. After a few hearty bites, Fong Bai suddenly inquired, Senior, is there any possibility that your family might send someone to monitor me? What? Su Xiaotang blinked, somewhat perplexed by his question. What a strange inquiry, she remarked. Just answer whether it's possible. Fong Bai understood that Su Xiaotang might be taken aback. He himself struggled to comprehend such matters. There should be no possibility of that, she mused, tilting her head. Are you feeling overly full? What would they even have to monitor? She continued, moreover, the academy is very strict in this regard. Hardly anyone can intervene, not even with wealth. Oh, Fong Bai replied softly, falling silent and hastily resuming his noodles. However, Su Xiaotang continued to ponder Fong Bai's question, unable to restrain herself from asking, have you encountered something? Nothing, Fong Bai shook his head. The concern was likely directed at him, and if it had no connection to Su Xiaotang, it was best to keep her uninvolved. He remained baffled as to what could possibly warrant such intrigue. He was utterly destitute, possessing nothing. Barefoot, he had no fear of those who wore shoes. As Fong Bai emerged from the cafeteria, the night had completely enveloped the world. The darkness was thick as ink, deep enough to seem as if it could consume everything. Walking back to his dormitory, he suddenly halted, realizing something was amiss. The campus should not be this dark. He looked up at the distant skyscrapers. Those buildings, which ought to shimmer brilliantly at night, now appeared dim and lifeless. It was as though the world had been shrouded in an opaque veil. An eerie silence pervaded the air. The path was devoid of any soul. Suppressing the rising fear within him, Fong Bai turned and hastened back to the cafeteria. What had only moments ago been a bustling cafeteria was now desolate. The lights remained bright, and the tables and chairs were arranged neatly. "Senior?" Fong Bai called out in the cafeteria, his voice echoing in the vast hall, yet there was no response. Only the unsettling echoes reverberated continuously. Fong Bai's complexion suddenly turned ashen. Fortunately, having endured various trials, his psychological resilience surpassed that of the average person. Otherwise, he would likely have collapsed in terror at this moment. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure, and turned to exit the cafeteria once more. The world outside remained hauntingly silent. Alone, Fong Bai traversed the desolate pathways of the campus, the sound of his footsteps resonating distinctly in the still air. With each step forward, he sensed an ineffable weight pressing upon him. The trees lining the path loomed tall in the night, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, casting dappled shadows. Shadows! Fong Bai abruptly glanced behind him. The shadow was still there. The inky blackness trailing behind him was indeed his own. What a curse! Why do such eerie things always seek me out? Just as Fong Bai was about to utter a curse, he suddenly noticed that the shadows on the grass appeared decidedly peculiar, resembling grotesque fish. His body froze, as though an invisible force had anchored him to the spot. He vacantly raised his head, his pupils contracting sharply, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. Above, there was a vast sea. An endless ocean floated in the sky, its waters a profound shade of deep blue. Fong Bai's throat tightened. His gaze caught sight of something in the ocean, massive, distorted creatures gliding slowly through the waters, identical to the strange fish he had encountered earlier that day. Yet these beings were magnitudes larger, their bodies adorned with thick scales, their heads dominated by a single obsidian eye. They spanned dozens, even hundreds of meters in length. Standing on the ground, looking up at these behemoths, Fong Bai felt as minuscule as a speck of dust. His body began to tremble involuntarily, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, dripping onto the ground with a faint ticking sound. The bizarre fish swam languidly, their dark eyes occasionally sweeping across the ground as if searching for something. Suddenly, one of the creatures fixed its obsidian eye upon Fong Bai. He felt as if he were ensnared by that gaze, an indescribable terror swelling from the depths of his being. A low, rumbling hum filled his mind, akin to some ineffable language whispering in his ear, yet utterly incomprehensible. He abruptly lowered his head, unwilling to meet that eye any longer. Taking several deep breaths to calm himself, he recognized that these monstrous fish were evidently confined within the waters. Though they could see him, they could not attack. This meant, in essence, that he was currently safe. What on earth is this? He murmured softly, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. How could the world transform so drastically in the span of a mere meal? He continued to inhale deeply, striving to steady his mind. At a certain moment, Fong Bai raised his head once more. His gaze pierced through the throngs of grotesque fish, through layers of seawater, to behold the reflection of another world in the deep sea. There, a bustling realm thrived, ablaze with light. Fong Bai even spotted Su Xiaotang, who was joyfully hopping towards the main dormitory. Fong Bai attempted to utilize the communication stigmata, yet it yielded no response. "Senior," in a moment of desperation, he summoned all his strength and shouted with fervor. His voice shattered the stillness of the air. In the deep sea, ripples suddenly emerged. The inky blue water gently undulated under the impact of his voice, as though an invisible force had been awakened. The enormous monstrous fish slowly turned their heads, their pitch-black eyes glimmering with an eerie light, searching for the source of the sound. Meanwhile, in the reflection of another world, Su Xiaotang abruptly halted her steps. She spun around sharply, her gaze tinged with confusion. "Who called me?" She glanced around, noticing that the surrounding students continued to bustle about, oblivious to her peculiar reaction. Furrowing her brow, she murmured softly, "How strange, could I have misheard?" She shook her head, a smile reappearing on her face as she resumed her forward motion. Fong Bai stood motionless, gazing up at the expanse of the sea, a wave of helplessness surging within him. After a moment of contemplation, he sank down to the ground. Whatever is lurking, just show yourself. What does it mean to keep me confined here? Is it merely pollution? What kind of cowardice is this? If you have the guts, come out and face me. He pointed at the empty air ahead, pouring forth his words with fervor. His voice echoed in the silent atmosphere, akin to a challenge, a release of pent-up frustration and a means to bolster his own courage. The surroundings remained eerily quiet, with only the sound of his own breaths resonating in his ears. Time passed, and suddenly, Fong Bai caught the faint sound of water. He quickly looked up to see a droplet of deep blue water plummeting from the sky, heading straight for him. Instinctively, he shuffled backward. With a thud, the droplet struck the ground beside him, splashing tiny droplets of water. He peered down to find that the droplet rapidly spread across the ground, forming a puddle of deep blue liquid. Within the puddle, something appeared to writhe. Fireball. Without hesitation, Fong Bai conjured a searing fireball in his hand and hurled it downwards. The fireball plunged directly into the puddle. Boom! The fireball exploded in the water, and the intense flames instantly consumed the puddle, casting light on Fong Bai's face and revealing a tinge of fear in his expression. The puddle evaporated, leaving a burnt odor hanging in the air. Shortly thereafter, a creature that was neither fish nor human emerged from where the puddle had been. Its form was bizarre, with a single large eye on its face, elongated limbs, webbed fingers, and razor-sharp fingertips. Lightness. Fong Bai called out sharply, swiftly distancing himself. Simultaneously, he conjured another fireball in his hand and threw it without hesitation. Fireball. The fireball traced a blazing arc through the air, hurtling towards the creature. The creature attempted to evade, but the fireball's speed was too great, striking its left arm at the most delicate connection point. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the creature's left shoulder was charred, and dark blue blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground with a hissing sound of corrosion. The merman emitted a sharp, piercing shriek, reminiscent of the lament of some deep-sea creature, which painfully assaulted Fong Bai's eardrums. Following the attack, it grew even more ferocious. With a sudden twist of its body, it lunged toward Fong Bai with alarming speed. Its claws sliced through the air, glinting ominously as they aimed directly for Fong Bai's chest. The creature's velocity exceeded Fong Bai's capacity to react. He had no choice but to activate Qing's Shun and retreat, striving to evade the impending harm. The merman's claws grazed his chest, leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone. Blood gushed forth instantaneously, staining his clothing crimson. The excruciating pain caused Fong Bai's vision to darken momentarily. Fortunately, he had shifted his position, otherwise he would have been severed in two by that single strike. Death loomed. This creature was beyond his ability to confront. The crisis of mortality ignited a latent potential within Fong Bai. In the briefest of moments, he made the only choice that could ensure his survival. Fireball! Fireball! Fong Bai hurled 5 fireballs in rapid succession, encircling the merman's movements from various angles. At such close range, the merman had no chance to evade. Boom! 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 The explosions resonated continuously, engulfing the merman in a blaze of fire. Dark blue blood splattered everywhere, corroding the ground into numerous small craters. The proximity of the fireball detonations also affected Fong Bai, leaving little unscathed skin on his body, marred by grievous burn marks. Yet the intense heat aided in staunching the flow of blood from his chest, preventing him from succumbing to fatal blood loss. Just before he was hurled to the ground, Fong Bai extended his hand and, with a hoarse voice, bellowed, "Come out!" His gaze remained fixed on the center of the explosion, channeling every ounce of mental energy within his circuits. As the remnants of the explosion gradually dissipated, the silhouette of the merman re-emerged in Fong Bai's line of sight. Its body was now a shattered wreck, heavy scales having largely fallen away to reveal a gruesome mass of flesh beneath. One of its arms had been blown off, dark blue blood gushing from the stump and dripping onto the ground. A pungent, fishy odor permeated the air. The merman, with its eerie large eyes, fixed its gaze on Fong Bai, its pupils reflecting a semblance of human emotion, perhaps resentment. Its body swayed unsteadily as it approached Fong Bai, each step laden with an oppressive weight. Lying on the ground, Fong Bai gazed at the advancing merman, his chest heaving violently. He had narrowly escaped being cleaved in two, then endured the backlash of 5 fireballs at close range. That he was still alive was a testament to his fortune, coupled with his dwindling mental energy. He found himself utterly immobilized, lacking even the strength to raise a hand. Fong Bai's eyes drifted beyond the merman, locking onto the shadow that loomed behind it. A faintly tragic smile crossed his lips. The shadow towered above the merman, composed entirely of pure darkness. Slowly, the shadow raised its hand. The motion appeared simple, yet exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. Just as the merman was about to strike, the shadow moved first. Bang! Its fist sliced through the air, producing a deep, resounding sonic boom. A fist enshrouded in an abyssal energy, akin to an intangible flame, scorched the air, distorting it in its wake. The fist pierced through the body of the fisherman, its deep azure blood and viscera instantly shredded by the overwhelming force. The fisherman lowered its head, gazing at the fist that had impaled it. Its obsidian eyes gradually dulled, devoid of life. The creature's body seemed to be drained of all vitality, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The sound of sizzling accompanied the spillage of its dark blue blood, which emitted a harsh, corrosive hiss. The fisherman's corpse rapidly decomposed, transforming into a puddle of deep blue liquid that ultimately evaporated into the air, leaving behind a pungent scent of the sea. The shadow slowly dissipated. Fong Bai lay on the ground, overwhelmed by a sense of resignation. Was this truly the end? Just as he believed he was on the brink of death, the silence around him was abruptly shattered. Intermittent clamors gradually became clearer. A fierce instinct for survival propelled him to abruptly open his eyes. The blinding light instinctively caused him to squint. As his vision gradually focused, he realized he was lying on the path to the dormitory, surrounded by a throng of people. Another one, drenched in blood. How tragic. What on earth happened? He thought, recognizing that this was the 5th incident of the day. I can't believe 5 people have died just as the semester commenced. This university feels less secure than my home. Why hasn't the school provided any explanations? Fong Bai's ears buzzed, the cacophony around him muffled as if filtered through a thin veil. His consciousness wavered between clarity and haze. He attempted to wiggle his fingers, their tips trembling slightly. Although his body felt heavy, he could still exert some control. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to turn over. This movement immediately elicited gasps from the onlookers. Yes, moving. Run. The students who had been watching scattered in an instant, driven away by an unseen dread. Their footsteps were chaotic and hurried. Fong Bai raised his hand, yearning to grasp something, yet the surroundings were now desolate, leaving him alone, a solitary figure on the ground. He sensed that if he did not receive medical attention soon, he might truly succumb to his injuries. The wound on his chest, though cauterized by intense heat, likely concealed fractured bones and damaged organs within. His vision began to blur, and all that remained were the sounds of his own labored breaths. An endless darkness commenced its encroachment upon his will. The hand he had lifted finally fell, powerless. Time became an indeterminate entity. In the twilight of his consciousness, Fong Bai once again perceived fragmented voices. He is alive. He hasn't died, a youthful voice exclaimed, imbued with astonishment and disbelief. Hey, are you all right? Another voice inquired, laced with concern. Quickly, take him to the infirmary. He is the second survivor. He must be protected, a steadier voice commanded. No one noticed the slight upward curve of Fong Bai's lips. A smile, tinged with relief and gratitude, graced his face. He had survived once more, and it seemed he had found what he needed. Chapter 66. The grievance of the resonant abyss. Fong Bai lay upon the bed, suspended between life and death. Have the bones been reconnected? A pharmacist clad in a white coat inquired softly. He held a glimmering crystal, gently gliding it over Fong Bai's chest. They have been reattached. Another pharmacist confirmed with a nod. Wounds are mending, attempting to awaken the brain. Vital signs are stable. The danger has passed. Suddenly, Fong Bai's eyes flew open, as if roused from a protracted nightmare. He sat up abruptly, his chest heaving violently. Where am I? He murmured, glancing down at himself. His upper body was bare, adorned with numerous wires akin to veins, each connecting to several luminous instruments, their screens flickering with intricate symbols. As he surveyed his surroundings, He realized he was in a spacious, well-lit room. His gaze fell upon a nearby bed, where a girl lay, appearing to be in her late teens. Her beauty reminiscent of a figure stepped out from a painting. She wore a loose-fitting tracksuit, now soaked in blood, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Sensing Fong Bai's scrutiny, the girl turned her head, casting a fleeting glance his way before remarking, "Your physique still requires development." Fong Bai felt a surge of irritation. He shot back, "And you, my friend, have developed remarkably well?" The girl frowned slightly, clearly displeased by the term "my friend." Yet, with a huff, she turned away, resuming her repose. Before long, a group of pharmacists entered, meticulously examining the data on the instruments. "Recovery is progressing splendidly. You should be ready for class tomorrow," the leading pharmacist stated, satisfaction evident in his tone. "Please wait a moment. Dean Xian wishes to speak with you," another pharmacist announced before exiting the ward. Soft footsteps echoed in the corridor, and shortly thereafter, the pharmacist returned accompanied by a middle-aged man. Dressed in a robe adorned with gold trim, the man bore a serious countenance, though his eyes held a hint of warmth. "I am the Dean of the Urban Construction Management Institute. You may call me Dean Xian or Uncle Qian," he introduced himself, his voice deep. "I need to understand the events that transpired 3 hours ago." Dean Xian seated himself between the two, inquiring, "What did you witness?" "A sea. A vast ocean floating in the sky," the girl replied softly. "In that world, there was not a soul in sight." At her words, Fong Bai turned in surprise. "She too entered that realm? And you?" Dean Xian directed his gaze at Fong Bai. Fong Bai concentrated, attempting to recall. There were enormous, monstrous fish in the sea, and on the other side, reflections of the outside world. The girl looked at Fong Bai, her expression mirroring his astonishment. "How did you escape? Do you remember?" Dean Xian asked. "A merman fell from the sea. After I killed that merman, I was able to return." Fong Bai revealed this part without reservation. There was nothing to conceal. "Do you possess extraordinary abilities?" Dean Xian scrutinized Fong Bai closely. "I possess the abilities of light, body, and fireball," Fong Bai stated. Upon hearing this, Dean Xian directed his gaze toward the numbers displayed on the instrument. "LVs are 99, he mused, acknowledging the theoretical possibility of such a phenomenon. He then glanced at the girl beside him, inquiring, "How did you manage to escape?" "So did I," the girl replied, "after slaying that fishman. I found myself lying on the playground outside." "LVs are 91, Dean Xian noted as he observed the instrument next to the girl. "I have come to understand the particulars. You may return to rest for now." With that, he hastily departed. "Your previous garments were torn. Were this instead?" A pharmacist offered a pristine set of academy attire to Fong Bai. "Thank you." The return journey was still illuminated, and Fong Bai tread cautiously, fearful of plunging once more into that dreadful realm. The girl followed closely behind, deep in contemplation. Both were freshmen from the same cohort of the Urban Construction Management Academy, their dormitories situated adjacently, making their path together a natural one. Yet, throughout the journey, not a word was exchanged. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fong Bai reclined on his bed, preparing to examine the additional items within the circuit. At that moment, a communication from Su Xiaodang arrived. "Su Xiaodang, what has transpired?" "I called several times without response. I've heard that 8 students from the Urban Construction Management Academy were attacked by pollution, resulting in 6 fatalities, with only 2 survivors. Are you unharmed?" "Fong Bai, if this data holds true, I am one of the 2 survivors." "Su Xiaodang. Su Xiaodang, were you attacked? What did you encounter?" "Fong Bai, it might be pollution. I cannot articulate it clearly." "Su Xiaodang, I am relieved to hear you are safe. Rest early tonight." The communication ended. Fong Bai began to introspect within the circuit. The ashes had been fully digested, yet upon returning from that world, a substantial entity had appeared within the circuit. A cluster of seemingly clear water, interspersed with faint red threads of blood, floated within. Fong Bai attempted to make contact with it using his mental power. Resonance of the grievous water. Aside from this name, there was nothing else. His knowledge was woefully limited. The only certainty was that once the circuit digested this entity, he would transcend his limitations and ascend to LV1, within a grand and resplendent cathedral. The soaring dome was adorned with countless shimmering patterns, resembling a celestial tapestry. A solitary figure stood quietly at the center of the cathedral, gazing upward at the starry ceiling. Tall and slender, he donned a simple white robe, the edges of which fluttered gently. "Have you discovered anything?" He spoke slowly, as if to himself. His voice ethereal, yet commanding. Dean Xian's figure appeared abruptly within the cathedral. His footsteps were light as he approached the figure from behind, bowing slightly. It has been confirmed. It is the Sea of Grievance, Dean Xian remarked gravely. Both survivors have described witnessing a sea suspended in the sky. He continued, and the figure remained unturned, merely nodding slightly, his voice drifting like a whisper. If it is the Sea of Grievance, why are there survivors? Dean Xian pondered for a moment before responding, stating that the boy possessed a mental threshold of 0.99 and had mastered 2 matrices. Considering that Yuan Hai had only released a trace of contaminated aura, it was indeed possible for him to escape. He paused briefly and continued, asserting that the girl must have been lying, though it was inconsequential. A mere hint of contamination? Not long ago, the academy had been permeated by the aura of LV-17 level contamination, which vanished in an instant. The contamination from Yuan Hai had already leaked, and it was imperative to eradicate it swiftly. I shall focus my surveillance on the old state school district. The figure slowly turned, looking at Dean Xian, and cautioned him to be wary, for the power of resentment is truly formidable. Dean Xian lowered his head and replied softly, "Understood. You may go." "Yes." He nodded gently and departed the hall. Silence enveloped the chapel once more, with the figure remaining rooted in place, gazing up at the starry sky. Chapter 67. The first makeover the following day, before the dawn had fully brightened, Fong Bai rose early. Despite having exhausted himself until midnight the previous day, his body still bore a trace of fatigue, yet his spirit was remarkably invigorated. The eagerly anticipated first class was finally about to commence. This marked the first time in his life he would attend a class in earnest, no longer sneaking and covertly. The mere thought of this brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Another matter that filled Fong Bai with exceptional joy was that he had managed to acquire a set of academy uniforms at the Apothecary Academy yesterday. Combined with the 2 sets previously distributed, he now possessed 3 sets of uniforms. There were far too many to wear. The quality of these uniforms was exquisite, feeling almost weightless against the skin. Fong Bai had never donned such fine clothing before. The design was also remarkably refined, featuring a light blue robe adorned with chestnut piping, and a delicate triangular emblem intertwined with a lightning bolt embroidered on the chest. Fong Bai recalled that Su Xiaotang had worn a similar uniform, though hers had golden piping. Standing before the mirror, he incessantly adjusted the collar and cuffs of the uniform, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. He had never scrutinized himself with such seriousness before, nor had he ever felt the urge to tidy himself up so meticulously. He made his way to the bathroom, embarking on the slowest grooming session he had ever experienced. He began with a shower, washing away all the blood scabs from his body. Although the inner lining of the uniform bore some blood stains, remarkably, the stains only slightly tainted the surface and could be easily rubbed off, as the fabric seemed to possess a self-cleaning property. After his shower, Fong Bai dried his hair with a towel and carefully combed it while gazing into the mirror. The youth reflected in the glass had delicate features and fair skin, though his eyes still bore a hint of youthful innocence. Fong Bai blinked in disbelief, realizing he could appear so handsome. He seldom had the opportunity to see his true self. Most of the time, his face was smudged with dirt, and his hair was a disheveled mess. Now, after tidying up, although his hair was still somewhat long, his appearance had transformed remarkably, to the extent that even he could hardly recognize himself. Feeling refreshed, he glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. The first class was scheduled to start at 9 o'clock, and the time was now 7:50. After finishing breakfast, there remained some time to wander around the school. Fong Bai opened the cabinet and stowed a bundle of cash into the inner pocket of his clothing. At that moment, a ripple suddenly appeared before his eyes. He chose to answer, and Mu Hong's voice came through. "Fong Bai, would you like to have breakfast together?" After a moment of contemplation, Fong Bai returned the bundle to its place, extracting only a single 100 yuan note to place in his pocket, responding succinctly, "Sure." The two opened their doors almost simultaneously. Upon seeing Fong Bai, neatly dressed in his school uniform, Mu Hong momentarily froze. "What's wrong?" Fong Bai inquired, slightly puzzled. "It's nothing. I just feel like you look better." Mu Hong chuckled. "And there's this delightful fragrance?" "I applied something called shower gel," Fong Bai explained. He was not particularly fond of such scents, believing they could interfere with his olfactory judgment. "Is that something you apply on your body?" Mu Hong scratched his head. Appearing somewhat embarrassed, I thought, Fangbai looked at him quizzically. What do you use it for? ISNT it written in the instructions? You apply it on your body. There are similar products in Jiuzhou. You must have seen them, if not used them. It's nothing, really. Mu Hong chuckled awkwardly, hastily changing the subject. Let us go eat. The cafeteria might be crowded if we delay. The two walked side by side towards the cafeteria. The morning campus was still shrouded in a thin veil of mist, and the air was imbued with the subtle fragrance of grass and trees. The cafeteria was already bustling with people. They simply consumed a couple of buns and a bowl of soy milk, spending merely 3 na, yet feeling quite satisfied. After their meal, they made their way toward the classroom. The hallway was filled with a considerable flow of students. Despite the rampant rumors regarding the 7 fatalities from the previous day within the freshman community, it did not hinder anyone's punctuality for class. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, yet there was a prevailing sense of anticipation for the new life ahead. It was now 8:31, and 1/3 of the students were already seated in classroom 203. Since Fangbai had left the book pollution and mental thresholds explained on the desk on the first day, the window side seat in the last row remained unoccupied. Under the curious gazes of a few, the two proceeded directly to the back row and took their seats. Fangbai leaned against the window, his gaze drifting through the glass towards the brightening sky outside. After a while, he lowered his head, continuing to peruse the book he had not finished earlier. The pages turned gently beneath his fingertips. Mu Hong, on the other hand, was restless. Seated at his desk, he incessantly tapped his fingers on the surface, his eyes darting around. His gaze landed on Anya, who sat in front of him. He reached out, intending to poke her, but hesitated, opting instead to greet her. Anya, good morning. Anya's body stiffened momentarily, as if startled. Slowly, she turned her head, first glancing at Mu Hong, then at Fangbai, her eyes reflecting a hint of timid unease as she quietly replied, good morning. Her demeanor further stirred certain restless hormones within Mu Hong. With a mischievous grin, he leaned closer to Anya and lowered his voice deliberately. What did you say? I did not hear Anya, who shrank back in fear at his actions, wishing she could somehow conceal herself within the table. At that moment, a petite girl sitting beside Anya suddenly turned around. She appeared charmingly small, with a neat bob and a face adorned with faint freckles. A glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes as she reached out, firmly pressing down on Mu Hong's head and pushing him back with considerable force. He nearly collided with the back wall, left bewildered. Is it amusing to bully others? The diminutive girl glared at Mu Hong, her tone laced with indignation. It is people like you that contribute to the pollution in this world. Mu Hong, taken aback by the push, was about to retort, but upon hearing her mention pollution, he felt a pang of guilt. He chuckled awkwardly, hastily waving his hands as he attempted to lighten the mood, urging her not to be angry. Anya, in secret relief, cast a grateful glance at the girl beside her. Mu Hong rubbed his nose, unsure where to place his hands. Fangbai's ears twitched as he continued reading. This book briefly introduced the changes and corresponding threats posed by those affected by pollution. Pollutant. Description. The most primitive form of pollution, arising from both direct contamination and human transformation. Characteristics of the affected. Abnormalities in specific body parts, such as loss of skin and slight distortion of limbs, with an extremely low probability of consciousness. Threat level, low. Mutation level. Description. Pollution intensifies, and individuals transformed from humans begin to exhibit significant physiological changes. Characteristics of the affected. Marked alterations in body structure, such as additional limbs and ectopic organs, with increased aggressiveness. Threat level, medium-low. Aberration level. Description. Pollution reaches a critical point, and individuals transformed from humans completely lose their human shape, becoming twisted beings. Characteristics of the affected. Severe bodily distortion, potentially merging with traits of other organisms, such as tentacles and claws, possessing rudimentary intelligence while entirely losing human consciousness. Threat level high. Pollution source. Description. The origin of pollution, which cannot be transformed by humans, continuously releasing polluting energy, impacting the surrounding environment and other organisms. Characteristics. None. Threat level. Extremely high. Chapter 68. Alfred Wine. The classroom continued to fill with students. Freshmen entered in small groups, some engaged in hushed conversations, while others silently sought their seats. Each face bore a solemn expression, awaiting the significant moment to come. Time passed slowly. When the clock on the wall pointed to 8:55, the classroom was nearly full, with only a few scattered empty seats remaining. At one moment, a figure that clearly did not belong to the student body entered. Instantly, the classroom fell silent, all eyes fixated on the teacher. He wore a deep purple robe, its collar standing tall, edged with silver trim. In his hand, he held a long staff, its top adorned with a crystal that shimmered with a faint, flowing light. He appeared to be a middle-aged man, his hair silver white and neatly combed back, revealing a broad forehead. He approached the podium, his gaze gradually sweeping across each individual in the classroom. That gaze seemed capable of piercing through all illusions, striking directly at the heart. The classroom descended into an utter silence. Even the sound of breathing became almost imperceptible. Welcome to the College of Urban Construction Management at 2A Guang, Shengtang de Shui. Today marks the first class. I am your mentor, Alfred Wine. For the next 2 years, I shall oversee your foundational course in management, while also serving as your life instructor. Should you encounter any insurmountable difficulties during your time here, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. He paused, his tone imbued with a touch of warmth. According to the customs of the Huangzhong Run, you may address me as Teacher Wine or Mentor. Upon finishing, he gently waved his wand, and a plush chair glided into place behind him. He sat gracefully, once again scanning the room. As is customary for the first class, there shall be no formal lessons. Wine's voice was calm. Today, we will discuss the origins and regulations of the College of Urban Construction Management. His gaze traversed the pairs of somewhat innocent eyes before him. Regrettably, I must inform you of an unfortunate event. One of our classmates has been affected by pollution and will no longer be able to attend classes. At this revelation, a murmur of hushed conversations erupted in the classroom, some expressing sorrow, others fear. I hope you can carry on in his stead, Wine remarked. Just then, someone mustered the courage to ask, Teacher Wine, has the pollution been eradicated? No, Wine slowly shook his head. The pollution present at the school is somewhat unique. In the short term, there may still be casualties, though it will not be as rampant as it was yesterday. Just be cautious. Whispers arose from the crowd. This could lead to death. How can this teacher speak so lightly of it? Others expressed indignation, feeling that their mentor was indifferent to their lives. Mentor Wine's gaze swept over those murmuring before addressing the entire class once more. His voice remained composed. This is a school. Because you are students and I am a teacher, I sit here speaking to you. Outside this institution, you would not even have the privilege to encounter me. Why should I place any value on your lives? The classroom fell into a profound silence. All were taken aback by his words. Each day in this world, lives are lost. Those who perish due to pollution constitute tenfold, 100-fold, or even more than natural deaths. His gaze lingered on each individual. If there comes a day when your death holds great value and significance, I might visit your grave and lay down a single flower, but only one. For in the new era, at the borders and in far-off lands, there are countless such souls. The classroom was enveloped in silence once more. Even the sound of breathing became faint. Everyone fears death. I too fear death. Wine's voice softened slightly. However, fear of death cannot alter reality. You may fear death, but do not let it consume you, for it will only render you timid and devoid of courage. You must firmly believe that those who perish in school will not be you. When your time truly comes, it is then that you can possess the courage to rise from the brink of death. That is your only hope for survival. This concludes our session. Now, let us delve into the origins of the Chengjian Guanli Suiwen College of Urban Construction and Management. The illustrious history of 2A Guang Shengtang de 2A Guang Holy Hall University can be traced back several centuries. Yet the Chengjian Guanli Suiwen has been established for less than 30 years. The significance of founding the Chengjian Guanli Suiwen lies in cultivating management talents for Jiuzhou, aiding its development, and solidifying the connection between Jiuzhou and the new era. If you're able to graduate successfully, a promising future awaits you. Your performance over the next 2 years and your final graduation scores will directly influence your destiny. Whether you become a candidate for the governorship of a state, leading millions, or merely a liaison for a small town, the college S rating will account for 40%, while the remaining 60% will depend on your actual achievements. At this juncture, he seemed to feel a bit parched, lightly waving his hand to conjure a steaming cup of tea. Holding it gracefully, he took a sip. Fong Bai observed this scene with a tinge of envy, recalling that Uncle Lin had also once demonstrated a similar ability. Wei Yin set down the cup and continued. Shifting to the crux of the matter, the regulations of the Changjian Guanli Suiwen. His tone suddenly turned serious. Tue Guang Sheng Tangdexu is a purely extraordinary academy, and there are only 33 such institutions throughout the new era. Among these, Tue Guang Sheng Tang Dexu ranks third. The current president has a reputation for having dealt with the source of calamity, and the faculty members, regarded as sword-bearers, occupy mid to senior level positions. His gaze swept across the room. You now find yourselves in such an environment, and I hope you are aware of the gravity of the situation. Do not squander the time you have. These 2 years may very well be the most glorious moments of your lives. In truth, being here signifies that your talents are among the most exceptional of the age. In terms of innate abilities alone, you do not fall short of the new students in the new era and may even surpass them overall. In recent years, during the exchange competitions, the first year, Changjian Guanli Suiwen has consistently ranked second, with the main academy taking first place, yet in the second year, the Changjian Guanli Suiwen could only find itself at the bottom, fearing it would demoralize new students from other academies. Participation of the Changjian Guanli Suiwen in such competitions was subsequently prohibited. You are indeed remarkable, merely misplaced in the wrong environment. This is not your fault. However, it must be said such is fate. I look forward to seeing some of you defy destiny and alter your paths. The classroom was enveloped in silence, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of Wei Yin's continuation. Once again, he digressed. Wei Yin took a sip of hot water to clear his throat and resumed speaking. Over the next 2 years, apart from foundational courses in management and pollution, you are free to choose your own path of study. The school will not interfere with your development. Throughout these 2 years, you will have 20 credits at your disposal. And during the winter and summer breaks at the end of each semester, the school will assign you tasks to assist federal agencies. For you, this is the sole opportunity to earn credits. Upon your second-year graduation, in addition to the 20 credits, you must also complete the extraordinary graduation examination, which carries a 5% mortality rate each year. If you utilize your credits to fulfill your obligations, the likelihood of failure is minimal. However, should you choose indulgence and revelry, you will have no one to blame for your demise. Upon hearing of a 5% mortality probability, the students instantly altered their expressions. Chapter 69, Zhu Zhan Shui Yuan. A class spans 2 hours, from 9 to 11. Time seems to compress into a mere instant. Fang Bai feels as if he has just finished lunch, yet it is already time to eat again. However, he does not resent this lifestyle, as he has no aversion to dining. Unfortunately, Fang Bai realizes that attending class appears rather uninteresting. Although Professor Vian's lectures contain significant information, they do not delve into the knowledge he truly seeks. There remains another class in the afternoon, from 1 to 3, focusing on pollution identification, followed by a foundational matrix course from 3:30 to 5:30. Today is Monday. Once the day's classes conclude, he must wait until the following Monday for the next session. This implies that he will have 6 days of free time. During this interval, he can choose to lounge idly in his dormitory, continue attending classes with credits, or even venture out to earn money. No one will oversee him, nor will anyone interfere with his decisions. Naturally, Fang Bai cannot envision spending his time lazily in the dormitory. He has already devised a preliminary plan. After lunch, following a brief respite, the afternoon classes commence. The instructor for pollution identification is the rotund Minter Fang Bai encountered previously in the corridor, the one who immobilized pollution with his abilities. He did not introduce himself, but launched directly into the lecture, disregarding the commotion below. After class, he departed without uttering a word, leaving many students bewildered. Nevertheless, Fang Bai listened attentively. The portly mentor imparted a wealth of knowledge not found in textbooks, such as the specific weaknesses of pollution and the defensive measures required against various pollution entities. The final matrix instructor, surnamed Chung, is a young woman who presents a warm demeanor. Her teaching style is equally approachable. Fang Bai observes that among the 3 instructors, Chung is the most popular, not solely due to her amiability, but also because the study of matrices serves as the gateway to extraordinary powers. However, the first day of matrix class merely covered theoretical concepts and required them to memorize matrix theorems. Fang Bai found it exceedingly tedious and even contemplated resting his head on the desk to sleep. Midway through the class, he did indeed succumb to slumber, dozing through the latter half, though not deeply, as he worried about missing crucial information. In stark contrast to Fong Bai, Mu Hong seemed to enter an alternative mode upon the start of class. He sat upright, his gaze fixed on the instructor, occasionally contemplating, and displayed remarkable focus, even oblivious to Fong Bai's napping beside him. Until the class concluded, Instructor Chung continued discussing theoretical knowledge without venturing into practical applications or deeper content. The majority of students listened intently. A few engaged in hushed discussions, while only Fong Bai remained asleep. Instructor Chung passed by Fong Bai multiple times, but exhibited no intention of awakening him. The day's classes swiftly came to an end, leaving Fong Bai with a somewhat complex mood. In the classroom, he felt a tinge of disappointment. It was not as he had envisioned. After the lesson, Fong Bai returned to the dormitory alongside Mu Hong. He placed a stack of 10,400 naili in his pocket, intending to deposit the money. Although Mu Hong wished to share dinner with Fong Bai, he was politely declined under the pretense of having prior engagements. Fong Bai had yet to decipher Mu Hong's true intentions and sought to minimize their interactions as much as possible. In the future, he would gradually extract information. But for now, he had no time for such matters. Fong Bai needed to immerse himself in his responsibilities. Upon securing the funds, he promptly returned to the academic building, where, with the assistance of his living instructor, he deposited the money into the Tongsun Shengen. After completing the transaction, he strode with exhilaration toward the Matrix Academy. The entire institution was vast. It took him a good 20 minutes of brisk running to traverse the distance from the School of Urban Construction Management to the Matrix Academy. Along the way, Fong Bai noticed many individuals gliding swiftly atop peculiar boards that skimmed the ground with remarkable speed. Others pedaled old bicycles, which, although somewhat cumbersome in appearance, were certainly much faster than running. Bicycles were available in Hongcheng, priced comparably to a horse. An idea formed in Fong Bai's mind. He resolved to purchase a bicycle in a few days, for it would greatly facilitate his travels across campus. As for the levitating boards, he knew they were beyond his financial reach. The architectural style of the Matrix Academy was entirely distinct from that of the School of Urban Construction Management, differing in both design and color scheme. Even the greenery lining the pathways was uniquely curated. Fong Bai approached the designated credit exchange point marked on the map, arriving at a grand circular building. This edifice was expansive, rising 6 or 7 stories, its exterior crafted from a metallic material that shimmered with a soft luminescence. From his pocket, he retrieved a card bearing his photograph, alongside a brief account of his identity. Name: Fong Bai. Age: 17. Academy: Urban Construction Management. Adjacent to the information was a symbol combining a lightning bolt and a triangle. His credits were stored within this card, though the precise balance could only be discerned through machinery. As he stood before the entrance, he encountered a door of an unprecedented design, a colossal circular disc that rotated incessantly, adorned with light patterns depicting the foundational motifs of matrices. This extraordinary door was both grand and tall, accommodating the passage of over 10 individuals simultaneously. Fong Bai followed the flow of people and gradually moved inside. Inside was a spacious hall, nearly devoid of any embellishments apart from the throng of people and a row of windows. Fong Bai's attention was captured by a scene unfolding against the wall. Several individuals were maneuvering a frame larger than 3 meters, seemingly preparing to hang it as decoration. The contents of the frame depicted a complex matrix pattern, appearing somewhat abstract, with interwoven lines devoid of distinct form. On the ground, one person was directing a bit higher, a bit lower, to the left, to the right. It was palpable that the individuals holding the frame were beginning to tremble. Are we almost done? I can't hold on much longer, one exclaimed intermittently. This thing is awfully heavy. Is it made of alloy? Fong Bai discovered among the individuals holding the picture frame. One was the slender senior who had previously guided him during his enrollment. He contemplated greeting him, yet it was evidently not the appropriate moment. Thus, he relinquished that thought and approached a service window, inquiring, "I wish to exchange credits for items. How may I proceed?" Behind the window stood a slightly older woman clad in the school's uniform, a common sight among the staff. She offered a gentle smile and responded in a soothing tone. "You must be a new student. If you are uncertain about what you wish to exchange, you may first visit the second floor, where forms are available. Once you have made your decisions, return here to allocate your credits, and I will provide you with a receipt. You can then collect your items from the 3rd to the 7th floors." The process appeared straightforward and easily comprehensible. Fong Bai nodded, and ascended the broad staircase to the second floor. On the second floor, he was greeted by a series of neatly arranged counters. Above each counter hovered a small, square light screen. Numerous individuals stood before the counters, their fingers deftly gliding across the screens, their expressions focused. Fong Bai approached one counter and observed the screen displaying a message. Please present your identification card. He retrieved the card bearing his photograph from his pocket and placed it on the counter. There was no response. Puzzled, Fong Bai furrowed his brow just as a nearby staff member approached with a smile. Guiding him, your identification card needs to be placed on that light screen. Realizing his oversight, Fong Bai followed the instruction and pressed his card against the screen. Instantly, the card levitated, activating the counter as if by some invisible force. Surrounding Fong Bai, a series of transparent cards materialized, revealing lines of text. Hello, identity verification successful, student Fong Bai. Welcome to Matrix Academy. The Academy offers a collection of 271 basic matrices available for your exchange. We will now display the matrix information. The text on the screen gradually faded, replaced by a series of categorized options. Attributes classification, basic elemental system, fire, water, wind, earth. Advanced elemental system, ice, thunder. Special attributes, light, darkness. Life system, summoning system. Enhancement system. Fong Bai gazed in excitement at the cards swirling around him. He extended his hand to tap on the card representing the basic elemental system, which instantly unfolded to reveal further classifications. A total of 21 basic elemental matrices recorded. Please continue selecting a category. Attack types, including direct damage matrices, such as Fireball and Waterblade. Defense types, shields, barriers, physical defense enhancements like Light Screen and Rock Armor. Control types, slow, stun, bind, such as Earthbind and Fire Rope. Healing types, recover stamina, heal wounds, such as Light Heal and Coagulation. Elemental summoning types, summoning elemental beings, such as Elemental Messenger. Curse and weakening types, reducing enemy capabilities and inflicting negative statuses like corrosion and intimidation. Detection types, sensing the environment, detecting enemies, such as soil perception. With dozens of cards before him, Fong Bai felt utterly dazzled. He relished this sensation, as it symbolized an endless wealth of knowledge awaiting his discovery. Fong Bai merely glanced at the various foundational matrices, exploring their effects without making an immediate exchange. His visit today was solely to observe and contemplate the optimal combinations, as he intended to wait until he achieved a higher level before making decisions. At present, he was uncertain about the changes that would accompany his upgrade. In a few days, he would ascend to LV1, at which point the scope of his path would expand further, and 2 matrices would undoubtedly prove insufficient. After a brief observation, he mentally selected a few matrices that piqued his interest. Approaching the staff member who had previously guided him, he politely inquired, "Excuse me, sir. Is there a distinction between the matrices used when the mental threshold reaches 1 and when it does not?" "There is indeed a difference," the gentleman replied, clearly accustomed to such inquiries. With a smile, he began to elucidate for Fong Bai. Below LV1, one utilizes basic matrices which, apart from a select few exceptional individuals, can be embedded with merely one valve slot, allowing for flexible use during combat. However, upon reaching LV1, one may consider first-order matrices, which occupy 2 to 3 valve slots and possess greater potency and effectiveness as skills. Despite this, students below LV15 seldom contemplate first-order matrices due to the scarcity of valve slots. Each increment of 0.1, the mental threshold yields just 1 additional slot. Although the effects of basic matrices may be somewhat weaker, mastering them can yield combat results that are not significantly inferior. This is due to their advantage of low consumption alongside minimal valve slot usage. The gentleman gazed at Fong Bai and continued. Upon reaching LV2, the size of the valve slots will be enhanced, allowing for the selection of second-order matrices. However, for newcomers like yourselves, this is still premature. Few students manage to attain LV2 before graduation. His tone grew serious. Matrix selection is not a matter to be taken lightly. Do not embed them blindly. If you possess resonance talents, it is advisable to consider them in conjunction with your resonance capabilities, as well as the Saint Marks. Compared to matrices, the abilities of Saint Marks are more comprehensive. A typical configuration prioritizes resonance talents, with St. Mark's as a supplementary consideration and matrices as an additional support. For instance, if neither your talent nor your St. Mark possesses control capabilities, you may choose control matrices as a supplement. Thank you, sir. Fong Bai expressed his sincere gratitude before turning away from the Matrix Academy and making his way toward the St. Mark Academy. The insights he had gained regarding matrices had greatly broadened his horizons, and he anticipated that the St. Mark's would prove equally impressive. With a light step and a heart brimming with expectation, Fong Bai entertained another thought. In addition to purchasing memory crystals, matrices could also be acquired through advanced and fee-based courses. He wondered if this method might be more economical than direct exchanges. He resolved to inquire with a senior student in a couple of days, hoping to save a substantial amount of credits. As he sprinted toward the St. Mark Academy, he unexpectedly became the center of attention along the way. The reason was none other than the distinctive attire representing the Urban Construction Management Academy that adorned him. Isn't that the uniform of the Urban Construction Management Academy? A girl whispered to her companion, her curiosity evident in her eyes. Is he from Jizu? Another girl responded, her tone tinged with surprise. What's he doing here? Someone murmured in confusion. He was quite handsome, but unfortunately, he was from Jizu. Otherwise, I would have sought his contact information. A girl half-jokingly remarked, her eyes betraying a hint of regret. You must be foolish. They likely do not possess any communication capabilities. Her companion teased with a laugh. It's all right. With such looks, he could even rely on others for support, the girl retorted with a playful tone. If he truly did that, you would be less pleased. Her companion rolled her eyes, a playful sarcasm evident in her voice. They believed their voices were hushed. Yet for Fong Bai, it was as if they were speaking directly before him. Fong Bai halted his steps and turned to face the two senior girls. Under their astonished gazes, he earnestly inquired, Senior, is it truly possible to live off others? His eyes glimmered with anticipation. The two seniors were momentarily taken aback, their smiles frozen as if struck by lightning. One of them opened her mouth, seemingly attempting to articulate something, but before any words escaped, her face flushed like a ripe apple. Before Fong Bai's words could fully materialize, the other senior suddenly exclaimed, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, grabbing her companion's hand and fleeing. They sprinted away as if pursued by some dreadful entity, leaving the bewildered Fong Bai behind. Indeed, it was all a ruse. Chapter 71 Reunion. An hour later, Fong Bai emerged from the exchange center of the Shingen Academy, walking towards the dormitory under the cloak of night. Compared to the Matrix, the myriad effects of Shingen left him utterly dazzled. Previously, Uncle Lin had informed him that the Matrix pertains to skills, while the Shingen relates to abilities. At that time, he struggled to comprehend the distinction. However, after this experience, he had gained a thorough understanding. Indeed, one must personally witness certain matters to truly grasp their intricacies. In contrast to the Matrix, the foundational Shingen required a greater number of valve slots, often necessitating 4 to 5. Moreover, as Shingen function as accessories, they require regular maintenance. If damaged, repairs are essential, all of which incurs expenses. Although Wound Shingen does not require repairs, it occupies an additional valve slot for the same ability, and its cost is at least tenfold that of ordinary accessories. Each possesses its own merits and demerits. However, the Shingen that occupies more slots boasts greater power. For instance, the commonly utilized fire control not only allows for the launching of fireballs, but also enables the creation of firewalls and even the generation of various fire-related skills. Mastering a Shingen that embodies fire control equates to acquiring numerous matrix skills associated with flames. Most importantly, the Shingen operates on its own cycle, devoid of the need to consume mental energy from the circuit. Of course, this also presents a drawback, as it cannot be rapidly replenished in critical moments. Having grasped the essential knowledge, he now awaited the acquisition of the resonance talent to commence the assembly of his own system. The night had fully enveloped the campus, yet the grounds remained brilliantly illuminated. Fong Bai tread cautiously, deliberately choosing well-populated areas, wary of inadvertently stumbling into that bizarre realm again. Fortunately, his journey was uneventful, and he safely arrived at the dormitory. Upon returning to his chamber, Fong Bai commenced an examination of his circuit. The viscous fluid, tinged with blood, had been digested by 1/3. Within 2 days, he anticipated complete assimilation. He reclined upon his bed, yet his thoughts wandered aimlessly, rendering him unable to find slumber. He reflected that to further his advancement post-upgrade, He must consume pollutants. However, what pollution could he possibly ingest within the confines of the school? Not only the school, but the entirety of Tiankai City seemed to lack any trace of pollution. Without such sustenance, his progress would be stunted, ensnaring him in a seemingly inescapable cycle. The very safety of the school constrained him. It was inconceivable that in such a vast city as Tiankai, pollution did not exist. It simply was expunged swiftly upon emergence. If only he could detect it beforehand. Yet that too appeared implausible, as he would undoubtedly be outpaced by the sword-bearer. He resolved to consult his senior sister later. This has become Fong Bai's foundational logic, to inquire about all uncertainties. He began to compile a list of questions for her. 1. Where is pollution found? 2. What is the most efficient way to learn the matrix? 3. Where can one purchase a bicycle? 4. What is the quickest method to earn money? Just as he was on the verge of slumber, a sudden thought jolted him awake. He realized he was a resident of Juzhu. Juzhu residents could not elevate their spiritual threshold. What if his spiritual threshold reached LV1 and was discovered? Would he be deemed an anomaly? He decided to ask his senior sister about it. Fong Bai murmured to himself before finally closing his eyes. The following day, Fong Bai arose early and, after a brief cleansing, accompanied Mu Hong for breakfast. He had a 2-day interlude before his upgrade, during which he could accomplish nothing. Upon examining the map, he noted a location marked as the library, which piqued his interest. However, Mu Hong proposed an outing to the city center of Tiankai, accompanied by another male companion. Without a moment's hesitation, Fong Bai declined the invitation. What if they harbored ulterior motives to lead him away and bring about his demise? To whom could he appeal for justice? Thus, Fong Bai made his way alone to the library. Upon arrival, he sensed he had made the right choice. The place was replete with books, densely packed and seemingly endless. A veritable paradise for him. He gathered books from various shelves, quickly amassing a towering stack of dozens. The titles were eclectic, including 3 Days in the Elven Home, The Secrets of Celestial Language, Origins of Subspecies, The Art of Light Weaving. And If I Were Blind for 3 Days. It was not until evening that he finished 5 volumes. These tomes, primarily narrative-driven, required his careful and unhurried reading. Among them, his favorite was 3 Days in the Elven Home, which vividly depicted a world inhabited by elves, residing within the Elven Home. The myriad experiences described within the pages ignited a fervent desire within Fong Bai to board the aerial tramway to the Elven Home immediately. Having skipped lunch, his stomach growled in protest. He meticulously returned each book to its rightful place, leaving the nearby librarian astonished. This youth had managed to restore every volume with precision. Dozens of books were meticulously arranged, with not a single one misplaced. She even took the initiative to correct the misplacements made by others. Thus, she watched as Fong Bai swaggered out of the library. Upon reaching the dining hall, he selected a rice dish topped with savory sauce. He swiftly completed his meal, fulfilling the mission of cleaning his plate, and prepared to return to his dormitory for a restful slumber. He planned to revisit the library the following day, for soon he would attain a higher level. Elated, Fong Bai exited the dining hall, his heart brimming with splendid expectations for the future. As he walked, Fong Bai suddenly halted. The crowd had vanished. There was no one beside him. Could it be? He murmured softly to himself. Surely, I cannot be this unfortunate. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the sky, yet there was no sea. A sigh of relief escaped his lips, only for his heart to race once more. Before him, an inky blue puddle had mysteriously appeared. Fong Bai instinctively retreated, conjuring a fireball in his hand. Suddenly, he collided with something. He swiftly turned, and there stood the girl he had seen on the hospital bed. Is it you? Is it you? She exclaimed, equally astonished. Fong Bai noticed that she too had a puddle of water before her. Their eyes met, and they instinctively distanced themselves from one another. Chapter 72. Fierce Battle. Fong Bai was at a loss regarding the current situation. Unlike before, there was no sea in the sky, nor bizarre fish. The lights were no longer dim, yet the people in the school had still vanished. The only difference was that he was no longer alone. Fong Bai activated Light Body, gracefully leaping onto a tree to survey the surroundings from above. The girl also leaped onto a nearby tree beside him. This scene left Fong Bai momentarily speechless. Without any discernible spiritual energy fluctuations, she effortlessly jumped several meters high. Neither spoke, their gazes fixed intently on the 2 inky blue puddles below. From within the puddles, a claw began to emerge, followed by slender arms, muscular and covered in intricate scales that shimmered with a ghostly glow. Before long, the two creatures crawled out from the puddles. Their heads were somewhat pointed, with bulging occipital regions, and each sported a large eye that glimmered with an eerie light. Their arms resembled lobster claws, sharp and formidable, while their legs were akin to human legs. Yet there were 4 of them, and 2 additional legs extended backward from their waists. Fangbai inhaled sharply. The design and the oppressive aura were unmistakable. These were no ordinary monsters. They appeared even more formidable than the fishmen he had encountered previously. Moreover, there were 2 of them. He glanced at the girl beside him and found her expression mirrored his own, filled with trepidation. Fireball! Fireball! Fangbai conjured 2 fireballs at his fingertips, which traced brilliant arcs through the air, elegantly bypassing the 2 monsters and soaring directly toward the puddles behind them. Boom! Boom! The puddles evaporated, and the air filled with the acrid scent of charred remnants. Based on prior experiences, destroying the puddles would not prevent the first creature from emerging. Yet, these entities lying on the ground felt akin to 2 ominous gateways, instilling an unsettling sensation within Fangbai. The direct assault effectively thwarted any potential rear support from the enemy. Having had prior experience, Fangbai remained composed. The current situation dictated that once they dealt with the 2 contaminants, their escape would be assured. Standing atop the treetops, he conjured a series of crimson fireballs that swirled around him like stars in the night sky. He gazed intently at the fireballs, lost in contemplation. If his memory served him correctly, the previous fireballs had been orange-red. However, the pressing circumstances left little room for further reflection. Fangbai turned to his soul companion beside him and whispered, "You go ahead. I will provide cover." The girl shot him a glance. Drawing a short sword from her waist, its blade gleaming with a cold, sharp light. Gritting her teeth, she darted forward. Fangbai was momentarily taken aback, wishing to call her back to discuss tactics, but it was too late. The battle erupted below in an instant. The short sword carved through the moonlight, leaving a chilling silver arc in its wake. The moment the blade clashed with the creature's shell, a shower of blinding sparks erupted. In that singular contact, the girl's hand suffered a painful split, droplets of blood trickling down the sword's hilt. She deftly spun aside, evading the sweeping pincers, but the shell grazed her waist, tearing through fabric and leaving a deep gash down to the bone. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Fangbai exclaimed in alarm, launching 3 fireballs. The fierce flames brushed past the girl's ear, propelling the second creature away as it attempted to close in. Amidst the acrid stench, the girl utilized the explosive force to perform a mid-air flip, her bloodied short sword piercing precisely into the gap of the creature's compound eye. With a sickening squelch, dark blue blood and yellow-green tissue gushed forth, cascading down her arm, corroding much of the skin in the process. She stifled a pained grunt, but twisted the sword's hilt with renewed ferocity. The blade carved a gaping wound the size of a bowl into one creature's eye, tearing out a portion of its net-like nerve tissue. The monster emitted a deafening shriek, its hind legs thrashing violently against the ground. The earth cracked beneath the onslaught, and the debris struck the girl's back, leaving numerous bloody trails. Yet, to her astonishment, the blood droplets that oozed from her wounds began to levitate, gradually coalescing into a crimson luminescence. With a fierce shout, the girl unleashed the light, which erupted violently. The resulting tempest hurled Fangbai from his perch, and as he looked up, he beheld a deluge of blood rain transforming into countless sharp blades. The creature's shell was shredded amidst the scarlet storm, revealing the writhing, ghastly white muscle beneath. Each whirling blood blade sliced through joints and tendons with precision, causing a rain of gore mixed with shell fragments to fall within a 10-meter radius. The girl staggered, using her sword for support. Her right arm was grotesquely twisted, the pale bone protruding through her blood-stained sleeve. Even more horrifying was the sight of her left cheek, where corrosive fluid had splattered, emitting wisps of smoke and exposing the pulsating muscle fibers beneath. Yet the 2 creatures, even the one that appeared severely wounded, remained as vigorous as ever, as if they had merely sustained superficial injuries. "Where's the cover?" The girl spat in frustration. Fangbai, even with her arms twisted beyond recognition, she still managed to execute each attack with precision. Her movements were swift and fierce, each swing of her sword imbued with an elegant lethality, as if she were performing a deadly dance. Her unwavering gaze remained fixed on the mollusk monster, each delicate glide of her blade eliciting billowing clouds of deep blue blood. The creature, in pain, wielded its pincers, creating gusts of wind that pounded the ground into deep craters. The girl nimbly dodged, her short sword tracing shimmering arcs upon the creature's carapace, as if inscribing something both beautiful and fatal. Fong Bai returned to the tree, his eyes intently observing the unfolding battle. Fireballs shot forth in rapid succession, always providing cover for the girl at critical moments. It seemed he had discerned her timing instincts. The girl's speed intensified, adopting a strategy of trading injury for injury. She disregarded the advancing pincers, thrusting her short sword directly at the creature's vulnerable eye. At the moment the blade pierced the pupil, the pincer bore down with heavy force towards her forehead. Just then, a fireball spiraled toward the back of the lobster monster, exploding at its hind leg knee. The creature's body lurched backward, sparing the girl from a grievous blow to her head. With a swift flick of her wrist, she turned the eye into a pulpy mess with dazzling movements. "Beware behind you," Fong Bai called out from the tree. The girl utilized her petite frame to maintain her focus on the exposed lobster monster, preventing simultaneous attacks from both creatures. However, the lobster monster seemed to possess a degree of intelligence. Finding it unable to reach the girl, it stood still, its four hind limbs radiating eerie blue ripples. Before Fong Bai's warning could fully register, the second creature suddenly opened its pincers, unleashing a torrent of deep blue liquid. As the girl spun to evade, the hem of her skirt grazed the edge of the liquid, instantly carbonizing the fabric into ash, leaving her fair calf marred with charred bloodstains. The searing pain caused her to stumble momentarily, and the first lobster monster seized the opportunity to swing its tail, its forelegs spreading like arachnid appendages, sweeping in from an unfathomable angle. Fong Bai's pupils constricted as three fireballs traced spirals, striking precisely at the joint of the legs, preventing the girl from being cleaved in two by the onslaught. Yet, the girl was still propelled backward by the explosion's force. Amidst the erupting flames, she grit her teeth against the searing pain and hurled her short sword, the blade slicing through the air with a crimson glow as it plunged into the lobster monster's throat. The clang of metal echoed as fine scales rapidly sprouted at the creature's throat. The moment the sword sparked against the scales, the second monster embedded its four legs into the ground, transforming the area within a 10-meter radius into a viscous blue mire. The girl's boots sank instantly, as numerous transparent tendrils emerged from the swamp, coiling around her, leaving eerie red marks upon her pale ankles. The two lobster monsters advanced slowly, encircling her. A paralyzing fear of death enveloped her. The short blade slipped from her grasp. This was not an adversary she could confront. Level 1 aberration. Perhaps even level 13 infiltration. She had exhausted all her strength. Was this the end? She slowly closed her eyes. A sudden shout pierced the air. "Step aside." The youth's clear voice shattered the chaos. The girl abruptly opened her eyes. The short sword, poised to strike the ground, was suddenly ensnared by a crimson glow. Returning to the girl's palm, the blade traced a perfect crescent, severing the tendrils that coiled around her ankle. With her last ounce of strength, she leapt backward, colliding into the boy's embrace. The night sky was stained a deep red. Over 20 floating fireballs erupted from Fong Bai's rear, resembling a celestial downpour of scarlet light. A thunderous explosion resonated behind them as Fong Bai carried the girl into the cafeteria. He could distinctly feel her body growing cold in his arms. Her left arm hung limply, swaying with their frantic pace, the fractured bone tearing through her school uniform. They dashed to the third-floor cafeteria, panting heavily, before Fong Bai gently set the girl down. Leaning against the wall, he murmured to himself. They were outmatched. The creature's defenses were far superior to those of the monstrous fish they had previously encountered. Even summoning shadows would not guarantee a swift kill. What should he do? Fong Bai's mind raced. The enemy was overwhelmingly stronger. A mere brush could bring injury. A mere touch could lead to death. He lacked the girl's reflexes. If confronted directly, he would surely meet a more gruesome fate. He glanced at the girl beside him. Both her arms were grotesquely twisted, her legs and body marred with wounds. And half of her once delicate face was corroded by the monster's blood, revealing ghastly muscle. If it were him, he would have been wailing in agony. Yet this girl remained utterly silent. Remarkably, she could still fight despite her condition. Fong Bai felt a surge of admiration for such a person. He thought that individuals like her should not perish so easily in this place. Yet, judging by the circumstances, it seemed unlikely she would survive.